Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 77. Tom's biggest problem. Snape was no longer holding back. A tremendous surge of magic erupted from him, and only then did Tom realize he had underestimated Severus Snape. This level of power was completely inconsistent with how he'd been described in the original books. How the hell did Nagini ever manage to kill him? The sarcastic thought barely flickered across Tom's mind before he snapped back to the present. This wasn't the time to get distracted, he had to deal with the incoming attack. Snape's magic was still boiling, still growing. That spell just now had only been a warm-up. The grass beneath their feet began to writhe. Countless blades of it twisted into hissing little snakes, slithering rapidly across the field. They coiled and lunged, closing off Tom's movement, disrupting his ability to cast. Tom countered with a shockwave at his feet, blasting the snakes back temporarily. Then he tried to transfigure the incoming flaming spear, but failed. Snape had anticipated that and was still controlling the spell. He wasn't casting spells one by one. He was multitasking, maintaining two different types of magic simultaneously. It was effectively a hybrid of transfiguration and a high-level fire spell. If transfiguring it was out of the question, then he'd destroy it. Tom's eyes gleamed with focus. He murmured an incantation under his breath. A glowing orb leapt from his wand, hovered above his head, then shot out a thick beam of raw magical energy, ramming directly into the giant flaming arrow. Boom. A deafening explosion tore through the pitch. Thankfully, Tom had set up a muffly auto charm around the Quidditch field beforehand. Otherwise, that blast would have woken up every student in 3 houses, and every professor. Except the Slytherins, of course. They were buried underground. Sound didn't reach down there. The flaming arrow shattered into 1,000 blazing fragments. Tom didn't waste a second. Riding the momentum, he transfigured the shards into hundreds of miniature arrows and launched them straight back at Snape. But Snape was like a slippery eel, dodging and weaving. His robes were laced with defensive enchantments and shimmered as they absorbed the impact. Beams of light streaked across the Quidditch pitch like shooting stars. Spell collided with spell, unleashing swirling magical storms in midair. Tom had gone all out. And yet, he couldn't win. So what if he'd taken a potion? So what if he had a magical cheat? It hadn't been enough time. All told, he'd only been studying magic seriously for half a year. Snape wasn't just some average wizard, he was a tireless, focused genius who had devoted himself to the craft for decades. In terms of spell variety, control, and raw power, Tom still had a long way to go. Snape seemed to sense Tom's weakening momentum because his spellcasting suddenly sped up again. Duang. A metal door slab appeared out of nowhere, slamming into place to block a gale force spell. Snape actually flinched. That was solid. Had Tom conjured that in a split second? A closer look revealed it had actually been summoned from Tom's pocket. Wait a second. Was this kid carrying a shield into battle? Tom traced a square in the air with his wand, and the door slab morphed into a metal box, completely enclosing him. His muffled voice came from inside. "Professor, let's call it a day." To be continued. Snape actually laughed out of sheer rage. "I'm about to win and you're calling for halftime. Next time for sure. You despicable Riddle." Snape bellowed. Using a tinnitus jinx, how underhanded can you get? Without another word, he resumed his assault, magic flaring with renewed fury. Tom stared in disbelief from inside the box. Is he seriously framing me? Could he be any more shameless? But no matter how many spells Snape hurled, the iron box didn't budge. It just started showing some scorch marks and scratches on the surface. Snape finally threw up his hands in frustration. "Riddle, where the hell did you get this thing? Why is it so damn sturdy?" "Don't bother wasting your magic, Professor," Tom's lazy voice drawled from inside. "I don't even know what this thing's limits are. Unless you plan on using some dark, forbidden curses, you're not cracking it." He'd found the slab just earlier today in the room of requirement. At the time, he'd wished for the strongest defensive tool possible, and the room had spat out this bad boy. Clearly, for once, the room of requirement had delivered. Dark magic, huh? Snape glanced around the battlefield. The Quidditch pitch was already wrecked beyond recognition from their duel, scorched, torn, and cratered. If he unleashed anything worse, it would become a disaster zone. "Get out of your bloody turtle shell," Snape snapped. "And if you ever use that thing again during our sessions, don't bother showing up. You promise not to hex me when I come out?" Tom asked cautiously. Snape gritted his teeth. I'm a professor. You think I'd lie to a student? Say it the Slytherin way. Slytherins don't lie to Slytherins. Snape turned on his heel. Fine. Then spend the night in there. Tom scrambled to dismantle the box, transfiguring it back into the original door slab and tucking it into his pocket. Don't go, Professor. Look at this mess, I can't clean it all up by myself. Snape gave him a cold smirk. Using an undetectable extension charm illegally. If you weren't in my house, I'd dock points and ship you straight to Azkaban. Tom pretended not to hear. He pulled out his wand and began casting Reparo to fix the pitch. Drawing a line down the center, he made it clear, half and half. No slacking. Snape didn't argue. With a wave of his wand, he began repairing the other side. Tom, of course, used the opportunity to pick Snape's brain about the issues he'd just run into. You're too obsessed with showing off, Snape said bluntly. His keen eyes narrowed. What's the most important thing in a duel between wizards? Tom paused, then replied, disarming the opponent, or disabling them completely. Exactly. So why the hell were you so fixated on matching every spell I cast? You countered every attack and made it flashy, like you were performing in some magical talent show. Tom fell silent, thoughtful. He's right. His attention had been glued to Snape's spells, rather than Snape himself. Aside from the opening moves, he'd just been reacting. Duels aren't just about spell-slinging, Snape continued, his tone softening now that he saw Tom actually reflecting. Half the time, there are simpler, more efficient ways to counter a spell, but you chose the flashiest option. That cost you several chances to go on the offensive. Your magical reserves are abnormally high, definitely not what you'd expect from a student, Snape said, his tone heavy with implication. But no matter how powerful you are, there will always be someone stronger in this world. He gave Tom a long, meaningful look. If you haven't reached the top yet, then keep your head down. Don't draw attention. The one who laughs last, that's the true winner. Tom nodded solemnly, committing every word to memory. On the walk back to the castle, he couldn't resist asking a rather idiotic question. Professor, have you ever seen Professor Dumbledore duel? With my current level, how long do you think I'd last against him? Snape looked at Tom as if he were insane. After a long pause, he gave a faint laugh. 1 to 9, maybe. He'd flatten you 9 times over with a single spell. Tom. Okay, but compared to other wizards? Tom pressed further. The wizarding world's power hierarchy was frustratingly vague, and the number of capable spellcasters he'd actually met was pitifully low. Only Snape could offer a reliable benchmark. Snape stopped walking and stared at him for several seconds. With your current skills, you'd have no problem passing the Aura Combat Assessment, and with flying colors, he said slowly. But those tests don't account for dirty tricks, backstabbing, or what goes on in the shadows. Don't let arrogance be your downfall. He could guess Tom was planning something dangerous. This was his only warning. I understand, Tom replied, nodding again. The next morning at breakfast, Tom was still mentally replaying last night's duel, and Snape's critique. In the past, whether facing human opponents or magical beasts, Tom had always been the one with the upper hand. He liked to fight with flair, using clever, intricate spells to dominate his enemies. It was how he established overwhelming superiority. It was also why so many upper-year students feared him. He looked terrifying in action. But against Snape. Just a couple of rounds, followed by a plain, unremarkable spell that secured victory. It didn't look impressive, but was there any doubt who was stronger? Facing Snape had turned the tables. He had been the challenger this time. And that exposed all the flaws in his usual flashy, dramatic style. Which led Tom to a conclusion. Fighting style isn't something you change. Power is temporary. Style is forever. He wasn't going to change. He'd rather die than change. The problem wasn't his aesthetic, it was that he wasn't strong enough yet. Weakness could be fixed through training. Once he surpassed Snape in every way, fighting like this would be seen as casually stomping the weak. With that realization, Tom finally felt at peace. Damn that old bat, almost messed with my heart and soul. Tom. Daphne's voice snapped him out of his daze. We still have to fill this out before we can board the train. Tom looked down at the parchment in front of him, a formal letter titled The Underage Wizard Holiday Magic Restriction Decree. It stated in no uncertain terms, all witches and wizards under the age of 17 were considered minors and strictly forbidden from using magic outside school. Muggle-born students were also prohibited from revealing any information about the magical world to their close relatives, parents, grandparents, anyone. No magical items were allowed to circulate in the Muggle world. A long list of restrictions. Too long. It was almost like it was specifically designed to handicap Muggle-borns. And that was exactly what it was. The ministry relied on a crude monitoring method called the trace, which couldn't detect who cast a spell, only that magic was used near a particular wand. For mixed-blood families, having an adult wizard nearby meant the trace was easy to manipulate. Purebloods had it even easier. All they had to do was avoid using magic while the elders were at work. But Muggle-borns, they got the worst of it. An entire holiday without their wand. The feel of spellcasting faded from memory. By the time school resumed, it would take weeks just to get back into rhythm. Every year, they fell further behind. And when it came time to compete for jobs after graduation, how could they stand a chance against pure and half-bloods? Tom chuckled, but the sound was hollow, devoid of warmth. He signed his name across the magically sealed parchment. You couldn't win against the system, not yet. He wasn't even an arm, just a small fry. But he would remember this injustice. One day, he'd settle the score. The Statute of Secrecy was signed into law in the late 1600s. Every one of its creators was long dead. Didn't matter. The debts of the past would be paid by the descendants. At 9 o'clock sharp, the students boarded carriages bound for Hogsmeade Station. The first years gawked in amazement at the seemingly horseless carriages, no reins, no beasts, just magic. Tom couldn't see the Thestrals pulling the carriage, but he reached out and felt a soft, velvety hide. The creature didn't seem to mind. Gentle and hard-working, the Thestral faithfully carried the students to their destination. On board the train, Tom, Hermione, and Daphne found a compartment to themselves. With fewer students returning home than arriving at school, the Hogwarts Express wasn't nearly as packed as it had been at the start of term. As usual, Daphne bought a mountain of snacks. The three of them munched and chatted all the way, the journey flying by. Before they knew it, the train was pulling into King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4 was already bustling with parents and guardians. Hermione's parents had come, but without a magical escort, they couldn't access the platform. They'd have to wait just outside. The train stopped. Tom and the girls stayed inside a little longer, letting the crowd thin before stepping out. He spotted her instantly, a tall, elegant woman standing head and shoulders above the crowd. She had to be Daphne's mother. She wore a pristine white fur coat that draped perfectly over her slender frame, at least 175 centimeters tall, and carried a simple leather handbag with tasteful accessories. There was no mistaking her. Sure enough, Daphne spotted her at the same time and bounced in excitement. "Mum." The woman smiled warmly as Daphne grabbed Tom's hand and pulled him along. Tom glanced at Hermione and gave her a subtle nod, then made a phone hand gesture. Hermione smiled knowingly and slipped out through the stone pillar into the station beyond. "Mum." Daphne threw herself into Mrs. Greengrass's arms. "I missed you so much. Life without you these past few months was horrible." "Is that so?" Mrs. Greengrass didn't buy a word of it. Her attention shifted immediately to the boy standing quietly to the side. "And you must be Tom." Tom bowed slightly and said with perfect manners, "Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Tom Riddle." Chapter 78, Nocturn Alley, Black vs. Black. Lady Greengrass received letters from her elder daughter nearly every week. In the beginning, they were filled with Daphne's longing for home and affection for her family. She always asked after her mother's health and showed concern for Astoria's condition. But after that one time Daphne had asked for money, something about the tone of her letters began to shift. What had once been heartfelt family correspondence gradually turned into something more like the Chronicles of Tom Riddle at Hogwarts. The name Tom started appearing so frequently, it easily outnumbered any mention of Lady Greengrass or Astoria combined. From that point on, Lady Greengrass's curiosity was piqued. Who exactly was this Tom Riddle that had charmed her daughter into such starry-eyed obsession? Now, meeting the boy in person, she couldn't help but nod in approval. Well, what else did she expect? She was her daughter's mother, after all. Naturally the girl had good taste. Just from a glance, she could tell this young man was probably the best-looking one in all of Hogwarts. Wait a minute. Those galleons Daphne had asked for, don't tell her they all ended up spent on this kid. It wasn't a lot, nothing to lose sleep over. What Lady Greengrass didn't know, however, was that not only had she guessed correctly, she'd also underestimated the damage. It wasn't just her money, little Astoria's allowance had also been swallowed up by a certain someone's bottomless pockets. After a few polite exchanges, Lady Greengrass found herself growing even more fond of this well-mannered boy. She gave a warm invitation, saying, "Tom, why not join us for Christmas?" Daphne said so many times in her letters that without your help, she'd never have made such progress this term. Besides, maybe you can help me keep her in check. Heavens know I've long since lost the reins when it comes to that girl. Mum. Daphne cried out, cheeks puffed in embarrassment. Why was her mother exposing her like that? She had worked so hard to maintain a graceful and elegant image in front of Tom, and now it was all in ruins. Still, her eyes sparkled as she looked at the boy, full of renewed hope. She'd been turned down before, but maybe this time he'd change his mind. Unfortunately, Tom smiled apologetically and shook his head. I'm terribly sorry, ma'am, but I'm afraid I won't be able to this holiday. Daphne and I have already agreed, I'll visit during the summer. Might even stay quite a while. That is, if you don't get sick of me. Of course not, Lady Greengrass replied with a gentle smile. The longer you stay, the better. My doors are always open. Tom nodded graciously, then excused himself so mother and daughter could enjoy their reunion in peace. An hour and a half later, Tom arrived back at the orphanage. Thankfully, he had brought his key. The place was empty, Seth was away at his boarding school and had no plans to return for Christmas. The other troubled children who occasionally stayed here had also left. Dust had collected on every surface. Clearly, Mrs. Armand hadn't been by in quite some time. Tom picked up a broom and began cleaning, though the effort felt oddly foreign to him. After growing used to using magic for such tasks, doing things the Muggle way felt incredibly clumsy and inconvenient. It took ages, but he finally managed to make the place half-decent again. After nibbling on some leftover snacks from the train, he showered and fell straight asleep. The next morning, he took a bus to the city center, entered the Leaky Cauldron, and from there slipped into Diagon Alley. The place was bustling. Tom spotted quite a few familiar faces from Hogwarts, some of whom nodded to him in passing. He made his way to Twilford and Tattings, picked out a winter robe that cost a whopping 30 galleons, changed into it on the spot, and then strolled past Gringotts, turning into a narrow alley tucked beside the bank. This alley was tight and winding, barely wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. Tom walked for 5 full minutes before the path opened up again. Well, opened up was a bit generous. Compared to the spacious Diagon Alley, this street was barely half as wide. The buildings were grimy and falling apart, their crooked signs dangling by rusty chains. The sky above seemed murkier here, as though even the sunlight was hesitant to touch this place. This was Nocturn Alley, the black market of the wizarding world. The place where all things inconvenient to sell found a home. Tom rubbed his face, adjusted his expression, and stepped forward. He glanced around with a panicked look, like a small wizard who had accidentally wandered into a bad neighborhood. Though called an alley, Nocturn Alley was more like a spiderweb of narrow corridors. Offshoots and side paths branched off everywhere, and many of the storefronts were shuttered tight. As Tom passed by one particular shopfront, he saw a sign that read, Potions and Curios. Below it dangled 2 real human bones. His face paled instantly. Just great. I really look like I got myself lost now. Lost, are we, dearie? Came a sudden voice from nearby. Tom turned. A hunched old witch stood before him, holding a tray full of, were those dead fingernails. She gave him a grin, revealing teeth stained green with moss. Tom suppressed a shudder and smiled with forced relief. Yes. Exactly. I got lost, I was trying to find my way back to Diagon Alley. Hee, well then, come along with me, child. I'll take you there. The old hag's smile twisted into something even more grotesque. She waved a bony hand and led him forward. They wound their way deeper into the alley, turned down several twisting lanes, and finally stopped before a door. Go through here, and you'll be back on the right path, she cooed, gesturing for him to enter. Without hesitation, Tom pushed the door open and stepped inside. He found himself in a shabby courtyard. A grizzled middle-aged wizard was already there, clearly startled by the boy's sudden entrance. The old witch followed behind, now wearing a smug, dead-eyed expression. Lucky day, she rasped. Ran into a clueless little chick who lost his way. Judging by that coat, he's from money. This'll be a nice score. The men grinned immediately. But what confused them both was that Tom didn't look afraid at all. In fact, he smiled. The men glanced at the old witch. You didn't bring back a simpleton, did you? I swear he was acting totally normal just now. Tom beamed. Relax. I'm not stupid. I'm just happy. The men scowled. Happy? Kid, do you not understand what's going on? Start talking. Who's your family? Give us their names. We'll send a ransom. Tom just shook his head. No. I'm happy because this trip's already a success. 2 big tasks, handled in one go. Here, let me send her to see my parents now. Even as he spoke, his left hand snapped forward like a viper. Ice instantly crystallized across his palm, forming into a jagged icicle spike. With all the force of his strength, he drove it straight into the old witch's throat. Squelch. The spike pierced clean through her neck. The hag gurgled, trying to speak, but no sound came. The men had no time to react. He hadn't even imagined the boy would go for the kill. Before he could blink, a stunning charm struck him square in the chest. Thud. Both bodies collapsed to the ground. The difference? The hag was well and truly dead. The wizard? Just unconscious. For now. Tom stood motionless, silently watching the gaping wound in the old witch's neck spill blood onto the floor. There's a first time for everything, even killing. Though he'd struck with cold, decisive precision just moments ago, the truth was, that had been a meticulously premeditated plan, executed with pure willpower. Now that it was over, the weight of it finally hit him. But Tom wouldn't let this opportunity for practical experience go to waste. He forced himself to watch every drop drain from her lifeless body before he finally exhaled, stepped forward, and began searching her. Soon enough, he found 2 wands and a handful of galleons, about a dozen or so. He searched the house next, turning over every drawer and creaky cupboard. In total, he scraped together a few dozen more galleons, and a couple hundred sickles. He didn't even bother with the nuts. Pathetic. That was Tom's first impression. These two had clearly been doing shady business in the black market, yet this was all they had to show for it. Then again, this was just how things were at the bottom of the wizarding world. Whatever their relationship, it was pretty obvious that neither of them had ever graduated from Hogwarts, or at least not through official means. Sure, most magical children in Britain attended Hogwarts, but there were always exceptions. Admission required a magical outburst before age 11, something that could be tracked by Hogwarts' magical registry. But what about those whose first magical surge came after they turned 11? For them, there were always shortcuts, those sketchy crash course training programs in magic. And that's exactly where people like this ended up. No diploma, no real skill, no connections. All they could do was scramble at the margins, living off back alley deals and dark spells. Of the two, the old witch had clearly been the stronger one. Dark magic practically seeped from her pores, twisting even her physical appearance. The men had seemed far more ordinary by comparison. Tom tested their wands. Turns out, the man's wand worked slightly better for him. The old witch's wand nearly caused magical backlash when he tried it, almost like the wand itself rejected him. The man's wand wasn't ideal, but at least it was usable. Still, compared to Tom's own wand. Not even close. But that was precisely why he'd done all this. Underage wizards weren't allowed to cast spells outside school. The ministry had tracking spells embedded in each student's wand. So Tom's solution? Simple, don't use your own wand. As long as the wand casting the spell wasn't registered to him, and he was physically far enough from his own wand, the ministry would detect nothing. The only downside was the awkward handling. It just didn't feel natural in his hand. He cast a few spells in quick succession, familiarizing himself with the wand's feel. Then he pulled a hair from the male wizard's corpse and dropped it into a vial of polyjuice potion. One gulp, and Tom's features twisted and contorted. Within seconds, he wore the dead man's face, rough, aged, and thoroughly unimpressive. His formerly sharp, handsome features were now wrinkled and dull. Tom winced as the transformation completed. Merlin, that taste, utterly revolting. Ding-dong. The bell over the door chimed as Tom, now wearing the appearance of a middle-aged wizard, pushed open the entrance to Borgin and Burkes. His eyes scanned the shelves, withered hands, blood-stained cards, glass jars with unmoving eyeballs, and various human bones. Not a single item here could legally be brought into Hogwarts. Ah, a customer. A door creaked open behind the counter. Out stepped a hunched, skeletal man who paused at the sight of Tom, then let out a chuckle. Michael, did you finally strike it rich somewhere and come spend it all here with me? Tom's eyes flicked from the merchandise to the shopkeeper. Don't play dumb. You know I'm not him. He turned to face the man squarely. Mr. Borgin, let's not pretend. We're just buyer and seller. If we skip the games, we'll both save ourselves a lot of effort. Borgin blinked in surprise, then quickly broke into a practiced, merchant smile. Well spoken, sir. Michael was a dime a dozen street rat, he never had your poise. Honestly, if it weren't for that old witch always watching his back, the Nocturn alley thugs would have gutted him long ago. Tom gave a slight nod. That old witch won't be coming around anymore. No need to worry. At that, Borgin's smile deepened. Well then. What an honor to serve a true gentleman. Just yesterday, I received a fresh shipment of goods. Fair prices, guaranteed. Tom leaned forward, voice calm and clear. I need a fresh or well-preserved dragon heart, and a sphinx's eyes and claws. The smile froze on Borgin's face. A fresh dragon heart? Sir, are you aware how many laws have to be broken just to obtain that? Tom raised an eyebrow. If it were legal, why would I be asking you? Borgin was momentarily speechless. Sure, there were dragon hearts sitting right out in the open. Snape had one in his office, and Ollivander used dragon heartstring to craft wands, but that was them. Snape was a potions master. Ollivander, a wand-making legend. If a dragon died from natural causes, or was put down for being too dangerous, those were the types of people who could acquire its remains without issue. But for the average wizard, not a chance. Well, you certainly have refined tastes, Borgin muttered with a sigh. I do have some sphinx eyes and claws in stock, but as for a dragon heart, I don't even have a dried one, let alone fresh. Tom's brows knit together. However, Borgin quickly added, if I do get news of one, I could acquire it for you, or act as a broker, for a reasonable fee. How much for the eyes and claws? Tom asked. 500 galleons. 1 pair of eyes, 1 pair of claws. Matching set. 500. That was robbery. For reference, a unicorn horn, an equally rare and magical item, usually sold for under 100 galleons. A sphinx was rare, yes, but not that much rarer. The price was easily double what it should have been. Then again, this was the black market. If it wasn't extortionate, it wouldn't be called black. Tom paid up without a word. Daphne had given him over 1,000 galleons before, though he'd already spent a portion of it. With his own savings and the coins looted from the corpses earlier, he had just enough to cover the purchase. After this, though, he had less than 300 galleons left to his name. Once the deal was done and he'd pocketed the materials, he asked one final question. How much will the dragon heart cost me? Borgin thought for a moment, then held up 3 fingers. 3,000 galleons. A full dragon corpse was worth anywhere between 15 and 30,000 galleons on the open market. Blood, hide, meat, every part of the creature could be harvested and sold. The heart, being the core component, was naturally one of the most valuable. Tom did some quick math. Last time, he'd only managed to swipe about 1/5 of a dragon heart from Snape's office. A full heart should last him a long time, at least until he built up a resistance. He nodded. Fair price. But I don't have that kind of money right now. Borgin's face fell instantly. What was that supposed to mean? To him, it sounded less like haggling, and more like extortion. Chapter 79, a mistake all men make. I've heard. Tom ignored Borgin's ever-changing expressions, idly rubbing his fingers together. Mr. Borgin's shop doesn't just deal in goods. You also dabble in intelligence, and certain off-the-record commissions, don't you? Credit where it's due, he had to thank that 7th-year prefect, Siswell Borgin. If the guy hadn't accidentally let things slip during a conversation, Tom wouldn't have drawn up his entire plan in advance. He'd made the decision early, this holiday would be spent entirely around Borgin and Burkes. Working as a mercenary here wasn't just about earning gold, it was real-world combat experience, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The only thing that made Tom a little uneasy was that Voldemort had worked here too, once upon a time. That thought made Tom's gaze instinctively flick toward the vanishing cabinet tucked away in the corner. He'd have to find a way to get his hands on it. How could he allow such a dangerous portal to just sit there, waiting for someone to use it to breach Hogwarts' back door? Borgin studied the Michael-disguised Tom with a deep, measuring look. Seems like you came on a friend's recommendation. After all, not just anyone knew about Borgin's intelligence network and freelance operations. Only wizards he approved of, ones with skill and discretion, ever caught wind of such things. His curiosity about Tom's real identity grew deeper, but he wasn't stupid enough to start digging. Tom smiled coolly. Then, in honor of that mutual friend, give me a few jobs. Short-term, nearby, high payout. What about difficulty? Borgin asked. Difficulty. Tom smirked. As long as you're not asking me to assassinate Dumbledore, anything else is all the same to me. What an ego. Borgin was stunned. He could clearly sense that bold, unwavering confidence, so brazen it bordered on arrogance. To this guy, aside from Dumbledore, no one was worth considering. But Tom wasn't just talking big. Worst-case scenario. He'd have Andrus cover for him, 5 minutes was more than enough to resolve anything. As it happens, Borgin's practiced smile returned, there is a particularly tricky commission. I've been debating whether to take it, but since you seem so confident, why don't you give it a try? What's the job? Tom asked with genuine curiosity. Borgin pulled out a sheet of silver paper. One of my longtime clients, Mr. Rouse, has gotten himself into trouble. He's currently being hunted by international Aurors. The commission, help him escape the UK. The reward is 1,000 galleons. International Aurors. Tom blinked. This was no petty mission. The International Confederation of Wizards was the largest and most influential wizarding organization in the world. Every magical government was a member. While the Confederation didn't meddle in domestic affairs, it had its own military enforcement branch that could override borders and carry out cross-country arrests. If someone was being hunted by them, they had to be one hell of a character. Tom's curiosity was piqued. Mind telling me what exactly Mr. Rouse did? Borgin sighed. He made a mistake, one all men are prone to. He slept with the wrong woman. And that woman was the wife of the International Aura Department's deputy minister. Tom. So this was what happened when a man couldn't keep it in his pants, led around by his little wand until his whole life went up in flames. Still, Tom decided to take the job. Rouse didn't seem like some depraved dark wizard, more like a guy caught in a tragic romance. Tom had a soft spot for star-crossed lovers. He couldn't bear to watch fate stomp all over people's hearts. I'll take it. How's the payment work? Will the client give it to me, or you? And how do I find him? Borgin pushed the silver slip across the counter. The gold is already deposited in an unmarked Gringotts vault. Once Rouse is safely out of the UK, your mission's considered complete. I'll send you the vault number and password then. Burn this silver paper and it'll portkey you close to the client. Move fast, I doubt he can hold out much longer. Tom nodded, picked up the paper, and left. From Nocturn Alley to Diagon Alley, out through the leaky cauldron, he flagged a cab and rode back to Wool's orphanage. There, he stashed his own wand and headed to Seth's room, retrieving a tomcat mask and strapping it onto his face. He wasn't done using Michael yet. Couldn't afford to blow the disguise on this mission. As the silver paper burned, Tom felt an invisible hook latch onto his belly button. His feet lifted off the ground, and he was swept forward through a torrent of icy wind. The landscape blurred around him, shapes and colors streaking past, until it all melted into a blinding white light. He didn't know how long he flew, but eventually, he was yanked from that speeding state by an overwhelming magical resistance. His feet landed roughly on the forest floor. It was dense woodland. Where, exactly, he couldn't say, probably a county somewhere north of London. He was still in England, that was certain. He glanced at the silver paper. Just a corner remained unburned. So, he hadn't reached the exact location. Some kind of anti-apparition and portkey ward had intercepted him. Still, he couldn't be far. From deep within the forest, he could hear explosions and the high-pitched crackle of spells tearing through the air. After casting a feather-light charm on himself, Tom sprinted toward the sounds of battle. He didn't have to run long before he found the scene. 3 male wizards were ganging up on another man. Off to the side stood a female auror, clearly covering the perimeter. Tom didn't rush in. First, he took a good look at the men under siege. Frankly, he wasn't much to look at. Not particularly handsome. Short, stocky build, maybe 5 feet 9 inches at most. Probably shorter than Lady Greengrass herself. This guy was the one sleeping with the deputy minister's wife. Tom couldn't help but doubt whether he had the right men. Rouse, meanwhile, was barely holding on. He was flinging counter curses in desperation, and the alchemical trinkets on his robes were glowing one after another, magical items used for combat. Expensive ones. The attackers had spotted Tom. The female auror, clearly the most relaxed among them, raised her wand defensively and shouted. International aura business. Step away, this has nothing to do with you. Tom ignored her. Instead, he called out to the embattled men. Mr. Rouse, is that you? Yes. That's me, the men yelled, ducking another curse. You with the old guy. Men. You're a lifesaver. Reinforcements. The aurors instantly grew wary. Sensing the shift, Tom didn't hesitate, he whipped up his wand and launched several spells. The 3 aurors, already on alert, quickly cast shield charms to block his assault. But their offensive had been disrupted. Friends, Tom said calmly, striding into the clearing, do me a favor. Let Mr. Rouse leave Britain in peace. Rouse quickly backed toward Tom. But when they were still about 20 paces apart, Tom raised a hand to stop him. In this line of work, rule number 1, never trust anyone. Not even the client. A pudgy wizard, gasping for breath, glared at Tom with undisguised hostility. You want to end up a fugitive like him, wizard? Turn around now, and I'll pretend you were never here. Tom sighed. I really hate to mess with law enforcement, but Mr. Rouse is paying far too well. That's the spirit, bro. Rouse shouted from behind a smokescreen of spells. I love a man who values money above all else. There was no more room for words. Once Tom made his position clear, the 4 aurors sprang into action without hesitation. Streaks of red light, like laser beams, cut through the thick forest mist. The female auror, originally on support duty, moved to engage Tom, while the other 3 stayed locked onto Rouse. Tom casually flicked his wand and deflected her first spell. That's it, he asked, genuinely puzzled. You're an auror? Compared to Snape's attacks, this was child's play, so weak, in fact, that Tom had unconsciously used too much power. His return spell overshot and didn't follow the precise arc he'd planned, missing the other aurors entirely. Are you insulting me? The female aura roared. She had expected a duel, not verbal abuse. I'm just stating facts. Tom responded with several more spells. She tried to mimic his earlier deflection but misjudged the force. Boom. The explosion sent her flying, her body lifting into the air before slamming hard onto the forest floor. A follow-up stunning charm whizzed toward her before she could recover. She barely managed to roll out of the way, landing awkwardly and casting a clumsy retaliatory curse mid-roll. Tom tilted his head, letting the red light whistle past, then turned his wand on a nearby tree. With a sharp upward motion, the massive oak was yanked from the ground and hurled toward her. "Conf Ringo," shouted a male aura, leaping in to help. The uprooted tree exploded into splinters midair. The tide had turned. Tom's power was clearly no joke, and they couldn't afford to fight him one-on-one. The four auras converged on him, leaving Rouse momentarily unattended. Though relieved of pressure, Rouse wasn't about to flee just yet. The anti-apparition wards were still active, and he had tracking charms all over him. If Tom lost, running now wouldn't make a difference. Better to catch his breath, restore a bit of magical stamina, maybe lend a hand later. Tom, however, had no intention of giving him the chance. After probing for a while, he came to a surprising conclusion. These four were weak. Really weak. Had Snape lied to him? These so-called auras, were they even qualified? What Tom didn't know was this: people's definitions of acceptable vary wildly. For someone like Snape, anything below a 90 was a failure. For others, a 50 was enough to throw a celebration. The same held true for auras. Snape's standard was based on elites like Kingsley Shacklebolt, battle-hardened, lethal, and legendary. These four. Barely out of training. The oldest wasn't even 30. It ends here. Tom, now confident he had drastically overestimated his opponents, stopped holding back. The same glowing orb from his duel with Snape formed above his head once more. It launched a searing crimson beam toward the female aura. Protego Maxima. The wave of power shattered her shield like glass. She was thrown backwards again, this time not getting up. The beam twisted midair like a whip, slashing toward the remaining three. This was one of the high-level spells taught to Tom by Andrus, pure, compressed magic, manipulated by will alone. No flashy incantations, no gimmicks. Pure destructive force. Even Snape had been envious, offering several of his self-created spells in exchange to learn it. Tom had declined. Individual power matters. No amount of teamwork can make up for trash foundations. Within 2.5 seconds, the remaining three auras were done. Tom casually disarmed them, snatching their wands from midair like some collector at a wand bazaar. Rouse stared, slack-jawed, at the unconscious bodies of the international auras. Then at Tom, who now had a bouquet of stolen wands in hand. Where the hell had that old dog Borgin found this monster? The guy just soloed an entire aura squad like it was a warm-up. Damn, bro, you're a beast. Rouse rushed over, grinning like an idiot. Tom gave him a sideways glance. You're white. Why do you talk like you're from the West Coast? You know the West Coast. Rouse's eyes lit up, like he'd found a kindred spirit. I learned from Muggle rappers. How's my flow, huh? Lacking. No rhythm. No soul. Ah, man. Still gotta keep grinding, huh? Rouse sighed, then noticed Tom's wand still raised and aimed. Ah, hey, bro. We're done, right? No need to kill anyone. They were just doing their job, yeah. Tom tilted his head and looked at him like he was nuts. I'd have to be insane to kill international auras. Even if you wanted to kill them, I'd stop you. He snorted. For 1,000 galleons, you want me to start a blood feud with the entire International Confederation of Wizards? Who's the crazy one here, you or me? Rouse opened his mouth, then closed it. Yeah, fair enough. Maybe he was pushing his luck. Chapter 80, Christmas Eve. Everyone, you all heard what I just said to Mr. Rouse. Aside from the unconscious female aura, the other three, though wounded, had already managed to climb to their feet, swaying unsteadily. Tom twirled the wands in his hand and said, give Mr. Rouse 1 day. Just 1 day. You can use it to heal. As long as he leaves Britain, the rest is none of my business. How does that sound? The three auras exchanged glances. In each other's eyes, they saw the same hesitation, the same struggle. Tom saw the crack in their resolve and gently nudged it wider. We're all just trying to make a living here. I'm out here risking my life for gold. You guys are stuck with fixed salaries and dead-end risk pay. Why throw away your lives over a paycheck? He twirled a wand in his fingers. But if you insist on pushing it, I'll have no choice but to break your wands. Their expressions shifted drastically. No. Don't. Alan, don't be stubborn now, Rouse cut in from behind Tom. I just made one little mistake. Graves is the one abusing his authority here. Shut it, Rouse, growled the heavier-set Auror, Alan, his face dark with fury. You call that a little mistake? Graves was your professor, for Merlin's sake. And you slept with his wife. What the hell? Behind the mask, Tom's mouth twisted violently, his eye twitching. This was getting more and more bizarre by the second. So this Graves guy, deputy head of the International Aura Department, was Rouse's former teacher. Teacher? You forget what he did to me. Rouse exploded. I swore I'd get back at him the day he started targeting me. You think I wanted to sleep with his wife? Do you know how much effort it took to get it up for a woman who's 5 feet tall and weighs 150 pounds? This time, even Tom couldn't keep a straight face. The three Aurors looked visibly uncomfortable, their expressions shifting from stunned to, reluctantly empathetic. Alan, the pudgy Auror, seemed to picture his boss's wife for a moment, grimacing. He looked at Rouse with something that resembled pity. Still, the atmosphere had lightened. Fine, Alan muttered, clearly reluctant. We accept your terms. We won't pursue Rouse today. But after that, we expect you to stay out of it. Realistically, they couldn't chase even if they wanted to. Alan's internal organs were half displaced. He needed urgent treatment. Besides, Tom had a point, what were they doing risking their lives for a paycheck that barely scraped by? Thank you for your cooperation, Tom said cheerfully, tossing their wands back without hesitation. He wasn't worried about betrayal, most wizards were quite afraid of death, especially the ones with real careers and bright futures. Aurors, despite their training, were no different, particularly the international ones. They were supposed to be society's elite, not suicidal maniacs. And based on the interaction, it was pretty clear Alan and Rouse knew each other. Sure enough, as soon as he retrieved his wand, Alan levitated the unconscious female Auror and slowly backed away with his comrades. Once they were out of range of the anti-apparition field, they vanished with a soft crack. Rouse exhaled in visible relief, finally dropping the act. He strode up and extended a hand warmly. Brother, I owe you big time. If it weren't for you, I'd be on my way back in shackles. Name's Rouse Wilkinson. And you are? Michael, Tom answered casually. Michael it is, then. Rouse grinned. Old Borgin really is well connected, to be able to call on someone like you. He knew the name was probably fake, but he didn't care. He grinned wide and offered up a thick dragonhide wallet. A whole day. That's way more than I paid for. This is all I have on me, brother, take it, even if it's not much. Tom didn't take the wallet. Instead, he looked at him curiously. You're a fugitive now. Don't you need some cash for the road? What'll you do without it? Rouse laughed breezily. Ah, it's nothing. My destination's Germany. I've got relatives over there. And the German Ministry and the International Confederation of Wizards don't get along, so the Aurors can't touch me once I'm there. Tom nodded thoughtfully. Purebloods really were something else, always had relatives in high places, no matter the country. Especially in America, where all the purebloods were immigrants from somewhere else. You never knew who was from the main branch or a side family. But this was the first time he'd heard about friction between the German Ministry and the Confederation. Suddenly, Tom said, You've still got a tracking charm on you, don't you? I can remove it for you. Seriously. Rouse's face lit up, but then he hesitated. I don't have any money left. What if I transfer it to you from Gringotts once I get to Germany? Have Borgin collect it, safe and secure. That works. Tom nodded, smiling. But you have to agree to one more thing. What's that? Rouse's brow furrowed. I want to hear the whole story, between you and the deputy minister. No problem. Rouse lit up immediately, clearly proud of the tale he was about to tell. And as he spoke, Tom began to understand the full context of the drama he'd just stumbled into. Rouse Wilkinson, graduate of Ilvermorny. The feud between him and Graves went back generations, beginning with their families. The American wizarding world had once been governed by 12 original Aurors, the first magical immigrants to the continent. After their deaths, their families inherited their legacies. Some of those families had grown into massive, influential dynasties over the centuries. The Wilkinson and Graves families were 2 of those 12 bloodlines, and now powerhouses in the American magical hierarchy. But not all legacy families were cut from the same cloth. Some hailed from Britain, like Abraham Potter, a member of the famous Potter line and an ancestor of Harry Potter himself. The Wilkinsons were German immigrants. The Graves were French. And those 2 nations, well, anyone with a brain knew what that meant. Their blood feud didn't stop just because they'd moved to a new continent. On the contrary, it had only grown worse. Still, Graves hadn't initially gone out of his way to target a student. It all started because Rouse couldn't keep his mouth shut. One time, while joking with friends about Percival Graves, Rouse was overheard by a professor, Robert Graves, who just so happened to be Percival's grandson. Yes, that Percival Graves. The same one whose identity was stolen and impersonated by Gellert Grindelwald back in the day. Grindelwald, in an oddly chivalrous move, had spared Percival's life, maybe out of respect for Albus Dumbledore, whose own middle name was also Percival. But when the truth eventually came out and Graves was rescued, he lived in endless shame. The trauma ate at him for years. He even began to question whether his son was truly his, given that his wife had become pregnant during the time he was being impersonated. And Robert Graves? No way he was letting Rouse off the hook. Relying on his status as a professor and his equally noble lineage, Robert began ruthlessly bullying Rouse. No one could have expected that Rouse, who had always endured in silence, would wait until graduation, and then secretly sleep with Robert's wife. And he didn't just stop there, he even left a handwritten note for Robert. Rest assured, your son is definitely your son. If Robert could tolerate that, he wouldn't be a man at all. He slapped Rouse with a random charge and mobilized the International Aura Network to hunt him down. Tom, upon hearing this chaotic tale, could only marvel at the tangled web of relationships. Still, there was one thing he was now sure of: Robert's father was most certainly a true Graves by blood. After all, Grindlevald had long since given his heart to someone else. Once his thirst for gossip was satisfied, Tom kept his word and cast an anti-tracking charm on Rouse, cancelling out the trace left by the International Auras. Rouse immediately felt lighter, and after thanking Tom profusely, the two finally parted ways. The next day, Tom used Polyjuice Potion again to take on Michael's appearance and return to Borgin and Burkes. "Ah, there you are." Borgin greeted him with his signature plastic smile. "Mr. Wilkinson couldn't stop praising you. Here's your payment, and an extra 500 galleons. I've advanced it on his behalf." Tom didn't stand on ceremony and took the money. With that, he'd already gathered half the funds needed to buy a dragon heart. "Mr. Borgin," Tom asked, "any more jobs like that?" "None for the time being." Borgin shook his head. "Clients like Mr. Wilkinson are rare. Most jobs now are either long-term or involve exploring ancient ruins, high-risk, unstable returns." Tom nodded. "If anything comes up, send word to Michael's address." "Of course," Borgin replied with a smile. With that assurance, Tom left Nocturn Alley and turned his attention back to the Muggle world. Come to think of it, his entire holiday had revolved around making money. First, it was galleons. Now, he was chasing pounds. That's right, even in the UK, pound sterling remained a hard currency. Their influence was undeniable. Tom pulled a few strings to help Michael get a national insurance number and driver's license, basically the Muggle equivalent of an identity card in the UK. With these in hand, he could finally open bank and trading accounts. He threw his entire stash of savings into military-industrial stocks, even leveraging them 2x. With trouble brewing up north, Tom didn't need to know the exact numbers to guess that defense stocks would surge. A few years down the line would come the infamous bubble, and when that burst, he'd go all in on Microsoft, cash out when it peaks, and that'd be enough. He wasn't chasing endless riches, just enough for financial freedom and a few holiday estates scattered across the countryside. Sure, the most profitable move would be to go north himself and exploit the industrial infrastructure directly, but that would take too much time and attention, neither of which he wanted to waste on money. Lazy methods were fine. In the days leading up to Christmas, Tom was constantly busy. Letters arrived from both Hermione and Daphne, with Hermione even inviting him over for the holidays. He declined. He wrote brief replies, updating them on his recent activities, but didn't engage in deeper conversation. From Borgin, he accepted 2 more tasks. One was to convince a wizard to sell an artifact he'd found in some ruins to the shop. The other was debt collection. Borgin hadn't been wrong. Clients like Rouse were rare. These 2 jobs together only netted him 200 galleons. But on the bright side, he'd finally managed to master both apparition and disapparition, which made things much more convenient. Still no news on the dragon heart, though. Tom had already lowered his expectations. He'd take slices if whole ones weren't available, as long as they were properly preserved. Desiccated hearts were useless, their magical vital essence had already dissipated. Tom considered seeking help from Snape. With his connections, a few dragon heart slices shouldn't be too hard to procure. But that might remind Snape of the $0 shopping incident. After weighing the risk, Tom decided to hold off for a few more days. If nothing turned up by the time the new term began, he'd take the risk. Even if he got caught, he was confident he could calm Snape's fury. Perhaps, by handing over Peter Pettigrew as a gift. That'd be quite the trump card. But it was too valuable to play so easily. He'd wait for a bigger prize. And so, the calendar flipped to December 24th. London gave the city a proper winter wonderland. Snow drifted gently across the rooftops, adding to the festive spirit. Fir trees, dressed in twinkling fairy lights and shimmering lucky stars, stood proudly in front yards. Tom, too, set up a Christmas tree in front of the orphanage. In his past life, Christmas had never meant much to him. But this time around, the environment had changed him. He'd begun treating Christmas like a second New Year. Humans were social creatures. When everyone around you celebrates something, you eventually start doing the same. This was the power of collective will, or perhaps shared belief, an invisible force that slowly, subtly reshaped behavior and thought. That afternoon, Ms. Armand came by. She was surprised to see Tom back and chatted with him for a bit before heading home. Originally, she'd come to clean the house for the holiday. But seeing everything already tidy, she didn't stay. Once she left, Tom made himself a decent Christmas dinner. Nowhere near Hannah's level, of course, but edible. He skipped the most iconic dish, turkey. He'd once tried it out of curiosity and still remembered that dry, chewy texture vividly. The long table was set with all sorts of dishes. Tom sat at the head, facing empty chairs. For a moment, the teenager just stared into space. This might be the loneliest Christmas he'd ever had. In past years, there had always been other orphans. This year, he was the only one left. Wait. Not alone. With a thought, Tom opened his learning space. Andrus. Merry Christmas. The ancient sorcerer stirred from his slumber, expecting Tom to ask a question, but was instead greeted with a holiday blessing. Even the mighty king of the century couldn't help but smile. Merry Christmas, Tom. Andrus' recognition level has reached 100. Congratulations, host. Chapter 81, a new mentor. Congratulations, host. Your private tutor's recognition level has reached 100%. You've gained 100 achievement points and earned 1 talent draw chance. First time obtaining 100% recognition from a private mentor. Beginning ascension reward. Detected, private tutor possesses mythological attributes. Capturing mythic essence, capture complete. Congratulations. You have acquired the 12 Labors, custom version for host. A cascade of system messages descended upon Tom just as he was about to speak with Andrus, leaving him completely stunned. Even Andrus noticed something was off. Tom. What's wrong? He asked curiously. Tom didn't answer immediately. He stood there dazed for a moment, then broke into a smile that widened rapidly, until he burst into full-blown laughter. Ha ha. Andrus, my talent just evolved. You're getting a new colleague soon to keep you company. Double happiness, this was truly a case of it raining blessings. Adding in the 100 achievement points he'd just earned, his total had finally crossed 1,000. And the regular talent draw had unexpectedly evolved, giving him a massive reward. Considering this was tied to the mythological nature of Andrus, who was he in myth again? Hercules. The mighty demigod, Hercules. Inside the learning space, Andrus was so shocked he couldn't speak. He had always thought Tom's abilities were already absurd, an isolated space immune to outside interference, a legendary mentor from his era, inheriting multiple abilities from said mentor, and the ability to summon Andrus' power in times of need. In terms of potential, growth, combat capability, and safety, everything was covered. But now this already broken gift could actually evolve. Would there come a day when an actual legend was born? Or perhaps, was this the beginning of one? Tom, hurry, let him out. Andrus said, visibly excited. Though he was the strongest in his own era, he was far from the pinnacle of magical history. The legendary figures of the past had always intrigued him. What kind of realms had they truly reached? Hold your horses. Let me digest this first. Andrus immediately shut up, afraid of disturbing him. Tom began reviewing his system rewards. 12 Labors, destiny may be inescapable, but wisdom and strength can carve new paths. Hercules, in his mortal, demigod, flesh, completed 12 epic challenges. These legendary feats shall now be manifest in magic and serve as fuel for the host's ascension. Effect, complete a trial to earn its corresponding reward. Completing all 12 will result in total physical ascension, and all existing talents and bloodlines will be upgraded by 1 tier. First trial, the dragon, slay a fire dragon in direct combat. No external assistance permitted, wand allowed. Bathe in dragon's blood. Embrace death, and be reborn. Reward, perfect fusion with dragon bloodline. Significant enhancement to life essence and magical power. Note, trial duration, 12 months. If not completed, a new challenge will randomly replace it. No penalty for failure. Tom stared blankly at the information, completely dumbfounded. 12 Labors. Each challenge tied to a specific reward. And if all were completed, his entire being would be refined, ascended, elevated to a whole new level. Even if the rewards were mediocre, that'd still be impressive, but just look at this first trial. Slay a fire dragon alone, no help, no tricks. Bathe in its blood, and fully integrate its legendary bloodline. There had always been countless theories about the origin of wizard kind. Though the magical creature origin theory wasn't mainstream, it had its believers. That school of thought claimed that in ancient times, before humans ever existed, magical creatures roamed the world, each with unique powers. When humanity eventually emerged, they interbred with those beings, gaining magical bloodlines, and that's where wizards came from. More radical versions claimed that goblins, humans, centaurs, and house elves once shared a common ancestor, diverging along different evolutionary branches. Naturally, such ideas were seen as heretical and were shunned. After all, they lowered the prestige of wizards as the dominant species of the magical world. Some suspected the Dumbledore family carried the blood of the phoenix, explaining why a phoenix would occasionally appear in their line. And Tom. He had long suspected Voldemort's transformation into that snake-like monstrosity wasn't just due to dark magic. The Dark Lord had likely fused with the bloodline of some magical creature. This first reward, dragon blood, was already insanely powerful. That meant the remaining 11 rewards would likely be just as rare and god tier. Tom's blood boiled with excitement. He wanted to hunt a dragon right now. But that wasn't realistic. 1, they were near impossible to locate. 2, even if he found one, he wouldn't win. Everyone in the magical world knew how deadly fire dragons were: armored scales, scorching breath, razor-sharp claws, any of which could spell death for a wizard. Even trained dragon wranglers needed coordinated teams of 10 or more to subdue one safely, and even that was only to capture, not kill. Killing one. That came with a whole new level of risk. If only poisoning were allowed. Snape's notes did include some extremely powerful toxins. Tom inhaled deeply, forcing himself to calm down. He re-entered the learning space and immediately asked, "Andrus, have you ever killed a fire dragon?" Andrus looked puzzled. Weren't they just talking about talent evolution? Why the sudden dragon talk? Still, he nodded. Fire dragons. I've slain 2. 1 black, 1 horned. Both times I was strapped for cash. Back in Andrus' day, there were no magical creature protection laws. If you wanted to kill a beast, you did it. Fire dragons were communal creatures, often nesting together on bountiful mountains or remote islands. Killing one, in Andrus' words, involved 3 simple steps. Step 1, charge into a dragon nest. Step 2, withstand the furious assault of a dozen, or dozens, of dragons. Step 3, slay one of them, then walk out like nothing happened. Simple. Clear. Direct. Tom's eyes gleamed. "So, what do you think of me?" he asked with eager anticipation. "Do you think I can slay a fire dragon?" Andrus's expression twisted strangely. "You kill a fire dragon?" Tom hurried to explain, "Not the way you did, charging in fists flying. I mean a proper duel, a one-on-one, head-on battle with a lone fire dragon." "Oh." Andrus visibly relaxed. For a moment there, he thought Tom had lost his mind. "Still very difficult," Andrus said bluntly, delivering some less than encouraging news. "Those big lizards may not be brilliant, but they're ridiculously tough. You've been learning white magic, reliable, methodical. The stronger your magic, the deeper your understanding, the more powerful the spells become. But the downside is, it lacks lethality. Works great against wizards, since we're all just flesh and bone. But dragons. You're still a bit green." He paused before adding, "and they can fly. If it senses mortal danger and decides to escape, you couldn't even stop it." Tom almost blurted out, "Isn't that what broomsticks are for? I'll just chase it down on one." But he immediately remembered the system's restriction: no external aid except for a wand. Even a broomstick was considered outside help. His mood soured instantly. "What about dark magic?" Tom pressed on, unwilling to let go of the idea. This time, Andrus looked awkward. "Dark magic isn't really my thing. I never studied the kind of curses you lot use in the future. But maybe there's a chance." As someone whose very existence screamed light and righteousness, someone who'd pushed the Patronus charm to levels bordering divine, Andrus truly had no expertise in the dark arts. Tom sighed in frustration. So many spells, so little time. And not nearly enough useful ones for a situation like this. He regretted playing the goody two-shoes at school just to keep Dumbledore off his back. If he hadn't wasted time with that charade, he'd at least have a few deadly curses in his arsenal by now. Wait. A spark lit in Tom's eyes like a thunderbolt across still water. He'd been so focused on the 12 trials, he'd completely forgotten he could summon another teacher. If he brought in a dark arts master, wouldn't that solve the whole problem? "Andrus, I'm going to summon your colleague now," Tom announced with sudden resolve. You may not know him, but he's definitely on your level, a powerful wizard from another age. Andrus nodded enthusiastically. Being alone for so long had driven him nearly mad with boredom. Summoning him into the real world cost Tom valuable mental energy, study points, so he mostly just lingered in this inner realm. Though he could sleep through the tedium, what kind of second life would that be? Finally, someone was coming to keep him company. Tom inhaled deeply and focused. System, spend 1,000 achievement points and summon a teacher at the Century King level. The system immediately responded. 1,000 achievement points vanished from the interface, transforming into a golden light that shot from Tom's body, piercing the endless white mist in the distance. Boom. The fog burst apart. The training space, already the size of a Quidditch pitch, expanded again, doubling in size in the blink of an eye. Tom and Andrus stared intently toward the densest swirl of white fog, waiting eagerly for the new arrival. Meanwhile, in Austria. At the very top of Nurmengard Tower. An old man in a prison uniform, his long white hair disheveled, sat silently. His eyes widened in shock, then disbelief. But that expression slowly melted into one of deep curiosity. Back in the learning space. Tom and Andrus both furrowed their brows as they studied the newcomer. That outfit, was that a prison uniform? A Century King wearing prison clothes. As someone who stood at that level himself, Andrus understood the implications all too well. A wizard of that caliber might be defeated, might even die, but to be imprisoned. Practically impossible. Without a will of steel, one couldn't possibly control the storm of raw magical power surging within such a body. Could something have gone wrong with Tom's talent? A flicker of concern crossed Andrus's face. A 100% approval rating meant the summoned teacher had accepted Tom as a beloved protege. Naturally, Andrus hoped for nothing but Tom's success. This, esteemed teacher, could you please introduce yourself? It was Tom who finally broke the silence. The man in prison garb hadn't spoken a word since appearing, just stared between Tom and Andrus. Stupid system, he grumbled inwardly. No prompt, no introduction. Now he had to rely on awkward small talk. The prisoner still didn't speak. He looked around the entire learning space first, just like Andrus had done when he first arrived. Only after finishing his sweep did he finally turn back to Tom, and then cracked a crooked smile. Gellert Grindelwald. Your second teacher. What? Tom's jaw dropped. You're Grindelwald. Andrus searched his memory furiously, recalling everything he'd read since his resurrection. He finally remembered the name. You're the dark wizard who was defeated by Dumbledore. But wait, weren't you imprisoned? Are you dead? At the mention of Dumbledore, Grindelwald's eyes narrowed, but only briefly. He then chuckled to himself with a self-deprecating smile. Alas, no. This failure still lives, barely, imprisoned in the top of Nurmengard Tower. He turned to Andrus, his eyes now gleaming with admiration. But you, sir, your reputation echoes across millennia. In every corner of the magical world, the moment someone mentions the Patronus charm, the first name that comes up is yours, Andrus. Ha 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 ha. You flatter me. Andrus laughed. But Tom wasn't laughing. He shot a mental complaint to the system. System, what the hell is going on? Why did you summon Grindelwald? The system calmly responded. System self-check in progress. Check complete. No error detected in current summoning. Note, the system is not restricted to summoning deceased wizards as private teachers. Gellert Grindelwald meets the required power threshold and fits the summoning criteria. No, Tom said, starting to panic. What if he leaks my secrets? What if one day you summon Voldemort? How am I supposed to kill him then? He had always assumed his teachers would be ancient figures, legends pulled from the mists of history. Maybe even literal myths. He never expected them to be living, breathing people from his own time. Please be assured, host. The system is designed with the protection of your interests as its highest priority. Grindelwald has entered into a contract with the learning space. He will obey all space regulations. Upon his soul's return, he will be unable to reveal any information about the host. Only then did Tom finally relax. Once Grindelwald left, he'd be silenced. He couldn't spill a word, not even to Dumbledore. No tattling, no betrayal. Still, Tom grumbled, Grindelwald is one thing, but what if Voldemort shows up next? Say what you will about the man, his strategy was flawed, and his mind clearly damaged, but there was no denying his raw power. He was undeniably worthy of the Century King rank. The system responded patiently. Host's resistance to living magical figures detected. Once the second teacher reaches 100% approval, system will initiate an update to optimize future summoning criteria. Only now did Tom breathe fully, deeply, with relief. There would be no more living wizards after this. Not Voldemort. Not even old Dumbledore. Feeling much more reassured, he turned toward the two wizards, now done exchanging praise, and forced a polite smile. "Mr. Grindelwald, I'm Tom Riddle. A pleasure to meet you." Chapter 82, A Christmas Gift. "But I don't feel like you're actually very happy right now." Grindelwald teased lightly, causing a flicker of awkwardness to flash across Tom's face. This first Dark Lord was surprisingly understanding. "You needn't worry, I'll reveal your secrets. Your talent is extraordinary. I wouldn't betray that, not to anyone. Even with Veritaserum, Legilimency, or the Imperious Curse, no one will ever learn anything from me." "I get it. I was just too shocked." Tom's smile turned more genuine now. "I assumed my talent could only summon soul forms like Andrus." Well, the system had at least delivered on one of his long-standing wishes, summoning a dark arts expert to be his teacher. Modern wizards had modern strengths, and unlike Andrus, Grindelwald wasn't outdated. Not only could he teach him, he could even teach Andrus. If another ancient relic had shown up instead, Tom might have coughed up blood on the spot. Grindelwald, for his part, seemed just as pleased. After being imprisoned for half a lifetime, half his body already in the grave, he had been thrust into this miraculous new reality. A place where a boy could summon the greatest wizards across time as teachers, to gather their strengths and legacies in one vessel. What kind of monster would this boy become? Grindelwald was very curious to find out. "Professor Grindelwald," Tom jumped straight to business, "you've arrived just in time. I need to learn dark magic, specifically to kill a dragon." "A dragon?" Grindelwald's eyes flashed with disdain. "Just a beast. You don't need to go through all that trouble. I could teach you a potion. Use magic to launch it from a distance, just a splash, and its scales will rot, then its flesh. Even an iron stomach won't last an hour." Tom quickly clarified, "No, I have to face it head on. I can't use any external help, not even potions, magical plants, or a broomstick. Andrus said that with only white magic, my current strength isn't enough. But if I could learn some high-powered dark spells." Andrus nodded in agreement, adding, "Assuming you can stop the dragon from flying away." Grindelwald frowned. There were so many conditions. Wait a second. He'd received the spatial transfer info earlier. Now that he recalled. 11 years old. Second-year student. Hogwarts. You're telling me a second-year student is planning to kill a dragon using dark magic? He looked incredulously at Andrus. Andrus burst out laughing. "Ah, Professor Grindelwald, you clearly don't know Tom yet. How about this, you two duel? You'll understand everything." Tom nodded in agreement. "Fair enough," Grindelwald chuckled. "How can a teacher teach without first knowing his student's strength?" A wand appeared in his hand, not the Elder Wand, but likely his original wand. And as it materialized, his appearance began to shift. The aged, weary face reversed its decay, smoothing into one of youthful arrogance. The wild white hair shrank into messy short strands. Only his piercing heterochromatic eyes remained unchanged, mystical, compelling. This was the Gellert Grindelwald. The first Dark Lord who once made the entire magical world tremble. All traces of decay vanished. He twirled his wand, and spoke with fire in his tone. "Come, Tom. Show me your strength." Tom didn't waste a second. As soon as Andrus retreated to a safe distance, he launched a full-powered attack, no holding back. Grindelwald casually deflected the initial spell and raised his brows. Impressive. From then on, he stayed mostly on the defensive, evaluating Tom's technique and power. Occasionally, he'd strike suddenly, testing Tom's reaction speed and adaptability. 3 minutes later, Grindelwald raised a hand and ended the duel. "Enough. That's plenty." He looked at Tom with genuine admiration. "You're already at the level I was after I graduated. No wonder Andrus believes you can face a dragon. I know a few dark spells particularly effective against large magical creatures." Tom's heart leapt with joy. This was exactly what he needed. But then he remembered, it was Christmas Eve. And Grindelwald had just arrived. Might be a bit much to start squeezing every last drop of knowledge out of the man. Besides, he still needed to increase his approval rating. So, Tom exited the study space and granted both his teachers a window, allowing them to view the outside world through his senses. Even better. The system hadn't upped the price. Still just 6 credits an hour, despite 2 users. Time had flown while he was in the learning space. By the time Tom returned to his body, the elaborate dinner he'd prepared was stone cold. With a sigh, he reheated it all. While the food warmed, he made casual conversation with Grindelwald. "Professor, it's Christmas Eve. Do they at least give you a special meal in Nurmengard?" "Not a chance," Grindelwald replied, shaking his head. "Nurmengard only has one squib watching over me. My meals have been the same for decades." I got sick of them a long time ago. Seriously. Even Azkaban offers holiday perks. Tom clicked his tongue. Grindelwald had it rough. At least in Azkaban, you had fellow inmates to yell at, drop soap with, maybe even get a visitor or write a letter. But Nermangard? It was just Grindelwald and 4 stone walls. Don't ask how Tom knew so much about Azkaban. Let's just say Slytherin students never lacked relatives serving extended stays there. At this point, Tom was starting to think Azkaban was just another branch of his house. After the food was reheated, Tom brought the conversation back around, this time to Grindelwald's past. Professor, the books don't say much about your duel with the headmaster. Just that it was a legendary battle. Could you tell me what really happened? He thought this would be an easy yes. But Grindelwald actually shook his head. Tom, knowing too much right now won't help you. Andrus agreed, he's right. Every powerful wizard develops their own style. Right now, you're not ready. If you learn too much too fast, you'll unconsciously start imitating, and that could take you off track. With both his teachers cautioning him, Tom wisely dropped the topic. Instead, he flipped on the TV, watching some late-night Christmas specials while munching on his reheated dinner. In the background, his 2 elderly mentors bickered, critiqued the TV programs, and made offhand comments, bringing a strange kind of warmth to the evening. By the time dinner was done, Tom checked the system. Grindelwald's approval rating had risen by 10 points. Once it reached 20, he'd be able to draw another talent. And the more talents he had, the stronger he'd become. Which meant killing the dragon just got a little bit closer. Tom sat down on the sofa, suddenly letting out a quiet sigh. If I'd known my second teacher would be you, Professor Grindelwald, he muttered, I wouldn't have gone home this holiday. If I'd stayed at school, maybe I could have arranged for you to meet your old rival, Professor Dumbledore. Grindelwald froze for a moment, then his fondness for Tom surged. Though the boy didn't yet know the full story between him and Albus, the thought alone, wanting to reunite them, was enough to move him. This was a good kid. Then came a mechanical ding from the system. Grindelwald's approval rating has reached 20%. You've earned 1 talent draw. Drawing. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the talent, Heart of Dark Magic. Heart of Dark Magic enhances efficiency in learning dark magic, increases power of dark spells, and reduces the difficulty of inventing original dark magic. Tom was overjoyed. Just like a pillow delivered to a sleepy head, this talent came at exactly the right time. Now, with Grindelwald's guidance and this powerful gift, he'd soon have the strength to slay a dragon head-on. The only issue left was where to find a lone fire dragon to kill. But that couldn't be rushed. He still had an entire year, plenty of time. Tom stayed downstairs until midnight, chatting with the 2 mentors. At the stroke of 12, he wished them both a cheerful Merry Christmas before heading upstairs to sleep. When he woke the next morning, the floor of his room was piled high with packages, his Christmas presents. There had to be nearly 100 in total. Instead of diving straight into unwrapping like a greedy kid on Christmas morning, Tom first organized the packages by sender. He pulled out a little notebook, on it were the names of every Slytherin student. Then, meticulously, he checked off names one by one against the postcards and gift tags. His logic was simple, just because someone gives you a gift doesn't mean they're your friend, but if they don't even bother with a gift, not even a perfunctory one, then they're not worth your attention. With his list completed, then Tom began opening gifts. Most of them were candies, magazines, or basic magical trinkets and models. They weren't expensive, but that wasn't the point. It was the gesture that counted. Tom himself had sent out similar modest gifts, after all, nobody liked someone who tried too hard. Still, some gifts stood out in value. Zabini sent a gemstone-studded brooch that had been enchanted with a warming charm. Though Tom could tell it would only last a few months before the magic faded, it was still worth dozens of galleons based on materials alone. Not gave a wand cleaning kit, a rare set Tom had seen at Ollivander's, priced even higher than some wands. He was almost certain old Ollivander made most of his profits from overpriced accessories. Rosier, the dorm's undisputed meathead, took the simplest and most direct approach, 50 galleons in cash. Tom loved that. Clean, useful, no nonsense. Even students from other houses had sent gifts. Susan Bones gave a book on wizarding law. Hannah Abbott sent a pouch of beef jerky. Tom tasted it, pretty good, though a bit bland for his heavily seasoned palate. Harry sent a knitted golden scarf, embroidered with a Gryffindor lion. Seriously? Giving something like that to a Slytherin? Tom almost laughed. From anyone else, he'd consider it provocation. But Harry? He didn't have a devious bone in his body. If he disliked someone, there was no way he'd be sending them presents. The Weasley twins sent, naturally, 10 dung bombs. Then there was Neville. He gifted Tom a remembrall and included a thank you note. Apparently, his grandmother had finally agreed to let him get a new wand, and it had made spellcasting so much easier. Though she still wasn't satisfied, the improvement was undeniable. Tom smiled faintly. That was all he'd intended to do, help a classmate with a toxic helicopter grandma. It reminded him too much of those tiger parents from his past life. Tom kept opening presents. One was a letter from Snape. It only said, "After break, another duel." Tom stared at the note, expressionless. That was a threat, wasn't it? It definitely felt like a threat. And here he'd gone and sent Snape a Christmas gift. What gift, you ask? A book titled, How to Win the Witch of Your Dreams. The man was over 30 and still single, not even a cat, let alone a child. Someone had to intervene. But nope. Instead of appreciation, Tom got a challenge. He huffed and tossed the letter aside. Next up were the gifts from Hermione and Daphne. Hermione had sent a magical desk lamp that glowed softly and came with a note. Take care of your eyes. Don't end up nearsighted like Harry. It wasn't expensive, but Tom could feel the care behind it. Daphne's gift was a mirror. There was a note stuck to it. Look into the mirror and say my name. Tom did as instructed. Daphne. Daphne. The mirror shimmered. A second later, Daphne's smiling face appeared, framed in the glass. Tom. You're finally up. It's almost 10. Tom grinned. I was busy unwrapping gifts. Yours and Hermione's I saved for last. This mirror, it's a two-way, right? A two-way mirror, akin to a magical video call, but only functional between paired mirrors. One-on-one only. And both parties needed a matching mirror. Judging by the background behind Daphne, she was in her bedroom. It was huge, definitely over 100 square meters, with soft, pastel furnishings that practically screamed princess. The girl was wearing a cute sleep dress and was lounging on a plush carpet that, was that, unicorn hair? Tom blinked. Once again, he was reminded just how absurdly wealthy the Greengrasses were. Now that we've got these, we can talk anytime, Daphne said cheerfully. Then her smile turned suspicious. So, what did Hermione give you? A lamp, Tom answered, holding it up. Said it's for eye protection, so I don't turn into a bespectacled Potter. He smirked. Did you get my gift? I did, Daphne said, holding up two items. One was a not-so-attractive knitted vest. The other, a glass bottle filled with red liquid. She looked a little hesitant. This stuff, it's safe to drink, right? I won't turn into a vampire or anything. Chapter 83, Fawkes the Phoenix. Praise be to nature, or more accurately, the noble gift of the Riem, for giving Tom a Christmas present that was actually worth presenting. The hide of the Riem, after being soaked in a potion of his own design, had become even more resistant to magic. Tom had tested it himself, his outfit could now block multiple stunning spells or even Petrificus Totalis. Sure, the craftsmanship was a bit rough. It wasn't exactly fashionable. But it wasn't meant to be worn outside, it was hidden under his robes. Function over form. As for the Riem's blood, that was even more valuable. It boosted physical strength and general vitality, priceless compared to even the enchanted hide. That was what Tom had gifted to Hermione and Daphne this year. While others might have begged for such a gift, Daphne looked like she was terrified of it. Tom couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. How could you possibly turn into a vampire from this? Tom chuckled. Just treat it like medicine. Grit your teeth and drink it down. You'll survive. It'll make you stronger too. No more winter colds, he added, like a parent coaxing a stubborn child. Scratch that, he was coaxing a child. Daphne had already caught 2 colds this term. Her constitution was seriously lacking. Still, reassured by Tom's gentle tone, Daphne's resistance waned. She pouted, cheeks puffed up. Mum said the same thing, and told me to thank you properly. She said both gifts were incredibly precious. Tom waved her thanks away. With our relationship, what's there to thank me for? Hee, that's exactly what I told Mum too. With a mix of persuasion and playful teasing, Tom finally got Daphne to drink the vial of Riem blood. The taste made her scrunch her whole face up like she'd bitten into a lemon. Her delicate features twisted in disgust. Almost instantly, her pale skin turned bright pink, startling her enough to shriek. Tom quickly explained it was a normal reaction, and she calmed down a little, but still hastily ended the call. She absolutely didn't want Tom to see her looking like that. After hanging up, Tom stretched and got ready to head out to train with Grindlevald. Grindlevald was a unique presence. Yesterday, they tested something out, he could either remain in the study space to rest, or return to his original body. However, whenever Tom needed him, Grindelwald's consciousness would be summoned directly into the study space to instruct him. That was interesting. Even without the previous contract restrictions, this meant that if Tom and Grindelwald ever had a falling out, Tom could forcibly summon his attention mid-combat. And no matter how powerful he was, splitting focus like that would definitely hinder his strength. Of course, Tom figured that wouldn't really be an issue. The system's power surely wasn't weak enough that it couldn't control even a legendary wizard like Grindelwald. Just as Tom reached for the door, a sudden burst of fire ignited midair in his bedroom. He reacted immediately, pulling out his wand. Before he could cast anything, the fire condensed into the shape of a brilliant red bird, talons clutching a package. A phoenix. Caw, caw. The phoenix saw Tom aiming a wand at it and screeched indignantly, its intelligent eyes flashing with unmistakable irritation. Fox. Tom asked cautiously, lowering his wand slightly to show he meant no harm. Chirp. Okay, that didn't help. He still didn't speak phoenix. Fox landed gracefully on the desk and set the package down, then began preening his feathers with majestic dignity. Grindelwald. Hey, Grindelwald. Tom immediately summoned the old wizard through the system interface. Grindelwald, who'd been deep in magical discussion with Andrus, blinked in confusion as his surroundings changed. What is it? Take a look at this bird. That's Fox, right? Grindelwald turned his attention outward, observing the scene. After several seconds of silence, he nodded. Yes. That's Dumbledore's phoenix, Fox. What's he doing here? Delivering my Christmas present, probably, Tom said, pointing at the neatly wrapped package. After all, I can choose not to send a gift, but you don't get to not send one back. Within Slytherin, Tom was the one receiving gifts. But when it came to Dumbledore, Tom had been the one to give. Then again, there's an old saying, when I rise, the world shifts. One day, even Dumbledore would be offering him gifts voluntarily. That had been Tom's attitude, he'd assumed Dumbledore wouldn't bother sending a return gift. But to his surprise, the man not only replied, he'd even had Fox personally deliver it. This was Tom's first time seeing Fox in person. He'd been to the headmaster's office before, but never caught a glimpse of the legendary bird. And now, the man was using a phoenix as a postal courier. That was insane. Only Dumbledore could get away with something so extravagantly magical. In the entire magical world, only two phoenixes were known to be alive, Dumbledore's Fox, and a phoenix named Sparky, who served as a flying mascot for a Quidditch team, treated like royalty. I want a classy pet like that too, Tom muttered with envy. He rummaged through his stash of ingredients, some nettles and Dittany harvested from the Forbidden Forest, and laid them out as a snack for Fox. The phoenix seemed pleased with the offering and began eating slowly, clearly satisfied. Tom finally turned his attention to the package. It was a solid, square box. Grindelwald leaned in with interest as Tom opened it. Inside were 3 notebooks. Tom flipped to the first page and saw a handwritten note from Dumbledore. These are copies of my correspondence with Nicholas Flamel over the years. I hope they will aid in your study of alchemy. He turned the pages, and sure enough, each was a discussion on alchemical theory and experimentation, organized meticulously by date. The first letter was from 1905, the last from 1990, 3 full notebooks, every page filled. The content was whimsical, abstract, and often speculative. But these were the combined musings of 2 alchemical legends. For someone with a solid foundation, even casually skimming these could unlock massive insights. 1905, huh? Tom recalled that Dumbledore was born in 1881, so he would have been just 24 at the time. And Flamel? Over 500 years old. Truly a friendship that defied time. Grindelwald, do you know Nicholas Flamel? Tom suddenly asked in his mind. Grindelwald's expression in the study space twitched as though he'd just bitten into a lemon. Know him. If it weren't for that old undead relic, Paris might not even exist on the map today. What happened next nearly made Grindelwald pop a vein. Tom had casually placed the 3 notebooks, Albus Dumbledore's precious alchemy correspondence, on top of a certain book. That book was a Hufflepuff favorite, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. You're still reading that childish drivel? Grindelwald finally snapped, his disdain overflowing. That book is no different from fairy tales. Other than a few creatures worth noting, the rest are a complete waste of time. But I quite like it, Tom said calmly, brushing a hand along the book's worn cover. His voice carried a note of admiration. Mr. Newt Scamander truly was an extraordinary man. He systematized the study of magical creatures and turned it into a proper branch of magic. That's remarkable, isn't it? Extraordinary, my foot. Grindelwald was fuming. Andrus, who had been quietly observing him, gave Grindelwald a sidelong glance. Why's he reacting like this? He wondered. Does he have a personal grudge against magical creatures? You have too much time on your hands, Grindelwald barked, scowling. At your age, you still haven't mastered any decent dark magic. You think you've got time to read bedtime stories? Stop wasting your time on this nonsense. Come learn dark arts with me. Now. Dark magic is more interesting than magical creatures. Tom asked with a barely suppressed grin, already enjoying how worked up the old wizard was getting. I'll make you see the true allure of the dark arts, Grindlevald said with arrogance befitting a man who once terrified the entire wizarding world. Tom nodded, smiling with fake obedience. All right, just give me a moment. He decided not to push further. Grindlevald was clearly reaching boiling point. Fox, how was the meal? Tom turned and smiled sweetly at the phoenix. From afar, magical phoenixes actually looked rather plain, perhaps even a bit ugly. But up close, their feathers shimmered with radiant firelight, and their bodies emitted a quiet, graceful heat. They were captivating. Chirp chirp. Satisfied and full, Fox extended his long neck, and Tom gently ran a hand along his sleek plumage. Then, just as Fox let down his guard, Tom bared his fangs in a grin. Fox, it's Christmas today. Your master already sent me a gift, and you enjoyed the feast I prepared for you, he said with honeyed tones. Now, shouldn't you return the favor? The phoenix blinked in obvious confusion. I don't want much, Tom said, smiling gently like a predator calming prey. Just 2 of your tail feathers, and a few drops of your tears. We'll call it a fair trade between friends. How about it? Fox tilted his head uncertainly. But by the time it reacted, Tom had already uncorked a small glass vial and held it under its eye. And thus it was proven, even a high-intelligence magical creature like a phoenix was no match for a cunning Slytherin. After shedding a few drops of glistening tears and surrendering 2 precious tail feathers, Fox finally escaped, looking quite disheveled. You're such a scoundrel. Grindelwald muttered, his lips twitching as he looked at Tom anew. The image of the obedient, courteous student from yesterday. Completely shattered. What stood before him now was a scheming, calculating little devil. But Grindelwald wasn't disappointed. No, this pleased him immensely. The last thing he wanted was to raise another Dumbledore type. Forgive me, Professor, Tom said with a dramatic sigh. I'm just a poor orphan. I have to live with careful calculation to survive. Grindelwald replied coolly, with magic at your command, the rest of the world will come to you like a tidal wave. Remember this, Tom, magic is might. Inside the study space, perhaps driven by the desire to prove that dark magic was more interesting than magical beasts, or maybe just trying to impress his peers, Grindelwald began today's lesson by unveiling one of his most devastating techniques. After all, he wasn't just any dark wizard. He was the dark wizard of the century. And with Andrus, another wizarding legend, present, he couldn't afford to lose face. To truly kill a dragon, Grindelwald began, you must first ground it. Neutralize its flight advantage. Only by forcing it to fight on land do you have a real chance. He raised his wand and declared. This is my original creation, Protego Diabolica. Boom. The once flat floor suddenly split open. From the ruptured earth rose 2 giant hands, blazing with ghostly blue flames. They clenched into massive fists, then exploded outward with a violent roar. Tom's eyes lit up with awe. Coach, I want to learn this spell. Grindelwald smiled faintly. Your headmaster is one of the rare transfiguration masters of our time. I've fought him countless times. Among the creatures he transfigures, dragons are his signature weapon. I developed this spell specifically to counter him. With a sweeping motion, the residual blue flames scattered around began converging, forming a dense, basketball-sized orb of fire. There's more to this spell, he said, voice low and dangerous, but those are lessons for after you've mastered the basics. First, you'll need to learn the Protego Diabolica curse. And by learn, I don't mean just conjuring flames. You must control it. Command it. If you can't rein in your own magic, then it's worthless. And any wizard who casts spells they can't control is trash. Tom suddenly remembered Crabbe, who had quite literally died by his own fiend fire. This is the difference between white and black magic, he thought. White magic is all about slow, structured learning. Black magic. You jump straight into the deep end. Even the 3 unforgivables are fair game if you're bold enough. Not that they'd be particularly useful against dragons. Not directly, anyway. Even a killing curse won't take one down. At best, it gives the dragon a nosebleed. No, against dragons, you needed Protego Diabolica, or violent, elemental destruction. Luckily, Tom possessed the heart of darkness, a unique affinity for the dark arts. His learning speed was terrifying, far surpassing his progress in any other magical subject. Even Andrus was starting to suspect that Tom had been born for the dark arts. Andrus practiced alongside him, though progress was slow. He came from an era before Protego Diabolica even existed. While he was still struggling to conjure sparks, Tom had already mastered wide-area conjuration, and was beginning to direct and channel the blaze. The next steps were finesse, shaping the fire, increasing its temperature, and eventually, like Grindlevald, treating Protego Diabolica like a toy. For the next several days, Tom barely left his house. He remained holed up, devouring the dark arts lessons like a man possessed. His learning credits were burning fast, but he didn't care. He had stockpiled plenty. And because dark arts was a rarely explored domain for him, every new spell yielded bountiful learning points. Meanwhile, the outside world, both magical and mundane, was being thrown into chaos. Several new nations had suddenly appeared overnight. Dozens of countries had lost their political leadership. In the Muggle world, new governments emerged. In the magical world, new ministries of magic sprouted like weeds. On the final day of 1991, Tom finally left the house. He headed straight for Nocturn Alley, specifically, the residence of Michael. There, he found a note left for him from Borgin and Burkes. Without hesitation, Tom made his way to the infamous shop. Old Mr. Borgin was just finishing up with a mysterious, hooded client, face hidden beneath layers of enchantment. Whatever the deal had been, he was grinning from ear to ear, the wrinkles on his face creased with delight. "Looks like you made a tidy profit, Mr. Borgin," Tom teased lightly. But Borgin only chuckled darkly. "Oh, it's not just my lucky day today. It's your lucky day too, Mr. Riddle." "Oh." Tom raised an eyebrow. Then a flash of realization struck. "You found a dragon's heart." Borgin's smile grew sly. "Not the heart itself, but a lead. A very promising one." He held up 3 fingers. 300 galleons, and the news is yours. Chapter 84, let me handle the Vela. One piece of information, sold for the price of a Nimbus 2000. Tom didn't hesitate for a second. He handed over the galleons without blinking. Power is everything. Who cares about money? Borgin's grin stretched even wider as he swiftly stashed the coins away. Clients this generous were rare. If someone without power or background had acted this flashy, Borgin would have long since had them robbed blind and buried in Nocturn Alley. But this Michael, Borgin still couldn't pin him down. None of the purebloods he knew matched this one's style. It was as if he'd crawled out from under a rock, or more likely, come from abroad. Until Borgin could figure out exactly who he was dealing with, he'd stay in character, a greedy but honest merchant, one who always charged a bit too much. "Sir, I assume you've heard the news from up north?" Borgin asked slyly, instead of jumping straight into the intel. Tom nodded. More new ministries of magic have popped up these past few days than in the past few decades. He'd subscribed to the international edition of the Daily Prophet. These days, just the announcements of newly established ministries took up several full pages. Borgin leaned in, lowering his voice mysteriously. "With all this regime upheaval, certain places have slipped into chaos. Take Romania's Dragon Reserve, for example. 2 fire dragons escaped. Both of them are Hebridean blacks, the most savage kind." Tom's breath caught for a second. "Alive?" Borgin rolled his eyes. "Come now, sir. If it were dead, we'd call it transported, not escaped. Where is it?" Tom shot the question immediately, not wasting time on chit-chat. This intel was pure gold. Find a dragon, and you didn't just walk away with rare materials, you might even complete a trial. "One of them disappeared without a trace," Borgin said, "but the other one's in the Vosges Mountains." Tom frowned, thinking. He quickly connected the dots. The range between France and Germany. "That's the one." Borgin nodded with a TSK. "It's a mess over there right now. Northern wizard refugees, scavengers catching the scent, and now, a whole bunch of dragon poachers swarming in." Tom narrowed his eyes. "How many people have you sold this info to?" Borgin gave him a theatrically offended look. "You think old Borgin is that kind of man? Please. The moment I got word 2 days ago, you were the first I thought of. I've told no one else, yet." He raised a warning finger. "But if I don't hear back from you within 5 days, well, I'll have no choice but to find another buyer. I can promise you this, no more than 5 wizards in all of Britain know about this. And none of them are interested in dragons." Tom caught the implication. "But you can't say the same for other countries, can you?" Borgin shrugged, the picture of innocence. "There's no such thing as a secret that doesn't leak. Especially not this kind of secret. The way I got it, others can too. So if you've got plans for that fire breather, you'd best move fast. My people are always ready." Tom turned on his heel and strode out of the shop, his cloak billowing behind him. Borgin rubbed his chin, watching him go. So he's not working alone. That makes it even more interesting. Tom wasted no time. Using his Michael identity, he bought a plane ticket to Lorraine, France. Technically, you still needed a visa to get from Britain to France these days. But with a well-cast Confundus charm, Tom slipped through the bureaucracy easily. That same night, he landed in the city of Epinal. If you've never heard of the Vosges Mountains or Vosges Forest, you're not alone. But cross the Rhine River into Germany, and you'll find the legendary Black Forest, same range. The region was sparsely populated, less than 1 million in the entire province. But in magical terms, it was teeming with life. The forests were home to countless magical beasts and creatures. Tom rested for the night in the city. At dawn, he would set off to find the wizarding outpost deep in the mountains. That evening, while studying inside his learning space, Tom turned to Grindlevald with a hint of doubt in his eyes. "You're sure it's safe to use my wand out here? Distance-wise, I'm not even that far from London, maybe as far as Hogwarts is from the capital. Won't the trace still activate?" Grindlevald gave a knowing smile. "The trace is Britain's surveillance system. Once you're outside their borders, it doesn't work. No country likes foreign ministries poking around in their territory. Trust me, use your magic freely. And when your Confundus charm is good enough, you won't even need to worry about any of this." Grindlevald had taught Tom a clever trick: use the Confundus charm on the trace itself, making it believe the wand's owner was already over 17, thus automatically lifting the restriction. Unfortunately, Tom's Confundus still wasn't advanced enough to deceive magical law enforcement. So, for now, he had to rely on location and subtlety. The next day, Tom followed wizarding code signals and found the Vosges outpost, a gathering place for magical folk in the mountain range. The Vosges held a unique status in France. Rich in resources, rare herbs, magical creatures, precious ores, it was also home to goblin tribes, dwarven settlements, and even a Vela enclave. With so many rare ingredients and rare beings, it had become a goldmine for adventurous witches and wizards. Naturally, a thriving hub had formed over time. At the center was a massive square, with buildings fanning out in a 2-kilometer radius. Every few houses, there was a tavern or inn, and every one of them was bustling. Tom picked the cleanest-looking inn he could find and checked in. Then he headed straight for the liveliest bar in town to start gathering intel. How? The old method, baiting the hook. He swaggered in, dropped a fat pouch of galleons on the bar, and ordered the most expensive drinks and food on the menu. Then, pretending to be drunk, he stumbled out of the tavern, weaving like a fool. Sure enough, 4 figures tailed him out. 2 were working together. The other 2 were lone wolves. Tom didn't spare any of them. One ambush later, all 4 were tied up neatly and served a spoonful each of veritaserum. Then, the interrogation began. Truth be told, Tom knew almost nothing about the Vosges Mountains. What little he'd learned came from books, and he'd only just bought a map that morning. So first, he asked them about general facts, geography, the basics. Then he got down to business, the dragon. The story had already made the rounds. Even low-tier, back-alley wizards like these knew a fire dragon had entered the Vosges. But not many dared to go after it. Why? 2 reasons. First, the dragon was registered, officially catalogued as part of the Romanian Dragon Reserve. And that reserve was under joint jurisdiction of several ministries of magic. Your average wizard wouldn't dare pick a fight with that kind of international trouble. Second, dragons are absurdly dangerous. Sure, everyone wanted that gleaming hoard of treasure wrapped in living muscle and magic. But most weren't ready to die for it. This was just the opinion of most ordinary wizards. In recent days, however, flocks of professional poachers had begun arriving in waves. Even combining the intel from these 4 captured stalkers, there were already 6 or 7 known teams active in the area. In other words, Tom had no shortage of competition. But the Vosges Mountains were vast, and tracking down a fire-breathing dragon capable of soaring through the sky wasn't exactly easy. With his goal for the day achieved, Tom left the 4 captives behind and returned to his hotel, entering the study space to plan his next moves. With 2 ancient and cunning minds in his corner, it would be foolish not to make use of them. There's only about 10 days left until school starts. I need to find the dragon soon, or I'll have to come up with an excuse to request leave, Tom said. Andrus didn't care whether Tom took leave or not, he earnestly began brainstorming. Grindelwald, on the other hand, frowned slightly. If you ask for leave, won't that delay when I finally get to see Dumbledore again? After a moment's thought, he suggested a dark spell perfectly suited to the current situation. The Blood Tracker Charm. It lets you detect places with the densest scent of blood. Dragons consume huge amounts of food, there will definitely be remnants near its lair. Tom's eyes lit up. Teach me. Within a single night, he'd mastered the charm. The sensing radius stretched roughly 5 kilometers. Combined with his increasingly proficient apparition, Tom began systematically sweeping the Vosges, using the local wizard outpost as his center point. 2 more days slipped by. Bad news, no results. Good news, no one else had found the dragon either. At least Tom wasn't falling behind. The most anxious one now was Grindlevald. If things dragged on any longer, Tom really would have to request leave. Then, on the third day, Tom encountered a group. More accurately, a group of people and Vela. Over a dozen human wizards were hunting down 8 Vela. And these weren't the radiant, enchanting Vela one might imagine, but rather their battle form, terrifying bird-like creatures with feral red eyes and flaming crimson hair. The Vela flew above the trees, hurling fireballs toward the wizards below. They had the aerial advantage, but the wizards were crafty. Several had cast shield charms in unison, forming a protective barrier that blocked every blazing projectile. The rest of the hunters fired spells upward without restraint. The Vela were faltering. Some had been injured midair and were now being carried by their comrades, further weakening their counterattack. But it wasn't the monstrous Vela that caught Tom's eye, it was a lone figure among them. A silver-haired girl. Roughly 13 or 14, her face was delicate and otherworldly. Though not yet fully grown, her beauty already hinted at the Vela's natural allure. A half-blood Vela. Tom narrowed his eyes. He had a hunch about her identity. Without hesitation, he uprot to the battlefield's edge and roared. Stop. Let those Vela go, leave them to me. Both sides froze in surprise. A scar-faced wizard among the humans scowled impatiently. If you don't want to die, get lost. They're our prey. I'll leave, if you answer one question first. Tom's gaze was steady, his tone serious. The scarred wizard snorted. What question? Do you know where the dragon is? The dragon. The men burst into uncontrollable laughter, as if he'd heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. You want to hunt the dragon? If I knew where it was, I'd happily tell you, just to watch you get eaten alive. I'll take that as a no, Tom sighed. Then, he raised his wand. Infernal grasp. Boom. Hellfire exploded upward. Before the horrified eyes of the wizards and Vela, silver flames erupted from the ground, forming a massive, blazing hand that lunged toward the clustered hunters. The shield charms that had effortlessly blocked dozens of fireballs now cracked and shattered with a hideous crack-crack sound. The hand closed into a fiery fist, crushing over half of the wizards into smoldering ash. No. The scar-faced wizard had narrowly escaped, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He raised his wand and fired a flash of green light at Tom. Avada Kedavra. Tom sidestepped with ease, dodging the curse. His wand snapped forward. Conf Ringo. The explosion spell hit directly. Flesh and blood burst into the air. Fireballs rained down like comets, directed by Tom's will. They slammed into the remaining enemies, leaving no survivors. Within seconds, the clearing had fallen silent. Only the crackle of fire remained, searing the air. The Vela were frozen, too stunned to move. Not a single one dared to breathe too loudly. Overhead, balls of hellfire still hovered, blocking their escape. Tom gave a slight nod of approval. He was pleased with the results of his recent training. That 1,000-odd merit point investment hadn't been wasted. He'd mastered Protego Diabolica and Grindlevald's many deadly variations. Drop him into Paris during the war, and he could have torched half the city himself. Looking over the shivering Vela, Tom smiled slightly. Shall we talk? He gave a polite nod. But maybe calm down a bit first. In your current state, I'm worried I might lose control. To be safe, he switched to fluent French, in case they didn't understand English. A few Vela still looked terrified and confused, but 2 seemed to understand, chirping something in a strange, high-pitched language. Slowly, all 8 descended from the sky, keeping their distance and forming a protective wall in front of the silver-haired girl. To show he meant no harm, Tom recalled the floating flames, pulling the blazing orbs into his palm. They vanished in a golden shimmer. One of the Vela, still in her bird-like form, stepped forward and spoke in halting French, her voice harsh and scratchy. Respected human. Thank you for aiding us. Tom understood the transformation wasn't their fault. It was like a cat puffing up its fur in fear. Vela assumed their bird-like form as a defensive response to emotional stress. Right now, they were still too shaken to revert. He decided not to press them. You heard what I said earlier, he continued calmly. I'm looking for a dragon, nothing more. I saved you. All I ask is this, return the favor. Help me find it. The French-speaking Vela translated his words. The others exchanged glances, uncertain how to respond. Both options were dangerous, the fire dragon, and this terrifying wizard. But if they refused him, they might not leave this place alive. Fleur. Suddenly, a shout echoed through the forest. More winged shapes swooped in from the treetops, a second wave of Vela had arrived. Chapter 85, the ugly repay with labor, the beautiful repay with themselves. Grandmother. The anxious cry jolted Fleur from her lingering state of fear. At last regaining her senses, she shouted into the sky in response. Dozens more Vela had arrived, diving from the sky. The one in the lead landed directly in front of the silver-haired girl, while the rest bared their fangs and wings, encircling Tom with open hostility. Tom frowned slightly. The Vela who had been communicating with him rushed to explain, relaying everything in their shrill, melodic language. Only then did the tension begin to fade, though wariness still lingered in the air. "Thank you for saving my granddaughter," said a breathtaking Vela as the others parted to let her through. She had the same waterfall-like silver hair as Fleur, with porcelain skin that glowed faintly like moonlight. An otherworldly grace radiated from her, muddling the senses of anyone who looked too long. Tom activated his occlumency. Not the faintest flicker of attraction passed through him. "I am Polana, matriarch of the Vela tribe," she introduced herself with a slight bow. "Had you not arrived, they may not have held on long enough for our reinforcements to arrive." "Pleasure to meet you, Lady Polana." "You may call me Michael," Tom replied gently. "I believe you already know what I came for." "No problem," Polana agreed without hesitation. She affectionately patted Fleur's head. "You saved my treasure. In return, I shall mobilize every Vela and all our allies to help you locate the dragon." Phew. Tom let out a breath of relief. With the aid of locals, things would go a lot smoother from here. "Until then, Michael," Polana offered, "please stay in our village. My people tend to shun human settlements, too many treacherous eyes and greedy hearts." "Then I'll trouble you for the hospitality." Tom readily agreed. He was quite curious about how the Vela lived. With the danger gone, the Vela's monstrous forms melted away, revealing their natural beauty. Each of them shimmered with silvery waves of hair, long graceful legs, and elegant curves. Even without wind, their hair fluttered like silk in a breeze. "Now that's more like it," Tom thought, watching as dozens of stunning women surrounded him like an escort. He almost felt like he was in a dream. No, even the most luxurious clubs couldn't offer this level of quality. The Vela smiled at him with eyes like spring blossoms. Even a dog would fall in love under such stares. But Tom, having seen their monstrous forms in battle, remained unfazed. "Mr. Michael," came a soft, delicate voice. Tom turned. Without him noticing, Fleur had appeared by his side. "My name is Fleur Delacour. Thank you for saving me." A half-Vela, French, and the right age, there was only one who matched. That was part of why Tom had chosen to intervene. "Miss Delacour," Tom suddenly put on a serious expression, "that's not how one gives thanks. It lacks sincerity." Fleur blinked in confusion. Then, what would be sincere? Like this, Tom cleared his throat and recited with exaggerated seriousness. "If your savior is handsome, you should say, 'I have nothing to repay you with but myself.' But if your savior is ugly, you should say, 'If I could be reborn, I'd become a cow or a horse just to repay this life-saving grace.'" He leaned closer. "Now, which one will it be?" Fleur seemed to see the light. She tilted her head and said tentatively, "Then, I'll be your cow or horse in the next life." Tom puffed. The Vela who understood human language burst into laughter, doubling over as they tried to catch their breath. Those who didn't understand looked around in confusion. Even Polana chuckled gently, her smile growing more indulgent by the second. And when someone finally translated the exchange for the rest, the forest erupted in silvery bell-like laughter, except for Tom and Fleur, who stood there red-faced. Tom was especially frustrated. The persona he had taken with the polyjuice potion was downright hideous. And suddenly, one of the Vela gasped. All eyes turned to Tom. The polyjuice potion had worn off. Before everyone's stunned gaze, Tom shed his disguise and returned to his true form. The magically altered clothing shrank back into proper size with him. "You used polyjuice potion." Fleur stared at him with wide eyes, quickly putting the pieces together. Tom sighed. "When you're out on your own, it's best to give yourself a mature identity. Otherwise, everything becomes unnecessarily complicated." Even Polana looked surprised. "Mr. Michael, is this your real appearance?" "Call me Riddle." "Tom Riddle," he replied calmly, no longer bothering to hide anything. The Vela, though guarded, weren't concerned with laws or secrecy. And even if word got out, well, this was France. The British ministry had no say here. "Riddle, how old are you?" Fleur asked the question that had been gnawing at her since she saw his height. 11 and a half. Fleur's worldview shattered. 11, that was the age of starting school. But this boy, at that age, had casually wiped out several fully grown wizards, killed them outright with a single curse, annihilated an entire squad in under a minute. And he was gorgeous to boot. Tom looked at her with a sly smile. "Delacour, I'll give you one more chance. Do you choose to be a cow, or would you rather offer yourself in gratitude?" Fleur stared at his face, utterly entranced. Slowly, a blush crept up her cheeks. Could she pick again? An hour later, Tom arrived at the Vela village. It was nestled in a hidden valley, its layout not unlike a human settlement. Neat little houses clung to the cliffs, forming rows that stretched down the mountainside. Polana arranged a private cottage for him to rest, while she took the wounded for healing. Tom explored the house briefly, picked out a bedroom, and had just settled in when he heard a knock at the door. He opened it, to find Fleur standing there prettily, along with a miniature version of herself. "Didn't we just part ways? Why are you back already?" Tom asked casually, though his gaze had locked onto the smaller girl. She stared back with wide, clear eyes, fearless and curious. Tom raised an eyebrow. A younger version of Fleur. This was going to be interesting. "What do you mean by that?" Fleur was visibly upset. She had come over full of curiosity, eager to get to know this mysterious boy who had just saved her life. But instead of a warm welcome, she was greeted with what sounded suspiciously like disdain. Hadn't he just asked her to devote her life to him a moment ago? Now he was acting like he didn't even recognize her. Jerk. What really grated on Fleur, though, was that Tom seemed way more interested in Gabrielle than in her. Other than a single glance when speaking, the boy hadn't looked at her again. His attention was entirely on her younger sister. Back at Beauxbatons, Fleur was used to being the center of attention. Wherever she went, all eyes followed. But here? This boy treated her like just another bystander. "Big brother, I'm Gabrielle," the little Fleur look-alike said sweetly. Tom couldn't help but smile. He crouched down to meet her at eye level. "Hello, Gabrielle. I'm Tom Riddle. And how old are you this year?" "I'm 6. Gabrielle announced with great pride. "Wow, amazing." Tom gave her a big thumbs up. 6 already. That's incredible. Children never cared why they were being praised. Praise was praise, and it made them happy. Gabrielle beamed, eyes turning into little crescent moons as she giggled, and promptly revealed the reason for their visit. "Big sister said you saved her, so I came to thank you." "I see." Tom pretended to be enlightened. "Then do you know the proper way to than Riddle?" Before he could finish, Fleur cut him off in a panic. Was he seriously trying to pull that same devote your life trick again? That might have worked on her, once, but not on her 6-year-old sister. She could take the hit, sure. But her sister? Absolutely not. Changing the subject, Fleur huffed, "So, are you really planning to keep us standing at the door?" Tom simply shrugged, utterly unfazed. He stood and, quite naturally, held out his hand. Gabrielle, just as naturally, placed her tiny hand into his, letting him lead her into the house. Fleur ground her teeth as she watched them. Why did it look so natural for that brat to be holding her sister's hand? Once inside, the three of them settled in the living room. Gabrielle sat close to Tom, unusually well-behaved for a 6-year-old, not fidgeting or running about, just quietly watching. "My grandmother's busy tending to the wounded," Fleur said. "She asked me to check if you need anything, so I can help get it for you." Tom shook his head. "I always carry my essentials. Don't need anything. Though, food might be a problem." "What do Vela usually eat?" Fleur gave an awkward yet polite smile. "Vela prefer magical berries and enchanted flowers. There's a garden at the end of the valley, but I doubt that sort of thing is very edible for humans. Drinking dew and eating flowers. Honestly, they sounded more and more like real-life fairies. If only they didn't have that horrifying transformation ability, they'd be indistinguishable from the elves of legend." "What about you and Gabrielle?" Tom asked. "What do you eat?" "I do the cooking. We just eat something simple. Didn't peg you as the cooking type. Make me something too, then. As long as it doesn't kill me, I'll be fine." Tom said it with total nonchalance, like it was only natural for Fleur to cook for him. She rolled her eyes. "Don't underestimate me. Gabrielle says my cooking is delicious." Behind her, the little girl quietly pursed her lips. Of course she'd say it was good. Who dared say otherwise when Big Sister was watching? Though Fleur was annoyed that Tom didn't seem to think much of her, she still didn't refuse his request. Brushing a strand of silver hair behind her ear, she asked casually, "Riddle, you're 11, right? That means you should have started school already. So how come I've never seen you at Beauxbatons? I'm from good old London, Union Jack and all. Not French. I go to Hogwarts." "No way, you're British." Fleur was surprised. "But your French is so fluent. And you don't even have an accent." "Well, you know what they say, learning more languages opens more doors. I just studied it for fun when I was bored." Fleur once again found herself re-evaluating this prodigy of a boy. "So you came to the Vosges Mountains just to find a dragon?" she asked. Tom replied as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, "Of course. What else would I be doing here?" "Big brother, why are you looking for a dragon?" Gabrielle asked, her big eyes blinking with innocent curiosity. Tom suddenly put on a very serious expression. It's a trial set by Hogwarts. To be promoted to second year, every student has to slay a dragon and prove their strength. What kind of insane school would do that? Fleur was torn between laughing and screaming. If that were the standard, Hogwarts would have gone extinct centuries ago. But what really floored her was, Gabrielle believed him. The poor little girl looked horrified, scrambling into her sister's arms. Sister. Hogwarts sounds terrifying. I don't want to go there. Fleur shot Tom a glare of pure exasperation as she hugged her sister close, gently soothing her. Don't worry, Gabrielle. You'll go to Beauxbatons like me. It's the best wizarding school in the world, we wouldn't send you to Hogwarts. She added another mental note to Tom's growing list of flaws. Dash likes cute little girls. Dash spews nonsense without blinking. Dash says one thing and does another. Dash grade A scoundrel. To Tom's surprise, though, he didn't argue with Fleur's claim about Beauxbatons being the best. It wasn't that he agreed, exactly. He just didn't feel like debating. Hogwarts, as it stood now, had indeed fallen behind. Until the revolving door curse on the Defense Against the Dark Arts post was resolved, the school didn't deserve the title of best. Gabrielle, reassured by her sister, slowly peeked out from Fleur's arms and turned to Tom. Big brother, Hogwarts is too scary. You should come to Beauxbatons instead. Then we can see each other every day. You live at Beauxbatons? Tom asked, surprised. She's in preschool, Fleur explained. Beauxbatons offers early education. Starting at 7, young witches and wizards who qualify can attend to learn reading, writing, and basic magical theory. Tom was genuinely impressed. That's actually really smart. Way better than Hogwarts. There, even purebloods have to teach themselves everything before they enroll. No wonder the standards are all over the place. That's thanks to Madame Maxime, Fleur said proudly. Oh, right, you probably don't know her. She's the headmistress of Beauxbatons. Her eyes lit up with admiration at the mention of her headmistress. The three chatted a little longer until Gabrielle began to nod off. Her eyelids drooped, and her head lolled slightly to one side. It was clearly time for a nap. Fleur stood up and gently scooped her sister into her arms. We'll be going now. Tom nodded and headed upstairs himself to rest for a while. By the time night fell and the valley was bathed in moonlight, Fleur returned once again, this time, to call him for dinner. Chapter 86, Gabrielle, Big Sis is learning a foreign language with Big Brother. The half-Vela's cooking really wasn't anything to write home about, especially with her obvious preference for vegetarian dishes. She tossed together an enormous bowl of salad, but since Tom was basically freeloading a meal, he didn't exactly have the right to be picky. Once he was full, he set down his fork without complaint. Not long after, Polana arrived as well. After offering her heartfelt thanks once again, she informed Tom that half of the Vela in the village had already gone out to help him track down the fire dragon. They weren't just combing the mountains themselves either, they had also reached out to their allies, the local centaur clans and goblin settlements. The goblins. Those money-grubbing misers agreed to help. Tom raised a highly skeptical brow. Polana chuckled gently, I promised them a gold coin in payment. With goblins, if the money is good, they'll do just about anything. Vela were, after all, quite a wealthy magical race. They were in high demand across nations as magical cheerleaders and performers. For major events or ceremonies, hiring a Vela to perform an opening dance was both glamorous and extravagant, and it didn't come cheap. So paying a little gold to get goblins on board wasn't much of a strain on the wallet, and the other Vela certainly didn't object. You've gone to great lengths, Tom said, finally realizing this was a full-on, cash-solves-everything maneuver. Polana smiled gracefully. Compared to you saving Fleur and the others, this is nothing. While you're here, if there's anything you need, just say the word. I'll do my best to arrange it. Tom gave it a moment's thought before speaking. Then I'll trouble you with one more thing, keep an eye out for the hunter group too. They're after the same thing as me, the fire dragon. If he couldn't find the dragon first, eliminating the competition would do just fine. Classic Slytherin logic. Polana paused for a moment, visibly hesitant, but nodded in agreement. Mr. Riddle, please be careful if you encounter the poachers. They're extremely dangerous, and cunning too. You have my word. Satisfied with his solemn tone, Polana left quietly. Once she was gone, Fleur cast a glance toward little Gabrielle, who was still wrestling with a stubborn piece of broccoli, then scooted a bit closer to Tom. The warmth of her breath brushed against his ear as she spoke softly. Riddle, why are you so set on finding a fire dragon? If it's the materials you need, I might be able to help. My father has a few connections in the magical community. Fleur had seen firsthand just how powerful Tom was, his mastery over flame magic had left her awestruck. But to her, fire dragons were on another level entirely. She couldn't imagine any wizard, no matter how gifted, facing one alone and surviving. I do need the materials, yes, Tom replied calmly, but fighting the dragon itself, that's also part of the goal. I won't compromise on either. He had, at one point, considered taking a shortcut. In the next term, in canon, Quirrell would use a dragon egg to bribe Hagrid, resulting in the hatching of Norbert, a Norwegian ridgeback. A baby dragon was still a dragon, right? Technically, it might satisfy the 12th Trials requirement. But there were complications. Killing Norbert would likely earn him the eternal wrath of both Hagrid and Harry, not that he cared much, but they would spread the word, and that would bring unwanted attention from the Ministry. More importantly, there was still the requirement to bathe in dragon blood. And given that Norbert was small enough to fit under an invisibility cloak, Tom suspected there wouldn't be nearly enough blood to fulfill the ritual's needs. In the end, it would be cleaner and simpler to just kill a full-grown dragon. He had the power, after all. That was the brilliance of dark magic, you didn't have to be stronger than your enemy. You just had to be able to kill them. Fleur saw the resolve in his eyes and hesitated again before offering another suggestion. Then, why not find a team? Just a few people to help. That won't work either. Tom shook his head slightly, and because he was trying not to let Gabrielle overhear, their faces were very close. When he moved, Fleur's soft lips brushed against his cheek. Their eyes widened simultaneously. Fleur immediately leaned back in shock, while Tom frantically pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his face like it had been cursed. My first kiss. Yours is still intact. Mine just got stolen. Fleur was absolutely livid. And he wiped it off, too. What, was he disgusted by her? Wait a second. They barely touched, where would saliva have even come from? Fleur felt herself heating up in more ways than one, but before she could explode, Tom quickly changed the topic. Recruiting more people isn't viable. Hunting a dragon without a permit is illegal. The more people involved, the faster we'll be exposed. That managed to reel Fleur back from the brink of erupting. She'd forgotten the legal part entirely. She had just witnessed the darker side of the magical world, poachers attacking Vela, drawn by their beauty, ready to do unspeakable things. If Tom hadn't shown up in time, even if she and the others had escaped, they would have paid dearly in blood. Now that those wizards had been wiped out, Fleur felt no fear toward Tom. Only overwhelming gratitude. And maybe because she'd watched so many people die up close, life felt cheaper now. If a bunch of dark wizards could die, why not a dragon? She'd completely forgotten the law even existed. Don't worry, Tom said reassuringly. This was a task given to me by an elder. They wouldn't have sent me if they weren't confident in my ability. And if things get really bad, they'll step in to save me. Seeing that Fleur still looked skeptical, Tom tacked on another layer of cover. If Andrus was his teacher, that made him the elder in question. Worst case scenario. He'd just let the old man do some off-screen power leveling. That finally seemed to calm Fleur down. After all, to raise a monster like Tom, his mentor had to be terrifyingly strong. In that case, what was there to worry about? And so, Tom settled into the Vela village. Starting the next day, every day a team of Vela scoured the mountains to search for signs of fire dragons and poachers. The Vela hated poachers with a burning passion. On the very first day, they managed to find a group of over 10 of them camping nearby. Tom apparat to the area and used the disillusionment charm to sneak closer. Unfortunately, the poachers had cast perimeter detection spells. As soon as he got too close, he was detected. Stealth failed. Time for carnage. With no choice, Tom launched a blitz attack. The whole camp descended into chaos as he cut down the poachers one by one. 2 tried to apparate away, but they weren't fast enough. Tom chased them down and executed them mid-escape. Truth be told, apparating mid-combat was something only top-tier wizards could do effectively. The further you wanted to go, the longer you had to concentrate. Most people couldn't pull it off while under pressure. The result? Over 10 poachers dead. Tom looted over 2,000 galleons, along with various potions and magical materials. Not a bad haul at all. As the old saying goes, no windfall, no wealth. No stolen grass, no fattened horse. When Tom returned to the Vela village with over a dozen confiscated wands hanging from his belt like trophies, he instantly became the most popular guy in the entire village. One by one, the alluring and charming Vela women began treating Tom with great care and affection. They fawned over him with warmth and attentiveness, even going so far as to perform captivating dances just for him. Tom took this opportunity to confront his greatest weakness, training his willpower. With the help of these dazzling older sisters, he was sharpening his mental discipline. In the future, if an enemy ever tried to use beauty to seduce him, well, good luck with that. He'd be immune. For several days straight, Tom had meals accompanied by a full song and dance troupe. Being a generous soul, he even invited Grindlevald and Andrus to join him in the spectacle. Grindelwald showed no reaction at all. People who knew. Andrus, on the other hand, was heartbroken. Tom, you're a man destined to become the greatest wizard. How can you lose yourself in such soft indulgence? Why didn't I ever think to get a troupe of Vela to dance for me back in the day? You really are hopeless. Both Grindelwald and Tom twitched at the corners of their mouths. Clearly, the last sentence was the real point. And it wasn't just Andrus who couldn't stand how relaxed Tom was living. Someone else showed up with a grievance. Fleur. I want to learn English. English? Tom asked, puzzled as he chewed on an apple. But we can talk just fine, why bother learning English now? Fleur stood her ground. Aren't you the one who said learning more languages opens more doors? I suddenly got interested in English. And since you're right here, a walking, talking native tutor, I'm not about to miss this chance. But I've got a fire dragon to find, Tom said, a bit guilty under Fleur's sharp look. All right, fine. He had been slacking off a bit these past few days. But there were plenty of Vela out there helping him search, wasn't that enough? The blood tracker charm had become mostly useless anyway. The forest was full of wild predators, so the moment he cast it, the whole 5-kilometer radius would light up with red dots, earning him no small amount of ridicule from Grindelwald. Tom had considered asking Grindelwald to use his prophetic ability to track the dragon, but the older wizard told him his body was too weak now, barely alive, in fact. He could hardly cast a simple transfiguration spell, let alone foresee the future. And so, Tom had slipped into half-surrender mode, hoping the Vela would come through. All right, fine, he sighed. You want to learn English? Let's learn English. Fleur's eyes sparkled with a hint of triumph. From the next day onward, Tom would go out for a bit in the morning to try his luck dragon hunting, and spend the afternoons teaching Fleur English. At first, Gabrielle was all excited to join the lessons. But as with all kids, her patience didn't last. She soon found it boring and ran off to play on her own. Which suited Fleur just fine. Whenever Gabrielle was around, Tom would focus entirely on the little girl, which drove Fleur absolutely mad with frustration. Besides language lessons, Fleur would also ask Tom about magic and duel with him daily. After going through a life-threatening experience, she deeply understood how important strength was. The real world was nothing like the quiet safety of school. Tom approved of her talent. There was no doubt she had what it took to be a future Triwizard champion. Especially in mental and spiritual magic, Fleur had a natural edge, likely thanks to her Vela heritage. One day, Polana returned to the village with a bright, joyful expression. She found Gabrielle crouched near the flower beds, bored out of her mind, teasing two fluffy puff skeins. Polana walked over and asked, Gabrielle, why are you here all by yourself? Where's Fleur? Little Gabrielle instantly put on a pouty, aggrieved look. Sister's learning a foreign language with Big Brother. She won't play with Gabrielle anymore. Polana didn't think much of it and just told Gabrielle not to leave the village on her own. Then, she headed straight to Tom's house. She hadn't even reached the door when she heard soft moans coming from the backyard. Polana's face twisted into a mix of shock and dread. She was no innocent, having given birth to 2 children herself, she had plenty of experience. Just from the sounds and bits of conversation, her imagination had already painted a vivid scene in her mind. Sure, the boy was handsome and the girl was lovely. She could admit Tom and Fleur were a good-looking match. But, they were still just kids. No. She had to stop this immediately. What if Fleur ended up with a baby and made Gabrielle an aunt younger than herself? Her daughter and son-in-law would explode. Fueled by fury, Polana stormed around the house, only to freeze in place at the sight before her. Fleur was sitting in a full-side split on the grass, and Tom was gently pressing down on her leg, speaking calmly. Once we stretch you out, your flexibility will improve drastically. You'll move quicker and more fluidly, which gives you a big advantage in duels. Fleur noticed her grandmother's angry but confused face and called out, Grandma. What are you doing here? Polana stiffened and replied flatly, I heard from Gabrielle that you were learning a foreign language with Mr. Riddle. That's great. Language is important. Keep it up. Tom applied a bit more pressure. Fleur winced slightly and hissed, Grandma, no need to be so formal with Tom. Just call him by name. Tom nodded in agreement. Miss Polana, she's right. No need to stand on ceremony. MHM, then you don't need to call me MS either. Just Polana will do. Or. She shot Fleur a sly glance. Calling me Grandma like Fleur does, wouldn't be unacceptable. Grandma. What are you saying? Fleur blushed deeply, her ears and cheeks glowing red. Polana simply smiled, then smacked her forehead as if just remembering, oh, look at me, nearly forgetting why I came. Tom, we found the fire dragon. In a flash, Tom dropped Fleur's leg and sprang to his feet. Where? Polana let out a sigh. We were all fooled by that crafty horned serpent. It only showed itself in the Vosges Mountains for a moment before slipping away, all the way to the Black Forest on the far side of the Rhine. From our village, head northeast straight across the river. Once across, go another 200 kilometers east. The dragon is resting in a valley between two tall mountains, both covered in dense fir trees. You won't miss them. The goblins spotted it while en route to trade with German wizards. Chapter 87, Slaying the Dragon. The moment he got the news, Tom didn't waste a second. After thanking Polana, he immediately activated Apparition and disappeared on the spot. Hey, Tom, you. Before Fleur could even finish her sentence, Tom was already gone, not even a shadow left behind. Furious, she punched the ground twice. Was it really that urgent? Even if you're going, you should at least prepare properly first. Polana looked at her granddaughter, a mix of worry and resignation on her face. One might think it was Fleur herself who had to go face the dragon. But of course, it wasn't hard to see how much Fleur cared about Tom. And honestly, it wasn't surprising. Life-saving debts are always the hardest to repay, it was practically tradition in their bloodline. Back in her day, Polana had ended up with that old fool for the exact same reason, he'd saved her life. The only difference now was, that old fool had been hideous. Fleur and Tom. Now that was a good-looking match. Fleur, Polana said softly. Yes, grandmother. You have to trust Tom. Polana gently stroked the silver hair of the girl beside her. If you want a relationship to last, trust is the most important foundation. If Tom dares to face a dragon, then he must have his own confidence in doing so. Men don't like being doubted, even if it's well-intentioned worry, too much of it becomes tiresome. Do you understand? Fleur nodded, not fully grasping the depth of her grandmother's words, but committing them to memory all the same. Elsewhere. After several consecutive apparitions, Tom finally crossed the Rhine River and arrived at the edge of the Black Forest. He stopped to recover from the dizziness brought on by the rapid spatial travel. There are two main ways to use apparition. One is to clearly picture a known destination in your mind and break through space with sheer force of will. The other? Blind jumps. Like teleporting 20 kilometers east without ever having been there. It's harder, consumes more magical and mental energy, and the range is shorter, but it has fewer constraints. Tom was doing the second kind. He'd never been to this area before and was following only Polana's directions. And the reason he was in such a rush was because of one particular detail Polana had shared: the dragon had been spotted by a band of goblins en route to a deal with a group of German wizards. That meant the location couldn't be far from the border towns. If he waited too long, others might get there first, and that would make things much messier. But Tom wasn't foolish enough to charge straight at the dragon. After locating the two peaks Polana had described, he first sat down and devoured a whole roast chicken and about a dozen strips of bacon. Then, he circled the area to make sure there were no signs of nearby wizards. Only after confirming he was alone did he enter the valley between the two mountains. Finally, one of Grindlevald's useless spells paid off. He sensed an overwhelming concentration of blood in one specific area. Following that trail, Tom finally laid eyes on the legendary beast he had long dreamed of. The Hungarian Horntail. Bronze-colored scales densely packed like medieval plate armor covered its 50-foot-long body. Razor-sharp spines gleamed along its back, running from the tip of its tail all the way up to its massive head. Among all fire dragons, the Hungarian Horntail wasn't the biggest, but it was unquestionably the most lethal. With immense power and a body covered in weapons like a living war machine, it was a monster of pure destruction. Tom took a deep breath and, when he was about 100 meters away, he silently cancelled his disillusionment charm. Getting any closer and the dragon would sniff out the scent of life on him. Of course, part of him had wanted to ambush the beast. But he worried that such a tactic might not count under the rules of the 12 trials. So he opted for the most cautious approach. The Hungarian Horntail, resting lazily, suddenly snapped its eyes open. Its vertical, amber pupils locked onto Tom and it let out a furious roar. Roar. The dragon's bellow shook the heavens, and yet Tom's face lit up with excitement. Inside his mindscape, a glowing golden rune emerged, symbolizing dragon. It radiated wild, primal power. The dragon trial had officially begun. With confirmation from the trial itself, Tom finally relaxed. He raised his wand and fired a spell. It dealt 0 damage. But its disrespect. Off the charts. The Horntail let out another, much angrier roar. That first bellow had been a warning: this was his territory, and intruders were not welcome. But this human mocked him. The dragon was furious. It opened its jaws and unleashed a blazing torrent of dragon fire. At 100 meters away, it took about 2 seconds for the fireball to reach Tom. He casually sidestepped, already having predicted the landing point, and returned fire with another spell. The Horntail dodged mid-roar, leaping into the air with its massive wings spread wide. It didn't climb high, only about 10 meters off the ground, before it dived at Tom again, this time spewing not a fireball but a continuous stream of flame like a scorching whip nearly 10 meters long. Protego. A shimmering barrier formed before Tom as he quickly backed away. The closer the Horntail came, the hotter the air around them became. The shield charm began to fully materialize, protecting him from the infernal heat. 50 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. Now. Tom's eyes flashed. He jerked his wand upward. Protego Diabolica. Flames erupted as the earth split apart. Two massive hands made of cursed fire burst from the ground, right beneath the Horntail's wings. At this moment, the dragon was flying so low it was practically skimming the ground. With no time to react, the demonic flames grabbed hold of its wings. Rohair. This time, the scream wasn't of fury, it was pure agony. Tom didn't try to maintain the spell any longer. He immediately apparat again, reappearing behind the dragon just in time to watch it lose all control. The Horntail, weighing well over 10 tons and now missing its ability to fly, slammed straight into the side of the mountain like a living missile. The entire peak shuddered with the impact. Massive stones tumbled down from the cliffs above. Everything was going exactly according to the plan he and Grindlevald had designed. When a Horntail's wings are folded, they overlap and reinforce each other, becoming nearly impenetrable. The only way to cripple its flight in one blow is to wait until it's airborne, when its wings are fully extended, and then strike. As Tom basked in the success of his trap, a sharp pulse of danger suddenly surged through his instincts. His eyes narrowed. He reinforced the Protego barrier, just in time. The massive boulders that had buried the Hungarian Horntail were blasted into the air, several of them hurtling straight toward Tom. Reducto. Reducto. Tom fired spells rapidly, reducing every falling rock into dust. The miserable state of the dragon was finally revealed to him. Its wings had been completely incinerated. The beast had torn them off in a brutal act of self-preservation, leaving only its thick, clawed forelimbs behind. Its amber vertical pupils were bloodshot with pain and fury. Suddenly, its massive tail swept sideways, striking out toward Tom with terrifying speed. A gigantic iron shield conjured itself between him and the dragon's tail. Even steel nearly half a meter thick groaned under the impact, warping visibly. But it managed to blunt the force of the blow just enough for Tom to evade with ease. He retaliated instantly, firing 2 oculus hexes straight at the dragon's eyes. A dragon's eyes were its most vulnerable spot. The Hungarian Horntail shrieked in unbearable agony, its vision plunged into darkness, it was now blinded. The beast began flailing madly, unleashing fire breath and thrashing its body in wild, indiscriminate attacks. Only seconds passed. Corrosive acid. Tom leapt back again, flicking his wand. A hissing jet of acrid green liquid surged into the air and began raining down, acidic droplets sizzled as they fell, a downpour of sulfuric torment. The Horntail was a creature of fire and stone, but even it could not endure the searing pain of magical hellfire followed by acid rain. Its once impervious hide sizzled and bubbled, smoke rising from its body. After 2 long minutes, the dragon's roars and howls reached a peak, and then began to wane. Its movement slowed, its strength visibly draining. Tom ended both the Protego Diabolica and the acid spell. Any longer, and the dragon's flesh and hide would be ruined, useless. At this point, the outcome was decided. It all seemed so clean, so clinical, Tom hadn't even suffered a scratch, and the mighty Hungarian Horntail had been outplayed and broken like a wild beast. But the true key to his victory had been the sheer power of his Protego Diabolica and corrosive rain. Even these vicious spells hadn't been enough to pierce its internal organs directly through scale and sinew. Timing and precision had been everything. Tom waited patiently for his opportunity. When the Horntail's massive belly was finally exposed, he struck again. Entral expulso. Ryup. A jagged gash tore across the dragon's abdomen. Blood gushed like a waterfall, and steaming innards spilled across the ground. The stench of scorched meat and acid was overwhelming, as puddles of vital organs sizzled upon contact with the earth. Dragon's blood, raw and untreated, was highly toxic. Tom suddenly felt a pit form in his stomach. Damn it. Is this trial not about slaying the dragon, but surviving a bath in its blood? The Horntail's struggles grew weaker by the second. Tom made no further moves, simply waiting for its life to fade. As the blood loss reached critical levels, the bronze sheen of its scales dulled, and the flood of blood slowed. All the precious liquid was quickly gathered into enchanted containers by Tom. 5 minutes later, the mighty beast lay still. Dead. A wave of feedback flowed into Tom's mind from the 12 trials. The dragon-slaying trial was complete. All that remained was the final step, the dragon blood baptism. Gritting his teeth, Tom stripped off his clothes. In the dead of winter, he stood naked in the wild, and raised the blood above him. Thick, crimson liquid poured over his body like molten lava. The The moment it touched his skin, he felt as though he'd been set on fire. His muscles convulsed. Pain shot through every nerve. Within his mind, the golden sigil of the dragon erupted in brilliance, exploding like a sun. Tom's magical core began to surge uncontrollably. The power in the dragon blood was trying to invade, while his own magic fought back with primal fury. The battlefield, his body. At first, the two forces were evenly matched, tearing him apart from within. The pain was unbearable. But as time went on, his magic, bolstered by the dragon rune, began to dominate. It devoured the primitive essence buried within the blood. What began as a clash became an absorption. His magic began to swell like a storm. The pressure it released cracked the earth beneath his feet, fault lines zigzagging outward like lightning bolts. Meanwhile, his bones snapped and reformed like popcorn kernels bursting in fire. His height shot upward, he passed 160 centimeters in seconds. Faint outlines of draconic scales shimmered across his skin before vanishing. This was not a full transformation into a dragonborn. No, this was something far more refined. It was an evolution. Tom wasn't becoming a dragon. He was absorbing its strengths, making them his own. Advancing toward a higher state of being. After one searing minute, the turmoil ceased. The magic stabilized. Silence returned to the forest. Tom opened his eyes, and instantly felt everything had changed. His vision was sharper. His senses keener. Every cell in his body hummed with strength. His once ephemeral magic had taken on substance, it flowed tangibly within him, like a second bloodstream. He was taller. Leaner. Not thinner, more defined. Muscle condensed, refined to its most efficient form. For a moment, Tom was tempted to conjure that wild bison again, the one he'd failed to lift with the hovering charm. He wondered, could he now punch a bison to death? Maybe later. First, he needed to clean up. Dragon blood had congealed into thick, crusted scabs over his entire body. A wave of the Aguamenti charm summoned clean spring water, washing it all away. Once clean, he dressed and began harvesting usable materials from the dragon's corpse. Most of the Horntail's hide had been ruined, charred, corroded, tainted by dark magic. Useless. He carefully excised the damaged sections to avoid contamination. The dragon's heart, liver, and other key organs would need to be preserved in a special alchemical solution to retain their potency. Tom had come prepared. After an hour of work, everything valuable was packed up. He wasted no time. With a final glance at the ravaged battlefield, he cast apparition and vanished into the air. It wasn't until 2 days later that others arrived. The scene was carnage. Dragon hide, flesh, blood, wasted. The poachers who'd come hoping for a prize could only gaze skyward and howl in frustration. Someone beat us to it. Back to the present. On the return trip, Tom moved significantly faster. Where his apparition range had once maxed out at 20 kilometers per jump in unfamiliar territory, that distance had now doubled. And even after multiple leaps back to the Vela village, he felt no nausea. No dizziness. Just boundless energy. Since Tom had left, Fleur hadn't left his hut. She'd been pacing restlessly the entire time, unable to hide her worry. The familiar pop of apparition echoed outside. She reacted instantly, rushing to the door, and threw her arms around him the moment she saw him. "You're finally back." Tom blinked in surprise at how deeply Fleur seemed to care. Then, smiling, he gently patted her back and said, "Have a little faith in me, will you? Not only did I come back alive, I killed the dragon." Chapter 88, The Second Trials Demand. Boom. In Fleur's awestruck gaze, the massive corpse of the fire dragon crashed to the ground, nearly filling the entire backyard. Even in death, the beast exuded a faint draconic pressure. To most wizards, this might be imperceptible, but Fleur, being a quarter Vela with part magical creature blood, felt it far more intensely than others. Drawn by the commotion, Polana hurried over and froze at the sight of the dragon's body sprawled across the earth. He actually did it. In many Western myths, dragon slayers were hailed as ultimate heroes, draped in the mantle of legend. Like Siegfried of Germanic lore, Beowulf, St. George, Lancelot, and St. Martha. Some of them were even real witches or wizards who had truly achieved the impossible feat of slaying a dragon. But a wizard like Tom, who accomplished this at the age of 11. Had there ever been such a figure in the entire history of the wizarding world? Polana's mind blurred for a moment as she looked at the boy recounting his battle with the dragon to Fleur, gesturing animatedly as though he'd merely gone on an afternoon stroll. Perhaps, this was the greatest opportunity their Vela tribe had encountered in 100 years. If Fleur truly ended up with Tom, they would have the protection of a dragon slayer, and one who would only grow stronger. Don't be fooled by the seemingly friendly ties between the French Ministry of Magic and their tribe. It was all mutual exploitation. The ministry was riddled with factions, and some of them had already set their sights on the tribe's wealth, or even on the Vela themselves. For now, political balance kept things stable, but once that balance broke. Well, in that case, only raw power could force others to talk reason. And with the way Fleur was throwing herself at Tom, Polana thought, this hardly counted as selling off her granddaughter. With a sly smile, she quietly left the garden, leaving the space to the two young ones. The two stood close together, almost shoulder to shoulder. After being bathed in dragon's blood, Tom had grown significantly. He now stood just as tall as Fleur, despite being 3 years younger. Side by side, they looked like a perfect match. I used the same magic I did the day I saved you, Tom was explaining. But dragons are tough. A wizard gets roasted in seconds, but a fire dragon can burn for minutes and still jump around like it's nothing. That was Protego Diabolica. Fleur asked, her blue eyes wide. But the books say Protego Diabolica is uncontrollable, only a few counter curses can even contain it. Well, that just means the people who wrote those books weren't as talented as I am, or as the one who taught me, Tom replied smugly. So of course they think it can't be controlled. Humph, always full of yourself. How is that bragging? Tom laughed. If I ever wrote a book, I'd write it better than all of them. Then write one. Fleur said brightly, grinning. When you finish, I'll be your first customer. Nah. Tom shook his head. I'd be afraid no one could afford it. After all, even the method of controlling Protego Diabolica would drive countless dark wizards mad with desire. The knowledge passed down from Grindlevald and Andrus was priceless. Tom understood the concept of guarding the secrets of the Tao. True power should not be handed out lightly. Only those he recognized, or those with something to offer in return, would be worthy of such gifts. This time, Fleur didn't tease him. After killing the dragon, something about Tom had changed, his very aura was different. He exuded sharpness and command, confidence without arrogance. Compared to the silly, strutting boys at school who flared their feathers like peacocks, Tom was, on a completely different level. Half an hour later, Fleur gently urged him to rest. After all, he'd just gone through a fierce battle, and she assumed he must be exhausted. She left the cabin, closing the door behind her. But Tom wasn't tired at all. On the contrary, he felt charged with endless energy. Since fusing with the dragon's bloodline, fatigue seemed a foreign concept. He closed his eyes, and his mind sank into the depths of his consciousness, into the 12 trials. The draconic rune from before had completely vanished. In its place was a vast cosmic sky, glittering with stars. Among the stars stood 12 towering palaces. 11 of them were dim and silent, only the first shone brightly with radiant light. In Greek mythology, the number 12 symbolized divine perfection. The zodiac signs were projections of those myths onto the stars, like Hercules, who had left his eternal mark among them in the form of the constellation Hercules. Now, these celestial palaces represented Tom's trial progress. He cast his spiritual awareness toward the second darkened palace, and soon, a new surge of information flowed into his mind. Second trial, sacred. Gain the recognition and loyal following of a unicorn. Reward, blessing of the holy beast, purify the soul, enhance comprehension. The first trial had strengthened his body and magical power. Now, the second trial aimed to elevate his soul and perception. Another incredible reward. But, wasn't this a bit too difficult? In myths, they represented purity and sacredness. In reality, they were still sacred beasts with powerful resistance to dark magic, but the fact that they only allowed pure-hearted maidens to approach. That put Tom firmly on the natural enemies list. He tried reaching out to the second palace mentally, hoping to negotiate the trial's terms. Can't we change it to something simpler? Like slaying a few unicorns instead. Winning a unicorn's recognition. Wasn't that asking for the impossible? Was he supposed to cross-dress? Maybe he should ask Fleur for some clothes. With no better ideas in mind, Tom decided to consult his two old mentors in the learning space. But the moment he stepped in, before he could even speak, both Andrus and Grindelwald stared at him. You fused a bloodline. Grindelwald's brows furrowed. Tom, you already found a dragon. MHM. Tom nodded honestly. I just killed a Horntail. Took a dragon blood bath, and boom, fusion complete. The two masters exchanged a silent glance. If bloodline fusion were truly as simple as Tom made it sound, there wouldn't be countless dead wizards who tried and failed. Only a handful had ever survived such an ordeal. But they didn't question him further, it would be pointless. What mattered was, now they understood why Tom had insisted on slaying a dragon himself. There was tremendous benefit in it, clearly. Andrus turned to Grindelwald with a grin. Looks like we can crank up the intensity of his training. Dragon bloodline infusion. That's worth at least 2 extra hours a day. Grindelwald nodded in agreement. With these advantages, if you don't train harder, how will you ever defeat Dumbledore? Then let's do 8 hours a day, Tom offered enthusiastically. 4 hours with Andrus, 4 with you. I want to master both light and dark magic equally, it's the only way to grow in balance. Excellent idea. Oddly enough, Andrus and Grindelwald were actually getting along quite well. Tom had originally feared their drastically different philosophies would lead to clashes, but so far, there'd been none. Andrus was a paragon of justice, every inch of him radiated righteousness. But that didn't mean he was naive. In the dark era of Greece, any wizard with blind idealism and a soft heart would have died quickly. Andrus had survived. And thrived. Andrus's concept of justice was one of clarity and truth, it wasn't about showing mercy to the weak or fearing the strong. In his worldview, reason was proven with fists and wands, not words. His Patronus was powerful not because of some soft-hearted kindness, but because of his unshakable will and unparalleled talent. It fit perfectly with that ancient saying, my heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, all I do for justice. As for Gellert Grindelwald, he wasn't the typical dark wizard either. Sure, he had committed his share of unspeakable acts, but his ultimate goal had always been clear, he believed wizards should rule the world rather than hide like rats from muggles. You could call him extreme, but not purely evil. And to someone like Andrus, that mindset wasn't as foreign as it might seem. After all, back in his time, wizards were nobility, welcome at royal courts and seated beside kings. So surprisingly, the two men actually got along. Gentlemen, Tom began, the dragon issue has been dealt with, but now I have a new problem. He laid out the requirements for the second trial, gaining the approval and companionship of a unicorn, and looked to the two elders, hoping for some solid advice. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. So if you succeed, you'll gain the power of a unicorn's bloodline. Tom shook his head, and both old men visibly relaxed. Dragon bloodline was already enough to make any wizard green with envy, but to stack that with a unicorn's sacred essence. That would be too much, even for the most composed. No, I won't absorb its bloodline, Tom clarified, but I will receive purification of my soul, and an upgrade to my soul's essence. Pfft. Andrus choked on air. Grindelwald's eye twitched violently. Do you even hear yourself right now? Soul essence. Let's put this into perspective. If a wizard's life essence was rated at 1, and his soul essence was also 1, then multiplying them gives you a total potential of 1 times 1 is equal to 1. That's your average wizard. Now, not everyone starts with a clean 1. Some might be blessed with a higher base, say, 1.2. Others might be dragging at 0.8. But the soul essence number? That almost never changes. When Andrus gave Tom that body-enhancing potion earlier, it was a strategic treasure designed to raise life essence. It wasn't even his own invention, it came from a legendary wizard, the prophet Mopsus. Mopsus lived 2 centuries before Andrus, a titan of his age and a true king of the century. He wielded extraordinary prophetic abilities and even defeated another seer, Calchas, securing his kingdom's golden era. Unfortunately, he got tangled in a royal succession dispute and was poisoned. A pathetic end for such a man. But before he died, Mopsus cursed the royal family with venomous words. You shall die by your son's hand. Your son will marry his own mother. Sound familiar? That was the infamous Oedipus curse from Theban lore, one that haunted generations and sparked the Trojan War. After one round of potion treatments, Tom's life essence had already jumped to around 1.5, a 50% boost. Now, with the dragon bloodline fully integrated, that number had skyrocketed to at least 3. But up until now, his soul essence remained unchanged. And yet here he was, about to improve even that. Even the smallest increase, say from 1.0 to 1.1, would result in a much greater total potential, because of how multiplicative growth works. That was the terrifying power of multiplier effects. Tom looked at the two mentors eagerly, hoping they'd have a method to help him pass the trial. Grindelwald was the first to offer a suggestion after some thought. What about the Imperious Curse? I've developed some rather refined techniques for it. You could kill the unicorn, then bring it back with a controlled resurrection. Perfect loyalty. Tom's face instantly darkened. Don't mess with me. You think I don't know about your dirty little incident with the Qilin? Trying to dupe the International Confederation of Wizards. I need the unicorn's trust and loyalty, not some corpse puppet. Grindelwald's face also darkened. Low blow. Real low. Not only had Tom hit a sore spot, he'd practically slapped him with it. Yes, the Qilin incident, when Grindelwald tried to use a killed and reanimated magical creature to manipulate the outcome of an election, was infamous. While it hadn't ended his career, the aftermath had been a major pain to manage. And what stung the most wasn't the fallout. It was that the person who ruined everything was that nosy, suitcase-slinging, creature-loving nuisance Newt Scamander. And to make matters worse, he shattered the blood pact at the climax of it all, freeing Dumbledore to move against Grindelwald unhindered. That blasted Scamander, truly a walking disaster. Now that Grindelwald had been thoroughly shut down, Tom turned to his last hope, Andrus. Andrus, with all the seriousness of a seasoned war general, offered his solution. Beat it. Once if it resists, twice if it still does. 3 times if needed. You keep going until it gets the message. It'll open its heart eventually. Tom's soul deflated. One was a Dark Lord. The other? A hammer in human form. How was he supposed to fix the wizarding world surrounded by these lunatics? With no solution in sight, Tom decided to spar with the 2 of them, alternating rounds to test his new power. After an hour of combat drills and magical exchanges, he returned to his physical body. The improvement was undeniable. His spells now packed a punch, each one laced with raw power and innate intimidation. Even before he cast anything, he could feel his opponents faltering under pressure. This was the mark of true dragon blood integration. Among all 5X class magical creatures, dragons were the most iconic, not just because of their power, but because of their oppressive, throne-like presence. Other dangerous beasts might be deadly, but only dragons came with an aura that commanded subservience. Any creature remotely dragon-like was guaranteed a minimum 4X classification. Now, Tom had inherited that dragons might. Any weak-willed opponent would crumble under his presence before a single spell was cast. Their focus would slip, their aim would falter, and their magic would weaken on impact. For now, he shelved the unicorn dilemma. He'd head back to the school and dig through every available reference material before making his next move. Pulling on his gloves, he conjured a set of precise and razor-sharp tools through transfiguration. It was time to start harvesting the dragon's remains. Chapter 89, the Delacours returned through the snow. Processing a dragon's corpse wasn't just delicate, it was a massive operation. With a body stretching over 10 meters long, even the basics like scale removal, skinning, muscle separation, and bone extraction took up an absurd amount of time. And that was just the beginning. Afterward, all the harvested materials had to be sorted, categorized, and preserved properly. Fleur had originally wanted to help, but the moment she laid eyes on the blood-soaked corpse, her legs went weak. Instead of being helpful, she became a liability. Tom quickly ushered her out before she got in the way. The part Vela girl, feeling slighted and underestimated, huffed indignantly and switched tactics, logistic support. She began preparing delicious meals for Tom every day, trying new recipes, and even rounded up a squad of Vela to give him full-body massages after his long workdays. Tom was exhausted, but blissfully so. Each day he was practically drowning in tenderness and warmth. But his nights weren't for resting. The 2 kings of the century took turns grinding him down through intense magical training. His progress had accelerated once again. Tom had originally planned to keep a low profile when school started, maybe hide from Snape until the men forgot about that whole Christmas gift situation. Now. Hide from Snape. Bring it on. Face to face. Head on. 3 days later, the dragon's body was finally fully processed. In his spare time, Tom also managed to brew another batch of the physical enhancement potion. Thanks to his previous experience, everything went smoothly, no accidents this time. He'd only used 1/5 of the dragon's heart. The bottleneck, it turned out, was the Sphinx eyeballs. They were completely used up. The final yield. 20 bottles. He downed one to test the results. Just as expected, there was an improvement, but the effect was far less significant than before. He'd already fully integrated the dragon bloodline, after all. Naturally, this kind of potion would have diminishing returns on him. Still, any improvement was an improvement. Even a mosquito's leg was still meat. But there was no way he could use up all 20 bottles himself, so he thought of Fleur. He offered to sell her a bottle for 1,100 galleons, with a try-now-pay-later deal for the first one. Give it to her for free. Not a chance. As of now, there was only one person in the world worthy of receiving the potion as a gift from Tom, and that was Daphne. That girl had stood by him without hesitation from the very beginning, and in Tom's heart, she held significant weight. His relationship with Fleur was budding, sure, but it hadn't reached that level yet. No way he'd hand it over for free. In fact, selling it to her at all was already a subtle gesture of closeness. If Malfoy had asked. Even if he offered 10,000 galleons, well, all right, if he was actually willing to pay 10,000, only a fool wouldn't sell it. Fleur, being here visiting her grandmother, naturally didn't have that kind of cash on her. Worse, she had no idea what was so special about this potion that it was worth over 1,000 galleons. Even Felix Felici's only cost a few hundred for a tiny vial. Madame Polana didn't know what it was either, but without hesitation, she paid the bill for Fleur. At this point, even if Tom handed her a bunch of weeds and told her they were worth 1,000 galleons, she'd pay without blinking. Once Fleur took the potion and paired it with the movements Tom had taught her, she immediately realized she'd hit the jackpot. In the magical world, few things could directly improve a witch or wizard's strength. Most tools were external, enchanted objects, artifacts, alchemical gear. But this potion? After just one dose, Fleur could feel the difference in her body. Her stamina surged. Her thoughts were crystal clear. Her magical power felt denser, more abundant. Do you have more? Fleur's eyes burned with hunger as she stared at Tom like she wanted to devour him. I'll take all of it. However much you've got. Tom thought for a moment. At most, I can give you 4 more bottles. He needed to set some aside for Daphne, and also Hermione. Though he hadn't yet decided what Hermione would need to trade in return. As for himself, the potion would probably stop working after a few more doses anyway. 5 bottles isn't enough, Tom. Come on, give me a few more. Fleur leaned in with a pitiful expression and launched a full-on charm offensive. A lovely, delicate girl wrapped around your arm, swaying gently with tearful eyes and a soft voice. It was the kind of thing most men wouldn't survive. But Tom wasn't most men. After spending days being trained in the Vela tribe, his mind and heart were steel-forged. He stood his ground. With no other option, Fleur played her trump card. What about Gabrielle? You're not going to prepare any for Gabrielle. Recently, Gabrielle had practically glued herself to Tom. Whenever he was around, her sister stopped nagging her. Plus, Tom was endlessly patient with her. The little one hadn't even gone home for several days, choosing instead to sleep at Tom's place like a human plushie. Even Polana had started wondering if she'd picked the wrong candidate. Maybe it was Gabrielle she should have sent next year. As expected, Tom hesitated. But after a pause, he still shook his head. It's not that I don't want to give Gabrielle some, but she's still too young. There's no rush. Once she starts school, then it'll be the right time. I don't have a lot of stock left, and I'm short on a key ingredient. If you can get your hands on more Sphinx eyeballs, send them to Hogwarts. I'll brew a fresh batch then. Seeing how sincere Tom was, Fleur had no choice but to give up, but she gnawed her lip in frustration. This bastard. I try everything, pleading, pouting, and he stays cold. Mention Gabrielle. Boom. Instant soft spot. Even gives me an explanation. Tom, blissfully unaware that Fleur was actually jealous of her own little sister, handed over 4 potions and gently reminded her. Don't rush to use them all at once. To fully absorb the potion's effects, you should space it out. 1 bottle per month is ideal. And don't skip the complementary movements I taught you. They'll help your body adapt faster. Everyone had a different constitution. For Tom, a bottle a week was fine. But Fleur's foundation was weaker, so taking it slower wouldn't hurt. But Fleur heard something else entirely, beneath the words, a sadness. You're leaving, aren't you? Yes. She was a student at Beauxbatons. He was at Hogwarts. This had just been a holiday, one that was now coming to an end. Tom nodded. This journey's come to a perfect close. Term starts the day after tomorrow. I'll head back tomorrow. Can't you stay one more day? Fleur suddenly grabbed his hand, eyes glistening. My parents are coming tomorrow. They want to thank you in person. That's really not necessary. Tom looked hesitant. Please. Fleur begged gently. You can apparate, can't you? Even if you leave the morning of, you'll still make it in time. Just stay. One more day. Spend time with me, and Gabrielle. In the end, Tom relented. He'd already erased the trace on his wand using the Confundus charm, which meant he could now cast spells freely outside school. If he left early in the morning, he'd make it to King's Cross Station in London well before 11 a.m. The next day, Tom gave himself a real day off. He didn't even touch his free 1-hour study space. He got up early and spent the morning building a magical brick castle with Gabrielle. Once it was finished, he used a sticking charm to solidify the entire thing so it wouldn't collapse, even if moved. At noon, Fleur's parents arrived. Mr. Riddle, thank you for saving my daughter. If something had happened to Fleur, I don't know what I'd have done. The moment he stepped through the door, Mr. Delacour was already gripping Tom's hand, emotion trembling in his voice. He was in his 40s, balding, a little overweight, and just under 1.8 meters tall, honestly, the kind of guy you could mistake for a random background character on the street. He quickly explained why it had taken them so long to visit. He was the director of emergency affairs at the French Ministry of Magic, and during the Christmas holiday, his schedule had been completely swamped. Hundreds of magical disputes had broken out, mostly caused by wandering wizards from the north. He'd only managed to request leave today, and even then, he had to go back to the office by nightfall to continue working. Tom suddenly completely understood why the man was balding. And also felt deeply relieved. Thankfully, neither Fleur nor Gabrielle had inherited their father's looks. They had inherited all their mother's strengths instead. Madame Delacour was Fleur, but upgraded, more refined, more elegant, and with a maturity that only enhanced her beauty. Though she was 40, she looked barely over 30. Fleur, and Minnie Fleur, 3 women standing together, and no one in the world would ever doubt that they were family. Madame Delacour expressed her gratitude, but her attention was clearly more on Tom himself. Her eyes swept up and down over him, again and again, growing more pleased with each pass. Polana had already written about her intentions in the letter. So right now, the only person still left in the dark was Monsieur Delacour. As for Madame Delacour, her eyes held the clear gaze of a mother-in-law evaluating a future son-in-law. The entire afternoon passed in a haze of polite conversation. Tom sat and chatted with the Delacour couple, who each had their own focus. Monsieur Delacour spoke at length about international affairs and recent cases he'd encountered in his role. Meanwhile, Madame Delacour focused entirely on Tom's personal background. And when she learned that Tom was an orphan from the Muggle world, a hush fell over the room. Monsieur Delacour grew solemn. And the 3 women. It was like someone had stabbed them in the chest. Fleur's wide, glimmering eyes filled with tears almost instantly. During all this time, Tom had never once mentioned his family. Combined with his strength, she'd simply assumed he came from a powerful, ancient wizarding family. But who could have guessed it was this kind of background? To rise from the Muggle world, step into the magical one, and achieve everything he had in just over half a year. How much suffering had he gone through? That thought alone sent Fleur's tears falling like broken pearls. She wanted to rush over and embrace him. But someone beat her to it. Gabrielle had already thrown herself into Tom's arms, sobbing quietly. "Big brother," she sniffled, "from now on, I'm your family." Tom didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did it feel like they'd already written a tragic backstory drama in their heads? Honestly, he felt fine. He liked being on his own. The Christmas holidays came to an end. With a loud whistle, the Hogwarts Express departed from platform 9 3/4, cutting through the cold air as it headed for the Scottish Highlands, once again packed with young witches and wizards. The compartment door slid open. Hermione poked her head in, glanced around, and upon seeing only Daphne inside, hurried in without hesitation. "Daphne, have you seen Tom?" she asked breathlessly. "No," Daphne huffed, cheeks puffed with frustration. "He promised yesterday he'd catch the train today. I searched every compartment, didn't even see his shadow." "You've got the two-way mirror, don't you? Try calling him." Hermione, realizing the situation might be serious, grew visibly anxious. Daphne rolled her eyes. "Do you think I haven't? I tried a dozen times. He's not picking up." "You don't think something happened, do you?" Hermione's voice trembled with growing concern. Oddly enough, Daphne was the calmer of the two now. "Don't overthink it. Tom's stronger than both of us. If you didn't get into trouble, then there's no way he did. And even if he did, he's got his wand, he'll be fine." Hermione could only nod, not entirely reassured. The rest of the journey passed in near silence. Occasionally they spoke, but conversation quickly fizzled. Daphne kept trying the mirror, but the other side remained dark and silent. Until just before they arrived. As the train began to slow, she gave it one last try. And this time, the mirror connected. The girl leapt to her feet in an instant. "Tom. Where are you?" she demanded. Hermione rushed over too. "I'm on the night bus." Tom's face appeared in the mirror. "Ran into a bit of trouble, but it's all sorted now. I'll be a little late getting to school, we'll talk more later." Daphne nodded rapidly, then hung up the connection herself, sharing a smile of relief with Hermione. As long as Tom was safe, that was all that mattered. Whatever had happened in between could wait until they reached the castle. Their steps lightened as they hopped off the train and joined the stream of students headed to the carriages. Snow drifted down in thick, soft flakes, blanketing the world in white. The thestral-drawn carriages moved slowly along the winding path, leaving deep tracks in the snow until they finally came to a halt at the castle steps. Eager to escape the cold, the students jumped down, clutching their hands to keep warm as they rushed into the castle. There were no warming charms on the carriages, and the biting cold had left everyone shivering. Thankfully, roaring fires welcomed them inside. The moment they crossed the threshold, a wave of warmth swept over them. There was no elaborate opening ceremony this time. Instead, the great hall was already filled with a banquet worthy of kings. Students scrambled to find their seats and dug in hungrily. But at the Slytherin table, something was clearly amiss. Where was Tom? Birds and the others turned to Daphne, who usually knew Tom's every move. But she merely waved them off. "I don't know either. But he told me he'd be here soon." At the staff table, Dumbledore wore his usual warm smile as he watched the students devour their feast. This was always one of his favorite moments of the year. Watching young witches and wizards enjoying themselves was more satisfying than any magic. But then, suddenly, his expression shifted. He frowned ever so slightly, sharp eyes sweeping across the hall. Had it been anyone else, he might not have noticed. But Tom, and Harry, these were special cases. He always noticed. He glanced towards Snape. Snape was doing the same, his sharp eyes scanning the hall for a certain someone. When he caught Dumbledore looking his way, the potions master gave the faintest shake of his head. He had no idea where Riddle had gone. Could it be that his little Christmas gift had scared him off? As the feast wore on and the dishes were gradually emptied, just as dessert was about to be served. Creak. The heavy oak doors of the great hall opened with a low groan. Heads turned. Snow clung to his cloak. Wind swept in behind him. And there stood Tom Riddle, stepping into the hall, walking through the snow and firelight like a shadow returned. Chapter 90, Snape's Jealousy. It was as if the feast on the table was playing a prank on Tom. He rushed to sit next to Daphne, not caring that what remained was already cold and picked over, all he wanted was to eat his fill. But the moment his rear hit the bench, all the food on the table vanished. The golden plates shimmered clean and empty, gleaming brightly under the candlelight. Puffed. Someone snorted first, and then more laughter rippled through the Slytherin table. Normally, no one would dare to laugh at Tom, but this moment seemed to be the exception. The scene was simply too funny to resist. Especially the way Tom's expression shifted, from blank to shocked to speechless, it was pure comedy. Even Professor Dumbledore, seated at the head table, couldn't help but let out a small, amused chuckle. "All right, children," Dumbledore said with his usual warm smile, "our grand feast has come to an end. Return to your dormitories now and enjoy the warmth of your common room fires. And please, don't forget to attend classes tomorrow." Then his gaze turned to Tom. "Mr. Riddle, would you stay a moment? There are some matters I'd like to discuss with you." As the students and staff began to file out, Tom followed Dumbledore's subtle signal and walked up to the staff dais. Together, they disappeared into a small room behind the Great Hall. Snape, as the Slytherin head of house, followed suit. Silently, Tom activated his study space and summoned Grindlevald. Now there were three. Dumbledore looked at Tom. Tom looked at Dumbledore. Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore. Inside the study space, Grindelwald's face twisted with mixed emotions. Despite himself, the corners of his mouth curled upward, though he couldn't say what he was feeling. Too many emotions at once. And in the end, all that turmoil condensed into a single sigh. "Albus, you've gotten old." Andrews blinked at the emotional scene unfolding. He was utterly lost. Weren't these two supposed to be mortal enemies? Why did it feel like he was watching the climax of a soap opera? Like one of those scenes where the male and female leads meet at the wrong time in life, only to cross paths decades later in an unexpected reunion. "Mr. Riddle," Dumbledore said, his voice gentle, a faint smile on his lips. "I heard from Hagrid that you weren't in the carriage procession. That would mean you didn't take the Hogwarts Express. Would you mind telling me what happened? Perhaps I can be of help." Tom gave a helpless shrug. "Professor, today has been a complete disaster. The train to London was delayed, and by the time I got to the platform, it was already past noon." "Then how did you arrive at school?" Snape asked, narrowing his eyes. "I read about the night bus in a book and tried summoning it. It actually worked. Though the fare was kind of steep, Stan Shunpike charged me 2 galleons. "Ah, I see." Dumbledore nodded, then smiled. "Next time, if you find yourself in a similar predicament, you can call on Fawkes for help. You do have one of his tail feathers, don't you? If you burn one, she'll sense your call." "What?" Snape's gaze instantly snapped toward Tom, sharp and filled with disbelief. "A phoenix tail feather? You've got to be kidding me." He had pleaded with this old coot, and that dead bird, for years, and not even a single phoenix feather had come his way. And now this boy, this new transfer, barely in Hogwarts for a semester, and he already had a tail feather. Where's the justice? Tom, of course, paid no mind to Snape, whose eyes were practically bloodshot. He smiled at Dumbledore and nodded. "Then I'll call on Fawkes next time." "Incorrect," Dumbledore corrected gently. "Next time, do your best not to be late. The Hogwarts Express remains the safest and most comfortable means of travel." "Yes, Professor. I'll be more careful next time." Dumbledore gave a satisfied nod. This Tom Riddle, he thought, was far more agreeable than the last. But if he knew what Tom had been up to over the holidays, he might not be so pleased. Forget the dragon. Just counting the dark wizards and poachers alone, Tom had killed no fewer than 30 over the break. Even Voldemort in his first year, or frankly, his entire school career, hadn't racked up a body count like that in one term. "Well then, Mr. Riddle, after such a bumpy journey, I'm sure you're tired. Go get some rest." "Wait, no, let's talk more." Grindelwald was frantically signaling from the study space, but Tom ignored him entirely. With a quick farewell, he left the office. "What's with the phoenix feather?" The moment Tom left, Snape pounced like a woman scorned, voice sharp and quivering with repressed jealousy. Dumbledore merely shrugged. That's a matter between Fawkes and Mr. Riddle. I had no hand in it. He smiled gently. Fawkes delivered a Christmas gift for Mr. Riddle, a tail feather and a drop of phoenix tears. I believe it was her personal gesture. A drop of tears too. Snape was now visibly hyperventilating. Severus, Dumbledore suddenly grew serious. Surely you've noticed the change in Mr. Riddle. Snape, still fuming, regained his composure and nodded gravely. Sharp-edged. Commanding presence. He must have done something extraordinary over the holidays. No other explanation for such a leap. Dumbledore smiled again, this time with warmth. It's good when a student strives for improvement. I just want to ensure that this transformation doesn't come at a personal cost. I'll look into it myself, Snape said, determination flashing in his eyes. He was already planning a rematch. Their last duel had ended badly for him, and if Riddle had closed the gap that much, maybe he'd taken some unsavory shortcuts. Snape didn't mind dark magic per se, but rushing the process was a fatal flaw. Quick progress often hid deep cracks. He knew this better than anyone. After all, wasn't he the perfect example? Even now, hailed as one of the greatest dueling minds in the wizarding world, just under Dumbledore and the Dark Lord himself, Snape still knew the gap between them was like a chasm. I'll handle it, Headmaster. Dumbledore gave a satisfied nod and turned to leave the office. It wasn't until Dumbledore's robes had vanished entirely from view that Snape finally realized. That old bastard had tricked him again. They were talking about the Phoenix. How did the conversation end up on Tom Riddle? When Tom returned to the common room, he was immediately pulled into a corner by Daphne. The young witch lowered her voice and asked, Tom, what exactly happened today? Tom let out a long sigh, sank into the sofa, and silently cast a muffly auto charm to ensure no one could eavesdrop. What happened? Just pure bad luck. He then began recounting his chaotic day to Daphne. At 6 a.m, Tom quietly left the Vela Enclave without disturbing Fleur or Gabrielle. He only said a quick goodbye to Polana. From there, he started operating his way back toward London. Everything went smoothly, until he hit the border between France and Britain. That's when he slammed straight into an anti-apparition ward. Apparently, the movement of wizards between the British Isles and the European continent was heavily regulated. Anyone wanting to cross had to formally register. The ward wasn't particularly strong, more of a tripwire than a wall, meant to trigger alarms rather than block passage. And sure enough, the moment he triggered it, 4 uniformed hit wizards operated in, fully armed. Thankfully, Tom was quick. He conjured a black hooded cloak to mask his identity and physique just in time. Explaining himself? Out of the question. If they figured out who he was, he'd be spending the night in Azkaban. So naturally, he bolted. The 4 hit wizards hesitated for only a moment before taking off after him, tracking the magical disturbance through the air. Their orders were to log cross-border travelers, and anyone who ran at the sight of them obviously had something to hide. What followed was a high-speed game of cat and mouse across half of Britain. Tom managed to shake them off at first, but then they called for backup, bringing 4 more hit wizards into the chase and forming a net. Eventually, Tom ran out of patience. He set a trap, launched a sneak attack, and took down all 8 of them before they could even send out distress signals. Only then was he finally free of that headache. But by then, it was already 2 p.m., and the Hogwarts Express had long since left the station. With no other options, Tom summoned the night bus and took it straight to Hogwarts. Daphne listened with wide eyes, her mouth slightly agape. She was completely stunned by the wild sequence of events. She nearly had to plan prison visits to Azkaban. She wasn't even sure if her mother could get Tom out. Well, at least you didn't get caught, she said as she held his hand, trying to comfort him. But please, try to use safer methods next time you travel abroad. Then she huffed, suddenly annoyed. It's all that half-blood Vela's fault. If she hadn't insisted on keeping you an extra day, none of this would have happened. Tom hadn't cut off communication with Daphne during his time in the Vela village, so she was well aware of his recent whereabouts, and of Fleur's existence. The two-way mirror only showed one person at a time, so Daphne hadn't seen Fleur's face yet. But the words half-blood Vela were already more than enough to rouse her hostility. In the Western magical world, Vela had a reputation not unlike that of fox spirits in Eastern folklore, gorgeous, bewitching, and dangerously alluring. Tom chuckled helplessly. This was bound to happen sooner or later. Even if I'd left a day earlier, I still would have operated back and hit the same ward. He really hadn't expected the British magical world to mirror the Muggle world's infamous isolationist policies. Europe was embracing unity, while Britain still had its walls up. After chatting with Daphne for a while longer, Tom slipped out of the common room and snuck off to the kitchens for dinner. He was starving. What he didn't know, however, was that his chaotic border crossing had already thrown the entire Ministry of Magic into a frenzy. Though none of the 8 hit wizards had suffered life-threatening injuries, just minor ones, the implications of the incident were far more serious. A powerful, unidentified wizard had broken into Britain. No one knew who he was. No one had seen his face. And no one could say for certain if he was acting alone. The ministry was flying blind. All Aurors and hit wizards were ordered to work overtime through the night. Every known magical hideout was combed through. Nocturn Alley, in particular, became the focus of a sweeping crackdown. What began as a manhunt suddenly turned into a full-scale anti-crime operation. It wasn't until the next day, when Tom finally got his hands on the Daily Prophet, that he realized just how much of a mess he'd stirred up. Beware of strange wizards, danger lurks among US. That was the headline on the front page. The Prophet called it a premeditated invasion. The number of culprits, unknown. Their appearances, unknown. The only certainty was that the intruder was incredibly powerful. The paper urged all witches and wizards to immediately report any suspicious individuals to the ministry. After reading it, Daphne was left completely speechless. She glanced at Tom in disbelief, then suddenly burst out laughing. Tom couldn't help but laugh too. The people around them gave them confused looks but didn't dare ask questions, returning to their own discussions about the sudden appearance of this so-called mysterious intruder. Before Transfiguration class, Daphne quietly filled Hermione in on everything. When Hermione heard the full story, she didn't know whether to laugh or facepalm. You mean the entire ministry got turned upside down, because of Tom, she whispered, horrified and amused. Not Tom, Daphne whispered back with emphasis. The mysterious intruder. This has nothing to do with Tom. Hermione nodded vigorously, fully agreeing with Daphne. No one else could know about this. If word got out, it could cause major trouble for Tom. Then, after a moment of hesitation, she glanced at him sheepishly. Tom, that disillusionment charm trick of yours, do you think you could use it on my wand too? Not being able to use magic all holiday had driven Hermione mad. When she heard Tom had a way to mask spellcasting, she couldn't sit still. Tom smirked. Well, if it isn't the most law-abiding Miss Granger herself. So, let me get this straight, you follow school rules to the letter, but when it comes to ministry law, suddenly you're flexible. Oh, come on. Hermione blushed bright red, while Daphne giggled beside her, clearly enjoying the scene. Hermione playfully pinched Tom's arm, not hard, just enough to show her mock annoyance. Stop bringing up my blackmail-worthy moments. She had gradually changed her outlook. Rules, she'd realized, were often arbitrary, some even unfair. So why blindly obey them? Take the no wandering after curfew rule, it was way too strict. As long as she wasn't late to class the next day, what harm was there in taking a walk? It was even good for mental health. Looking back, Hermione now felt her old self had been way too uptight. Basically, she'd studied herself silly. Tom decided not to tease her further. If he really annoyed her, he'd be the one stuck coaxing her afterward, not worth it. He agreed easily and promised to fix the trace issue after class. Just then, Professor McGonagall walked into the room, carrying 2 cages, each holding a rather disgruntled-looking owl. The room instantly fell silent. Hermione quickly slid back into her seat beside Lavender Brown. McGonagall strode up to the front of the classroom, scanning the students with her usual stern expression. All of you, she said coldly, place your holiday homework on your desks now. And don't even think about telling me you forgot it at home, I have owls right here who can retrieve it for you. Chapter 91, Snape vs. Riddle Round. The students obediently pulled out their homework. Yes, even Longbottom hadn't forgotten his. His luggage had been packed by his grandmother. After all, there was 0 chance of anything missing. Only Tom. It was as if lightning had struck him. He sat frozen in place for several long seconds. Professor McGonagall was making her rounds, collecting parchment after parchment, until she finally stopped at his desk. Her eyes swept over the utterly empty tabletop and she asked, perplexed. Mr. Riddle, where is your homework? Professor McGonagall, Tom forced out a very forced smile, I haven't quite adjusted back from holiday mode yet. Maybe, give me 2 more days. Once I'm fully back to normal, I'll hand it in to you. He'd completely forgotten. To make Hermione's holiday a little less stressful, he had taken it upon himself to write both their assignments over the break. But the moment they'd landed in France, every single day had been filled with Vela sisters and enchanting distractions. Homework. What homework? Not just Transfiguration, he hadn't touched a single subject. This was, frankly, karma. It had been nearly a whole term since he'd last done any schoolwork. The habit was long gone. McGonagall gave him a gracious smile. Thank you, Mr. Riddle. I do believe that's a brand new excuse I've never heard before. What happens when the top student in the entire year doesn't hand in their homework? Well, Tom wasn't sure about the other subjects, but in Transfiguration, everyone was treated the same. Predictably, McGonagall gave him a punishment, 5 points from Slytherin, and an ultimatum: the homework must be on her desk by tomorrow. For every day it was late, another 5 points would be docked. Honestly, she was going easy on him. His well-established image as a good boy probably saved him. If it had been Ron or Malfoy, points deduction would have been just the start, detention would have been guaranteed. Although, come to think of it, those two, plus Harry, were already serving detention for the brawl on the last day of the previous term. Tom gave a sincere apology, which seemed to cool McGonagall's temper a little, and she launched into today's lesson. The assignment was to transfigure a stone into a wooden smoking pipe, one that had to include elegant carvings, no less. Transfiguration was one of the hardest subjects at Hogwarts. Even after a whole term, most students hadn't even scratched the surface. What they turned out was often bizarre and completely off the mark. Dean Thomas, for instance, somehow managed to transform his stone into an elephant's trunk. It flailed about the classroom, sparking screams. Neville turned his stone into another stone. Slightly altered in shape, perhaps, but the material remained entirely unchanged. McGonagall could only shake her head in quiet despair. She quickly turned to Tom and Hermione's desks to check their work, and only then did she feel a sliver of relief. Otherwise, after decades of dedicated teaching, even a professor like her might have started doubting her own abilities. After class, Tom slipped into a corner to help Hermione fix her wand problem, then immediately darted off to find Professor Flitwick and explain his situation. Compared to McGonagall's stern standards, Flitwick was far more lenient. No point deduction, no homework resubmission, he merely asked Tom to make the ribbons on the table perform a short tap dance. Naturally, this little test didn't faze Tom one bit. He passed with flying colors. Next up, herbology. Professor Sprout was just as understanding. She simply had him help fertilize a group of pitcher plants, and dropped the subject of homework entirely. The rest of the classes? Not important. Professor Binns didn't even grade notes. Tom just copied a segment each from a few classmates and stitched them together. As for Quirrell, he wasn't even worth wasting parchment on. But the most troublesome professor of all. That had to be Snape. At precisely 4 p.m., Tom knocked on the door of Snape's office. Enter. The voice from within was low and cold. Tom pushed open the door. When Snape saw who it was, he didn't look surprised. After all, aside from other professors and Filch, Tom was probably the only student who dared approach his office voluntarily. Professor, I didn't do the potions homework. Detention. Snape didn't even look up from his book. Nope. That's a waste of time. Give me something else. Then prepare the toad corpses. Disgusting. Smack. Snape slammed his book shut and looked up with icy eyes. You're getting picky now. Then he let out a mirthless chuckle. Fine. You don't want detention. Midnight. Quidditch pitch. And you're not allowed to use that disgusting doorboard of yours. No problem. Tom agreed so quickly that it caught Snape off guard. Before the men could even process the reply, Tom had already vanished. That night, Tom spent several hours completing the transfiguration homework. Well, technically, it was Andrus who wrote it inside the pocket dimension. Tom just copied it word for word, made a few edits, and called it a day. It wasn't that Tom didn't want to write it himself, McGonagall had assigned an obscene amount of work. Writing it properly would have taken a full day. Tom wasn't about to waste that much time, so poor Andrus had to bear the brunt of it. The king of the century, now reduced to ghostwriting for a first-year student. Grindlevald, watching from the side, wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. If Andrus refused next time, Tom might come knocking on his door instead. Tom finished copying the last essay just in time, then bolted from the common room and slipped through the castle toward the Quidditch pitch. Snape stood alone on the grassy field. When he saw Tom, he didn't bother with words, he simply raised his wand. But Tom wasn't rushing. He held up a hand. Professor, we're clear on the rules, no matter what happens here, the matter of my holiday homework is considered resolved. Snape gave him a mocking smirk. Didn't ask, Riddle. But, you're not allowed to use any of your bizarre little trinkets. Relax. I won't even use transfiguration. The smile vanished from Snape's face. Frost returned to his expression. The last time they dueled, Tom's transfiguration skills had caused no end of trouble. And now, after just one holiday, the boy thought he could do even more damage. Snape could sense Tom's change in aura, but still didn't believe a mere couple of weeks could bring that much improvement. No, this boy had simply grown cocky. Perfect. This would cool Tom's arrogance and remind him, there's always someone stronger, always a sky higher than the one you see. Snape raised his wand with a flick, launching the first spell to start the duel. Tom strolled aside as if taking a walk in the park, easily dodging the curse. A sizzling red burst of magic erupted from his wand in reply, powerful and explosive. The shield charm managed to block it, but the sheer force behind the spell sent Snape skidding back several steps. Once steady, Snape stared at Tom in disbelief. It was just a basic depulso. Why had it hit like a blasting curse? Professor, just one holiday and your skills have already rusted. That's disappointing. Tom's voice carried across the field, smooth and teasing. But before Snape could respond, another wave of spells flew at him, Expelliarmus, Stupefy, Impedimenta, textbook charms, but each one packed with aggression, relentless and sharp-edged. Snape found himself entirely on the defensive, struggling to keep up with the flurry. He could only just manage to deflect Tom's onslaught. At this point, Tom really wanted to shout that timeless classic, 3 decades east of the river, 3 decades west. But it had only been 2 weeks. Still a little early for that kind of drama. From the top of the tallest tower, Albus Dumbledore stood at the window, his eyes trained on the Quidditch pitch. With the aid of Hawkeye, he could see every detail of the duel between Snape and Tom. That pressure. Dragon's might. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. As perhaps the most learned wizard alive, he could spot magical anomalies others would miss. He hadn't noticed anything off about Tom the previous day, because Tom had already fully absorbed the fire dragon's bloodline. If he hadn't fought, even Dumbledore wouldn't have detected it. But now, as soon as the spells clashed and Tom's power surged, the truth revealed itself. The question remained, had Tom fused with dragon blood over the break, or had a dormant bloodline been awakened? Dumbledore leaned toward the latter. Fusion was rare and dangerous, and usually came with changes in physical appearance. Tom, on the other hand, looked perfectly normal. The Dumbledore family itself carried Phoenix blood. He knew better than most what to expect from a first-generation hybrid. The duel raged on. Tom was utterly dominating, erasing all trace of his previous loss. His offensive was fierce, his rhythm tight, his spell work seamless. It left Snape no room to counterattack. Did Snape have a way to break out of this? Oh yes. He had 9 different methods. But he couldn't use any of them, not here, not now. Most of those methods involved less than legal magic. To cast dark curses on a student. That'd be a career-ending move. And even if Snape didn't care about that, the old man watching from the tower certainly would. So, within the bounds of a formal, rule-abiding duel, there really wasn't much Snape could do. To make matters worse, Tom's raw magical power had clearly grown. His reflexes were razor-sharp, his body fast and flexible, dodging like a greased niffler. Snape, meanwhile, well, too many years behind a desk had done their damage. He was basically a stationary turret. Back in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's face remained unreadable even after discovering Tom's dragon bloodline, but now, his brow furrowed. Each of Tom's spells came with unwavering confidence, with force, speed, and precision that left no doubt. No hesitation, no wasted movement. That combat style. Dumbledore couldn't help but see shades of Grindlevald in it. Which made no sense. It had to be his imagination, right? Another 5 minutes passed. Snape was sweating profusely. Finally, he raised a hand and called off the duel. Tom pretended he didn't hear him. For a moment, he considered pressing on, avenging his humiliation from last time. But in the end, he decided to let it go. It never hurt to leave Snape with some dignity. After all, it'd be easier to ask him for favors later. Snape stormed off in fury. But he wasn't angry at Tom, he was angry at himself. He'd just been thoroughly beaten by a student. The authority he held as a professor. Gone. And after this, Tom definitely wouldn't take him seriously anymore. Not that he ever really did. But no, Snape shook himself. He had grown complacent over the years. He might never reach Voldemort's level, but he wasn't about to give up. At the very least, he had to delay Riddle's rise for as long as he could. Tom, unaware that he had just lit a fire under Snape's ambition, would have probably demanded tuition fees for the motivation boost. Once Snape left, Tom didn't return to the castle right away. Instead, he detoured toward the Forbidden Forest. Unicorns lived in there, but he had no idea how many, or where exactly they tended to roam. He didn't yet have a plan for the second trial, but scouting the area was a necessary first step. He'd considered trying to rescue a unicorn from Quirrell. If he managed to do that, such a noble and intelligent creature would likely warm up to him naturally. But the system required more than mere friendship. It required acknowledgement. Devotion. Allegiance. In other words, it had to submit. Hagrid had great relationships with the creatures of the forest too, but those were based on mutual respect, not hierarchy. Tom needed to cross that line, from ally to master. First, he had to build the bond. Then, somehow, he had to convert that bond into loyalty. That second step was the real challenge. By 2 a.m., Tom still hadn't found a unicorn, but he had discovered some promising signs. Satisfied with the intel, he finally headed back to the dormitory to sleep. He slept soundly. But elsewhere, two men were tossing and turning. In the dim sleeping quarters attached to the potions office, Snape jolted upright in bed. No. How was Riddle this strong already? Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sighed as he paced in front of the window. Grindelwald's dueling style. No. That couldn't be. He had to be imagining things. With the homework crisis behind him, Tom could finally breathe easy. Over the next week, aside from attending classes, he spent nearly all his free time in the library. He scoured every book on unicorns he could find, diving deep into their biology, habits, and habitats. At the end of the first week, Hermione came to him with news. Thanks to his chocolate frog card collection, Harry had identified Nicholas Flamel and had guessed that the Sorcerer's Stone was what was hidden on the third-floor corridor. Naturally, Harry and Ron were now busy worrying about its safety, as if they were in charge of guarding it. Tom chuckled and didn't interfere. This was actually a good thing. If anything happened to the stone, he'd find out through them immediately. Who knew if Quirrell might figure out the traps earlier than expected and strike ahead of schedule? In class, Tom had noticed something strange. Quirrell was looking paler by the day. It was hard to say if that was Voldemort squeezing him dry or just the weight of his own anxiety, but the man looked like he was about to snap. With a sigh, Tom closed the book in his hands and returned it to the shelf. Most of the materials he found only talked about the economic value of unicorns, how to harvest their hair, sell their horn shavings, breed them, etc. Not a word on how to gain their trust. But that was no surprise. Most wizards didn't want a unicorn as a companion. They wanted ingredients. No matter how pure or majestic the creature might be, it was still classified as a 4x magical beast, dangerous under the right conditions. That evening, during a training session inside the learning space, Grindelwald noticed Tom still brooding over the unicorn problem. He offered a suggestion. Why not ask Dumbledore? The man's read everything. He might have something useful to say. Tom gave him a slow, crooked smile. He wasn't stupid. He knew exactly what Grindelwald was trying to pull. Still, he agreed to the plan, on one condition. Grindelwald had to brew a special kind of milk, a hem, he meant magic, specially tailored to Tom's unique constitution. Chapter 92, Gryffindors and Their Fragile Pride. Strictly speaking, if you're inventing a spell, you ought to be doing it all by yourself, right? That's what original creation means. But the reality of the wizarding world is a bit more flexible. A lot of so-called original spells are just existing ones that have been tweaked, slightly reworked, or creatively combined. Take Grindelwald's infamous magical gas burner in Paris, for example. He called it Protego Diabolica, sounded impressive. But in essence, just a combination of the Fiendfire curse and legilimency, mashed together into a clever fusion. Tom could have asked Grindelwald and Andrus to craft spells tailored to his own casting style and strengths. Then he could learn them, modify them based on personal experience, and refine them into something uniquely his. Other people might learn a spell and master it to about 50%, and after years of training, maybe reach 80%. But Tom. He started at 80%, sometimes even 90%. After his tweaks, it had hit a flawless 100%. That kind of efficiency saved him tons of effort, assuming, of course, he had two legendary magical powerhouses working behind the scenes like overqualified tutors. That was the trade-off. For Tom to stay ahead of the curve, Grindelwald and Andrus had to work overtime. When they heard Tom's idea, both were stunned. "You little slacker," Grindelwald muttered, half admiring, half disbelieving. Trust Tom to even find shortcuts in inventing magic. Sure, it saved him effort, but it meant the two of them were about to get very, very busy. Andrus didn't mind. He mostly spent his time either reading or in deep meditative sleep. Having Grindelwald around to chat with gave him something to do, throwing in some actual spellcraft work wasn't a burden. Grindelwald, on the other hand, hesitated. He finally agreed, on one condition. "Every time you go to Dumbledore," he said, "you have to open the learning space. I want to hear every word you two exchange." Tom didn't argue. 6 credits an hour, 10 minutes of sentimental eavesdropping for Grindelwald in exchange for uninterrupted study time. That was a bargain. These days, Tom rarely brought the two mentors out of the learning space, it was always him going in. He chalked this arrangement up to a fair salary for his 2 world-class private instructors. Once the terms were set, Tom didn't waste time. The very next day, he made plans to visit Dumbledore. But not immediately. First, he sent a house elf with a message to check the old man's availability. When Dumbledore confirmed he was free in the afternoon, they scheduled a meeting for 4 p.m. In the meantime, Tom invited Daphne out for a walk. The weather was still frigid, but with Quidditch season starting next month, Gryffindor had already begun training. Even from a considerable distance, Tom could hear Oliver Wood bellowing at the Weasley twins. The man's obsession with the sport bordered on pathological. Tom figured if Wood had been around a century earlier during Phineas Nigellus Black's tenure as headmaster, when all Quidditch was suspended, he might have been the first student in Hogwarts history to assassinate the headmaster. It was one of those rare, sunny days at Hogwarts, and many students had ventured out to enjoy it. The air was crisp, the grass still frosted, and the atmosphere unusually relaxed. As they strolled near Hagrid's hut, Tom spotted a few Gryffindor students standing far from the front steps, teasing Fong, the half-giant's massive boarhound. The dog was tied securely to the door, but even so, he snarled and barked, baring his teeth at the scraps of jerky they dangled just out of reach. Tom didn't need to check their robes to know, only Gryffindors could be that obnoxious. "They're awful," Daphne huffed, glaring at the cruel little scene. Tom found Fong ugly, truly. But Daphne. She thought he was ugly in a cute way. "So ugly he's adorable," she'd say. Without hesitation, she pulled out 2 beef jerky sticks from her snack pouch and walked over to place them gently into Fong's dish. The moment food hit the bowl, Fong stopped reacting to the other kids. With their toy now uninterested, the Gryffindor boys shot Tom and Daphne a sour look and started to walk away, grumbling, annoyed. Tom actually laughed. He didn't just feel annoyed, he felt vindictive. Locomotor mortis. Before any of them could blink, their legs snapped together, locked tightly by invisible magical cords. Caught off guard, they toppled one by one like dominoes, faces first into the frosty grass. "Riddle. What the hell are you doing?" one of the older boys shouted, red-faced. "Undo the curse, now." Being Hogwarts' top student meant even upper years recognized him. But Tom simply stared down at them, coldly. "You think it's fine to act worse than a dog," he sneered. "Well, then crawl like one. Let's see if anyone bothers helping you now." The insult hit harder than the spell. Furious, humiliated, the older students could only lie there and seethe, soaring to get revenge one day, once they could stand up again. As they awkwardly hopped and flopped their way back to the castle, Daphne couldn't hold it in. She giggled uncontrollably. "Gryffindor Tower is all the way at the top, isn't it?" she teased. "That's gonna be a long climb." "They had it coming," Tom said flatly. "They started it." In truth, Tom thought Gryffindors were the actual problem children of Hogwarts. Hufflepuffs were quiet, obedient, nothing to worry about there. Ravenclaws. Most were girls, making up nearly 2/3 of the house. That gender imbalance plus their obsessive study habits meant they were too busy for drama. Slytherins only caused trouble when pride was involved, or when facing off against Gryffindors. Otherwise, they kept to themselves. The real chaos always came from Gryffindor, adrenaline junkies with no impulse control, endlessly poking into things they shouldn't touch. "Tom, what if they go to Professor McGonagall to tattle?" Daphne suddenly looked worried. Tom shook his head. "Don't worry. Gryffindors are too proud to tattle. If any tattling's going to happen, it'll come from a Slytherin." He smirked. Gryffindors would rather swallow their teeth than admit they got hexed by a younger student. Even if they did rat him out, what would they say? "Professor, we bullied a dog and then glared at a younger student who hexed us for it." "Please." They'd be a laughingstock by breakfast. Daphne nodded slowly. "You're right. Even Hermione's too proud to complain about stuff like that." Tom gave Fong a few scritches on the head before glancing at Hagrid's empty hut. The half-giant had gone to tend his garden. Taking advantage of the moment, Tom took Daphne by the hand and led her into the nearby grove. There, away from prying eyes, he handed her a vial of fortifying potion. "Drink it," he said. She obeyed, grimacing slightly at the taste, and he guided her through how to circulate the potion's effects, helping her body absorb it properly. As the warmth spread through her limbs, Daphne's eyes widened. I feel amazing," she gasped, positively glowing. "Tom, you're incredible. You made this potion yourself." Even a reincarnated old soul couldn't help feeling smug at a beautiful girl staring up at him with pure awe. Tom chuckled, ruffling her hair. "Your body's still weak. You need to stop worrying so much about your sister and start taking care of yourself too." "Astoria, oh." Daphne's excitement doubled. "Do you think this potion could help her too?" "I feel so warm and energized, surely it could help her condition." Tom considered it. The potion wasn't a cure, it didn't heal, per se, but it definitely improved overall constitution. It wouldn't hurt, at the very least. He nodded. "Yeah, it's safe for her." Daphne was over the moon. She clasped his hands, eyes sparkling. "Can I have one more vial? I want to send it home for her to try." "I don't have much left, just these few bottles," Tom said, pulling out 2 more vials. "Send these home, and don't forget to include those physical movements I just taught you. They must be used together for the potion to work properly." If the effects are noticeable, then ask Madame Greengrass to help me acquire some Sphinx eyes. It's a critical ingredient, and I'm out of stock. They made their way straight to the Ollery to write the letter. Daphne owned a snowy white owl named Winnie, a stunning bird even among magical owls. As for payment, neither of them brought it up aloud. Tom never intended to charge, and the little witch had already taken the initiative. In her letter, she asked her mother to send an additional 5,000 galleons. Even if the potion had no effect on Astoria, Daphne knew exactly how it made her feel. In her mind, it was worth every canute of those 5,000 galleons. Watching Winnie fly off into the distance, Daphne quietly prayed that this wouldn't end in disappointment. Chapter 93, Letters, Lies, and Legends. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, after emerging from the room of requirement, Tom and Hermione parted ways with Daphne and headed toward the headmaster's office. The stone gargoyle guarding the entrance immediately began to move aside at the sight of Tom, but he stopped it. "Hold up," Tom said. "Didn't we agree? No matter who comes, the password is mandatory. I can't play favorites." The gargoyle gave a stony groan. "Kid, are you still holding a grudge? That was one prank, one. And it was last term." "No exceptions," Tom replied solemnly. "Those were your words." "But you know the password," the gargoyle nearly wailed. "Why do you always have to recite the entire Honeyduke's menu before getting to it? Everyone else just said the password." Only Tom insisted on listing candy after candy, intentionally skipping the correct answer, before finally revealing it at the end. Now, just hearing the names of sweets made the stone beast's head ache. Defeated, the gargoyle gave up arguing and simply slid aside in silence, turning into its inert stone form. Tom smirked. "Can't take a joke, huh?" He stepped onto the moving staircase and ascended. Inside, Dumbledore was already waiting behind his desk, smiling warmly. When Tom entered, he gestured to the chair in front of him. "So," the headmaster began with a twinkle in his eye, "my services as headmaster are finally required." "Mr. Riddle, the house elf said you needed my help," Dumbledore continued, genuinely pleased. "I'm honored. Please, tell me how I can assist." Dumbledore was delighted. In his view, all genuine relationships are built through mutual aid. He didn't fear Tom coming to him for help. What he feared was another Tom Riddle, closed off and emotionally distant, walking the path to becoming another Dark Lord. "Professor," Tom began, offering a shy smile, "I read an old interview from 1955, where you said that Newt Scamander was your favorite student. I really admire Mr. Scamander, and I've recently run into a problem involving magical creatures. I was hoping to consult with him. Do you happen to have a way to contact him?" Dumbledore's smile froze on his face. He'd gone through a whole train of thought, even resolved to sign any restricted section permits Tom might ask for, and it turned out, all Tom wanted was for him to forward a letter. In the magical space where Grindlevald was observing everything, the elder wizard nearly snapped. "I told you to consult Dumbledore directly, not to use him as your postal owl to reach Scamander." Dumbledore recovered quickly and nodded. "Magical creatures, Yes, Newt is certainly an expert in that field, far more than I ever was. He's not just a former student of mine," the old man added with a fond smile. "He's also a dear friend. I'm sure he'll be happy to help." "That's wonderful, thank you so much, Professor." Tom pulled out a pre-written letter and handed it over. "Could you please send this to Devon?" Dumbledore took the envelope, then chuckled softly, a bit playfully. "Who told you Newt lives in Devon?" Tom blinked. "Wasn't that what the book said?" Dumbledore leaned back, eyes glinting. "Newt and his wife, Tina, actually live in New York. Devon is just a decoy address, for privacy. You see, he made quite a few enemies in his youth." His voice softened with a trace of sorrow. "Even now, there are still those who seek revenge on him, for helping an old friend." Tom's expression darkened. He didn't need to ask. That old friend was the very one sitting inside the learning space now, watching all of this unfold. Grindelwald. Tom reached out mentally. "Didn't you lose? Why are the saints still so powerful? Even someone like Scamander has to hide from them." "I lost," Grindelwald replied quietly, narrowing his eyes within the learning space, "but that doesn't mean they did. Do you know the kind of people who followed me back then? Most were purebloods, and many half-bloods who truly cared about the future of the wizarding world. They were the backbone of magical society. If the authorities had completely purged the saints, the entire magical community in Europe would have faced collapse, or even extinction." Tom fell silent. It made sense. The people who agreed with Grindelwald's ideology, believing that wizards were inherently superior to muggles, were the very ones upholding much of the wizarding world's infrastructure. So, they were never punished. "There was punishment," Grindelwald said after a pause. "I didn't investigate the details, but I know many of them suffered. At the very least, none of their families will be allowed near power for the next few generations." Chapter 94, Chapter 94, 13 times. He ruined my plans 13 times. Having secured Dumbledore's promise, Tom left the office with immense satisfaction. On the way back, he was still bickering with Grindelwald in the learning space. Grindelwald insisted he shouldn't go looking for Scamander. That man, he claimed, was not to be trusted. Tom glanced at the furious Grindelwald and couldn't help but feel the men had completely misunderstood their relationship. Mr. Grindelwald, let's get one thing straight. Back then, you were the villain. I'm Dumbledore's student now, doesn't that mean I'm naturally on Scamander's side? But you're also my student. Grindelwald said with great indignation. Dumbledore's just a figurehead. What has he actually taught you? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I, on the other hand, Grindelwald continued passionately, have already passed on the Protego Diabolica magic I've mastered, and I've been helping you painstakingly improve and create new spells. If we're talking about real connection, isn't it obvious who's closer to you? Tom was exasperated. Dumbledore beat you, and you were totally fine with me seeing him. But now that I want to meet Scamander, suddenly it's a problem. Come on, where's your Dark Lord mindset, your big picture thinking? What, because he caught you once in New York, then stole your blood pact in Paris, and finally brought the real Qilin to Bhutan? Tom's voice trailed off by the end, even he realizing that from Grindelwald's perspective, Newt Scamander had really done him dirty. But it was what Grindelwald said next that truly shocked Tom. Grindelwald practically growled. What you mentioned. That's only the beginning. You have no idea how many of my plans Scamander ruined after I declared war on the wizarding world. 13 times. I was already tangled up with Dumbledore, and he kept popping up with those bizarre magical creatures of his, sabotaging everything. Forget helping me get revenge, my old followers hate him to the bone. You've noticed, right? These days, apart from the UK and the US, he dares not step foot into any European country. If he did, by the next morning, there'd be at least 100 Avada Kedavras aimed right at his head. Tom inhaled sharply. He nearly missed a stare on the way down. He'd only known about the early parts of Scamander's tale. He hadn't realized that, later on, the men had turned into such a menace to the Saints. He hadn't just been poking the hornet's nest, he'd been living in it. Grindelwald let out a long breath. To be honest, I don't blame anyone for my defeat. I was simply outmatched, couldn't change the tides. The only regret I've ever had is not killing Scamander before that final duel with Dumbledore. 13 times, Tom muttered, a chuckle creeping in. Not a very lucky number, is it? Still, from where I stand, Scamander is someone I have to work with. First it was the fire crab and irrumpent horn, then the Ukrainian iron belly, the unicorn, and what next? If I'm going to continue tracking down rare magical creatures in the future, tell me, who else would be better than Newt Scamander? Grindelwald's brows shot up. Your talent. Does it have a limit? Oh, it definitely does, Tom replied with a serious nod. Just, not yet. Now Grindelwald fell into silence, because he had no counterargument. In the field of magical creatures, Newt Scamander wasn't just number one, he was so far ahead, the rest of the field basically started at 4th place. Fine. Just make sure I don't have to see that man. Grindelwald grumbled and promptly exited the learning space, his consciousness retreating to his body in Nurmengard. Tom couldn't help but laugh. Most of the time, Grindelwald was composed, calculating, a true Dark Lord. But the moment Dumbledore or Newt Scamander were mentioned, he turned into someone else entirely. Especially with Scamander, it was pure, irrational loathing. Their tangled feelings really did run deep. He had to get the two of them in a room together someday. Eternity. As Tom spoke the password, the floor rose to form a serpent, parting to reveal the entrance to the Slytherin common room. He hadn't even descended the stairs when the sounds of spellfire clashing rang out. Quickening his pace, he reached the bottom to find the furniture pushed aside and a dueling ring set up in the center. 2 young witches were locked in a magical duel. Several upperclassmen stood at the edges, wands raised with Protego totem to shield the bystanders from any stray blasts. Tom had nearly forgotten, it was the first weekend of the new term, time to reselect the Invisibles, Slytherin's unique, invisible prefects. He'd left that task in the hands of Burke, the 7th-year male prefect. The duel was between 2 5th-year girls. Imogen Phyllis, last year's challenger, had lost then. Today, she was back for revenge. Clearly, Imogen had trained hard over the holidays. Her shame and fury were fueling spell work far more powerful than before. She drove Isabella, the current invisible, back with each blast. Soon enough, Isabella's magic ran dry, her spells failed, and Imogen's stupefy knocked her out cold. Imogen clenched her fist, eyes gleaming with triumph. She'd avenged her past defeat. Burke signaled 2 students to carry Isabella away and stepped forward. Phyllis wins. She'll serve as the 5th-year invisible. Anyone else want to challenge for another year group? Ahem. Tom cleared his throat, stepping through the crowd of younger students and into the ring. Sorry I'm late. Any first years want to challenge me? His gaze drifted, ever so slightly, toward Malfoy, who immediately yanked Goyle and Crabbe in front of him like a human shield. The crowd. Was he joking? What kind of first year would be dumb enough to challenge Tom Riddle? Forget Tom, even Daphne had gone unchallenged. Ever since last term, it was a silent rule, she was the invisible for her year. This time she'd even been hoping someone would challenge her, so she could test herself, but not one person did. Frustrated, she had stomped off to her dorm to read. Tom, I want to challenge you. The crowd gasped. Someone actually dared. All eyes turned to Burke, who stood tall and confident. Could it be, was he unhappy about Tom's dominance? Was he rising up at last? Even Tom considered it. Maybe his low profile last term had emboldened Burke, made him think he stood a chance. Tom's eyes narrowed slightly, appraising him. But Burke quickly realized how his words sounded and rushed to explain. Tom, I just want to test how far I've come. I know I'm not your equal, but out of everyone in Slytherin, you're the best benchmark I've got. After losing to Tom last time, Burke had pushed himself even harder. But he knew Tom hadn't stopped progressing either. The talent gap remained. He had no illusions about winning, he just wanted a proper spar. Kind of like how Tom had sought out Snape. Seeing Burke's sincere expression, Tom gave a small nod. All right. After the rest of the challenges are done. Anyone else? Burke asked, glancing around. No one else dared step forward. Then shall we begin? Chapter 95, Shadows in the Chamber. The younger students hurriedly backed up, giving the two duelists a wider arena. Tom drew his wand, skipping all formalities, and motioned for Burke to make the first move. Burke didn't hesitate. He deliberately lowered his stance and took advantage of his initiative, chanting for a full 2 seconds before his wand shot out a thick beam of dark energy. Tom raised his hand. No incantation. Just a silent spell. A sleek red beam shot from his wand, meeting Burke's dark magic head-on. The two clashed midair for half a second, before the red light forcefully overpowered the black. The spell was flung back the way it came, slamming into Burke before he could even react. Luckily, much of the spell's power had been eaten up by Tom's counterattack. By the time it struck, it only had enough force to send Burke crashing into the wall before fizzling out harmlessly. Tom expertly dispersed the lingering energy with a flick of his wand. Burke slid down the wall, dazed and blinking, staring at the boy who had already holstered his wand with a bitter smile. That wasn't just a win. That was absolute magical domination, raw power, flawless control. The gap between them was far larger than he'd imagined. The younger students watching the duel held their breath in stunned silence. Last year, Burke had at least managed to spar with Tom for a few rounds. But now. One spell. Just one. Some of the more cunning students already began thinking about how to get on Tom Riddle's good side. The next morning, Tom received an owl from Dumbledore. The letter had been sent. Between Britain and America stretched the vast Atlantic. It would take at least a couple of weeks for the letter to reach its destination, and even longer for a reply. So Tom didn't expect any development soon. In the meantime, he set the unicorn matter aside. There was no deadline for this trial, no rush. He could focus on other things. But to his surprise, Daphne's letter, along with the potion, reached Lady Greengrass the very next day. After reading the contents, Lady Greengrass was speechless. A potion that powerful. Something capable of alleviating Astoria's curse symptoms. She'd never heard of such a thing, not in any official medical tome, nor whispered among elite potion masters. And from a first-year student, no less. Even the last Tom Riddle wouldn't have been capable of this. Yet Daphne had written with such conviction, claiming she'd used the potion herself, and that the results were undeniable. Even if it didn't cure anything, it would function as a harmless tonic. There was no risk to giving it a try. After reading the letter a second and third time, Lady Greengrass finally stood, potion in hand, and headed to her daughter's room. Tom had no reason to hurt Astoria. And Daphne? She would never harm her sister. Just as Daphne had said, at worst, the potion did nothing. At best, it might help. What did she have to lose? Mother. What brings you here? Astoria's soft voice rang out as she lay on her bed, flipping through the fashion magazine Tom had sent her for Christmas. The silver-haired girl tilted her head curiously. This is from Daphne, her mother said, handing her the letter. Astoria's eyes lit up. She eagerly took the parchment, reading it carefully. Her smile slowly faded into calm. If Daphne says it works, then I'll give it a try. She wasn't being dismissive, just exhausted. Too many times had she tried promising remedies and therapies. All of them ended in disappointment. Hope had long since stopped knocking at her door. Do these movements first. Once you've mastered them, then take the potion, Lady Greengrass said gently. Tom, wary that written instructions might be too ambiguous, had included a magically animated diagram, a little stick figure performing a series of unusual motions. It made Astoria chuckle softly. She obediently got out of bed and began mimicking the figure. By the end of the sequence, she was panting and red-faced, and Lady Greengrass's heart ached at the sight. Could her daughter truly handle life at Hogwarts like this? After a short rest to regain her strength, Astoria picked up the vial and drank it all in one go. The taste was hard to describe, thick, slightly gritty, and unpleasantly herbal. She frowned. Then it hit her. Just as described in the letter, a warm current surged through her frail body, flooding her limbs with an unfamiliar sensation, vitality. Is it really working? Astoria gasped in awe. Lady Greengrass leapt to her feet, eyes wide. Quick, do the motions again. Help the potion circulate. 15 minutes later, Astoria had gone through the entire routine, twice, and didn't look the least bit winded. A flush had returned to her cheeks, soft and rosy. It's working. It's actually working. Lady Greengrass dropped to her knees, wrapping her daughter in a tight embrace, tears streaking down her face. She had never imagined salvation would come from a schoolboy. Mother. I feel warm, Astoria murmured, her smile as soft as her voice. She didn't feel weak anymore. She didn't have to rest after just a few steps. In fact, she wanted to go outside, to stretch her limbs and savor this strength she'd almost forgotten the feeling of. But outside, it was still too cold. Lady Greengrass, of course, refused. Only when she promised to allow Astoria out once the weather improved did the girl reluctantly pout and settle down. After calming her daughter, Lady Greengrass left the room, her mind racing. 5,000 galleons. That's what Daphne had written. The cost of the potion. Expensive? No. Not at all. In fact, it was a bargain. True, the potion hadn't cured the curse, not yet. But if it could allow Astoria to live comfortably, even just for a while, she would gladly pay whatever it took. If she had to, she would buy it forever. Now, about the Sphinx's eye. Tom had mentioned it as a required ingredient. The Greengrass vaults were filled with treasures, but rare alchemical reagents with limited shelf lives had little value for collectors. The few Sphinx's eyes they'd once owned were now dried-out trophies, turned into display pieces long ago. She needed fresh ingredients. And this one was incredibly rare. Some might even say it came from the gray side of the market. Still, her mind was made up. She walked to a long, hidden wall of cabinets, pricked her finger, and let a single drop of blood fall. The cabinet unlocked with a soft click. From the thick stack of yellowed parchment, she pulled out a single sheet. She had a plan. Chapter 96, Tom's first thesis. Monday. Tom stared blankly at the dragon-hide pouch containing 5,000 galleons. Tom, it really worked. Daphne was bouncing with joy in front of him. Mum said Astoria's cheeks have color again, and she ate an entire plate of spaghetti for dinner. She used to only manage a third. I was always afraid she'd starve. Tom gave her a small smile. I expected it to work. He let her celebrate a while longer before casually shaking the heavy pouch in his hand. So, what's all this gold about? Payment for the potion, obviously, Daphne replied matter-of-factly. It's far too valuable to just take for free. Mum's already helping you gather the ingredients for the next batch. From now on, each vial will be 5,000 galleons, don't you dare say it's too much or too little. Oh. And she also said if you need any other ingredients, just let her know, she'll source them for you. Also, carrying this much gold around is dangerous, so she's planning to set up a vault for you. That way, she can deposit funds directly and you can just withdraw as needed. She spoke in one breath, clearly pleased, but Tom had fallen silent. A rather unsettling question was circling in his mind. Where exactly did the Greengrass family's money come from? They were treating 5,000 galleons the same way most people treated 5 sickles. He suspected this tied into some closely guarded family secret. But Tom didn't ask, not because he feared Daphne wouldn't tell him, but because, well, she likely didn't know either. Daphne, he said suddenly, his tone unusually serious. She blinked and tensed. What's wrong? I told you before, the potion was a gift. I'm not taking your money. Daphne opened her mouth to protest, but Tom cut her off quickly. I know you're anxious. But wait, let me finish. She shut her mouth, lips pursed in reluctant silence. I'm not short on gold, Tom explained. I haven't even spent the money you gave me before. And don't forget, I still have those dragon parts. Once sold, they'll fetch a fortune. He leaned forward slightly. Let me ask you something. If I needed money, and came to you for help, would you lend it to me? Of course. Daphne answered without hesitation. Exactly, Tom said with a shrug. And I would do the same. Astoria is your sister, which makes her my sister too. If my little sister is sick, and I have the ability to help her, do you think I'm going to charge her for it? So, as long as your mother can provide the ingredients, I'll keep brewing the potion. No payment necessary. But, he added, I should warn you, this strengthening elixir has a resistance buildup. After 15 to 20 doses, its effects will diminish. Daphne was already teary-eyed with emotion. Words failed her, so she simply acted. Moi. She pressed a soft kiss to Tom's cheek. Realizing what she'd done, her face instantly turned crimson, and she fled from the grove like a startled pixie. Back at the Greengrass estate, her mother read Daphne's letter with a thoughtful expression. Meeting Tom wasn't just Daphne's fortune, it was Astoria's salvation. Tom might refuse gold now, but she couldn't let that slide. Come summer holidays, she would make sure Daphne invited him to visit. She'd give him the vault key as a welcome gift, not for the potion, but as a gesture of goodwill. He wouldn't be able to reject that, right? Still, even that wasn't enough. Astoria's condition hadn't been cured entirely. They might still need Tom's help in the future. And help must be earned, with genuine sincerity. Resolved, Lady Greengrass stepped to her wardrobe, unlocked a private compartment with a drop of her own blood, and carefully drew out a blank piece of parchment. The only marking on it was the family crest pressed into the corner, a silent but powerful symbol of the Greengrass name. Tom quickly learned just how efficient old wizarding families could be. 3 days later, every ingredient he had requested arrived, in bulk. 2 fresh dragon hearts, 5 pairs of sphinx eyes, and every other component in 5-fold quantities. Just the sight of those 2 freshly harvested hearts made Tom's own skip a beat. When he asked Daphne how they managed it so fast, she just smiled. Though the Greengrass family didn't own a dragon ranch, they had shares in several. They simply swapped part of their annual dividends for the raw materials he needed. Bloody capitalists. Tom had spent an entire holiday sweating over how to secure rare ingredients. Meanwhile, a single word from her family had all the rarest magical components neatly boxed and all delivered in 3 days. He wept internally. Was he doomed to rely on soft meals for the rest of his life? Still, with the ingredients secured, he was set for over 100 vials, enough to basically achieve potion freedom. In a burst of generosity, he even prepared a set for Hermione. In return, Hermione gave him a lifetime dental care plan. He wasn't sure whether lifetime referred to him or to Mr. Granger's practice, but either way, it didn't seem like a bad deal. Wizards had teeth too, after all. Even Dumbledore had once confided in him that he occasionally saw a muggle dentist. It beat swallowing those nasty brews. Tom didn't have much of a sweet tooth, but with how hard he worked his brain, and how thoroughly 2 old men were squeezing him dry, sugar was practically fuel. Hermione's gift might turn out to be quite handy. Time marched on. The castle remained unusually peaceful, with no major events to disturb the term. Tom's own schedule was just as orderly: classes, daily visits to the Forbidden Forest, checking on potions, and trying to build rapport with the unicorns. He'd located all 5 in the forest, 4 adults and 1 foal, 2 males, 3 females. Tom ignored the stallions and focused his charm offensive on the 2 mares. Unfortunately, thanks to his draconic bloodline, his dragon aura made the unicorns instinctively wary. They fled at the mere sight of him, and his frustration grew to the point he skipped dinner one night out of sheer irritation. The 12 trials seemed rigged. Many magical creatures feared dragonkind, yet the first reward he'd gotten was a fire dragon bloodline. Wasn't that making things harder on purpose? Still, not all hope was lost. The foal, the youngest unicorn, was beginning to warm up to him. As any true foodie would, Tom knew that the fastest way to win someone over was through food. The little unicorn had started accepting the herbs and raw meat Tom brought along. But it still wouldn't let him within 3 meters. Any closer and it would spook and bolt. Tom didn't dare push it, he couldn't risk ruining what little trust he'd built. Still, 3 meters was close enough for him to cast a tracking charm laced with a subtle proximity warning. If the foal were ever attacked, Tom would know instantly, even if he were all the way back in the castle. And while he worked on the unicorns, he hadn't neglected his magical studies either. Andrus had finally begun training him in wandless magic. Thanks to his dragon blood, Tom now technically qualified as half-magical creature. No magical beast needed a wand to cast spells, and his affinity in this area had noticeably improved. But Andrus's level? Tom was still far from that summit. Chapter 97, Eternal Glory of the Greengrass Family. Grindlevald had long since confirmed it with his own eyes. Andrus could cast spells without a wand, summoning a Patronus the size of a giant. Grindlevald had exclaimed that such magic didn't even feel like magic anymore. He used to consider himself a master in wandless magic, his proudest feat being the effortless subduing of the Scamander couple with just a few flicks of his hand. But compared to Andrus, he was utterly outclassed. At long last, Andrus had a chance to bask in glory. He had always suffered from being born in the wrong era. Many modern magical theories he was only now catching up on, learning alongside Tom under Grindelwald's tutelage. But now, Grindelwald was learning from him. Though the two got along well, they were both kings of the century, neither willing to admit inferiority. Their rivalry simmered beneath the surface. To accelerate his mastery, Tom even activated his transcendent state a few times. He had the academic credits to spare, but progress on his achievement points had slowed dramatically compared to last term. There was no helping it. Many early achievements were easy to collect, but the farther he went, the more demanding the requirements became. Grindelwald's recognition meter was climbing, but painfully slowly. It hadn't even reached 50%. That was the downside of dark wizards. They were infamously difficult to fully trust anyone. Even with the system ensuring Grindelwald wouldn't harm him, and even though he was willingly sharing all his knowledge, it didn't mean he recognized Tom as his equal. Which was why Tom wanted to seek out another master to speed up his system's upgrade. He'd asked the system if someone marked as a genius of his generation with 100 achievement points would qualify. The answer was no. Such figures were merely considered assistant teachers by the system. Only kings of the century, true legends, could qualify as real mentors. Their recognition was what mattered. So Tom gave up the idea. Another week of classes passed. After potions class, Tom quietly followed Snape into his office. Snape acted like he didn't notice, tending to his business, stacking student essays neatly, lighting the extinguished fireplace, before finally asking, "All right, what's the problem this time?" "I'd like to submit a thesis," Tom said plainly. "But I want your feedback first, to check if anything needs improving." A thesis? Snape looked at him skeptically, unsure what had gotten into the boy. Still, he didn't question Tom's ability. Doubting Tom would mean doubting his own teaching. With a brilliant student and a masterful teacher, Tom had already surpassed most others in the field of potions. Snape was just baffled. This kid had always been obsessed with raw power. What was he doing writing academic papers? "Let me see it." His curiosity piqued, Snape accepted the small booklet Tom handed over, about 10 pages thick. On the feasibility of extracting vital active properties from potion ingredients. Snape frowned at the title. Had he ever taught Tom anything like this? For the next half hour, Tom leaned back with his eyes closed while the only sound in the room was the flipping of pages, and the increasingly complicated expressions on Snape's face as he read. He was clearly dissecting every word and paragraph with care. Tom's thesis proposed a method to extract life-active properties from ingredients. The extracted essence could be absorbed more easily, and the process significantly reduced impurities and toxins, drastically improving potion quality. It sounded simple. But it flipped traditional potion making on its head. Grind, slice, juice, those were the standard methods of ingredient prep. But if you only needed the life-active essence, wouldn't that change the entire formula? Could it still be called the same potion? Snape meticulously examined Tom's experimental data. Lately, Tom had brewed quite a few fortifying potions. The trickiest part was always processing the dragon heart. It required an incredibly delicate hand to remove every impurity and preserve only the core vitality. Any misstep could sabotage the entire brew. Then inspiration struck. What if he used modern medical extraction techniques? Target only the elements he needed. After 2 failed attempts, and losing 40% of his dragon heart stock, he finally succeeded. The resulting potion was even stronger and absorbed better. Originally, he hadn't planned to publish any paper. But with his academic credits stuck in a rut, he figured, why not try to score some with a bit of scholarship? The data was solid. The improvements were real. Snape couldn't fault any of it. But something still felt off. Dragon hearts. Sphinx eyes. Wait a minute, why did those ingredients sound so familiar? Riddle. Tom slowly opened his eyes. Snape was watching him carefully. These materials, where exactly did you get them? And why does your potions effects section omit information on its secondary magical interactions? Of course, Tom had been ready for that question. I came across the recipe by chance. As for the ingredients, he gave a sheepish grin. They were provided by Daphne, or more accurately, sponsored by the Greengrass family. Greengrass? Snape raised an eyebrow. But then he thought of how that girl practically glued herself to Tom's side. The suspicion drained from his face. If the Greengrasses were behind it, then everything made sense. Still. Riddle, you little bastard. Already living off a wealthy pure-blood family at your age? What happened to ambition and hard work? Seeing Snape's reaction, Tom became even more intrigued by the Greengrasses. He decided to just ask directly. Professor, Daphne's kind of clueless, she doesn't really know much about her own family. But I've been wondering, just how rich are the Greengrasses? I mean, they don't marry into other families, yet they're insanely powerful. How did they even get this far? Snape gave him a long, meaningful look. Riddle, you've read Cantankerous Knot's Pureblood Registry, haven't you? Do you remember how he described the Greengrass family? Tom thought for a moment, pulling up the memory. The pureblood ideal. A family that never declines. Chapter 98, Newt's Letter. The Sacred 28, a concept now familiar to any student of wizarding bloodlines, first emerged from the pages of Cantankerous Knot's infamous work The Pureblood Directory. Revered by some, scorned by others, the book left its mark on the magical world. As expected, many Slytherin blood purists swore by it, proudly citing it to justify their own bloodline supremacy. Meanwhile, others, like the Weasleys, openly ridiculed the book's elitist tone. Still, even the most vocal opponents of blood purity like the Weasleys unconsciously followed its dogma. Take Molly Weasley herself from one of the Sacred 28. The book's author, Cantankerous Knot, belonged to the same Knot family as Tom's roommate. Unsurprisingly, his writing shamelessly glorified the old Slytherin-blooded houses. Tom had never taken his praise at face value. But Snape's words made Tom pause. Did not actually get something right. Eternal prosperity. That can't be right. Tom raised a brow. Even the Gaunt family, Salazar Slytherin's own descendants, fell into ruin. What's so special about the Greengrasses? Snape gave a slow shake of the head. I don't know. I was never part of that circle. Ah yes, the circle. That invisible ring of old families and pureblood alliances. Even with his prodigious talent and high standing among the Death Eaters, Snape, tainted by his Prince heritage and Muggle lineage, was never truly accepted. The Malfoys had maintained a cordial relationship with Snape due to their shared school years and Snape's later rise in Voldemort's ranks. But that was transactional. Affection had nothing to do with it. But, Snape hesitated, even at the height of the Dark Lord's power, the Greengrass family remained strictly neutral. He visited them once, and afterward issued an explicit command not to interfere with them. He added dryly, that command was mostly symbolic. No one was ever foolish enough to cross the Greengrasses. Snape leaned back, his voice quieter. Some even said the head of the Department of Magical Transportation position was practically reserved for them. If you want to know what makes them untouchable, you'd have to ask Lady Greengrass. She's a formidable woman. Tom's curiosity deepened, but he could tell Snape had shared all he knew. So, time to pivot. Professor, what do you think of the paper? Snape narrowed his eyes. Besides the potion you detailed in your experiments, have you tried this method with other types of brews? Tom gave an exaggerated shrug. Professor, I'm still a child. I have classes, homework, a life. I don't have time to run dozens of trials. That's where you come in. He flashed a grin. I'll even list you as second author. Not bad, eh? Snape snorted. He had published more first author papers than most Poty-Oneers dared dream of. Why would he care about a second author slot? Well, maybe he did care a little. Especially if this idea of Tom's proved revolutionary. If proven viable, it would redefine the process of potion making, a generational leap forward. Even knowing Tom was cleverly offloading the boring parts onto him, Snape couldn't resist the pull. I'll verify the results, he said, copying the manuscript with a swift duplicating charm before stashing it into his desk drawer. He looked Tom in the eye. If your data holds, this paper alone will earn you formal admission into the most extraordinary society of Poty-Oneers. He clicked his tongue in approval. An official member, at 11. Unprecedented. The most extraordinary society of Poty-Oneers was no mere club. It was the pinnacle of magical pharmacology, an academic behemoth hoarding innovation. Even Snape, master of his craft, had worked long and hard to be accepted into its ranks. Tom's eyes, however, glinted with a different kind of ambition. He leaned forward slightly. Professor, do you think this paper could win me the special award for services to the school? That made Snape's gaze sharpen instantly. That award meant house points. A lot of them. If Tom won it, Slytherin could get another 100. Maybe 200 points. 7 consecutive house cups would be guaranteed. I'll pull some strings, Snape said without hesitation. We'll make it happen. Slow down, Professor, Tom smiled slyly, whispering a few more lines. Snape's face twisted, then shifted to an oddly resigned expression. Fine. We'll do it your way. He looked at the boy appraisingly. Riddle, you really are a born Slytherin. Professor, I can tell you meant that as an insult. Tom flashed a cheeky Muggle hand gesture behind his back and walked out of the office. As it turned out, Tom's streak of good fortune wasn't over. The very next morning, amidst the flutter of wings and rustling of newspapers, a letter finally arrived, one he'd been waiting for with bated breath. A tawny owl swooped through the great hall, nearly skimming a goblet of milk before dropping an envelope into Tom's hands. On it was written the sender's name in elegant script. Newt Scamander. Tom lit up, ripping it open at once. Dear Mr. Tom Riddle. I'm delighted to hear from such a bright and passionate student. Your enthusiasm for magical creatures brings me great joy. As luck would have it, I was rescuing a pair of pallid banshees when your letter arrived. Perhaps your message brought me that luck. Magical beasts are endlessly fascinating. Each one unique, each demanding a different kind of understanding. I never say I tame a beast, only that I've learned from them. Still, I'm happy to offer some advice. Unicorns are extraordinarily pure. For us men, even getting close to one is a challenge. Always meet a unicorn's eyes. They can sense intent through your gaze. If they see no malice, you'll have your best chance. I've also included several dietary mixtures, they're favorites of unicorns. Perhaps they'll help you gain their trust. And remember, all creatures, at their core, strive towards strength and evolution. If you ever discover a method by which a unicorn might transform or ascend, then it may choose to follow you willingly. Yours faithfully, Newt Scamander. Tom's eyebrows lifted in surprise. He hadn't expected a man of Newt Scamander's status to respond with such warmth and thoroughness. And yet, here he was, sending not only kind words, but formulated unicorn dietary plans. Sincere to the point of embarrassment. A rare breed of wizard indeed. No wonder he was beloved by the magical world, Grindlevald being the obvious exception. And it explained why the baby unicorn, while willing to eat the food Tom provided, never seemed enthusiastic about it. It was tolerable, but not desirable. Time for an upgrade. That very day, Tom placed multiple orders with the potion shops and magical menageries in Diagon Alley, requesting every ingredient Newt had listed. Once the materials arrived, Tom, knowing his own limitations in the kitchen, didn't even attempt the recipes himself. He handed them over to Para, one of the Greengrass family's house elves, who had recently become Daphne's personal cook. Para had already inherited most of Hannah's culinary tricks, though she still paled in comparison to Hannah's mother, Madame Abbott, the true matriarch of magical cuisine. Everything Hannah knew, she had learned from her. Tom watched Para bustle off with the ingredients. Everything was going according to plan. Chapter 99, A Unicorn's Trust. Sure enough, this time the little unicorn ate with far more enthusiasm. Its big, sparkling eyes looked at Tom with an unmistakable affection, and the distance between them had now closed to just a few paces. It wouldn't be long before that final bit of space disappeared completely. Even the two adult unicorns had started appearing, but Tom made sure not to linger, just a few moments of mutual gazing with the young one before quietly taking his leave. In his mind, wanting the unicorn to follow him and bond wasn't malicious. It was simply natural. He had nothing to feel guilty about. As the harshness of winter finally melted away, spring arrived in full bloom. Warmer weather at Hogwarts meant one thing: Quidditch season was back. Snape was practically glowing with satisfaction these days. Tom's method for magical ingredient extraction had proven highly effective. Minor tweaks to potion ratios led to significantly improved results. But there was something else that had the potions master walking with a spring in his step. He had been named referee for the upcoming Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. The moment this was announced, the Gryffindor team looked like they were mourning a funeral. Pale faces, slumped shoulders, it was as if someone had died. The Hufflepuffs, kind and well-mannered as ever, tried to stifle their laughter, but the twitching corners of their mouths betrayed them. Every time they passed the Gryffindors in the corridors, they had to turn their heads away to avoid bursting into giggles. On match day, Albus Dumbledore's arrival brought visible relief to the Gryffindors. Professor Quirrell, upon seeing Dumbledore, turned around immediately and slipped away, pausing only to cast Harry a venomous glare from a shadowed hallway. Snape didn't look too pleased about the headmaster's unexpected appearance either, but it didn't change his intentions. His role as referee was to protect Harry Potter, but no one said he couldn't take a little revenge while he was at it. Harry, after all, looked exactly like James Potter. And when he soared through the air on his broom, the resemblance became uncanny. To Snape, it was like being haunted by the ghost of a boy who used to smirk at him from a broomstick high above the pitch. But fate had its own plans. Just 2 fouls into the game, barely enough time for Snape to show favoritism, Harry dove straight past the Hufflepuff seeker and snatched the golden snitch right from under their nose. Game over. Tom, meanwhile, had been furiously clicking away with his magical camera. The expression on Snape's face was priceless, white as a sheet, lips pressed tight, with a faint trace of blood at the corners of his mouth. Tom chuckled. He was absolutely going to frame that photo and send it to Snape as a Christmas present. After the match, Tom slipped away to the Forbidden Forest like it was his backyard. He had more important things to do, visiting his precious unicorns. But despite all his efforts, neither the ancient minds in the learning space nor Newt's letter offered any concrete method for helping unicorns evolve. He'd even considered giving the little unicorn his strength-enhancing elixir, a potion he'd come to see as a sort of magical multivitamin. But the moment the unicorn smelled the dragon's blood inside it, it bolted in terror. Its big eyes shimmered with pure fear. Tom had no choice but to tuck the potion away and spend several minutes calming the poor thing down before it dared come close again. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for the final break of the school year, Easter holidays. Compared to Christmas, Easter break was short, just 7 days. Most students stayed behind, but Daphne decided to go home. She missed her little sister and wanted to see for herself that she was truly recovering. She nearly burst into tears when she left. It wasn't until Tom solemnly promised to call her every night using the double-sided mirror that she finally, reluctantly, climbed into the carriage. Tom let out a long sigh of relief and headed back, intending to ask Para for some afternoon tea. But then he caught sight of Harry and Ron sneaking into Hagrid's hut, looking exactly like two guilty burglars. He rolled his eyes. Subtle, they were not. Even less subtle was the figure trailing after them, someone else who crept behind like a nosy shadow. Of course. If it involved Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy was never far behind. Tom thought for a moment, then followed too. Inside Hagrid's hut, it was literally heating up. The fireplace blazed at full power, despite the warm spring air. In the very center of the flame sat a large, sooty black egg. A dragon egg, Ron whispered, crouching next to the hearth. This must have cost a fortune. Didn't cost me a canute. Hagrid beamed. Won it. Was out drinkin' in the village last night, bloke from Greece, bit shady lookin'. Played a few rounds o' cards, and he put this baby on the table. Guess he wanted rid of it, to be honest. Can't blame him. Dragon eggs are a nightmare. Harry stared at him, incredulous. If you know it's a nightmare, why did you take it? You do know private dragon keeping is illegal, right? Hagrid looked at the egg with all the love of a man cradling a newborn. But it's a living, breathing creature. How could I just turn me back on it? Ron took a nervous glance around the cramped wooden hut. You do know this place isn't nearly big enough. Give it a month, and this dragon'll blow your roof off. But Hagrid wasn't listening. He waved his hand dismissively. I'll manage. Don't worry. Just then, Harry glanced toward the window, and froze. A single eye stared back through the narrow slit. He leapt up. Malfoy. What? Ron jumped. Don't bring him up right now, I'm trying to enjoy the... He saw the egg. Malfoy saw the dragon egg. Harry dashed to the door, but it was too late. Draco, upon realizing he'd been spotted, bolted. It was a Malfoy family instinct, never stay in danger longer than absolutely necessary. And a punch from a half-giant like Hagrid could very well be fatal. Hagrid's joy instantly crumbled to dust. There was nothing Harry and Ron could do except offer some clumsy reassurances before heading back to the castle to come up with a real plan. Hagrid, meanwhile, was about to head out for a walk and gather food for the soon-to-hatch dragon when a mocking voice drifted in from the doorway. Well, what do we have here? A mysterious little dragon egg, and a gamekeeper who's decided to dabble in illegal dragon breeding. Standing in the doorway, arms crossed and lips curled into a smirk, was none other than Tom Riddle. Hagrid turned a sickly white. Tom Riddle. He rasped, his voice hoarse. Chapter 100, all Toms are trouble. Anyone with even a little experience in breaking the law knows the feeling. The moment your crime gets exposed, your limbs go numb, your brain turns to fog, and you're plunged into icy dread. That's exactly how Hagrid felt now. It was like fate had come full circle. 50 years ago, he was caught raising an acromantula by someone named Tom Riddle, and got expelled from Hogwarts for it. If it hadn't been for Dumbledore stepping in to protect him, he'd have been thrown out completely. Thanks to that, he was allowed to stay on as Hogwarts gamekeeper. Now, 50 years later, another Tom Riddle had shown up. Same name, same house, same brilliance, and once again, he had caught Hagrid raising a magical creature in secret. The present moment mirrored the past with eerie precision. This was the very first time Tom had spoken to Hagrid directly. No, to be precise, it was the first time they had any interaction. Until now, their relationship was more like two people pretending the other didn't exist. Hagrid would even go out of his way to avoid him. Tom didn't wait for an invitation. He stepped right into the hut like he owned the place. The clutter and mess around didn't interest him in the slightest. He made a beeline for the roaring fireplace. The firewood crackled and popped, sparks jumping into the air, but it didn't distract Tom. He leaned forward and nodded thoughtfully. Not bad. That's a Norwegian Ridgeback. Quite a powerful breed, even among dragons. Hagrid's love for dragons momentarily overpowered his fear of Tom Riddle. His eyes lit up. A Norwegian Ridgeback. Are you serious? Black shell, glossy like obsidian. Square scaling impressions. What else could it be? Tom replied, raising a brow as if questioning Hagrid's credibility. You mean to tell me you can't even identify dragon eggs by species? That's basic. In truth, Hagrid had just borrowed an entire stack of dragon-related books from the library and hadn't even started reading before Tom barged in. Brilliant. Hagrid beamed. I love ridgebacks. They've got such strong builds, and their hides are tough as armor. Just adorable, aren't they? You seem a little too happy, Tom said lazily, voice slow but sharp like a blade drawn halfway. The smile vanished from Hagrid's face instantly. Right. There was still the small matter of the giant criminal offense he was caught in the middle of. Riddle, what do you want? Hagrid stammered. The towering half-giant, usually full of booming laughter, now stood there like a scolded child, his voice barely a whisper. I can explain the egg. Spare me. I'm not interested. Tom waved him off and casually took a seat at the dining table like he lived here. Hagrid remained standing, sheepish and frozen. For a moment, it was hard to tell who actually owned the hut. I trust what I see with my own eyes, Tom continued coolly. The egg is in your fireplace. That's a fact. Whether you stole it, bought it from poachers, or are the poacher, doesn't matter. If you've got an explanation, feel free to save it, for the Ministry investigators. Or better yet, Tom smirked, you could try chatting with a Dementor in Azkaban. Thud. It was like the strengthened bones were sucked clean out of Hagrid's body. He collapsed with a crash so heavy it cracked the floorboards. Tom actually winced, it sounded painful. Hagrid, bless him, had a fragile heart. Like they always said, dogs take after their owners, and in this case, it seemed true. Just the word Dementor had practically liquefied him. I can't go to Azkaban, Hagrid muttered over and over. I can't go to Azkaban. And the way he looked at Tom now. Like he was staring at the other Tom Riddle. But then I thought. Tom said casually, as if reflecting aloud. Sending you to prison, what would I even get out of it? Hagrid's hope came rushing back like a tide. His emotions had been riding a broomstick at breakneck speed ever since Tom entered. You're someone Dumbledore trusts, Tom continued, his tone thoughtful. I have no idea why he does, but I can't deny it. And frankly, falling out with him just because of you hardly seems worth it. I'm a Slytherin, Hagrid. Tom now looked far more approachable, even a touch friendly. And you know what Slytherins value most? Usefulness. If you can be useful to me, then we might just become friends, no. Hagrid grumbled under his breath, that's not what friendship means. But the moment Tom gave him a chilly look, he quickly changed his tune. All right. I want to be your friend, Riddle. I mean. Tom. But what do you need from me? If it's turning on Dumbledore you want, forget it. I'd rather go to Azkaban. Surprisingly, Hagrid's brain actually functioned for once, he laid out his bottom line clearly. Tom just looked at him like he'd grown a second head. What are you on about? Why would I ask you to betray the headmaster? Are you writing some kind of drama in your head? Then, what would stop you from turning me in? Hagrid asked cautiously. Tom glanced at the dragon egg. Well, seeing as you managed to get your hands on a dragon egg, you clearly have your ways. I need certain potion ingredients and magical herbs. If you can gather everything on my list, not only will I let this slide. I'll even deal with Malfoy for you. Wait, that's it? Hagrid asked, flabbergasted. Potion ingredients and herbs? That stuff was practically lying around the Forbidden Forest. Was that all Riddle wanted? He had no clue how difficult this would be for anyone else. It wasn't just about the magical creatures and dangers inside the forest, just navigating the terrain and knowing where to find rare ingredients was a massive undertaking. Honestly, apart from Hagrid, maybe only Newt Scamander could stroll through the forest like it was his own backyard. Tom pulled over a piece of parchment and a quill from the table and began jotting down a list. He didn't stop writing for 5 full minutes. When he finally handed it over, Hagrid scanned it and sighed in relief. Most of these were things he could find in the forest. For the rare ones, he had contacts in Nocturn Alley. He could barter using forest goods, no big deal. All right. Give me a few days and I'll have everything for you. Tom held up 3 fingers. You've got 3 days. After that, I want everything on that list, top quality only. If you try and pass off second-rate garbage, get ready to see Dumbledore's disappointed face. Hagrid nodded furiously. For the sake of his dragon baby, he'd do anything. Truth be told, what Tom really wanted was acromantula venom. The emphasis on quality was his way of hinting at Hagrid to go see Aragog. Tom had been too busy lately, spending most of his time bonding with the unicorn. Any time he bumped into acromantulas, they were too young to harvest anything useful. Outsourcing to Hagrid was simply efficient. And once Hagrid did it once, he'd get used to it. Tom stood, brushing imaginary dust off his robes. Hagrid, assuming he was leaving, began to relax. But instead of heading out, Tom walked right back to the fireplace and peered into it, nose wrinkling in disgust. You do realize how critical the incubation temperature is for dragons, don't you? And you're using a regular fireplace. This might turn out to be the weakest dragon I've ever seen. Hagrid looked even more pitiful. But, this is the best I could offer him. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, A Very Upset Malfoy. Tom didn't reply. He simply pulled out his wand and extinguished the crackling logs in the fireplace. Hagrid instinctively stepped forward. He thought Tom was about to destroy the dragon egg. But instead, he heard the boy mutter a few quiet incantations. A white flame burst from the tip of Tom's wand and settled into the hearth. The temperature in the room rose sharply. Hagrid stood frozen, staring in awe. What kind of fire is that? He asked, eyes wide. Gubrathian fire, Tom said casually. An everlasting flame. Don't touch the fireplace until the dragon is ready to hatch. When the time comes, call me, I'll dispel the fire myself. And just like that, Tom turned and left. Hagrid, meanwhile, was over the moon. He had heard of Gubrathian fire, famed in magical lore, but never seen it with his own eyes. He laughed with joy. But the laughter slowly faded from his lips. Wait a second, wasn't this flame supposed to be incredibly advanced magic? Something only the most elite wizards could conjure. How on earth had Tom Riddle cast it? Hagrid stood still for a long moment. Then, with a shudder, muttered to himself. Yep, anyone named Tom is a monster. Truth be told, Gubrathian fire hadn't been Tom's first choice. If Dumbledore had conveniently disappeared for a while, he might have risked trying to hatch the dragon using cursed Protego Diabolica, just to see if it would produce an evil dragon. Alas, the old recluse hadn't left the castle for weeks. So, like Quirrell, Tom had no choice but to stay low and behave, for now. With the holidays underway, Tom had more time to study. He spent almost every waking moment in the room of requirement. Mornings were shared with Hermione, guiding her training. Afternoons, he claimed for himself. When hungry, he simply had Para deliver his meals. Para, now a permanent Hogwarts resident, was essentially the personal chef for both Tom and Daphne. Hermione benefited occasionally as well, catching the occasional gourmet meal when she dropped by. Hermione had also started learning to cook from Hannah Abbott. But lacking the house elf foundation and time, she hadn't dared showcase anything to Tom yet. The last thing she wanted was to disappoint him. Meanwhile, on Draco Malfoy's side of the castle, things were taking an interesting turn. Ever since he got dirt on Harry Potter, Draco had been strutting around like the king of the school. He made sure to repeatedly cross paths with Harry, each time throwing him a sinister smirk and drinking in the panicked look on his face. He didn't even realize how bizarre it all looked to Crabbe and Goyle. From their perspective, it looked like Draco was flirting. But Draco was doing no such thing. He was tormenting Harry, gleefully dangling the threat of exposure over his head. He was going to keep Harry in a state of constant anxiety and dread, and then report everything. That way, both that insufferable Potter and that of Hagrid would get what they deserved. At least, that had been Draco's plan. Until 3 days later. 3 days was all it took for Hagrid to gather everything Tom had asked for. They met back at the hut to make the exchange. Tom examined the haul carefully, nodding in approval. The ingredients were all high quality, especially the acromantula venom. It was a level above anything Tom had gotten before. No issues, he said, casting a shrinking charm on the hefty burlap sack and slipping it into his pocket. I'll keep this to myself. No one else will know, except Daphne and Hermione. Once the dragon hatches, I'll bring them to see it. He paused. As for Malfoy, I'll make sure he gets the message. Thank you, Tom. Hagrid said warmly. If you ever need more ingredients, just let me know. I will, Tom replied. And he meant it. He wasn't going to pretend politeness. This was the only value Hagrid had to offer him. Back in the Slytherin common room, Tom looked around. No sign of Malfoy or his two shadows. Rosier, Tom called out to a student howling with laughter over a joke book, do you know where Malfoy is? Rosier immediately stopped laughing and scrambled to remember. I think I heard him tell Goyle something about going to the West Tower to throw rocks at birds. Bring him to me. With a wave of his hand, Tom slouched into a nearby armchair. Rosier practically tripped over himself nodding, and, fearing he wouldn't be able to find Malfoy alone, dragged a half-asleep Nott and Zabini from the dorms to help with the search. Half an hour later, a very nervous Draco Malfoy was standing before Tom. And soon after, Tom took him aside into one of the dormitory rooms. That made Draco even more nervous. What was going on? Was Tom finally going to settle old scores? But that couldn't be it. Their last run-in was last year, and things had been quiet since then. Draco hadn't even dared to bother Daphne or Hermione afterward. This didn't make sense. Then Tom spoke. Malfoy. I know about the dragon. In an instant, Draco's panic faded, relief flooding his features. So that was it. He lit up, nearly bouncing with excitement. Riddle, are you planning to tell Professor Snape? I say you wait. Right now, it's just an egg. Once it hatches into a full-grown dragon, the punishment will be so much worse. In the meantime, I get to keep messing with Potter a little longer. Tom's expression didn't change. You're not telling anyone about the dragon. The smile vanished from Draco's face. What? He snapped, forgetting his fear for a moment. Why not? Tom raised 2 fingers. First, Hagrid bought my silence. I'm being paid. Draco turned red with rage. Tom ignored it and continued. Second, even if you do tell someone, it won't cause any real damage. That's not true. Professor Snape would dock loads of points from Gryffindor. Maybe, Tom said smoothly, but Dumbledore will protect them. He doesn't care about small infractions, but when it's something this serious, borderline illegal, you can bet he'll go all in for Hagrid and Potter. Draco hesitated. He didn't know about Potter, but Hagrid. Hagrid was definitely Dumbledore's lapdog. If the headmaster got involved, even serious crimes would probably be brushed under the rug. It was infuriating. When would Slytherin finally rise above this constant Gryffindor-Dumbledore oppression? Tom saw the fury brewing in Draco's face and offered a slight consolation. I didn't say you couldn't use the information, he said gently. Just don't tell the professors, or anyone else. But if you want to keep scaring Potter with it. Dropping dragon hints every few days. Be my guest. That should be enough to keep you entertained. Draco thought about it. Honestly, these last few days had been kind of fun. If he kept it between them, he could keep torturing Potter for weeks. I guess that works too, he muttered. Not a total loss. Not yet. Chapter 102, The Unlikely Birth. In the end, torn between the temptation of teasing Harry and the oppressive might of Tom's will, Draco Malfoy surrendered. Tom smiled and gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. A wise man submits to the circumstances, Draco. You've made the right choice. Malfoy forced out a tight, reluctant smile. Oh, don't look so miserable, Tom chuckled. Sure, you've lost one chance to get revenge on Potter, but in return, you've earned my friendship. No more sleepless nights worrying about past unpleasantness. I'd say that's a much better deal, wouldn't you? Draco gave a small nod. In truth, this was the first time he'd felt genuine relief. Up till now, every time he saw Riddle, he'd get that tight, nervous feeling in his chest, like he was one step from disaster. But now, Tom owed him a favor. That old grudge between them. Consider it paid. Finally, Draco could interact with Riddle like a normal person, no longer treading on eggshells. Whistling a carefree tune, Malfoy took his leave. Tom, having completed his side of the deal, turned his attention to the pile of ingredients Hagrid had delivered. It was time to sort them into proper categories. The week-long holiday flew by in the blink of an eye. On the final evening of the break, Daphne arrived back at Hogwarts by train. The moment she spotted Tom, the little witch threw all decorum to the wind. She ran up and wrapped him in a big hug, her familiar shampoo scent washing over him. It was oddly comforting. Soon joined by Hermione, the 3 of them made their way to the room of requirement. Daphne was practically glowing with excitement as she chatted about Astoria's condition. Thanks to several doses of the fortifying potion, her little sister's health had visibly improved. Her stamina now rivaled that of a normal girl her age. While Daphne was home, the 2 of them had spent many carefree hours zipping through the Greengrass estate on broomsticks. But as she spoke, her enthusiasm slowly dimmed. Just as Tom had predicted, the potions were only a temporary fix, they treated the symptoms, not the cause. The curse on Astoria was still very much present. It was like drawing water from a half-empty barrel. For now, the barrel had been refilled, but once the potion lost its effect, the draining would resume. Astoria would eventually return to her frail, sickly state. Still, the potions had bought them time. Time to breathe. Time to search for a true cure. Hermione offered a few words of comfort, and seeing Daphne cheer up a little, decided to shift the topic. She told her about Hagrid, and the dragon egg. He's gone mad, hasn't he? Daphne exclaimed, eyes wide. Hatching a dragon at Hogwarts. The howlers from parents alone could flood the castle. Hermione just gave a helpless shrug. It's not just me, Harry and the Weasley twins tried to talk him out of it too. He won't listen to anyone. He insists on hatching it. Whether he plans to keep it or send it away later is still up in the air. Daphne thought for a moment. Well, then let him suffer the consequences. The one who'll be pulling their hair out will be the headmaster, not us. Nothing to do with us students. Tom nodded in agreement. Exactly. We're just here for the show. You've never seen a dragon hatch before, have you? This is your chance. Just today, Tom had checked in on the egg. In the heart of the Gabrathian fire, the black dragon egg was twitching and shifting more often. Its vitality was evident. It wouldn't be long before the hatchling broke free. Hermione and Daphne exchanged glances, and just like that, their interest was piqued. A dragon hatching, now that was something you didn't get to see every day. Tom's prediction was right. The very next morning, he and Harry received notes from Hagrid, delivered via owl. The message was short. Just 4 words. It's almost hatching. That was it. Daphne was instantly distracted. She couldn't focus at all during History of Magic, constantly shifting in her seat and peering out the window every few seconds, eyes darting toward Hagrid's hut, terrified she might miss the big moment. The second Professor Sprout dismissed them, she grabbed Tom by the hand and dashed out of the classroom. Together, they raced out of the castle and down to the familiar wooden cabin. 3 eager Gryffindors, just dismissed from herbology, were already approaching. Hagrid, beaming, welcomed all of them inside. The mood, however, was a little awkward. The moment they stepped in, Hermione drifted over to stand beside Tom and Daphne. The room now felt distinctly divided. Hagrid had spun quite the tale for Harry and Ron, that Tom had discovered the dragon egg, and Hagrid had offered him materials and visitation rights in exchange for his silence. It was a masterclass in storytelling. A shift from "I got caught" to "I made a strategic trade." Much easier on the pride. Things between Harry and Tom were fine. Civil. If Ron hadn't been there, they might have even chatted. But Ron was there. Ever since the troll incident before Halloween, things between Ron and Hermione had been frozen solid. Hermione didn't feel she had done anything wrong, and had no interest in making amends. Ron, who often felt invisible, only saw Hermione growing closer to the Slytherins, and took it very personally. But Harry? He saw it clearly. Hermione wasn't cozying up to all of Slytherin. She was just close to Tom and Daphne Greengrass. Private friendships didn't mean betraying house loyalty. Honestly, all the points Hermione had earned for Gryffindor probably outweighed the entire first-year class combined. No one else had the right to criticize who she befriended. Still, Ron was his best mate. There were some things Harry just couldn't say. So he kept quiet. Hagrid, oblivious to the tension, turned to Tom with a hopeful look. "I heard cracking noises this morning, do you think it's time to take the egg out?" Tom raised his wand and, with a gentle wave, absorbed the Gabrathian fire back into it. Hagrid hurriedly fetched a tray and carefully set the dragon egg on the dining table. Hermione and Daphne gave each other a look. This whole setup looked suspiciously like they were about to eat it. There were visible cracks across the eggshell, and every few seconds, it gave a little twitch. Everyone held their breath, eyes locked on the egg, afraid even a whisper might disturb the newborn. Then, crack! A sharp, splitting noise echoed through the room as the egg burst open. A tiny dragon, slimy and black, emerged with a bit of the shell still perched on its head. It swayed, confused, letting out a weird, squeaky noise. Hermione and Daphne both made the same face at the same time. Disgust. The baby dragon was ugly. Wrinkled, oily, charcoal-colored, like a soggy, folded-up umbrella. Its body proportions were so off, it wasn't even ugly cute. It was just gross. With warty bumps along its back, it looked like something out of a potion gone wrong. But Hagrid's eyes were sparkling. "Isn't it beautiful? It's just perfect." He reached out, trying to stroke its head, only for the hatchling to bare its teeth and shy away, tiny sparks of flame puffing from its nostrils. Hagrid blinked, confused. The little dragon clumsily twisted its body and turned to stare at Tom. It took a few cautious steps toward him, then yelped, retreated, and curled its wings over its head in fear, trembling. It clearly wanted to get close, but was too scared. Everyone looked baffled. "Come here, you." Tom scooped the baby dragon up without hesitation. Holding it in his arms, he gave it a gentle rub. Despite the ugly exterior, it was surprisingly soft. Its skin felt like a warm, rubbery dumpling, and even the scales hadn't hardened yet. The dragon gave a tiny purring noise, finally relaxing in his arms. Its instincts told it clearly, this boy didn't mean harm. It melted into Tom's touch. And Tom knew exactly why. Chapter 103, The Dragon Slayer's Curse. He had slain a Hungarian Horntail, that alone had marked him with the aura of a dragon slayer. Back in the day, Andrus had been the same way. After killing 2 fire dragons, his presence alone could send dragons fleeing hundreds of miles away. As for why the baby dragon wanted to be close to him, that was because the Gabrathian fire that hatched it had been conjured by Tom. That fire was infused with his magic, making him, in a sense, its magical mother. The combination of these 2 opposing forces, Slayer and Surrogate, was exactly why the little dragon was caught between awe and fear. Luckily, since Tom had only slain 1 dragon, and his body was already merged with dragon blood, the Slayer aura wasn't particularly overpowering. In the end, affection triumphed over fear. Meanwhile, Hagrid was already staring at him like he'd witnessed a miracle. If he'd read even a bit more in his life, his brain would have been screaming right now. It's real. There's a beast here. A true beast. After playing with the baby dragon for a while, Tom quickly grew bored. He offered it to Daphne and Hermione to hold, but both gave firm looks of distaste. The novelty had worn off. Daphne even took out her magical camera and snapped a few pictures. Once that was done, neither of them had much interest left in the dragon. So Tom simply took them with him and left the hut, leaving only Harry and Ron behind with Hagrid. Only after the others were gone did the atmosphere feel less suffocating. "Are you really not going to send the dragon away, Hagrid?" Harry asked, watching the hatchling devour raw beef after having already crunched down its eggshell. Hagrid was still basking in the joy of getting his beast back. He wasn't thinking about consequences at all. He simply mumbled a few dismissive responses. Seeing that Hagrid had no intention of listening to reason, Harry could only sigh. The following week was absolute torment for him. The baby dragon, now named Norbert, was growing like a balloon pumped full of hot air. Every day Harry worried about Hagrid being found out, and at the same time, had to deal with Malfoy's threats. Though Hagrid had told him that Tom had already warned Malfoy and there'd be no issues, Harry had no idea what kind of terrifying status Tom held in Slytherin. He couldn't bring himself to believe Malfoy would really back off. Eventually, after a lot of pushing from Harry and Ron, Hagrid finally agreed to send Norbert away, to none other than Charlie Weasley, Ron's older brother who worked at a dragon sanctuary in Romania. Tom, for his part, never returned to Hagrid's hut after the first visit. He had something far cuter to keep him busy, the baby unicorn. Now, Tom could play with the little creature in his arms, though the second trial still remained incomplete. Maybe it was because the unicorn was too young to understand what acknowledgement and following truly meant. Or maybe, it was simply because the 2 of them weren't meant to have a master-servant bond at all. Little unicorn, don't get the wrong idea. We're just really good friends. Too damn aloof, Tom growled inwardly. Fuming, he gave the baby unicorn a very aggressive head rub. You. The baby unicorn blinked her big doe eyes in confusion, looking at Tom with a tilted head as if to say, "What did I do?" Tom didn't respond to her. Instead, he turned to the adult unicorn nearby, calmly nibbling on leaves like nothing in the world could bother her. The little one might not get it, but the big one had to be smarter, right? And indeed, she was. The adult unicorn already understood Tom's intentions. But that didn't mean she cared. They had food, water, and decent relationships with other magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Why on earth would they swear fealty to a human? So the mindset was simple, freeloading. If Tom brought treats, she'd eat them. If not, no problem. She wouldn't starve anyway. What she needed, clearly, was a taste of the real world. And soon enough, it came. One Wednesday, a male unicorn was found dead in the Forbidden Forest. By the time Tom arrived, the silvery blood had already dried. The adult and baby unicorn were both visibly shaken. "You see that?" Tom said, pointing at the blood stains. "Still think the Forbidden Forest is so safe? If you're gonna roam around here, you better have some protection. Some status. Some connections." He stared down the adult unicorn. "You two are out here alone. Just mother and daughter. What if someone else decides to come after you next, huh?" "You." The adult unicorn's cry was heart-wrenching. "I've already placed a tracking spell on your daughter. If anything happens to her, I'll know instantly. But you. Who's gonna save you?" Tom leaned in and unleashed his final move. "Madam, you wouldn't want anything to happen to you and leave your little girl all alone in the world, would you?" Unicorns were smart. She understood every word. Her expression turned hesitant. In the end, survival instinct won over pride. She slowly bent her front legs, lowered her head, and submitted. Tom etched his magical mark onto the adult unicorn. In his mindscape, the second palace glimmered faintly, not as brightly as the first, but it was a clear sign of progress. There was now a seed of allegiance. If a true crisis came and Tom stepped in again, he'd likely complete the second trial once and for all. Pleased with his success, Tom returned to the castle. Coincidentally, Harry was also in a great mood, because Hagrid had finally agreed to let Norbert go. Charlie had replied to their letter. Though he couldn't come in person, some of his friends from the Romanian sanctuary would fly in to pick up the dragon. In just 1 week, Norbert had undergone a drastic transformation. He was growing rapidly and becoming more and more aggressive. Ron had even gotten bitten, his arm swelled up like an aubergine. When Madame Pomfrey asked about the wound, Ron insisted it was a dog bite. But the skeptical look in her eyes said she wasn't buying it. Still, she didn't press the issue. The bizarre ways Hogwarts students managed to hurt themselves were just too varied for her to keep up with. She simply handed Ron an antidote and some anti-swelling bandages before sending him on his way. Finally, the day of the handoff arrived. Under the cover of the invisibility cloak, Harry and Ron carried the crate holding Norbert up to the top of the astronomy tower. Several broomsticks sliced through the night sky, descending silently before them. Chapter 104, A Dragon's Roar Through the Night Sky. Charlie's friends came in a group of 4, each straddling a broomstick and cloaked in dark hoods. As they landed, the first thing they did was turn to Ron. "You must be Charlie's little brother." Ron scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. With that unmistakable Weasley red hair, it wasn't exactly hard to tell. "This is Harry. Harry Potter." Instantly, all attention shifted from Ron's hair to the iconic lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. Faced with 4 awestruck adult wizards, Harry responded with a polite but visibly tired look, clearly unamused at being gawked at like a museum exhibit. Fortunately, the journey had gone off without a hitch. They had successfully dodged Filch and his prowling cat, Mrs. Norris, which meant no safety issues. Harry began to relax and chatted with the group about how Charlie was doing at the Dragon Sanctuary. "Honestly, not great," one of them replied, half joking and half sympathetic. "Poor bloke's got the worst luck. Just a few months into the job and bam, dragon breakout. Can you believe one of them, a Hungarian Horntail, ended up all the way in Germany and got killed by a dark wizard. One guy killed a Horntail." Harry and Ron's eyes nearly popped out. "Yup," the men nodded grimly. "Still don't know who he is. Covered his tracks perfectly. The whole reserve is on high alert now, patrolling around the clock. It's been hell." Harry and Ron exchanged uneasy glances. They used to think Charlie had the coolest job ever. Now, it sounded like hard, thankless work. Just glorified dragon chow. After some more small talk, the 4 dragon handlers got down to business. They securely tied up Norbert's crate using several enchanted ropes. Each broom tugged one rope taut, suspending the crate in midair like a magical sky sled. Harry thanked them profusely and watched as they lifted off into the night sky. But Norbert had other ideas. Sensing he was being taken away from home into unfamiliar territory, the baby dragon began to thrash violently within the crate. If he'd been hatched from ordinary fire, he'd still be weak and premature. But this wasn't an ordinary dragon. This was a dragon born of Gubrathian fire, stronger, quicker to mature, and far more intense in his fire. The handlers had barely flown more than a few dozen meters before they felt an intense heat behind them. In horror, they looked back to see the crate exploding into splinters, searing flames bursting out and burning through the ropes, licking dangerously close to their brooms. Roar. The dragon's cry tore through the still night, shrill and unrestrained. Though it didn't reach the depths of the Forbidden Forest, the echo reached the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor towers loud and clear. A dragon. It's a fire-breathing dragon. Excited voices rang out as curious students rushed to the windows, eyes wide. Half an hour later, the entire group, Ron, Harry, and Charlie's 4 unfortunate friends, sat trembling in Professor McGonagall's office. No one had escaped. No one even tried. They'd been caught by Professor Flitwick, who had stumbled upon the exhausted, grounded dragon and nearly passed out from fright. A fire-breathing dragon. In Hogwarts. He immediately marched everyone to McGonagall's office, taking Norbert along as well. And since all 4 adult dragon handlers were former Gryffindors, the shame had to be dealt with at the source. Harry and Ron sat in a cold sweat, minds blank. They couldn't even imagine what sort of hurricane they were about to face in the form of Professor McGonagall. As for the 4 adults, not faring much better. Graduation didn't mean immunity. McGonagall had been their head of house and deputy headmistress for 7 years. Facing her was like a mouse squaring up to a lioness. After 30 agonizing minutes of silence, the door finally opened. In came Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, both in sleepwear. McGonagall's slippers were on the wrong feet, and she looked like she'd sprinted across half the castle. Behind them trailed Hagrid, carrying a stunned Norbert in his arms, face pale as chalk. Professor Flitwick wasn't present. This was strictly Gryffindor business, and McGonagall would only be further humiliated if another head of house was watching. Dumbledore said nothing. His face was as unreadable as a frozen lake. McGonagall, however, was seething. She marched right up to Ron and Harry, trembling with barely contained fury, her eyes shooting flames. Her long nose flared as she breathed hard through it. At that moment, Harry thought McGonagall looked more like a fire-breathing dragon than Norbert did. And frankly, Norbert didn't scare him anymore. McGonagall did. I never imagined, never in all my years, that any of my students could be so recklessly audacious. Her voice quivered with rage as she jabbed a finger at Harry and Ron. It's 1 a.m. And what are you doing? Smuggling a dragon, an illegal dragon, mind you, up the astronomy tower. Professor McGonagall, it was all my fault. Even in panic, Hagrid stood up for them, trying to take the blame. Silence, Rubius. McGonagall spun on him like a storm. The half-giant instantly fell quiet, shrinking into the background. Turning back to the boys, she looked utterly disappointed. I've never been more ashamed of Gryffindor students than I am right now. In one night, you've broken at least 50 school rules. With the evidence in front of them and no excuses to offer, Harry and Ron could only hang their heads in shame. After venting her anger on the students, McGonagall turned to the 4 adult troublemakers. Benjamin. Berta. Sifus. Jack. Her voice was colder now, less emotional but no less cutting. I had hoped that after graduation, you'd become responsible, competent witches and wizards. Clearly, you're as foolish now as you were then. If you were still students, I'd dock 100 points from each of you without hesitation. But since you're not, I have no authority over you. I'll be treating you as intruders on school grounds. She turned to Dumbledore with a tired huff. Albus, do what you must. I've washed my hands of this nonsense. These lunatics are beyond me. Everyone else in the room looked like they were about to be sick. And Dumbledore. He was exhausted, mentally exhausted. Just what kind of chaotic prodigies was he surrounded by? Keeping a baby dragon at Hogwarts. Not ideal, but manageable. It was still small, and if no one knew about it, it wasn't a problem. Getting rid of the dragon. Even better. It meant Hagrid had come to his senses. But how did they manage to screw up the one thing that was actually helping? He didn't understand. No one had reported them. No professors had found out. They could have slipped away clean. Just one simple step, give the dragon a sleeping potion before the flight. But no. Instead, they managed to not only blow their own cover, but also broadcast the existence of the dragon to half the school. He could already picture the next few days. Ministry officials showing up, questions being asked, headlines being written. And in the end, he'd be the one cleaning up their mess. Dumbledore was tired. Chapter 105, Almost Empty Hourglass. But things had already come this far, and Dumbledore couldn't bring himself to scold them like Professor McGonagall had. He feared that if he added to the storm, Harry, Ron, and Hagrid might just break down completely. So he swallowed his own frustration. The old man couldn't help letting out a long, weary sigh. To the others, that sigh was worse than any reprimand. Shame and guilt clamped down on their chests like iron chains. Minerva, what's done is done. More scolding won't help at this point, Dumbledore said gently, speaking up in their defense. Though Dumbledore was the headmaster, when Professor McGonagall got angry, even he usually stepped aside. After all, Dumbledore often played more the role of a symbolic figure, a calming presence, the school's pillar. It was McGonagall who ran the day-to-day operations and handled student discipline. Her fairness and integrity were what earned her both the students' respect and fear. Those who make mistakes must face consequences, McGonagall said, her voice still trembling with barely suppressed rage. Her chest rose and fell with each indignant breath. Punishment is necessary, yes, Dumbledore acknowledged. But right now, our top priority is containing the fallout. His tone hardened. Hagrid, aside from Harry and Ron, who else knows about the dragon? Hagrid shuffled awkwardly and muttered, Riddle, Hermione, and Greengrass. And Malfoy, Harry added quickly. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Mr. Riddle isn't the meddling sort, and neither are his friends. Hagrid, from this moment forward, that dragon was a rare egg I came across by chance. You were simply helping me look after it before I sent it to the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary. Do you understand? Tears welled in Hagrid's eyes. Dumbledore, he was taking the fall for him. Professor McGonagall understood too. As much as she seethed with frustration, she also knew Dumbledore was doing this for the school's reputation. A random Hogwarts staff member secretly raising a dragon. That would be a scandal. But if it were Dumbledore, well, even she had to admit, people would barely bat an eye. And what about these young troublemakers? McGonagall pointed toward the lineup of both current and former Gryffindors, her anger flaring again. Berta, thank you and your friends for your efforts tonight, Dumbledore said kindly, motioning for Hagrid to hand over the dragon. Norbert won't be waking up for at least 2 more days. You'll be safe to transport him. Charlie's friends nodded frantically, promising to keep everything secret. They practically snatched Norbert from Hagrid's arms and bolted out of the castle, not daring to look back. At last, only Harry and Ron remained. Dumbledore turned his piercing gaze on Harry. "Harry, I hope this has taught you a valuable lesson. Whatever you do, be thoroughly prepared. The reason you were caught wasn't because anyone ratted you out. It was entirely your own mistake." McGonagall's expression shifted slightly. Something didn't sit right with her. Was Dumbledore advising Harry to be more careful next time he broke the rules? "Because your actions disrupted nearly half the school tonight, I have no choice but to deduct 100 points from Gryffindor. You must understand the gravity of this situation. Starting next week, both of you will also be serving detention. 100 points. Harry kept his head bowed, still looking remorseful, but in his heart, he felt a sliver of relief. With all the chaos they'd caused, losing only 100 points seemed merciful. 100 each, Dumbledore added after a pause. Harry's heart sank. Ron's eyes rolled back so hard he nearly passed out on the spot. Professor McGonagall stood there in silence, eyes twitching, rage simmering beneath the surface. She didn't even want to speak anymore. All she wanted was to scratch something, anything. The next morning, the hottest topic sweeping through the school was, without question, the dragon. Down in the dungeons, the Slytherins and Hufflepuffs had just caught wind of what they'd missed out on. The Hufflepuffs, in particular, were practically pounding their chests in regret, so close, and yet so far. The second hottest topic. Gryffindor's house points. Overnight, the great hourglass tracking Gryffindor's points had been all but emptied. They were left with barely over 100, an absolutely humiliating low, especially with end-of-year exams just around the corner. How were they ever going to catch up now? Word spread fast. The culprits. Harry Potter and his loyal sidekick Ron Weasley. No one knew exactly what they'd done, but it must have been a massive screw-up to cost them that many points. Well, not everyone was in the dark. Tom Riddle certainly wasn't. He felt genuine pity for Voldemort. How utterly stupid did the Dark Lord have to be to lose to Harry Bloody Potter? Tom had already neutralized the biggest threat, Malfoy, and somehow, the plan still went up in smoke. "Potter. You're the best Slytherin asset we've ever had." Malfoy suddenly yelled across the Great Hall, and the room exploded into laughter. Even the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs turned their annoyed glares toward Harry. They had all been hoping Gryffindor might finally knock Slytherin off their high horse, but now Harry had ruined it. Harry kept his head down, walking silently back to his seat as if he hadn't heard a word. From that day on, Hermione Granger began working harder than ever, answering every single question in class, trying desperately to earn back house points for Gryffindor. Except for Snape, Professors Flitwick and Sprout seemed to take pity on Gryffindor's situation. They started calling on Hermione more frequently, giving her every opportunity to win back a little face, and maybe, just maybe, save the house from finishing dead last. Tom was losing it. He never imagined that his own clever little plan would boomerang right back into his chest. The more points Hermione earned, the fewer he did. His carefully balanced academic standing began to crumble under the pressure. A once proud prodigy, brought low by a fool named Harry Potter. Was Harry Potter destined to be the nemesis of every Tom Riddle in every timeline? That night, as silence settled over the castle and Tom lay in bed, deep in thought, he was mulling over how to claw back more house points. Suddenly, a burning sensation flared across the back of his hand. A unicorn symbol shimmered into view. The unicorn was in danger. Without hesitation, Tom snatched up his wand and sprinted for the common room. With magic enhancing his speed, he raced like the wind, straight toward the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 106, Touch My Unicorn. I have to develop a flight spell. As he sprinted through the Forbidden Forest, Tom urgently assigned this task to the old men inside his learning space. Forget whether it could surpass the combined effects of the Fleetfoot and Featherlight charms in speed, just the elegance alone would be worth it. Right now, with the sheer force of wind pressing against him, Tom's posture had degenerated into a full-on ninja run, like something out of Naruto. His path sent birds fleeing from treetops, and several timid magical creatures bolted in panic, abandoning their territories as he zipped past. Inside the learning space, Grindlevald was forcibly summoned from Nurmengard, and Andrus the Invincible startled awake from slumber. The two watched the rapidly shifting forest scenery through Tom's vision and couldn't help but frown in confusion. "Tom, what's going on? What's the emergency?" Andrus asked, voice still groggy. "My unicorn's being hunted. I'm going to save her. Running there like this is a joke, figure out a flight spell for me, ASAP." Tom replied mid-sprint, breath calm but tone sharp. He didn't need to guess. The culprit had to be Quirrell. Alone, Quirrell wasn't a threat. But with Voldemort hitching a ride on his skull. Whole different story. Tom, ever wary of death, had already prepped the learning space as backup. And if it came down to it, he'd throw Andrus into the fray. That was the proper way to handle this. Grindlevald clicked his tongue. Why not just use apparition? What do you need a flight spell for? Style over substance, really. You could even manipulate air using transfiguration, Andrus added. Turn it into solid blocks beneath your feet, hover that way. Heh. Tom let out a cold laugh. If you can't do it, just admit it. No wonder the history books call you a dark wizard and him the Dark Lord. Seems accurate. Grindelwald shrugged off the jab, he was immune to this level of verbal sparring. Barely worth a deflection. But then Tom landed a real blow. After all, the headmaster handled you by sending Newt Scamander. But to deal with Voldemort? He spent half his life and is still racking his brains. You think I'm inferior to him? Grindelwald exploded. He could accept someone being stronger, but Dumbledore caring more about someone else than him. Absolutely not. No one understands dark magic like I do. When I ruled across Europe, that nobody Voldemort wasn't even on the map. Then quit yapping and start crafting that flight spell. Make me eat my words. That shut Grindelwald up. Despite knowing this was Tom's obvious provocation, he couldn't ignore the truth buried in it. His competitive streak flared, he would show that glorified wraith who the real master of dark arts was. Meanwhile, Tom kept up his furious pace, laughing inwardly as the old wizard took the bait. The unicorn's icon on his hand was shifting directions constantly, and Tom followed it like a hawk. He could feel their distance closing, he was gaining ground. In the distance, he began to hear faint, desperate cries. He vaulted over a thicket of birch trees, and finally saw it. A black blur, serpent-like, slithered rapidly across the forest floor. The unicorn galloped ahead, panicked and bleeding, silver blood staining her coat. The black blur emitted ghostly pulses of light, several had already struck the unicorn, leaving cruel gashes. Tom's gaze sharpened. He raised his wand and fired a blasting curse, perfectly predicting the blur's path. Boom. Earth and stone erupted, leaving a gaping crater. The blur was forced to halt. A hooded figure rose from the bushes, voice hoarse and low. Meddling little brat. You brain-dead scum, Tom cut him off coldly. Touch my unicorn again, and die. He stepped between the figure and the unicorn, who had finally collapsed under an old tree, panting heavily. Sweat and silver blood mingled and trickled down her hide in haunting rivulets. MMMMN. She let out a pitiful whimper. Tom could feel her grief, but now wasn't the time for affection. His eyes never left the attacker. Zing! A curse flew at him with no warning, silent and swift. It struck his Protego Diabolica and ricocheted, smashing through a nearby tree. Quirrell was panicking. He hadn't expected Tom to show up this fast. And with the noise building up, he'd wanted to flee. But Voldemort hissed in his ear. Kill the boy. Now. A killing curse. Already. That wasn't first-year level anymore. That was war. Avada Kedavra. A streak of sickly green light surged from Quirrell's wand. Tom's shield spell couldn't stop it, no shield could. There were only two ways to block a killing curse. 1. Another equally strong spell to cancel its power. 2. A living, magical creature with enough sentience to interrupt the death magic. That was one of the reasons Voldemort feared Dumbledore. The man could conjure entire legions of sentient transfigurations to absorb even the deadliest spells. But Tom. He didn't dodge. He didn't flinch. His golden eyes gleamed as he launched a crimson beam directly at the incoming death curse. Magic collided midair with a shattering crack, red against green, like lightning striking fire. The energy crackled, exploded, and bathed the woods in electric white light. Dragon's might. A wave of pressure rolled out from Tom's body, the aura of a higher being. It slammed into Quirrell's mind like a thunderclap. A ghostly dragon's roar echoed inside his skull. His muscles locked up. His grip loosened. Tom's spell surged forward, obliterating the killing curse. Quirrell regained his senses just in time to roll out of the way, instinctively sketching spell circles in the air. A massive, 30-foot serpent erupted from the earth, maw wide open, lunging toward Tom with monstrous speed. Crack! A thick, wooden arm burst from the base of a tree, seizing the snake by its throat. Then the entire tree ripped itself from the earth, branches whipping, roots flailing, joining the battle against the summoned beast. Wood splinters flew. Blood sprayed. Forest shook. Tom slashed his wand. Sectum Sempra. Snape's signature spell, silent and deadly, sliced through the air. Quirrell didn't even see it coming. A sharp scream ripped from his throat as the invisible blade found its mark. He wasn't weak, not at all. Among adult wizards, he was elite. Once a top Ravenclaw graduate, Quirrell had learned plenty under Voldemort's tutelage this past year. The bumbling, stuttering persona he wore in class. nothing but a mask. This was his true face. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Cratered Earth. But Tom had completely caught Quirrell off guard. The men hadn't taken him seriously at first, and by the time he realized his mistake, he had no chance left to fight back. The hooded figure lay sprawled on the ground, motionless, like a corpse. Tom didn't hesitate. With a flick of his wand, several invisible blades sliced through the air, cutting the massive serpent into chunks. Then he pointed his wand at Quirrell. Reducto Maxima. Fool. The curse shot forward like lightning, but Quirrell moved. With a strange, serpentine twist of his body, he slithered away from the spell and then suddenly snapped upright. Tom's expression hardened. This was Quirrell, but the one in control now was most certainly Voldemort. A chilling bloodlust began to permeate the forest. Despite the warmth of early spring, with the air nearing 20 degrees, frost began to form on the bushes and treetops. Die, boy. A beam of pitch-black light erupted from Quirrell's wand, surging toward Tom with terrifying force. The killing intent locked onto him completely. Tom could feel it in his bones. A deep, primal intuition told him, no matter how I dodge, I'll be hit. Let me handle this. Andrus bellowed from within the learning space, requesting full control. Then take it. Tom didn't hesitate. Without flinching, he activated Transcendent Mode, giving Andrus direct access to his body. In that brief moment, eyes closing, then reopening, Tom's entire presence shifted. His aura transformed completely. Without even raising his wand, a radiant white light burst forth from his left hand. The black beam slammed into it. Boom. The forest lit up like day. Fire exploded into the air. Shockwaves blasted outward, shaking trees and earth. The sheer pressure rumbled through the woods with deafening force. Beneath his hood, Voldemort's eyes widened in disbelief. What in Merlin's name? He'd just swapped into direct control of Quirrell's body, and suddenly Tom had transformed too. What the hell was this kid? Elsewhere in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid was leading his boarhound Fong and two terrified first-years, Harry and Ron, as they served their detention. With Hagrid's enormous frame forging a safe path ahead, the two boys felt considerably more secure following behind. Look over there. Hagrid suddenly stopped and pointed to the right. See that silvery stuff on the ground? That's unicorn blood. One of the unicorns in the forest's been injured. Even worse, last week, I found one dead. Merlin's beard. Hagrid muttered gravely. What kind of sick creature would attack unicorns? We've got to find the poor thing before it suffers any longer. Wait. Ron's voice trembled. If whatever hurt the unicorn finds us first, won't that be dangerous? So long as you stay with me and Fong, no creature in this forest'll dare touch you, Hagrid reassured them as he pressed forward. Just then. Boom. A massive explosion tore through the forest. Even from far away, the shockwave rippled toward them, shaking the trees. Some of the thinner trunks even bent under the pressure. What was that? Hagrid's face paled as he broke into a run toward the source of the blast. Harry and Ron sprinted after him, and behind them came thunderous hoofbeats. Dark silhouettes surged through the trees, centaurs. Hagrid. Ron's voice cracked in fear. Centaurs. Don't worry, they won't hurt you. Hagrid shouted back without slowing down. The rumbling didn't stop, explosions, gusts of heat, and magical shockwaves rolled through the forest like storms. When they finally burst through a row of ancient trees, the sight that met them made them freeze on the spot, mouths falling open. Tom. All three shouted in unison. They saw Tom facing off against a hooded man. But what truly stunned them was the battlefield itself. The ground looked as if it had been struck by a meteor, lower than the surrounding forest, completely cratered and uneven. Everything ahead had been scorched and destroyed. The ancient trees behind them were the only things left standing. The forest in front of them had simply ceased to exist. The charred scent of burning earth filled the air. Even just looking at the aftermath made it clear, this was no ordinary duel. The level of destruction spoke of terrifying, nearly godlike power. Tom heard Harry's cry, but didn't so much as glance back. He had already entered Transcendent Mode, mind and body fully focused on the battle between Voldemort and Andrus. Watch carefully, Tom, Andrus declared excitedly within his mind. This is the true way to wield the Patronus, and the source of my title, the Invincible. This wasn't like before, borrowing Tom's body for demonstration. Nor was it like the training duels in the learning space. This was real combat, against an opponent worthy of him. Andrus's battle spirit, dormant for millennia, roared back to life. Blinding white light burst from Tom's wand, illuminating the forest like a second sun had descended. The glowing aura surged toward Tom's body, enveloping him fully. Then, like a human cannonball, Tom launched himself at Quirrell, fist raised high, glowing with radiant power. Voldemort tried to maneuver Quirrell's body to dodge. The unicorn blood he consumed the week prior was nearly spent, and he was beginning to panic. How was Tom this powerful? It felt like he wasn't even fighting a student anymore, but a wizard on Voldemort's own level. He managed to twist half his body to the side, barely dodging. But at that moment, Tom roared. Petrificus totalis. His wand didn't move. No incantation echoed. But the spell hit anyway. Quirrell's entire body froze mid-motion. His eyes widened in horror as Tom's glowing fist, blazing like a falling star, slammed straight into his chest. Crack! His ribcage caved invisibly, and he was launched through the air like he'd been hit by a train. Trees snapped as his body plowed through them, and his scream echoed across the forest like a tortured banshee. When he finally slammed into the ground, Harry caught sight of something horrifying. Under the light radiating from Tom, the hooded man's body melted into a shadow, slithering around the base of a tree like a snake, and vanished into the darkness. Was that thing made of slime? Andrus muttered in surprise. How is he still moving after that hit? Black magic modification, Grindlevald answered, having watched the whole battle in silence. His body's been altered to absorb and nullify most physical damage. But your punch, fueled by magic, still invaded his internal system. So the Patronus can be used like that too. Grindlevald mused. Seems we need a serious discussion about this spell. Tom ended Transcendent mode. Andrus returned to the learning space and immediately turned to Grindlevald, suspicious. You. A dark wizard. What's the point of talking about Patronuses with you? Can you even cast one? Grindlevald. Bloody hell. Why did ancient wizards have to be this blunt? Back in the forest, Tom remained still, not because of exhaustion, but because Transcendent mode hadn't fully worn off yet. He was doing his best to retain the insights he'd gained from that battle, to commit every detail to memory for future refinement. Only when he fully returned to his normal state did he finally turn around. Behind him stood 3 shell-shocked students and 1 trembling dog. Hagrid raised a massive hand in horror. Why you, don't come any closer, all right. Chapter 108, The Cunning Old Dumbledore. Tom froze for a moment. In that split second of daze, he thought he saw 2 enormous nostrils. Not letting him pass. Fine, then he just wouldn't pass. Without hesitation, he leapt over a few people and landed right beside the injured unicorn. The great unicorn, having rested a short while, had regained some strength, yet it still looked weak and listless. Its wounds showed no sign of healing. These were injuries wrought by dark magic. If not treated quickly, the creature would bleed to death. In this kind of situation, it was time for Grindlevald to step in. With just a single glance, Grindlevald had already pinpointed the corresponding counter-curse. Carrying an old grandpa around was already basically cheating, but what if you carried a whole bunch of them? Let's just say, if it's not turned off, it's definitely turned on. Under Grindelwald's instructions, Tom cast the counter-curse, dispelling the dark magic's curse effect. The black miasma clinging to the wounds dispersed. Only then did he take out the healing salve he had made from Dittany and begin applying it to the unicorn, muttering all the while. I told you, didn't I? This world is dangerous. What would you do without me, Luckily, I left a mark on you last time, otherwise you'd have ended up like that other poor unicorn. Woo-woo. This time, the unicorn's pride was gone. The bond they'd built earlier finally showed its worth. In Tom's mind, the Palace of Light flared brilliantly, success was just one step away. While Tom worked on the unicorn's wounds, Hagrid and the others stood watching. In the end, it was Harry, with his quicker ability to accept the strange, who spoke first. Tom, what's going on here exactly? Tom shrugged. Didn't you see? Someone attacked my unicorn. I chased them off. That's all. Your unicorn? Hagrid blurted. This is one of the Forbidden Forest's unicorns. Tell me, are you mine or not? Asked Tom. The unicorn, however, neither agreed nor disagreed, just gazed at Tom with wide, innocent eyes. See? She didn't deny it, Tom said with a smile to the 3 of them, his hand subtly pressing a little harder. Who were those 30 people? Hagrid decided to let the unicorn claim go. If he kept pressing, he feared he might end up with a black eye. Better to change the subject. No idea. Their hoods were enchanted. Tom suddenly lifted his head, eyes locking on the darkness. Lurking around, you planning a sneak attack? No, we mean no harm. 3 centaurs emerged from the shadows, wisely lowering their bows. Hagrid called out to the lead centaur in his language, then turned to Harry and Ron. They're centaurs, inhabitants of the Forbidden Forest. Tom, they don't attack young wizards. Wouldn't be so sure of that. Tom smirked, and the centaur's expressions darkened, though thankfully, the knight hid it well. I merely saw Mars shining unusually bright, the lead centaur, Firenze, explained. Not my problem. Just don't mess with me. Hagrid glanced between the two sides, sensing an undercurrent he couldn't quite name. But when he saw Tom about to leave with the unicorn, Hagrid quickly stopped him. "Tom, you can't go just yet. There's a dangerous intruder in the forest, we need to report to Dumbledore. But I still have to take her to find her daughter." Tom stroked the unicorn's silky mane. "Leave that to me," Firenze offered. "I know her family well. We Centaurs will take care of her treatment." Tom hesitated briefly, and refused. He needed the little one to know exactly who had saved her mother. No one dared oppose him. They could only follow obediently as he led the way to the young unicorn and another adult unicorn. Upon seeing her injured mother, the little one bolted forward in a panic, circling anxiously. The mother unicorn rubbed her daughter gently with her head. The touching scene eased even the frayed nerves of Harry and Ron, who had been rattled earlier. Finally, after hugging the young unicorn, Tom led the others away. Yes, led. The three cowards only dared to walk behind him. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance to the headmaster's office. The gargoyle sprang to life, eyeing them suspiciously. Well, the little Slytherin brat. What brings you here so late?" "It wasn't my idea," Tom said, pointing at Hagrid. "He insisted I come." "Fine then." The gargoyle hopped aside, revealing the staircase. Hagrid, baffled, asked, "Don't we need a password?" "You do." "This kid doesn't," the gargoyle yawned lazily, then ignored him. Inside the office, the room was empty. Tom unceremoniously claimed a single-seat sofa, his relaxed posture a stark contrast to Hagrid and the others, who stood stiffly. Before long, footsteps sounded from upstairs. Dumbledore emerged in pajamas, eyes heavy with sleep. "Please, spare an old man's hard-earned rest, my friends. Coming to see me this late, did you decide your house has too many points?" "Professor, you've got some eye gunk," Tom pointed out. "Thank you, Mr. Riddle," Dumbledore replied, rubbing his eye. "But even so, I'm afraid I won't be reducing your punishment." "Dumbledore, sorry to disturb you so late, but just now." Hagrid quickly summarized the events. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. "A hooded man, a dead unicorn. Hagrid, you should have told me sooner. That is a very dark magic indeed. Unicorns are pure and sacred. Drinking their blood can heal, but it brings a terrible curse. A fate worse than death, though some may not feel that way." "Sorry, Professor." Hagrid's face burned with guilt. As a school dropout, he had never learned such advanced matters. Dumbledore's piercing blue gaze shifted to Tom. "Mr. Riddle, would you care to tell me what happened from your perspective?" Chapter 109, A Unicorn's Oath. Tom didn't refuse. Instead, he spoke with ease. "Lately I've been feeling a little lonely, so I decided to follow the advice you gave me before term started. Professor, I'm going to get a pet." "So you set your sights on a unicorn?" Dumbledore's lips twitched, and the other's eyelids spasmed wildly. Even if unicorns weren't particularly aggressive, they were still highly magical creatures. No matter how you looked at it, they were not suitable pets. "You're truly perceptive, Professor." "Please, the main point," Dumbledore reminded him with a trace of exasperation. "All right, the main point is. I was worried my pet might be harmed by other magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, so I placed a trigger warning charm on them. Tonight, I just laid down in bed and was about to sleep when the charm went off. I rushed over and saw a hooded figure trying to kill my horse. And then, we fought." When Tom suddenly fell silent, Dumbledore gave him a curious look. "Please continue, Mr. Riddle." Tom shrugged helplessly. "That's all. The details of the fight, Mr. Riddle." Dumbledore rubbed his temples, now fully awake. "Exhausting, truly exhausting." Tom then gave a quick, simplified account of the battle. He knocked the hooded men to the ground, the hooded men went into a frenzy, Tom went into a frenzy, and then, the hooded men lost. Light flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. "Mr. Riddle, you're certain his strength changed that drastically?" "Absolutely certain," Tom said solemnly. "Before, it felt like I was facing an ordinary wizard, I could handle him however I wanted. But afterwards, he became the messenger of death itself." Dumbledore nodded slowly, murmuring something so softly it was almost inaudible. "Truly bold. Tom." And here, Tom did not mean the boy sitting in front of him. "And you three, anything to add?" Dumbledore looked at Harry and the others. "Like a snake, Professor," Harry said, shuddering at the memory of the eerie scene. "When he escaped, he slithered away like a snake, as if all the bones in his body had vanished." "Very useful information." Dumbledore nodded. "You've all been through enough tonight. I imagine you need rest. Off to bed now." "You too," Hagrid said to Dumbledore, waving for Harry and Ron to follow him. "Wait a moment, Mr. Riddle." Tom was just about to step outside when Dumbledore, already halfway up the stairs, suddenly called out. I recall saying at the opening feast that students are not permitted in the Forbidden Forest. Quite clearly, you've violated multiple school rules tonight. Professor, it was an emergency, Tom sighed. My pet was in danger, surely you can understand. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. Of course I understand. But the headmaster's position does not. Therefore, Slytherin loses 100 points. Good night, Mr. Riddle. With that, Dumbledore hummed a jaunty tune and disappeared into his bedroom. Tom spat toward the door before leaving. Pah. Old Bumblebee. Clearly, he just couldn't stand seeing Slytherin ahead by such a wide margin. Even if he awarded points to Gryffindor, they wouldn't catch up, so he had to invent some excuse. Let's see who wins in the end, old man. The next morning, Slytherin students walking into the entrance hall thought they were dreaming. They had been 150 points ahead of Ravenclaw the night before, but now, somehow, overnight, they'd lost 100 points and were ahead by only 50. Stop staring. I was caught wandering at night by the headmaster. He took the points. The little snakes turned to glare, but then saw who it was and instantly calmed down. It was Tom. Oh, well, that was fine. Just be more careful next time. Burke gave an awkward grin, his anger vanishing. By the way, I know a few hidden paths into the Forbidden Forest. I'll draw you a map later, you'll never get caught. Harry, passing by, nearly dropped his jaw. Slytherin was that united. When he'd lost 100 points for Gryffindor, he'd become public enemy number 1. Even his Quidditch teammates refused to say his name, calling him only the Seeker. But Tom. They were also understanding. For the first time in his life, Harry regretted not listening to the Sorting Hat's suggestion to join Slytherin. Apart from those few unpleasant types, the others seemed, actually pretty nice. Crossing the entrance hall into the Great Hall, Tom's eyes went straight to the staff table. Sure enough, Quirrell's seat was empty. He stopped paying attention and sat down beside Daphne to eat breakfast. From the head table, Snape's cold gaze sliced toward Tom like a knife, but failed to pierce even the outermost layer of his composure. Before Tom could make it to his first class, Snape blocked his way. What exactly did you do? Snape demanded. Night stroll in the Forbidden Forest. You. Caught. Unless you wanted to be caught. Blame the hooded man. I already explained last night, if you want details, go ask Dumbledore. Snape gave him a long, searching look, then really did go to find Dumbledore. Unfortunately, his timing was bad. The Ministry had heard about the dragon incident, and a few officials were questioning Dumbledore. At the moment, Dumbledore and Cornelius Fudge were in a honeymoon phase. Fudge treated him with great respect, and this inquiry was more a formality. Besides, the dragon had already been sent away, nothing serious would come of it. Only after they left did Snape finally step into the headmaster's office. Severus, just in time, Dumbledore said, holding up a letter. Quirrell has resigned. What? Snape stared at him in shock. Quirrell resigned. That's right. I received his letter this morning. Dumbledore then explained what had happened the previous night. That man was definitely Quirrell, Snape said with certainty. Ah, we agree on that, Dumbledore nodded. But he's already left, in the middle of the night. He'll come back. Snape paced the office, hand on his chin. That man would never allow Quirrell to run away. I know his nature, this might just be to throw you off. Which means, Dumbledore said smoothly, we should bring him back. Once he sees hope, he'll never just sit and wait. After Transfiguration class, Tom, under the disillusionment charm, returned to the Forbidden Forest to check on the unicorn. The results were encouraging, free from the taint of dark magic, and with its own powerful vitality plus some herbal help, the wounds had begun to heal. Only a faint scar remained, which would vanish entirely once the fur grew back. Tom's task was now down to the final step, and he wanted to strike while the iron was hot, to complete the second trial today. All right, I'll give you one last chance, Tom said gravely, taking the unicorn's head in both hands and turning it so it faced him. Follow me, and I'll guarantee the safety of you and your daughter. But if you refuse today, next time you're in danger, I won't come to save you. The great unicorn gazed steadily at him, sensing the emotions behind his words. At last, she lowered her head, the sharp point of her horn extending toward the boy. Tom grasped the unicorn's horn, something she had never allowed him to touch before. The second trial was complete. Chapter 110, Soul Ascension. Tom closed his eyes. The holy power flowed through the unicorn's horn and into his body, seeping deep into his soul. It was as if his very spirit were receiving a full massage, so blissful that drowsiness pulled him under. With the last vestige of willpower, he sent Andrus out to stand guard and granted him full authorization to act. Then, surrendering entirely, Tom fell into the deepest sleep of his life. When he awoke, 3 hours had passed. He had missed lunch entirely, as well as the afternoon's history of magic class. Beside him, the little unicorn was still curled up in peaceful slumber. Of the two large unicorns, the injured one knelt protectively beside Tom and the youngster, while the other patrolled nearby. Stretching lazily, Tom rose to his feet, savoring the changes brought by the ascension of his soul. It was like washing away a lifetime of dust, finally recognizing himself anew. The world was still the same world, yet every detail seemed sharper, more vivid, more alive. The two large unicorns came over as he stood, nuzzling his arms affectionately. Once you bonded with one unicorn, it seems the others lower their guard as well. Tom easily reached out to touch the horn of the second unicorn, sealing a contract with her too. A new thread of magical empathy linked him to them both. He could now understand the meaning behind their calls and whinnies. All right, Tom said warmly, from now on we're one family. I should give you names so I can tell you apart. While stroking their silky manes, he thought for a moment, then announced decisively, from now on, you're Max, and you're Leo. The little one will be Milo. Done and settled. Even unicorns could tell how perfunctory these names were, but Tom pretended not to hear their protesting neighs. No matter how they argued, he stubbornly refused to change them. In the end, they had no choice but to accept their new names. Winnie. Max, dissatisfied with her new name, suddenly made another request. You want the white energy from yesterday, the Patronus charm? Tom asked in surprise, the meaning flashing clearly into his mind via their bond. Max met his gaze with undeniable affirmation. The Patronus was, at its core, simply the manifestation of magical energy. Even if consumed, it wouldn't cause harm, it could always be reformed with magic and emotion. Tom released a small cluster of white energy, and immediately both Max and Leo eagerly crowded around. They inhaled the silvery white mist in small sips, their eyes half-lidded with delight. A glimmer of understanding flashed through Tom's mind. Uncle Newt, you really are Uncle Newt. Every one of your suggestions is pure gold. He had thought the unicorn's approval was earned solely by his sincerity and the life-saving help he'd given them, but now it seemed that yesterday's appearance of the Patronus charm had been the real last straw to break the camel's back. So, if they feed on positive, uplifting energy, they can grow stronger. Tom decided he'd share this discovery with Uncle Newt as thanks. The white mist kept vanishing into their mouths, and Tom had to release it 3 times before the two gluttons were finally satisfied. Seeing that the little one was still asleep, Tom moved to a nearby clearing to test the benefits of his soul's elevation. Aiming at a thick tree, he cast the blasting curse. From the very start of casting, he noticed the difference. The process was almost too smooth, effortless. True, this was a spell he'd always found easy, but it had still required the usual discipline, focus, silent incantation, channeling of magic. Now, with a single thought, every step happened in an instant. After casting a few more spells in succession, Tom understood what had changed. It wasn't that the requirements for spell casting had lowered, it was that his refined soul made meeting those requirements trivial. Concentration and emotional focus came to him naturally now, without deliberate effort. Andrus had once explained, magic power, will, and emotion, these were the 3 key factors that determined whether a spell succeeded and how powerful it was. A fundamental strengthening of the soul directly enhanced the latter too. Where others might need 60 or even 80% of their full attention to cast a spell, he could now do it with the barest flicker of thought. But what if he went all out? Tom narrowed his eyes, his focus sharpening like a blade. A beam of red light shot forth like a deadly arrow, piercing straight through the nearest tree. Its momentum didn't falter, it blasted through over a dozen thick trunks before finally dissipating. The body and the soul complemented each other perfectly, and this improvement was no less significant than when he had merged with dragon blood, perhaps greater still. Soul enhancement strengthened not just combat but comprehension as well. Recalling yesterday's battle between Andrus and Voldemort, he suddenly grasped new insights that had eluded him before. Life's essence, the soul's essence, what would the next trial grant him? Tom's awareness dove into his inner mindscape. The first 2 palaces were now completely stable, and in the dim starry void, the brightest stars of the Canis constellation shone brilliantly. The contents of the 3rd trial appeared before his eyes. 3rd trial, Canis, the host must defeat a Cerberus in unarmed combat, without using magic. Reward, talent, Ironhide. Ironhide, greatly increases physical defense, can be further strengthened by channeling magic into it. Tom's eyelids twitched violently. Do you even hear yourself? Unarmed combat, against a Cerberus. That thick-skinned monster was already hard enough to injure with magic. Now you expect me to brawl with it barehanded. What's next, me sliding under it just to volunteer as a snack? One of me isn't even enough, it has 3 heads. This is madness. Unfortunately, the 12 trials had no intelligence. No matter how much Tom complained, the task remained as written. How he completed it was entirely up to him. Still, compared to the first 2 trials, this one was at least simple and straightforward. No need to hunt for anything, no luring of magical creatures, just meet the strength requirement and win. And since the Cerberus was right here at the school, Tom found his anxiety easing slightly. Chapter 111, Bargains with the Potions Master. Of course, once they were back at the castle, the chatter of the young wizards drifted into his ears. Quirrell had resigned. The men who had tormented them for almost the entire school year had bolted in the final month, much to the delight of many. At last, no more enduring that indescribable stench. Only Harry seemed troubled. He had always believed Quirrell was resisting Snape's threats and intimidation, refusing to reveal the trap he himself had set up. Now that Quirrell was gone, did that mean he had failed? Harry started watching Snape even more intently, accidentally running into him dozens of times a day around the castle. Harry Potter. I don't know what you're loitering around the castle for. Is all that homework not enough to calm your restless little mind? 2 points from Gryffindor. And if I see you again, I'll make it 10. When Tom came to find Snape, he walked right in on the scene of Snape exploding at Harry. Professor, I just left something in the classroom, Harry protested, trying desperately to claw back the lost points, though at this point, his inability to see through Snape's true nature was almost impressive in its own way. As if Snape would give him points back. In the end, Harry slunk away in frustration, and Tom chuckled to himself. The whole thing was deliciously ironic, James Potter's face drifting around in front of Snape like a taunt, practically fighting on his doorstep. As for Quirrell's resignation, it wasn't exactly outside Tom's expectations. Did people really think Andrews's punch was something you could just walk off? The only reason Quirrell hadn't died on the spot was thanks to Voldemort's mastery of the dark arts. Even now, the Patronus magic, the purest counter to evil, was surely still raging inside Quirrell's body, torturing him to the brink of madness. If Quirrell had actually been able to show up for class today, Tom would have started wondering whether Andrus had been holding back, or whether Andrus was simply all talk to begin with. And if Andrus ever heard Tom questioning him like that, he'd probably beg for another chance to demonstrate in person, this time without knocking him across the room first, but going straight for the kill. Find something funny? Snape's voice came without him even turning around. Isn't it funny? Tom tilted his head in mock confusion. I've never seen an idiot laugh. Snape turned, his expression dark. Of course, he knew Harry suspected him of coveting the treasure hidden on the fourth-floor corridor, but his anger wasn't from being accused, it was because Harry was just so stupid. With a brain like that, how was the boy ever supposed to survive being caught between Voldemort and Dumbledore's schemes? You fall on your face enough times, you get smarter, Tom said, uninterested in discussing child-rearing philosophy. He cut straight to the point, Professor, I need your help. Ironhide potion, Berserker potion, agility potion, do you have improved versions of these recipes? Snape eyed him suspiciously. And what exactly do you want those for? Just, a sudden interest, Tom replied with an easy smile. If you have them, I'd like a few samples and the formulas for research. Snape frowned, clearly unable to figure out what Tom was up to. These potions temporarily enhanced physical abilities, but in the wizarding world they were practically useless, they did nothing against magical attacks, and a single flash of green light could still kill you instantly. But for Tom, they were cheating tools of the highest order. Bare hands. No problem. No magic allowed. Still no problem. Nobody ever said he couldn't use potions. Turn yourself into a rampaging berserker, and suddenly the three-headed dog wasn't so scary after all. When I was younger and had too much free time, I did improve those useless potions, Snape said offhandedly, slipping in another display of superiority before narrowing his eyes. But why should I give them to you? Just because you asked nicely. I'll trade you the spell from last time, Tom countered immediately. That glowing sphere spell was Andrus's own creation, named the Omnisphere Charm, capable of both offense and defense, and not overly difficult to learn. The real challenge lay in its control requirements and massive magical drain, but for Snape, those were hardly obstacles. Tom, of course, wasn't about to make a loss on the deal. In exchange, he also requested a few of Snape's own original curses, mostly small, nasty hexes, but useful in the right circumstances. Faced with such a tempting offer, Snape couldn't refuse and agreed on the spot. He didn't bother asking what Tom intended to do with the potions, not because he wasn't curious, but because he knew Tom wouldn't tell him anyway, and there was no point in wasting breath. With Quirrell gone, defense against the dark arts essentially became a self-study period. The other professors had their own classes to teach, even if they managed to squeeze in the occasional substitute lesson, it wasn't enough to create a coherent curriculum. Quirrell had made such a mess of the subject this term that none of them even knew where to start patching it up. In the end, the only option was to let students review freely. As for the final exam, that no longer mattered. Dumbledore had already promised no one would fail. A week later, Tom finished recording his data on feeding a unicorn with the Patronus charm, along with his personal observations on forming a magical contract with it, and sent the results off. Thanks to their first exchange, Tom now bore the Scamander family's unique magical seal, which meant he could send letters directly to Newt Scamander via Owl, without having to trouble Dumbledore as an intermediary. Not that he doubted old Dumbledore's integrity, but letters were private, and it was simply more comfortable sending them directly. Keeping on good terms with Newt was worth the effort. With 9 trials still ahead, Tom was almost certain he'd need Newt's help again. True to his word, Snape delivered the improved recipes and several bottles of potions he had brewed himself. Tom tried making 2 batches on his own, then drank his own potion and Snape's potion in separate tests, sparring against Max and Leo to compare effects. The difference was about 20%. Not bad. Snape truly was the potions master both Voldemort and Dumbledore valued so highly. Tom was sure he had executed the process perfectly, yet the quality still fell short of Snape's work. Since Snape's potions were better, he'd just use those. No sense wasting time here, not with final exams looming. Chapter 112, Final Exams. A week before exams, classes had been suspended, and the school entered full-on revision mode. Even Tom had to study. The exams weren't just about practical magic, there were a lot of written papers as well. It was like a high schooler being forced to solve primary school problems. Having the right answer wasn't enough, you also had to follow the exact steps and thought process demanded by the teacher. This gave Tom a bit of a headache. He'd never cared much for such things, so he ended up turning to Hermione for help. For once, Hermione became Tom's teacher. The little witch was in high spirits, seizing the chance to drag Tom into lessons every day and indulging her fantasy of being a strict instructor. But why suffer alone? Tom also roped Daphne into this scheme. The result, 2 students wearing invisible masks of torment all week. Daphne had gotten angry with Tom more times in the single week than in the entire term combined. The atmosphere inside the castle grew increasingly tense. Several students had already succumbed to hysteria and were sent to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey had to pour an entire bottle of calming draught down their throats before they could settle down. Most of these unfortunate souls were 5th and 7th years, facing the OWLs and Newts, the 2 most important exams of their Hogwarts lives. Students from other years were under less pressure, but even so, the library was packed, and in the corridors you could see students speedwalking while muttering incantations under their breath. On the last day before exams, Tom received a reply from Newt. The old man's joy practically leapt from the parchment. He was thrilled that Tom had tamed a unicorn and equally delighted by his discoveries. He invited Tom to come to New York for an in-depth discussion, offering to cover his airfare if needed. Tom thought about it but didn't reply immediately. He wasn't sure if he'd have the time, or even if it was necessary. Best to wait until the 3rd trial was complete, he could decide once he knew what came next. Tucking the letter away, Tom finished his breakfast in a few quick bites and returned to revising. The next day, the exams began. First-year exams weren't especially difficult, but the answers were extremely long-winded and utterly pointless. Tom hadn't had to write this much by hand in ages. Normally, he'd just use magic to guide his quill. By the end of one paper, his hand was sore. The practical portion was much easier. Professor McGonagall's test involved transforming a mouse into a snuff box, a tricky bit of living to non-living transformation, but still the easiest category of the lot. Harder was giving life to an inanimate object, and hardest of all was transforming one living creature into another. Tom completed the task without trouble. McGonagall's face stayed stern, but just before he left, he caught the corners of her lips twitch upward. Professor Flitwick's exam was even simpler, make a pair tap dance its way across a desk. Tom went above and beyond, using cherries as a basketball. The pair dribbled them while singing and dancing, finishing with a dramatic slam and a stylish shoulder bump. Flitwick's eyebrows practically flew off his face with delight. That's marvelous. What's that move called, Mr. Riddle? Oh, it's from a muggle sport called basketball. Lots of people can play it, but being able to play and sing and dance. That's rare. A brilliant charm. I think I can announce your score right now. In potions, Snape chose the most difficult brew they'd learned in first year, the Forgetfulness Potion. Neville looked like he'd already drunk some. Aside from the name, he couldn't remember a thing about it. Under Snape's cold gaze, Neville trembled as he threw in ingredients at random. Snape sneered. If Neville managed to brew a proper Forgetfulness Potion, he'd eat a flobberworm raw. Satisfied that Neville would fail spectacularly, Snape moved on to intimidating Harry instead. Tom finished half an hour early. Without even glancing at him, Snape pointed silently at the door, dismissing him. Finally, when the last History of Magic paper was handed in, the students erupted in cheers. They had an entire week of freedom before the results came out, followed by the final feast and then 2.5 months of glorious summer. Tom, Hermione, and Daphne joined the stream of students leaving the castle, stepping into the warm sunshine. They hurried to a prime spot by the Black Lake. Tom conjured a picnic blanket, and with a wave, summoned the celebratory lunch Para had prepared. I think I messed up the answer to that one about the wizard in 1675 who conjured a buffalo to scare muggles. Lee Biscard. Damn. I did get it wrong. Tom let that hang, ignoring Hermione's fretting. Her personality had softened over time, but she still cared too much about grades. Honestly, who checks answers after the exam? That's just self-inflicted misery. Daphne ignored her too, staring curiously at the giant squid whose tentacles reached all the way to the shore. Tom, do you think those tentacles are edible? Daphne asked suddenly. No idea. We could try someday, have Zabini and Rosier taste test first. If they survive, we'll eat. Great idea. I heard squid tentacles can regrow. If they're tasty, we'd have an infinite food supply. Hermione, still half stuck in exam mode, was utterly defeated by the two food-obsessed Slytherins. Half laughing, half exasperated, she sipped her soup, and just like that, she'd been distracted. Tom and Daphne exchanged a knowing grin. Their teamwork in steering Hermione away from overthinking was flawless. They spent the afternoon basking in the sun. Around 4, they headed back toward the castle. Alone all cut across the brilliant blue sky, swooping into the headmaster's office. Tom smiled faintly, then glanced toward Hagrid's hut, where Harry and Ron were sneaking inside. Back in the Slytherin common room, celebrations were in full swing. Everyone was certain Slytherin would win the House Cup again this year, practically guaranteed. At 500 points, their lead was unassailable no matter what Gryffindor or Ravenclaw managed. A 7th consecutive victory, an unprecedented feat in Hogwarts history. The 7th years, fresh from their newts, wore beaming smiles. They'd had a perfect school career, top results every year. When Tom and Daphne entered, many students offered them snacks in welcome. Truth be told, plenty of Slytherins still disliked Tom. Blood prejudice wasn't erased by a few heroic feats. But none dared show it openly. That was Slytherin cunning: despise someone if you must, but don't pick a fight you can't win. Simple-minded types like Malfoy were the exception, not the rule. Tom accepted the goodwill, taking a few sweets and nibbles, while listening to upper years trade juicy gossip, like which girl was in her transfer period again. Chapter 113, Quirrell Returns. At the same time, students wandering the castle grounds were astonished to spot someone who had been missing for more than a month. Professor Quirrell. Quirrell smiled and gave the wide-eyed students a polite nod. I left in such a hurry last time that I never had the chance to pack up properly. I've come back to collect what's mine and make room for the next defense against the dark arts professor. Hearing his explanation, no one doubted a thing. By dinner time, the corridors were mostly empty as students made their way to the Great Hall. Quirrell, however, pushed open the door to his office, made his way to the 4th-floor corridor, cast an unlocking charm on a room, and slipped inside. A little later, 3 rather suspicious-looking figures appeared in the same area. Harry, are we really going in? Neville gulped nervously. Forget whether we could even take on Snape, just the 3-headed dog at the door is more than we can handle. Trust me. I've learned a way to deal with the 3-headed dog. Hagrid taught me himself. That's your part to handle, Neville. I'll try, Neville said, nodding with difficulty. When Tom pushed open the door and saw what lay before him, he froze for several seconds. Neville, voice hoarse, was croaking out something that barely resembled a song, while the monstrous 3-headed dog lay snoring beside an open trapdoor. Neville, what are you doing? Tom asked, puzzled. The dog's already asleep. Singing now is pointless. Even if you're worried it'll wake up, you can always sing later when it does. The singing stopped abruptly. Neville stood there as if struck by lightning, wearing the hopeless expression of someone whose entire life had been a lie. Such a simple solution, and he'd been standing here the whole time, singing like an idiot, waiting for Harry and Ron to come back. Wait. Harry and Ron. Neville hurried over to Tom, gesturing frantically and stammering to explain the situation. I get it, Tom said with a nod. So Snape's after the Philosopher's Stone, and Harry and Weasley went to stop him, right? Neville nodded furiously. Then go fetch a professor, quickly. I'll watch the 3-headed dog and make sure it doesn't wake up. Though Tom was in Slytherin, Neville still remembered the help with his wand and held no suspicion that Tom might be in league with Snape. Besides, the last time Tom had cast a spell that left the 3-headed dog unable to lift its heads was still burned vividly into Neville's mind. Compared to him, Neville really was better suited to running errands. Without hesitation, Neville bolted off in search of a teacher. But he'd forgotten a crucial detail. Harry had learned from Hagrid how to deal with the 3-headed dog. But Tom. Now the room held only Tom and the beast. Tom stepped forward. Smack. He slapped the middle head sharply, then waited, watching for any reaction within the 3rd palace of his mindscape. Nothing. So he resorted to punches and kicks, but the palace still gave no response. With a sigh, he gave up. Figures, there's no cutting corners here. After all, this hardly counted as defeating the 3-headed dog. At most, it was sleeping it into submission, and under such half-hearted attacks, the dog wasn't dead, just asleep. Soon, the eyelids over all 6 of its eyes began to twitch. Slowly, it woke, and blinked in surprise at the small wizard standing in front of it drinking down potion after potion. Then recognition flared. It was him. The one who'd beaten it black and blue before. Fear flashed first, and then an epiphany. The boy didn't have that little wooden stick with him this time. This was its chance. All 3 heads bared feral, predatory grins. Downing the last of his potions, Tom smiled back. Come on then, whoever uses a wand today is the other guy's grandson. With that, he stomped down hard on one of the dog's toes. With dragon's blood in his veins and a regimen of strengthening drafts in his system, Tom was already strong. Now, with an added burst from his explosive potions, he'd been able to wrestle unicorns into submission. Both Max and Leo had fallen to him before. But the 3-headed dog was no unicorn. It was stronger in close quarters, tougher skinned, and the only way to beat it barehanded was through less than honorable tactics. So, when the system registered that he'd entered the trial, Tom didn't hesitate to strike from behind. Human or dog, slam a toe hard enough, and it's agony. And this, truly, was where men proved to be crueler than beast. Fluffy, yes, this was Hagrid's Fluffy, howled in pain and rage, one paw lashing out to swat Tom aside. But with agility potion in his veins, Tom ducked smoothly under the blow and drove a fist into the dog's belly. The thick layers of flesh rippled, absorbing much of the force, and Fluffy lunged forward with a cavernous bite as if nothing had happened. In the cramped space, they began to circle each other. But with 3 heads, Fluffy's vision was exceptional. Every carefully plotted movement of Tom's was tracked by those 6 unblinking eyes, as if the dog had some kind of Sharingan-like cheat for perfect shared vision. Oh, so you've got hacks, huh? With a thought, Tom triggered his transcendent state. This wasn't magic, it was talent. At once, the world seemed to slow, the rage from the berserker draft clamped down by the higher-order control of the transcendent state. Cold clarity filled his mind, and he began to calculate the quickest, least costly way to bring Fluffy down. Meanwhile, in another chamber ringed with walls of fire, Harry stared, scalp prickling, at a table holding 7 oddly shaped bottles and a parchment covered in writing. Every word, taken alone, he knew, but strung together, the meaning was a complete mystery. He was abruptly reminded of his very first potions lesson, when Snape had mocked him and offered to arrange remedial English lessons. The evil Snape, of course this challenge was his doing, designed specifically to stop Harry in his tracks. Chapter 114, Berserker Tom. At the far end of the 4th-floor corridor, the thunderous growls of the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, began to fade. With his transcendent mode active, boosted further by his natural physique and the agility potion coursing through him, Tom was practically untouchable. Fluffy's snapping jaws and lunging strikes never even brushed his robes. Instead, the beast had blundered right into the traps Tom had laid, injuring itself twice in quick succession. Meanwhile, Tom's eyes were constantly searching for weak points to exploit, places like the belly, the joints. The nose would have been ideal, but it was far too close to those massive teeth, and the risk was unacceptable. After taking a few hits, Fluffy got wiser. The dog curled itself into a tight ball, spinning to keep its front always facing Tom, ready to react instantly to any attack. The new tactic meant Tom's blows were landing far less often. 10 minutes of fighting meant 100 house points, but potion effects don't last forever. Tom wasn't planning on dragging this battle out. Once he realized that exploiting weak points wasn't working, he changed strategy instantly. With a kick against the wall, he launched himself upward, landing squarely on Fluffy's broad back. In a couple of nimble steps, he was atop the leftmost head, and began hammering away with relentless punches. Fluffy's 3 heads shared senses. When one head suffered, the other 2 felt it as well. But these were massive heads with thick necks, and the other 2 couldn't reach him at all. The cramped corridor also limited how much the dog could thrash to shake him off. Tom kept pounding the exact same spot, over and over, until the left head went slack and unconscious. There was an easier route, of course, just blind all 6 of Fluffy's eyes, but Tom, even in his heightened state, understood that would only earn Dumbledore's wrath. His goal was to defeat Fluffy, not kill him. Knocking the heads out one at a time left the beast alive and mostly unharmed, yet still completed the task. It was the optimal solution. Once the left head was down, Tom vaulted to the right head. He found that both side heads were slower to react than the middle one, like picking the softest persimmon first, as the saying went. With the first knockout under his belt, the second was even faster, perhaps because the dog had already endured too much pain. Finally, only the middle head remained. Woo-woo. Before Tom could even raise his fists again, the center head whimpered, lowering itself to the floor in surrender. The meaning was obvious: you've already beaten them, don't hit me too. At that moment, the third palace within Tom's mindscape flared brilliantly. With Fluffy's submission, the trial was complete. The quest rewards rolled in, and in his transcendent state Tom could clearly feel his skin toughen, a thin current of magic flowing over it, ready at any moment to deflect outside attacks. His bones had also strengthened, dragging the rest of his physical stats upward with them. For a fleeting second, a thought crossed his mind: am I on track to becoming a berserker? The idea vanished almost instantly under the weight of his absolute rationality. You stay here and keep watch, he ordered. I'm going out to save someone. No one gets in, understand? The thoroughly beaten Fluffy bobbed all three heads and shuffled his massive hindquarters aside, revealing the trapdoor. Tom jumped through, casting a featherfall charm mid-drop. He floated down like a drifting feather until he landed on something soft, something plant-like. No sooner had he touched down than the vines coiled like snakes around his ankles. Incendio. A burst of searing flame lit up the entire chamber, revealing the plant's true form, Devil's Snare. Terrified of light and heat, it recoiled instantly, retreating into the corner in a tangled knot. The enclosed space had only a single stone corridor leading into darkness. Tom strode forward, not to rescue Harry, but to claim the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel was still alive, but who could say whether he'd ever make another stone? Once Tom had seen how the strengthening potion worked on Astoria, he understood what she truly lacked: life force itself. And that was exactly what the Philosopher's Stone could provide. He knew Dumbledore might have returned by now, eyes fixed on Harry, waiting for the boy to complete the trial laid before him. But that didn't stop Tom from interfering. If he got the stone, he'd have bargaining power, and a reason to meet Flamel in person. Truth be told, neither Dumbledore nor Flamel truly cared who held the stone, so long as it didn't fall into Voldemort's hands. That was the cold calculation of Tom's transcendent state. But when he stepped into the next chamber, the effect ended, and the boy returned to normal, well, not quite normal. The Berserker potion still surged through him. His strength and explosive power were greater than ever, but his temper was on a hair trigger. Everything annoyed him now. Especially this challenge, Professor Flitwick's room full of tiny, jewel-like birds, darting everywhere and chirping so loudly Tom's head throbbed. With a snarl, he hurled a sphere of light upward. A thick beam of magic swept across the room, from left to right, from floor to ceiling, scouring every inch clean. The raucous chirping ceased. So did the fluttering. Unfortunately, so did the wall, along with a rack of broomsticks tucked into the corner. The two rooms were now one, dimly lit without the shimmering birds to illuminate them. When Tom stepped into the space where the second room had been, the chamber burst into bright light, revealing a massive chessboard on the floor. White pieces stood opposite him, black pieces flanked his side. In the corner, he spotted a crumpled figure, Ron Weasley. A piece was missing from Tom's side. This puzzle adjusted to the number of challengers, originally, 3 missing pieces for 3 players. Without Hermione here, Ron's team would have been short 2 pieces. But Tom had no patience for chess. If Professor McGonagall saw this, she'd be devastated. This had been her masterpiece in transfiguration, her greatest achievement, and Tom had obliterated it with one violent spell. Just in case any pieces decided to reassemble, Tom stomped through the wreckage, crushing every fragment into dust before continuing his speedrun. The next chamber held a mountain troll sprawled on the floor, a bloody welt on its head. The door onward was already open. The moment Tom entered, purple flames sprang up behind him, black flames before him. Finite incantatum. Golden light rippled along the floor, racing forward and back. Both flame walls sputtered, then faded away. And with that, Tom stepped into the final chamber. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, The Philosopher's Stone's Bargain. Master, I can't hold him, my hand. Let go of me, Potter. In the final chamber, when Tom stepped in, he saw Harry and Quirrell locked in a vicious struggle. Quirrell's face and hands were covered in grotesque blisters, and Harry wasn't faring much better, his head felt as though it were about to split in two. Tom Riddle. Quirrell's turban had already been torn away, revealing Voldemort's agonized, flat face, just in time to witness Tom emerging from the stone corridor. The moment Harry heard that furious roar, he instinctively turned toward the doorway, toward Tom. That single instant of distraction was all Quirrell needed. He wrenched himself free from Harry's grip, yanked out his wand, and aimed it at, well, the gibberish incantation spewed forth, but the murderous intent was clear, a deadly curse meant for Harry. Accio Harry. Before the curse could strike, Harry's body was yanked through the air to Tom's side as though pulled by an invisible hook. The curse slammed into the ground instead, blasting a gaping hole in the stone. Harry had been running on pure adrenaline, the brush with death keeping him conscious. But now, momentarily out of danger, the boy promptly collapsed into unconsciousness. Tom Riddle. Quirrell bellowed. Shut up, you fool. Let me speak to him. Obediently, Quirrell turned his head so that Voldemort's flattened face was once again aimed at Tom. Riddle, Voldemort hissed, I am the Dark Lord, the so-called he who must not be named. Surely you know me. Tom nodded lightly. I know you. The dark wizard who was killed by Harry Potter when he was a year old. Because of you, he became different. Voldemort. Excellent. As expected from a man who shares my name, he refuses to concede even in a battle of words. Shall we talk? Talk about what? Tom tilted his head. Voldemort's crimson eyes gleamed faintly. Have you forgotten our arrangement with Quirrell? We agreed to share the Philosopher's Stone. If you hand me the stone from Harry's pocket, you'll gain boundless wealth and life everlasting, immortality, like Nicholas Flamel. Not only that, but I'll share with you my power and glory. Your talent is extraordinary, yet Dumbledore refuses to teach you advanced magic. Tom, have you ever been to the restricted section of the library? I'm certain you haven't. Dumbledore fears you, fears that one day you'll surpass him, just as he once feared me. But I have no such reservations. I am the most powerful being alive, and I would share my knowledge freely with you. Voldemort's words were smooth poison. Tom didn't answer right away, but Quirrell's breathing quickened. How he wished those promises were meant for him. Yet Voldemort's eyes stayed locked on Tom, waiting for his reply. Suddenly, Tom laughed. Voldemort, you're accusing me first to cover your own treachery. You and Quirrell were the ones who betrayed me, weren't we supposed to take the stone together? Then why did you sneak back here alone without telling me? But, looks like we think alike. If I can keep it for myself, why share it with anyone? As he spoke, Tom reached into the unconscious Harry's pocket and pulled out a blood-red stone. Voldemort's slit nostrils flared, his crimson pupils blazing with greed. The Philosopher's Stone. With it, and the immense power within, he could be reborn, stronger than ever before. Even Dumbledore wouldn't be able to stop him. Just one more step. Just one final step. Tom, Voldemort's voice was now soft, coaxing, I understand your ambition. We are both Slytherins, exceptional Slytherins. But you are young. What good is possessing the stone if you can't wield it? Do you know alchemy? Can you brew the elixir of life? Wealth and treasure aren't what matter most. Do you know what you lack? What? Tom asked with feigned curiosity. A guide, Voldemort whispered, spreading Quirrell's arms wide, though the posture looked strange with his back turned to Tom. You need a teacher, one learned, powerful, and wise. Dumbledore feared me once, and never taught me anything truly useful. After graduating, I spent 20 years wandering the world before completing my transformation into the greatest wizard in history. Give me the stone, and I will be your teacher. I will spare you countless detours. Tom almost laughed aloud. He lacked money, time, even perhaps a wife, but one thing he was not short of was teachers. He already had two, one light, one dark. And there would surely be more to come. Who was Voldemort to add himself to the list? With a flourish of his wand, Tom aimed at Voldemort. Last time in the Forbidden Forest, didn't I already leave you too injured to take care of yourself? You think I'd take a defeated man as my teacher? Besides, you're hardly the forgiving type. If I acknowledged you as my teacher, your first act upon revival would probably be to kill me. Voldemort's expression iced over. You knew it was me. In this entire school, who's more suspicious than you? Snape. At the mention of Snape, the unconscious Harry's brow furrowed instinctively. Very well. Voldemort's voice was now drenched in fury and murderous intent. If you will not see reason, then I will simply kill you here and now. Quirrell spun around, raising his wand, and unleashed a curse he had clearly prepared in advance. Tom sidestepped. He might have the gift of iron-hide skin now, but he didn't yet know its limits, and wasn't about to test them against a killing curse. If he were in his usual state, he might have tried to squeeze the last drop of power from Voldemort, just to see what he could gain. But the effects of the Berserker potion still surged through his veins. Right now, he wanted only one thing, to send his opponent flying. Smack. Harry, still under a levitation spell, was yanked into the air, and in Quirrell's horrified gaze, Tom sent him hurtling forward like a rocket-propelled battering ram. Take my special move, the Harry headbutt. Chapter 116, The Fall of Quirrell. Harry was by no means some indestructible divine weapon. If he ran into a wall, the wall wouldn't be the first thing to crack. He would. But when it came to Quirrell, Harry was the deadliest weapon there was. To be precise, it was Voldemort, now riding in Quirrell's body, who was getting choked out by Harry. The protective magic Lily had left in her son had been building up for 10 long years with nowhere to go, and today, it finally erupted in full force. Fool. Move away, now. Even Voldemort panicked. The pain might have been Quirrell's to feel, but the suffering went straight to his soul. And that ripping, searing agony, Voldemort had endured it countless times before, but he still feared it like death itself. Worse yet, Harry hadn't come alone. He was glowing. Voldemort recognized that glow instantly. It was the same light he'd seen in the Forbidden Forest when Harry had almost punched him into oblivion. That blow had left him barely clinging to his wraith-like life. Even after escaping, it had taken him half a month to recuperate, leeching nearly 2/3 of Quirrell's life force just to stagger back to health. From that moment, Voldemort knew, this boy had found yet another way to be his bane. Merlin's beard, Tom Riddle dabbling in such wholesome, righteous magic. Unthinkable. Quirrell was just as terrified. He scrambled and rolled frantically out of the way of Harry's incoming rocket headbutt. But just before Harry's skull could make intimate contact with the floor, he skidded to a sudden stop. Then spun like a meteor hammer, lashing out with a vicious kick that caught Quirrell right as he was climbing back up. Arg! Quirrell screamed, smoke curling from his chest. Tom's fingers twitched in rapid sequence, and Harry moved with them. Anyone like Professor Flitwick, seeing this, would instantly recognize it as the exact same method Tom had once used during an exam to make a pair dance across a table. First came a crushing, upward slam to Quirrell's torso, launching him back. Then a brutal follow-up, farewell my concubine, as Harry's hand raked mercilessly across Quirrell's face. The combined torment of the Patronus's power and Lily's protection magic had both Quirrell and Voldemort howling in anguish. Quirrell barely managed to raise his wand, when an invisible blade sliced clean through his wrist, severing his wand hand entirely. His entire body was rotting away now. Like a ghastly wraith, Voldemort burst out from the back of Quirrell's skull. Tom Riddle. I will return. The spectral remnant spewed a wave of black smoke, propelling itself toward escape. Tom flung Harry aside and released a dense cloud of Patronus mist to block him, though he knew full well it likely wouldn't work. Indeed, Voldemort tore through without slowing, though much of the smoke dissolved away in the attempt, before vanishing into the wall itself. Quirrell's body collapsed. The man was little more than a husk of rot now, long since dead, his end hideous beyond words. In the room, only one being was left breathing, and barely at that. Tom's expression soured in disappointment as he carelessly set the half-conscious Harry down on the floor. Then something caught his eye, the enormous standing mirror placed in the very center of the chamber. The Mirror of Ariste. A device that revealed one's most desperate, heartfelt desire. It was also the final safeguard protecting the Philosopher's Stone. Only those who yearned to possess the stone purely to protect it could actually obtain it. By that measure, Tom didn't qualify in the slightest. He simply wanted to know what was his greatest desire, deep down. It was a question he'd asked himself before. Even he had never settled on an answer. Standing before the glass, hazy shapes began to swim into focus. Tom's eyelid twitched violently. The reflection revealed Dumbledore, in the Great Hall, no less, looking nothing like his usual serene, wise self. His face was alight with emotion, his beard trembling. He was loudly proclaiming. Mr. Riddle has saved Hogwarts. I award him 50,000 points. Tom. Well. That couldn't be right. Had studying fried his brain? Yet the more he thought about it, the more it actually made sense. 50,000 house points meant 50,000 credits, 10,000 achievement points, the equivalent of 2 immortal legend tier professors in resources. With that kind of leverage, he'd soon be the strongest wizard alive, utterly free to live as he pleased, with the absolute authority to tell anyone, no, I don't eat beef. Damn it. This mirror really understood him. What do you see? The warm, familiar voice came from behind. Without looking back, Tom replied casually. I see you, Professor, awarding me 50,000 house points, grateful that I've saved the school. Oh, and in the mirror you're crying from how moved you are. Dumbledore didn't even know what kind of expression to wear at that. 50,000 points, this boy really dared to dream. You truly value your house's honor, Dumbledore said with a dry chuckle, stepping up to stand beside him. 50,000 is excessive, it'd make the hourglass explode. But given your heroics today, Slytherin will certainly earn a fair number of points. The more the better, Tom reminded him, then asked curiously, Professor, what do you see in the Mirror of Ariste? As he spoke, Tom opened his mental study space. Inside, Grindlevald fixed Dumbledore with a piercing stare. Wool socks, Dumbledore said lightly. Many think I love books best, so every winter I'm buried in them as gifts. But the present you gave me, Mr. Riddle, that's the one I've cherished most. I was still wearing them last month. Tom's face twitched. He had given Dumbledore a sweater. It was May. Hogwarts averaged in the mid-20s Celsius. Who in their right mind wore a sweater in that weather without worrying about heat rash? He's lying, Grindlevald said firmly in Tom's mental space. When Dumbledore lies, his blinking speeds up, and he clasps his hands behind his back while puffing out his chest, to steel his own resolve. Andrus gave Grindlevald a horrified look. Was it his problem or Grindelwald's that the man knew his mortal enemy's habits this well? We've plenty to discuss later, Dumbledore said aloud, but Harry's in poor condition. We should get him to the hospital wing. Tom nodded. With a flick of his wand, the unconscious Harry rose into the air. Logically, if they were in a hurry, Dumbledore could have had Fawkes take them straight to the infirmary. Instead, the headmaster chose to walk, leading the way back into the potions chamber. Tom followed. They passed through the potion room, the troll room, then arrived at the chess and flying chamber. The wreckage made even Dumbledore's eyelids twitch. The berserker potion's effects had worn off now, and Tom realized, perhaps he'd gone a bit overboard earlier. Good thing Minerva's not here, Dumbledore murmured. She'd be heartbroken, took her the whole summer to set up that board. Tom felt no shame whatsoever, even controlling the unconscious Ron to float alongside Harry as they continued on. In the Devil's Snare chamber, blue flames lit the tip of Tom's wand. He glanced at Dumbledore, then at the trapdoor in the ceiling. Would Dumbledore be able to fly? He might be about to find out. But no. Dumbledore lived up to his title as the magical world's master of enchanted devices. With a graceful wave, rubble from the previous 2 rooms rose into the air, floated along the stone corridor, and assembled into a staircase that stretched all the way from the trapdoor down to their feet. Chapter 117, The Greengrass Curse. Tom. Mr. Riddle. Dumbledore looked at the boy standing frozen in place, puzzled. Oh, nothing. I was just wondering how you managed to get here, Professor. Fawkes brought me to the door. And, how long have you been here? Just a little later than you. Remarkable concealment magic. I didn't sense you at all. Professor, would you teach me? With pleasure. Neither of them spared a glance at the enormous 3-headed dog cowering in the corner, trembling like a leaf. They simply pushed the door open and stepped out. Only when they were gone did Fluffy return to his senses, though his heart was brimming with grievance. This job was definitely not fit for a dog. He never wanted to be a guard dog again. By the time Dumbledore and Tom descended to the 3rd floor, Neville and Professor McGonagall appeared, rather like police arriving fashionably late to a scene. Dumbledore. Good heavens. Potter. Weasley. What on earth happened here? The moment McGonagall caught sight of Harry, pale-faced and unconscious, she almost fainted herself. Minerva, do calm yourself. Harry is not in any real danger, but Madame Pomfrey will need to examine him to be certain. Oh, thank goodness, she said, still visibly shaken. Then, her expression hardened. And the Philosopher's Stone? Longbottom claims Snape tried to steal it, which is utterly absurd. Dumbledore nodded. Quite right. Severus had nothing to do with any of this. It was Quirrell. Quirrell. McGonagall's shock gave way to fury. But he resigned and left already, didn't he? Neville, trailing behind her, looked equally stunned. Who could have guessed that the one coveting the stone wasn't the sinister-looking Snape, but the seemingly harmless, hopelessly timid Professor Quirrell? It was all part of a scheme, Dumbledore explained calmly. Minerva, please see to sealing off the 4th floor corridor. I'll explain the details to you tomorrow. Receiving her orders, McGonagall gave a sharp nod, then turned to Neville. Longbottom, your voice is completely gone, go with the headmaster to the hospital wing. You've had a hard day. Neville nodded as well, opening his mouth, only for no sound to come out. It had taken him ages to even get McGonagall's attention earlier, his hoarse throat refusing to produce a single word. In the end, she had grown impatient and made him write the whole thing down on parchment before she understood what had happened. With Neville joining them, Tom and Dumbledore said nothing more until they reached the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey promptly launched into a scolding tirade at Dumbledore, declaring that strange, dangerous things like this had no business being anywhere near students. There were only 2 people in the entire school who dared to speak to Dumbledore that way, Minerva McGonagall, and Madame Pomfrey herself. When it came to student safety, she would have no qualms about pointing her finger at the headmaster's nose. And Dumbledore didn't even try to argue, he just smiled meekly and took the telling off. After examining everyone, Madame Pomfrey said curtly, Potter's fine, just drained his magic too much in a short burst. Weasley's injuries are purely physical. What about me? Neville quickly pointed at himself. Off with you, stop making a fuss. Don't talk for the next 2 days and drink plenty of water, you'll be fine. Then I'll leave them in your care, Poppy, Dumbledore said with a smile, before leading Tom toward the headmaster's office. A truly busy day, Dumbledore sighed as soon as he sat in his chair. First I was called away to London, then had to rush back here, I feel like these old bones are about to fall apart. Mr. Riddle, he continued, his sharp blue eyes resting on Tom, you didn't seem at all surprised to find Voldemort inside Quirrell. And you certainly showed no fear of him. When I learned the truth, I must confess it took me quite some time to recover from the shock. I'm Muggle-born, Tom said pointedly. Dumbledore frowned. What did that have to do with anything? For those of us who never knew the wizarding world before, Voldemort is merely an abstract concept, Tom explained. We don't feel anything about him, he's not even as frightening as certain villains in children's storybooks. As for him possessing Professor Quirrell, well, if magic itself exists, then what isn't possible? So no, it didn't surprise me. I just thought Professor Quirrell had terrible taste. If you're going to choose a master, at least pick someone formidable, not a half-dead cripple. Dumbledore chuckled and nodded at that. Indeed. A name is just a name, people are the ones who pile so many meanings onto it. But still, I must thank you, Mr. Riddle, for protecting the stone and thwarting Voldemort's plans. You've misunderstood something, Professor, Tom corrected him. Oh. I wasn't protecting the school's property. From his pocket, Tom produced the Philosopher's Stone. Since you arrived at almost the same moment I did, you must have overheard my conversation with Voldemort. I want this stone. For a brief moment, Dumbledore's gaze turned razor-sharp, as though cutting straight through Tom's flesh and peering into his very soul. But the edge vanished quickly, replaced by the same calm voice. May I ask why, Mr. Riddle? Immortality. At your age, fearing death seems a bit premature. Wealth? Even less reason, mere trinkets. Without the stone, your talents would win you riches easily enough. The supposedly sleeping portraits of past headmasters stirred, cracking open their eyes to watch this bold young wizard who dared to challenge Dumbledore himself. Professor. Tom met Dumbledore's gaze squarely, without flinching. Do you know of the Greengrass family curse? In an instant, Dumbledore's eyes softened, warm and gentle. Chapter 118, Every generation of the Greengrasses are sisters. I think I understand your plan now, Mr. Riddle. The old man's smile returned, and even his tone grew lighter. He had speculated on many possible reasons why Tom might want the Philosopher's Stone, but this he had overlooked. And it was the one that surprised and pleased him the most. Using the stone's life-giving power to resolve the Greengrass family curse. That is indeed a very creative plan. Whether it will work, however, I cannot say. You still haven't answered my question, Tom pressed. Ah, it is a most troublesome problem, truly. All I can tell you is, it's an extremely vicious blood curse. Yes, vicious beyond words. Blood curse. Tom frowned, recalling the records he had read. Isn't a blood curse supposed to be the kind of malediction that turns a person entirely into some sort of beast? The most famous blood curse victim, of course, was Nagini, who had dealings with not one, but two Dark Lords. Dumbledore looked at the boy with mild surprise. I didn't expect you to be so well versed in blood curses. But that, he continued patiently, is only one form of the blood curse. There are many varieties, some damage the soul, some torment the body, lycanthropy is only one possible manifestation. In general, any curse passed down through the bloodline may be called a blood curse. The Greengrass family's blood curse. I suspect you've heard of it before. That's why you thought of using the elixir of life from the stone to heal it. Tom nodded. I've created a potion that can help Astoria, it works to a degree, but its main effect isn't to replenish life force, and its efficacy gradually wanes. That's already remarkable, Dumbledore praised. Years ago, Daphne Greengrass's grandmother asked me to break her younger sister's blood curse. I tried, and failed. Mr. Riddle, in this, you have outdone me. No, not me, Tom corrected silently. The true credit belonged to the strengthening draft, its ancient recipe retrieved from a long-forgotten magical ruin. He held his tongue, waiting for Dumbledore to share more about the curse. The Greengrass family's blood curse is peculiar, Dumbledore went on. First of all, the family has only female members. No exceptions. Tom arched a brow. Dumbledore thought for a moment. If changing the surname counts, then yes, there are many exceptions. Let me rephrase, so long as they keep the surname, Greengrass, and acknowledge themselves as members of the Greengrass line, their descendants will inevitably be female. It's like the so-called curse on the Defense Against the Dark Arts post. Many believe they can break it by changing the subject's name, but if the teaching content remains the same, the curse still holds. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the headache of finding a new professor every year. It's clear the caster meant to wipe out this ancient pure-blood family entirely. In truth, the wizarding world was still very traditional. Once a daughter married, she was considered part of her husband's household. Take Narcissa Malfoy, for instance, once she married into the Malfoy family, her loyalties were entirely theirs. And the most cruel thing of all, Dumbledore said softly, is that in every generation, at least one family member will inherit the blood curse. Tom's expression darkened. One victim in every generation. In an instant, many things clicked into place for him. Seeing Tom's shifting expression, Dumbledore knew there was no need to elaborate further. He sighed. Yes, that's why every generation of Greengrasses are sisters. If there's only one daughter, the curse is guaranteed to strike her. But if there are two, at least one will be spared. A painful and drawn-out fate, he added. You could say that every Greengrass who dies of old age does so at the cost of her dearest sister's life. The room sank into a heavy silence. Then, from behind Tom, a voice drawled. TCH. Those women are just a bunch of stubborn fools. Tom turned to see Phineas Nigellus Black speaking from his portrait. Oh. Phineas, you have a wiser solution. Dumbledore asked, intrigued. Phineas tugged at his little goatee and sniffed. I told the Greengrasses long ago, just abandon the surname, stop claiming membership in the family, marry into other pure bloodlines, and nothing will happen to their children. But would they listen? No. They insist on torturing themselves. How is that anyone else's fault? At that, a chorus of indignant voices rose from the other portraits. You think everyone's as shameless as you, dropping your name whenever it suits you. Exactly. If I told you to stop calling yourself Black and take my surname, Fosco, would you do it? The Black family has no blood curse, so why should I change? Phineas said with utter disdain. You shameless old goat, get him, a plump witch in a headmaster's portrait bellowed. A swarm of past headmasters poured into Phineas's frame, launching into an all-out brawl. Phineas was outnumbered 10-1 and quickly overwhelmed, but his tongue remained as sharp as ever. If he couldn't win with fists, he would certainly try with insults. Dumbledore gave Tom an embarrassed smile. Portraits differ somewhat from the people they depict. All our predecessors were fine individuals, truly, only, once they're on the wall, they tend to become livelier. And you? Tom's eyes gleamed with mischief. What will you be like once you're hanging up there? I can't wait to find out. You'll see the day when it comes, Dumbledore said, surprisingly wistful, as though he too longed for the peace of a well-earned retirement. The interruption over, they returned to the matter of the Greengrasses. So, do you think my plan could work? Tom asked. It's worth trying, Dumbledore said gravely. The elixir of life does replenish vitality, and its power does not fade, otherwise, Nicholas and Pernelli would not have lived so long. The only concern is the stone's magical reserves. He looked down at the Philosopher's Stone. When Nicholas entrusted it to me, he warned me that most of its magic had already been spent. Tom seized the moment. May I visit Nicholas Flamel? This wasn't solely about the Greengrass curse, Nicholas himself was a living treasure. In raw magical power, he might not match Dumbledore, but in knowledge and experience, he far surpassed him. I will convey your request to him, Dumbledore promised. Oh, Anne. He winked like an old prankster. I'll see if I can get you the recipe for the elixir of life. You could give Miss Greengrass a dose straight away. The fact that Tom would ask for the stone for someone else's sake convinced Dumbledore of one thing: this boy would never grow into a Voldemort. With that conviction, Dumbledore decided that even if the stone were whole and newly forged, he would not take it back. Then I'll be in America, awaiting your good news, Tom said with a smile, tucking the stone away. Chapter 119, Truth Behind the Tale. America. Planning a trip? Dumbledore asked with curiosity. No, Professor Scamander has invited me to visit, and I've already agreed. Tom thought it over carefully. How could he possibly refuse when Grandpa Newt extended such a heartfelt invitation? So he decided that once he got back, he'd write Newt a letter to arrange the time for his trip to America. And it was absolutely not because. Tom glanced a little guiltily toward the fourth palace in the sea of his consciousness. Fourth trial, Thunderbird, without the aid of any external tools, except a wand, defeat a Thunderbird in a 100-kilometer aerial race. Reward, Thunderbird Bloodline, greatly increases the host's power in wind and lightning-based magic, as well as dramatically boosts flying speed. By the time Tom left the headmaster's office, it was already 2 in the morning. When he returned to his dormitory, his roommates were all fast asleep. He was exhausted too, not so much from fighting Voldemort, but from dealing with Fluffy. Every punch he'd thrown at the 3-headed giant had been with full force. At the time, he hadn't felt much thanks to the adrenaline, but now that he was relaxed, the fatigue hit him like a tidal wave. Before long, Tom had drifted off. These days, though, Tom only needed 3 hours of sleep to feel completely refreshed for an entire day. Which meant he was the last to go to bed, but always the first to wake. At dawn, he left the castle and strolled into the Forbidden Forest, the morning sun at his back, until he found 3 unicorns and played with them for a while. He even fed them a little bit of his Patronus as their breakfast. Ever since becoming their personal food supplier, his treatment from the unicorns had changed completely. Before, he had to work hard to get close to them. Now, he was the prized guest, they were the ones fawning over him. Max, Leo, and Milo crowded around, nudging him and acting cute, all in the hopes of getting an extra mouthful. He had even discussed the phenomenon with Andrus and Grindlevald, why unicorns loved eating the Patronus charm. Their conclusion: purification. Unicorns absorbed the pure positive energy of the Patronus to refine their own magic, effectively purifying their bloodline. Naturally, this also allowed them to grow stronger, even displaying ancestral traits. Nowadays, Max and Leo's coats were whiter than snow, gleaming faintly under sunlight, while Milo's coat had a delicate pinkish hue, its mane shimmering with pale gold. Would you like to come with me during the holidays? Tom asked suddenly, stroking the face of the smallest unicorn. I could make a temporary home for you, though it wouldn't be nearly as big as the Forbidden Forest. Just enough space for your daily life. Through telepathy, all three unicorns understood perfectly, and immediately pressed up against him, making their answer obvious. Oh, sure. All for food. Who needs a home, right? Tom chuckled, flicked his wand, and swept all the dirt off his clothes. Looks like he had work to do, time to prepare a temporary nest for his three little freeloaders. His mastery of the undetectable extension charm was now solid enough that creating a stable space the size of a Quidditch pitch wouldn't be a problem. The real challenge lay in the materials. Whatever he used would have to withstand long-term magical erosion without needing frequent replacement. On his way back to the castle, he had already made up his mind. The Hungarian Horntail materials were still in his possession. If he used the dragon hide and dragon bone to make a suitcase, the quality would be top-notch. He was planning to eat breakfast before getting started, but the moment he stepped into the Great Hall, someone spotted him. Tom's here. Zabini shouted. In an instant, not just the Slytherins, every single one of the 237 young witches and wizards in the hall turned to look his way. Ron, who'd only suffered minor injuries, had completely recovered after a night's rest. His big mouth rivaled even Hagrid's. He'd told everything he knew, adding just enough embellishment to make it thrilling: 20-foot-high chess pieces, devil's snare blanketing the floor, and a monstrous, merciless troll. All of it had been spun into tales of his and Harry's heroics. Then Neville, ever the honest one, had added what he knew, including Tom's part in the adventure, and how he'd overheard Dumbledore himself admit that Quirrell had been the one after the stone. The story evolved into Riddle and Potter joining forces to defeat the wicked Professor Quirrell and save the school's treasure. One of the heroes was still lying in the hospital wing. The other had just walked in, and instantly became the center of attention. Daphne pulled Tom down to sit beside her, saying nothing, just staring at him expectantly. All around, other young witches and wizards fixed him with curious eyes, silently demanding to know his side of the story. With so many gossip-hungry faces staring him down, Tom knew he couldn't get away without saying something. Well, it's not far off from the truth. But in the end, it was Harry who defeated Quirrell. I just helped a little. In reality, he dealt with Voldemort and Quirrell entirely with one shield charm and a single Sectum Sempra. The damage had all been Harry's doing. The Great Hall went silent. Even the furthest Gryffindors could hear him clearly. Then came the thunderous cheers. Only Ron lowered his head uncomfortably. He'd seen Tom's true power in the Forbidden Forest. As Harry's best friend, even he couldn't, in good conscience, claim Harry had done more than Tom. The only reason Tom would say something like that was humility. Thinking that, Ron suddenly felt ashamed. He'd always disliked Tom and Hermione because of their earlier disagreements, but the truth was, it was Ron himself who had been looking for trouble. Compared side by side, he now felt like a complete clown. Tom, you're being far too modest. The voice came from the Slytherin table, and to everyone's surprise, it was Draco Malfoy speaking up for Tom. I know exactly what Potter's capable of. He barely knows a handful of spells. If he ran into an enemy, I imagine he'd just claw at them. Malfoy punctuated his remark by waving his hands like he was scratching wildly at something. His imitation was spot on, sending the Slytherin table into an uproar of laughter, rivaling the Gryffindors' earlier cheer. Tom looked at him strangely. Indeed, the person who knew Harry Potter best was Malfoy. He'd even guessed that. Because honestly, Harry had ended up tackling Quirrell in a full-on brawl. Chapter 120, Looks Are Justice. After breakfast, Tom brought Daphne and Hermione to the room of requirement. Before getting down to business, he gave them a detailed recount of yesterday's events, starting from subduing Fluffy, all the way to facing Voldemort himself. The little witches gripped their hands so tightly their knuckles turned white, hardly daring to breathe. The Dark Lord was actually on Quirrell's body, so we've been living in the castle with him for an entire term. Daphne's voice was a mix of lingering fear and anger. The girl didn't even dare speak Voldemort's real name, and Tom had no intention of correcting her. It was a habit she'd had for years, and there was no need to argue over a name. Hermione, on the other hand, seemed much calmer now. Just as Tom had told Dumbledore earlier, Muggle-born witches simply didn't grasp what Voldemort truly represented. Without that ingrained fear, most of what they felt came from the influence of those around them. When we get back, I'm having Mum send a complaint to the Ministry of Magic. What kind of headmaster is Dumbledore? To have such a dangerous man under his nose for an entire term without noticing, he's completely unfit for the job. Daphne clenched her little fists, mentally chalking up another strike against Dumbledore. In truth, Daphne was a textbook Slytherin, pro-pureblood and anti-Dumbledore. If not for Tom, she would have easily fallen in with Pansy Parkinson and her little clique of the Sacred 28. But Daphne also happened to be a shameless sucker for a handsome face. In the presence of absolute looks, she'd long since tossed her pureblood ideals aside. After spending so much time with Tom and Hermione, those old beliefs had faded completely. Her dislike of Dumbledore, however, remained firmly intact. Even Hermione, for once, didn't leap to Dumbledore's defense. She too found it absurd. Wasn't Hogwarts supposed to be the safest place in the wizarding world? Then how could Voldemort show up there of all places? It was beyond ridiculous. Tom, in the future, leave dangerous things like this to Potter, Daphne said, eyes shimmering as she clasped his hand. That's the Dark Lord we're talking about. Even at his weakest, he's dangerous. You're still young. Once we've grown up, he definitely won't be your match. Then you can go and take him down. Tom smiled and ruffled her hair. Actually, the hooded figure I met in the Forbidden Forest that night was Quirrell, and the Dark Lord. I only went after him because I knew I had the upper hand. You don't need to worry about me. Hermione's eyes lit with sudden realization. So that's why Quirrell resigned right after that day. I should have guessed. Then, with a hint of envy, she added, Devil's Snare, the Golden Snitch, the chessboard, the potions. Those challenges were amazing. Tom, you should have brought me along. At least for the potion and chess parts, I'm certain I could have passed. That's easy, Tom said casually. It's just a game of challenges. When we're back next term, I'll set it all up for you. After chatting for a while longer, Tom sketched Voldemort's current appearance, earning identical grimaces from both girls. Once they learned he still had work to do, they left him to it. Tom pulled out dragon hide and dragon bone, beginning the careful process of cutting and assembly. Crafting a trunk with an undetectable extension charm was both a technical and physical task. The space had to be expanded layer by layer, and each expansion needed a stabilizing charm to ensure the space remained intact for the long term. In the days after final exams, Tom spent every afternoon in the room of requirement working on the trunk, while also researching the Thunderbird. Native to North America, the Thunderbird was a rare and magical creature, and Hogwarts' library had only a few sparse records. Even so, the little information he found was enough to leave Tom in stunned silence. The Thunderbird was one of the most skilled flyers among magical creatures, capable of reaching speeds over 500 kilometers per hour, and its flight was accompanied by fierce winds and storms. That meant that to beat a Thunderbird in a flying race, Tom would not only have to master flight magic, but also reach speeds beyond 500 kilometers per hour, all while dealing with the hazards of the natural elements. This trial, he felt, was easily the hardest of the four he'd faced so far. And given that he hadn't even begun to grasp flight magic yet, could he really complete it over the summer? Even Andrus and Grindlevald found the challenge formidable. Upon hearing the requirements, they buried themselves in studying flight spells, slowly piecing together a plan. The day before the end-of-year feast, the Quidditch final began. Harry was still unconscious, so Gryffindor had to hastily replace him with a student who was decent on a broom, but the team had no chemistry whatsoever, and Ravenclaw utterly demolished them. When Tom saw the players come off the pitch, Oliver Wood's eyes were rimmed red. That very evening, Harry finally woke up. "Good afternoon, Harry." Dumbledore greeted him with a smile. Harry blinked for a moment, then suddenly remembered. "Professor, the Philosopher's Stone." It was Quirrell. Wait, where's Tom? "Calm yourself, my boy." Dumbledore's voice carried a gentle magic that settled Harry almost instantly. Only then did he continue, "The stone is safe. You and Mr. Riddle protected it, and defeated Quirrell." "That was most impressive." Dumbledore answered a few more of Harry's questions. Gradually, Harry felt a strange clarity, as though Dumbledore were deliberately giving him permission, silently telling him he had the right to face Voldemort himself. It was as if everything had been guided toward that moment. But what about Tom? With Madame Pomfrey's permission, Harry left the hospital wing before the feast and finally ran into Tom in the entrance hall. Ignoring Ron and Neville, Harry intercepted Tom just as he was about to step inside. The two of them moved to a corner of the Great Hall, and Harry said earnestly, "Tom, thank you." "No need. By the time I got there, you'd already beaten Quirrell half to death," Tom replied lightly. Then, curious, he asked, "But I am wondering, how did you get through the earlier challenges?" With the trio, Ron and Harry were usually the ones with sudden flashes of inspiration, while Hermione was the steady, logical one providing technical solutions. This time, though, for the two boys to have made it through on their own, especially the Devil's Snare and Potion trials, seemed almost unreal to Tom. Harry, seeing Tom's interest, recounted their journey. In the Devil's Snare room, they hadn't even recognized what it was. All their herbology lessons with Professor Sprout had gone right out the window. But while they struggled, Ron's wand was yanked from his hand by the snare and snapped in the process, causing an explosion. The burst of light and heat forced the plant to retreat, saving them from being strangled. The chessboard challenge, of course, had been Ron's moment to shine. And the potion riddle. Harry had guessed. Or rather, gambled. He'd examined every bottle, picked the one he thought had been tampered with and had the least potion left, and drank it, and, against all odds, his hunch had been right. Listening to the whole ordeal, Tom could only shake his head in disbelief. So it was all luck and recklessness, then. Truly the protagonist, Voldemort's fated nemesis. Anyone else would have been in serious danger, but Harry and Ron had stumbled through unscathed, and were already bouncing around like nothing had happened. Chapter 121, The Twists of the House Cup. About that. Harry scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Tom, I owe you an apology. An apology? Tom raised a brow at him, looking more puzzled than offended. What could you possibly have done to wrong me? It wasn't that Tom doubted Harry's character, he simply doubted his ability. Hearing that, Harry looked even more uncomfortable. Last time, you and Hermione told me to be careful of Quirrell, but I kept thinking Snape was the bad guy. Then Dumbledore told me Snape had been protecting me all along, and it was Quirrell who wanted to kill me. If I'd listened to you earlier, none of this might have happened. That's it. Tom blinked in mild surprise. Honestly, even if you had known, it wouldn't have made much difference. Without proof, you couldn't exactly stalk Quirrell all day waiting for him to slip up. The result would have been the same. So no need to apologize to me. If you really must, go and tell Snape instead. Tom walked off, leaving Harry frozen in place, staring after him. A moment later, Harry curled his lips in distaste. Apologize to Snape? He'd sooner keep suspecting the men. That was fine, he didn't mind being a petty little villain. Tom entered the Great Hall. The decorations had already been changed, the usual green and silver streamers for Slytherin now hung proudly, and behind the staff table loomed a massive banner with the serpent emblem. Most students outside Slytherin, however, were sick of the sight. From the day they'd started at Hogwarts, every single end-of-year feast had looked exactly like this. Seventh years were beyond despair, it seemed they'd graduate without ever seeing a different house win. Moments later, Dumbledore arrived, and the noisy hall gradually quieted. Another year gone, Dumbledore said cheerfully. Before we all tuck into this magnificent feast, I must ask you to endure an old man's rambling. What a year it's been. I'm sure you've all learned much. Now, ahead of you lies the summer holiday, but do remember, after the holiday, school will start again. So read a few books over the break, and don't let your clever little heads go empty. The young witches and wizards laughed good-naturedly. When the chuckles faded, Dumbledore continued, now, we must proceed with the awarding of the House Cup. The scores are as follows. Gryffindor, 300 points. Hufflepuff, 352 points. Ravenclaw, 426 points. Slytherin, 500 points. The Slytherin table erupted in cheers, and even Snape was smiling. To everyone else, though, the sight was downright nauseating. Yes, well done, Slytherin, Dumbledore went on. However, recent events must also be taken into account. Snape's smile froze, and the Slytherin table fell silent, a bad feeling settling over them. First, Mr. Neville Longbottom. He graced us with the most beautiful music of the year. For that, I award Gryffindor 50 points. Gryffindor students hooped with joy. Slytherins, however, remained calm, the gap was still wide. Neville's face flushed bright red, he'd never earned so many points in one go. Second, Mr. Ronald Weasley. He played the finest game of chess Hogwarts has seen in years, and in protecting school property, sacrificed his own wand. For that, I award Gryffindor 60 points. The Weasley twins were already dancing on the table, and Percy loudly told anyone within earshot that Ron was his brother, the same Ron who'd conquered Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard. Still, there was a 90-point gap. The Slytherins comforted themselves with that. Third, Mr. Tom Riddle. At this, Dumbledore looked straight at Tom, and Slytherin students perked up in excitement. Mr. Riddle appeared in a moment of great danger, crossing house lines to aid Mr. Potter. As a reward, I have already presented him with my most precious treasure. Therefore, no additional points will be awarded. Tom wasn't surprised, Dumbledore had told him as much in the headmaster's office. The rest of the hall, however, was clearly disappointed. Tom, what treasure? Daphne tugged at his sleeve, whispering. You'll see when we get back. It's a surprise for you. Her curiosity only grew, itching at her like an unscratchable spot. And finally, Mr. Harry Potter. The hall went utterly silent. For showing remarkable courage and bravery, I award Gryffindor 100 points. The roar of cheers was deafening. Quick-minded students were already doing the math, and when they arrived at the result, their faces lit with joy. We've done it, we're ahead. We're the champions. Dumbledore raised his hand, using magic to amplify his voice until it cut through the uproar. Even Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were celebrating Gryffindor's win, which said plenty about how disliked Slytherin was. It seems we must make a few changes to the decorations, Dumbledore declared. He clapped his hands, and in an instant, the green and silver vanished, replaced by scarlet and gold. The serpent banner morphed into a lion. Snape, ever the gentleman, shook Professor McGonagall's hand graciously, but also shot Dumbledore a discreet glare. Could the old man's favoritism be any more blatant? Still, this time Riddle had outplayed them. McGonagall and the rest of the staff were baffled. From what they knew of Snape, he should have been livid right now, so why did he look even more pleased than before? Wait a moment. Just when everyone thought this dramatic back and forth over the House Cup had finally ended, Tom rose to his feet. His magically enhanced voice rang sharp and loud, making the entire hall's ears ring until they fell silent. This time, it was Dumbledore's turn to feel a flicker of unease. Tom smiled faintly at the headmaster, then turned his gaze to Professor Snape. "Professor," he asked, "has my paper been published yet?" Chapter 122, What I Want, No One Can Take Away. All eyes turned toward Severus Snape. It was only then that Snape rose to his feet, as though a sudden realization had struck him. "Ah, yes, Riddle. I almost forgot if you hadn't reminded me. Grading certain people's essays lately has been dulling my mind," he drawled, letting his gaze deliberately linger on Harry and Neville for a few extra seconds. "Severus, what paper is this?" Dumbledore asked, a flicker of unease crossing his face, though he pressed on with the question. Snape reached into his robes and pulled out a piece of parchment he had clearly prepared in advance. Leaning past Professor McGonagall, he handed it to Dumbledore. "Mr. Riddle has been meticulously studying the art of potions and has created an active substance extraction technique. Not only can it significantly enhance the efficacy of potions, but it also reduces the consumption of raw ingredients." Snape gave a low whistle and shook his head in apparent admiration. "A remarkable innovation. Most Extraordinary Society of Potiwanners has already verified the method, and just a few days ago, they published a special feature in their journal. They are also submitting Mr. Riddle for the Silver Cauldron Medal and inviting him to join the association. Britain had its Order of Merlin, the global high-tier potioneers organization had its own hierarchy of honors. At the lowest level was the Bronze Cauldron, above that the Silver Cauldron, and finally the Gold Cauldron. Tom's extraction method wasn't quite worthy of the Gold Cauldron, but it was more than enough for the Silver, putting him instantly on the same rank as Snape. That didn't mean Tom's overall potion-making skill equaled Snape's, but it did mean his contribution to the field matched the man's. When Snape finished, the room's focus shifted from him entirely, landing squarely on Tom. "Professor, there's something I don't understand," Tom said with a playful blink. "You might have only just remembered this, but the journal publication happened this school year, didn't it?" Inside, Snape was almost giddy. For the first time in his life, he answered what he considered a stupid question with saintly patience. "Of course, Mr. Riddle. The criteria aren't based on my memory, after all. Isn't that right, Dumbledore?" Dumbledore had finished reading the parchment, a soft sigh escaping him. "This was our oversight, Severus." Recovering swiftly, the headmaster smiled again. "I am proud to have a student like Mr. Riddle at Hogwarts. He is fully deserving of a special award for services to the school. And for that, I will award Slytherin 200 points. The Philosopher's Stone business was over, and the 100 points he'd already given Harry had been the limit. It wasn't Harry's fault, Tom Riddle was simply too exceptional. Dumbledore accepted it without bitterness. If he couldn't inspire Harry's courage and determination through points and competition, he would find another way. A loss was a loss. There was no shame in acknowledging it. Still, this episode made Dumbledore realize he had underestimated Tom's sheer dominance. "What I want, no one can take from me. Not even you, Dumbledore. Not even a headmaster." Perhaps it was better to avoid such behind-the-scenes manipulation in the future. The last thing he wanted was to create a savior while also cultivating another Dark Lord. "Splendid," Snape drawled, drawing out the syllables. "In that case, the hall's decorations." "No need to trouble the headmaster, I can handle it," Tom said, flicking his wand. The scarlet and gold lions of Gryffindor appeared for only 5 fleeting minutes before being replaced by silver and green serpents. To the Gryffindor students, it was as though a massive emerald snake had opened its fanged jaws and swallowed the lion whole. They sat frozen, speechless. The hard-won House Cup, gone. The reaction in Slytherin was the exact opposite, purebloods abandoning all pretense of noble restraint, shouting themselves hoarse. Malfoy even jumped onto a bench and wiggled his backside at Harry in triumph. He could not stomach the idea of Gryffindor beating Slytherin, much less because of Harry Potter. Tom's last-minute stroke of genius had been like saving Draco's life. At the high table, Snape extended his hand toward Professor McGonagall again, this time with an even brighter smile than before. Even with her usual composure, McGonagall's mood had been badly rattled by the dramatic reversal. Hiss. Snape glanced at the 3 long scratch marks now adorning his hand. "Sorry, Severus. I've been forgetting to trim my nails lately," McGonagall said with zero sincerity, before fixing her eyes on her empty plate as though it held some rare delicacy. "Eat, children," Dumbledore said with a wave of his hand. The empty dishes filled instantly, a mirror of the welcoming feast at the start of term. Slytherins ate with gusto, piling the best dishes in front of Tom until the food in front of him formed a small mountain. They raised goblets of pumpkin juice as though it were champagne, the sound of clinking glass filling the hall. Across the room, the other three houses picked at their food like it was sawdust. Even Ron Weasley, who could normally devour 5 chicken legs in a sitting, stopped at 3. Tom could feel the resentment-laden glares from the Gryffindor table boring into his back, but he didn't care. Those who blamed their own failings on others would never be more than a nuisance to him. He had Gryffindor friends who were worth his time, like the twins, with whom he often snuck into the kitchens for food and banter, or Neville. If anyone decided to cut ties over this, so be it. Not everyone was worthy of his friendship. The feast ended in that bittersweet split of triumph and dejection. Back in the Slytherin common room, the celebration had only just begun. Several older students had slipped out to Hogsmeade, returning with arms full of drinks and snacks. In moments, the common room had transformed into a raucous party. "To our greatest hero, Riddle," Bach declared, raising his glass. To Riddle, voices echoed in unison. The way they looked at Tom had changed. Before, they had respected his sheer strength, now, he had brought them glory. It didn't matter that it was only reputation, not tangible benefit. Fanatically pureblood Slytherins thrived on this kind of prestige, using the House Cup as proof that a house of purebloods was stronger than one of half-bloods and Muggleborns. What's that? Tom's Muggleborn. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No Muggleborn child could be sorted into Slytherin the moment the sorting had touched their head. He must have an ancient, noble bloodline, merely hidden until it blazed forth in his generation. And so, the great scholars of Slytherin rewrote reality to suit their pride. Tom was the undisputed center of the party. After making his rounds to politely toast those who approached him, he slipped into a corner. Daphne, flushed from a bit of drink, was curled up against his chest, quietly dozing. Chapter 123, The Road Home. Tom's consciousness sank into the system interface. Winning the House Cup had allowed him to complete 2 tasks at once. One was the stage reward for the ongoing mission, the greatest student in Hogwarts history, and the other was Snape's commission. However, the system showed academic year settlement in progress, the rewards hadn't been credited yet. Tom didn't know when they would arrive, so he simply put that aside and turned his attention to another prize. Because he knew Dumbledore was destined to suffer a setback today, Tom had deliberately activated the learning space during the evening feast so Grindlevald could see it. The relationship between those two men was complicated, but watching Dumbledore's plans fail made Grindlevald as gleeful as a spoiled grandchild. His approval rating toward Tom skyrocketed from the 40s all the way to 58, unlocking the body and action function while also granting Tom a second of Grindelwald's innate talents. At first, Tom had hoped to draw Grindelwald's prophecy talent, but this time he got magical power. Initially, he thought the draw was a bust. But then he noticed something odd: his magical reserves were increasing rapidly over a short period of time, and the growth wasn't stopping. So talents of the same type could stack and merge? In that case, this draw wasn't a loss at all. It was past midnight before the merry crowd finally dispersed. Tom had a few of Daphne's dorm mates escort her back to her room. The next morning, Hagrid led the students to the Hogsmeade train station to board the Hogwarts Express for home. Every face was lit with bright smiles. With 2.5 months of vacation ahead, they could spend at least 2 of those free from the tyranny of homework, enough time for an entire summer of joy. Diagon Alley, naturally, would become the most popular meeting spot for young witches and wizards. To Tom's surprise, the twins greeted him with cheerful grins as if nothing had happened. "Tom, want to hang out over the summer?" George asked. Fred made a swinging bat gesture. "You could come to our place and help with degenoming the garden, relaxing and cathartic. That's how we honed our beater skills." The twins were simple about it, so what if they'd lost? They'd lost plenty of times before. Tom hadn't used underhanded tricks to steal the cup, he'd won fair and square, even publishing in the most extraordinary society of Pody-Oneers and earning honors. Unfortunately, people with that attitude were a minority. Most Gryffindors currently ranked Tom as public enemy number 1. Tom considered for a moment, then declined politely. "Over the summer, if it's Diagon Alley, sure, we could meet up. I could take you to the Muggle world to try some fresh food and fun. But going to your place? Better not. If I remember right, it's in Devon. We can get there through the Floo network," George offered eagerly. Fred kept egging him on, which instantly put Tom on alert. "What scheme are you two plotting?" The twins exchanged a glance, forced a laugh, and shook their heads far too quickly, radiating guilt. In truth, they just wanted home field advantage to pull a few pranks on him. They couldn't always be the ones on the losing end. Unfortunately, their overenthusiastic invitation had tipped him off. Tom, now certain of their plan, decisively made his escape. He shepherded Daphne and Hermione onto the train and found an empty compartment. Once settled, the three launched into a serious, meticulous discussion about Tom's summer schedule. "I'm not sure how long I'll be in Britain," Tom said, "but at least until I get a reply letter, I won't be leaving. I expect Newt's letter will arrive by the end of this month." "Then come to my house first," Daphne said quickly, eager to stake her claim. "Astoria's been wanting to thank you in person for ages. Every letter she writes, she mentions inviting you over." "No way," Hermione cut in instantly. "If Tom goes to your house, will you even let him leave? The next time I see him would probably be at the start of term." Daphne pouted, wanting to retort, but everything Hermione had said was exactly her plan. She intended to lure him in, then when it was time for him to go, use coyness and pleading to keep him there. If one person wasn't enough, she'd bring Astoria into it. With Tom's gentle nature and tragic backstory, he'd never be able to harden his heart against her delicate, soft-spoken sister's pleas. That way, she could keep him until right before his trip to America. How hateful, this Granger had seen straight through a plan she'd been plotting for half a month. Truly her lifelong rival. "No comeback," Hermione said, seeing Daphne struck speechless. Satisfied at having anticipated her move, she turned to Tom. "Stay in London for a month first. We can work on homework together, go shopping, and becoming a wizard doesn't mean you can ignore changes in the Muggle world. At least when it comes to fashion," she added, "I think Muggle clothes are far better than what wizards wear." Tom suddenly felt a strange sensation, as though Hermione and Daphne were bidding against each other, and the prize up for auction was him. Chapter 124, Year-End Summary. Truth be told, Tom really wanted to shout, "Fleurs invited me to France too, you know. And over there, there's a certain mischievous, adorable Gabrielle, soft, fragrant, and cuddly." But in the end, Tom chickened out and let the two girls divvy up what was left of his free time. France could wait. Better to hold off until Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel had their little talk, then he could conveniently drop by to visit the Vela sisters. I just want to say, I can't spend every day with you two. I still need to work on new magic." Tom slipped in a weak protest. If he couldn't crack the flying magic, he'd be stuck on the fourth trial forever, and that was his biggest headache lately. The two little witches waved him off in perfect unison, ignoring his words and continuing to haggle over the schedule. Finally, they reached a mutually satisfactory arrangement. Tom could stay in London until July, but Daphne was free to visit him there. After July, he would go as a guest to the Greengrass estate and stay until it was time to head to New York. If he came back early, he couldn't return again, he'd have to stay in London so they could compete fairly. Once the battle for the men was over, the two were back to being best friends again, holding hands and chatting about which Muggle clothes were the prettiest. Tom's mouth twitched. Even at 11 or 12, little girls can't escape the eternal cycle of clothes and handbags. Suddenly, the system chimed. "Year-end settlement complete. Host, please review your annual summary and collect your rewards." With a thought, Tom opened the system interface. "Congratulations to the host for successfully completing your first year after selecting your specialization. This year, through excellent character, diligent effort, and unparalleled academic performance, you have earned the affection and admiration of professors and classmates alike." Tom. Sure, every word was technically true, but the system's blunt praise made even him feel a little embarrassed. Undeserved praise, well, maybe only a little undeserved. Ongoing mission, Hogwarts Most Outstanding Student, first stage complete. Completion, excellent. Rewards, 300 achievement points, 1500 credits, 1 draw chance. First time obtaining a draw reward detected, draw tier upgraded by 1 level. Tom was used to this by now, whenever he got a first-time reward, the system almost always bumped it up. That's how he'd gotten the 12 trials last time, there was no way someone of Andrus' level should have been able to snag such an overpowered talent. Wait, there were draw tiers. The answer popped up quickly, draws came in basic, intermediate, advanced, and legendary. The mission should have given him an advanced draw, but it had been bumped up to legendary. He quickly checked his other quest, Snape's commission was completed too, rewarding him with an advanced draw. Good thing Dumbledore had decided to boost Harry's profile this year, artificially increasing the mission's difficulty. Otherwise, there was no way that quest would have paid out at the advanced tier. Host, Tom Riddle. Status, Hogwarts, Rising, second-year student. Credits. Achievement points. Unclaimed rewards, 1 legendary draw, 1 advanced draw. 2 mission settlements later, Tom's pockets were suddenly heavy, nearly 4,000 credits, enough for a good spree, and his achievement points were already more than halfway to his next milestone. He wanted to spin the wheel immediately, but a legendary draw probably wouldn't be subtle. He forced down his curiosity and instead continued chatting with Daphne and Hermione about summer plans. Under the light-hearted mood, the Hogwarts Express seemed to speed up. Before they knew it, the train had pulled into London, stopping at platform 9 3/4. The young witches and wizards lined up to get off, but the moment the doors opened, order dissolved, everyone was eager to see their parents. Everyone except Harry, who stepped off with a long sigh. Leaving the paradise of Hogwarts, he was about to return to the prison that was the Dursleys' home. "Tom, keep in touch over the summer," Harry called as Tom passed by. Tom didn't turn, just waved a hand. Lately, Harry had been feeling like a complete failure compared to Tom. If he wanted to improve, he'd have to stick close to excellence. Since he'd be spending most of his summer locked in his room anyway, he might as well study, and ask Hermione or Tom for help when he got stuck. As for Ron, yeah, maybe not. His exam scores had been worse than Harry's across the board. "Tom, it's so good to see you again." On the platform, Mrs. Greengrass greeted Tom with a warm hug. Back at Christmas, her friendliness had merely been polite courtesy. Now, Tom wasn't just her elder daughter's close friend, and possible future partner, but also the hope for her younger daughter's survival and the key to breaking the Greengrass family curse. "Auntie, you look even more beautiful than before," Tom said smoothly, earning a pleased smile. "I have a suggestion," she said gently. "Why don't you come home with us now? Astoria has been talking about you nonstop." "Sorry, Auntie. I've already arranged with Daphne to visit in early July." "I see." Mrs. Greengrass didn't press the matter. She knew Tom's precocious nature. Once he had a plan, he rarely changed it. After a few more words, Tom and Daphne said goodbye with a hug, and he stepped off the platform to find Hermione waiting. During Christmas break, he hadn't gone with Hermione to meet the Grangers. This time, there was no getting out of it. In the wizarding world, polygamy wasn't particularly scandalous. Many pure-blood families facing air shortages took multiple wives or lovers to boost their odds. But the Grangers were firmly rooted in modern values. If they found out he was planning to, well, man multiple ships, Mr. Granger might just exorcise the demon in the most literal way possible. Fortunately, he hadn't said anything yet, and could meet them with a clear conscience. The Grangers were warm and welcoming, thanking Tom for looking after Hermione at school. Tom figured he'd earned that thanks, not just academically, but in helping her personality soften. Having a strong character wasn't bad, but the sharp edges needed to face outward, not cut into your own side. And the Granger way of expressing gratitude was to take him to the dentist. Under Mr. Granger's insistence, Tom agreed to come to the dental clinic tomorrow afternoon. To make room, Mr. Granger had even cleared his entire schedule, rescheduling all other appointments. After watching the Granger's car disappear into the distance, Tom found a quiet corner, spun on the spot, and vanished, reappearing a moment later back at Wool's orphanage. Merlin, apparition without a trace charm restriction really is bliss. Normally, the trip from the station to the orphanage took nearly 2 hours, with a subway ride, a train transfer, and then a bus. Chapter 125, The Meditation Room. Just a few breaths later, the moment arrived. Hearing a commotion downstairs, Tom poked his head out to see Seth had also returned, currently pounding away at a sandbag in the back garden. After a moment's thought, Tom decided to head down and say hello. "Seth." The boy in the middle of his boxing practice heard someone call his name and thought he must have misheard, until Tom called again. Then he spun around, face breaking into a wide grin, and ran over in excitement. "Boss Tom. When did you get back?" "Just now," Tom replied. "Heard some noise in the back garden, so I came to take a look." "When did you go on break?" "We started our holiday on Monday." Seth chuckled sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. "Tom, I heard from Aunt Armin you came home for Christmas. If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have stayed at school." Tom shook his head. "I was actually only at the orphanage for a few days. I left before the new year." "Ah. Your school starts back up that early?" "No, I went to stay at a classmate's house for a bit." "What about you? How's your new school? Made any friends?" "Mem, a few I get along with," Seth replied, eyes suddenly lighting up. "Oh, right, Tom, I joined the school's boxing club." His voice was brimming with pride. "The coach says I've got a great foundation, real potential to go pro. It's all thanks to you training me since we were kids. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had this kind of luck." Tom gave an encouraging pat to his shoulder. "Then keep at it." "All right, Tom." Climbing back upstairs, Tom had already decided he would give Seth some Riem's blood to strengthen his physique and raw power, so he could truly walk the path toward becoming a professional fighter. They had lived together for 5 or 6 years. Back in primary school, even when they were badly outnumbered in fights, Seth had never once shown fear. When one person rises to success, the people around him should rise as well. Now that Tom had the means to give his little brother a better future, why wouldn't he? Back in his room, Tom waited until the dead of night before taking action. He slipped silently into Seth's room. A swift, practiced stunning spell, and Seth went from peaceful slumber to deep unconsciousness, the kind that wouldn't be broken even by an earthquake. Tom pried open his mouth and poured in half a dose of Riem blood. It wasn't that he was unwilling to give a full dose, or even more. He simply wanted the transformation to happen gradually. Sudden, overwhelming strength could get Seth noticed, dissected, and studied by the wrong people. This was precisely why the wizarding world strictly forbade magical items from leaking into the Muggle world. In recent years, Muggle research had reached a point that made wizards uneasy, sometimes even fearful. The Ministry of Magic might not have the best solutions, but when it came to enforcing a blanket ban, they excelled. The restrictions now were so extreme that even marrying a Muggle didn't grant the right to reveal the existence of the wizarding world or one's identity as a wizard. Only when a child received their Hogwarts letter would the family be formally counted within the wizarding community. Tom had no intention of caring about such rules. Dumbledore's words, those he would listen to carefully, out of respect for the King of the Century and the Elder Wand's master. But the Ministry of Magic? Not worth his concern. Seeing Seth's skin begin to flush a faint red, Tom gave a satisfied nod. Then he apparat to a park on the outskirts of the city. At this hour, the park was empty save for two homeless men lying on benches. Tom casually stunned them, then prepared to begin his lottery draw. He had no idea what kind of prize he might pull, so to be safe, he preferred doing it somewhere remote. System, use the advanced lottery first, Tom commanded. If something good came out, it would mean his luck was running high today, and he could go all in and use the legendary draw as well. If the reward was mediocre, he'd wait a few days to change his luck. Advanced lottery chance consumed. Drawing. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the meditation room. The meditation room has been placed into your learning space. Installation complete. Host may use it at any time. Meditation room. And it was put into the learning space. A big question mark popped up over Tom's head. Since when did prizes skip his hands entirely and go straight into some intangible space? He suddenly recalled the absurd antics of a certain corporate penguin in his past life. Unease creeping in, Tom quickly entered his learning space to see for himself what this meditation room was all about. When he appeared inside, Andrus was already circling around the newly appeared building. It was a quaint little wooden hut, about the size of Tom's dorm room at Hogwarts, roughly 80 square meters. Tom, what is this? I tried opening the door just now, but it wouldn't budge. Not even blasting curses worked, Andrus said, curiosity burning in his eyes. It's a meditation room. I assume it's for meditation. Let me go in and take a look. With that brief reply, Tom pushed the door open and stepped inside. As soon as he crossed the threshold, a stream of information poured into his mind. Relief washed over him, quickly replaced by a bright, eager grin. A real treasure. Meditation room, unlimited use. Base effect, boosts host's thought processing speed by 20%, enhances comprehension. Advanced effect, while in meditation room, activating transcendent mode, doubles the duration of the state without increasing credit consumption. Note, the meditation room can be made available to the private tutor. Only one person may use it at a time. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Legendary Draw. Tom had experienced many abilities that could speed up thought processes and enhance comprehension. His learning space was one such example, helping him focus completely without being distracted by the outside world. Then there was his transcendent state, which provided a terrifying boost. 10 minutes in that state could match several days of his usual hard work. Enhancing the very essence of his soul had a similar effect. A stronger soul naturally meant sharper memory and deeper understanding. That was why Tom could so clearly feel the amplification brought by the meditation room. The best part? It extended his transcendent state from 10 minutes to 20. That was basically a price cut disguised as a buff. From now on, if he wanted to study a spell or digest a new insight, all he had to do was come here. Absolutely worth every point. With a wide grin, Tom walked out of the room and explained its function to Andrus, even granting him free access so he could experience it himself. Tom figured Andrus would only try it for 3 to 5 minutes before coming out, but he ended up waiting half an hour before Andrus finally emerged, his expression deeply shaken. This effect is terrifying. In life, Andrus had already reached his peak long ago. Until the day he died, he hadn't made any real progress, only a gradual growth of magic power over time. Yet in just that half hour, he'd suddenly gained some vague new ideas. A 20% boost might not seem much to someone like Tom, who was still in a rapid growth phase, but for a powerhouse stuck at their absolute limit, it could be the final straw that broke the camel's back, in a good way. Take your time with it, Andrus. Tom waved with a smile. I've got other things to handle outside. When your roommate shows up, let him know. And with that, Tom eagerly exited the space. There was still a grand prize he hadn't drawn yet. If the advanced draw was already so useful, then what about the legendary one? Could it even grant him transcendent state for free? As soon as his consciousness returned to reality, Tom immediately used his legendary draw. Unlike the plain advanced draw, this time the system went full special effects, golden light filled his vision, and then he felt something heavy land in his hand. When the brilliance faded, Tom finally saw what it was. A lumpy, uneven egg. Before he could think further, his skin, blessed with the copper skin, iron bones trait, suddenly prickled in pain. A few drops of his blood seeped out, absorbed instantly by the shell. Then came the cracking sounds, kacha, kacha. A massive, oppressive aura burst forth. Tom felt his chest tighten under the weight, his body growing heavier, only for the sensation to melt away into something warm and intimate, as if bound by blood. He no longer felt the pressure, but half of London's animals were thrown into chaos. Wild creatures and countless household pets panicked, some howled frantically, others cowered and whimpered, rousing untold numbers of sleeping people. A small black head poked through the shell, bearing two pointed horns etched with strange markings. Large eyes blinked at the boy, then more of its body emerged so it could affectionately rub against Tom's palm. A black caterpie. Tom muttered under his breath. Chee-eye. The little newborn immediately bristled, wriggling violently to show its displeasure. All right, don't be mad. I was only joking. Tom chuckled, rubbing the little one's head. Of course I know you're a Rayquaza. And not just any Rayquaza, a shiny Rayquaza. Granted, if it weren't shiny, he really would have doubted it wasn't a caterpie. The resemblance was uncanny. The little one proudly lifted its head, then began nibbling on the remains of its own shell. Rayquaza. Tom gazed at her, his heart full of awe. The mightiest legendary Pokémon of the Hoenn region, the sovereign of the skies. He could still recall vividly the scene of Rayquaza thrashing both Primal Kyogre and a grounded Primal Groudon. And the battle against Hoopa, when that black shiny Rayquaza Mega evolved on its own and single-handedly fought 7 opponents, it had shattered his perception of legendary Pokémon. Even among the gods, Rayquaza's combat strength ranked easily in the top 3. A shiny black Rayquaza's potential was beyond doubt. With this little one, once she matured, he could truly sleep without a care. Respectable Headmaster Dumbledore. Please, call him Old Dummy. No, Little Dummy. Before long, Rayquaza had finished every last shard of her shell, gave 2 satisfied chirps, then slithered into Tom's arms like a snake, closing her eyes to sleep. Tom snapped out of his thoughts and shook his head with a smile. He was thinking too far ahead. Rayquaza had only just been born. Who knew how long it would be before he could rely on her to intimidate others? For now, he still had to depend on himself. After stroking her head, Tom operated back to the orphanage. Tonight had been a windfall, the meditation room to boost his study efficiency and save him a mountain of points, and Rayquaza, well, her future power spoke for itself. And seriously, having a Rayquaza as a pet. That was way more impressive than Dumbledore's Phoenix. A Slytherin with a dragon. Perfectly fitting. After playing with the sleeping Rayquaza for a while, Tom finally drifted off himself. The next morning, he awoke to a damp, wet sensation. Opening his eyes, he found that Rayquaza had woken at some point and was licking his cheek with her little tongue. When she saw him awake, she chirped twice in greeting. You little rascal, can't you let me sleep in? Tom ruffled her fondly. She showed no fear, wriggling around with boundless energy. I can't just keep calling you Rayquaza, or little one. One day you'll grow up. Rubbing his chin, Tom pondered what name to give her, only to suddenly realize something. Wait, are you a boy or a girl? He picked her up like a slippery eel and examined her from all angles. Determining a Pokémon's gender was beyond him. Fortunately, through telepathy, the little one sent him fragmented messages that finally made it clear. So, you're a girl. In that case, I'll call you Usagi. Black as midnight, what could be more fitting? Chapter 127, Usagi's first meal. Remember, from now on, your name is Usagi. Tom reminded her, though he didn't mind that the little one only seemed to half understand. Even if she was a divine beast, a newborn's mind wouldn't be fully developed. That would take time and nurturing. Come on, I'll take you to meet your sisters and your aunt. Tom walked to the head of the bed and took a small, card case-sized box from his pocket. He set it down on the floor, and the moment it touched the ground, it suddenly expanded. Tom flipped open the lid and stepped inside. It was his own custom-made, Riddle edition of Newt Scamander's suitcase, a magically expanded space that had surpassed even his own expectations, holding a stable area larger than 1.5 Quidditch pitches. He had even transplanted flora and trees from the Forbidden Forest into it. At the very center of the space was a pool about the size of a standard swimming pool, its waters purified and enchanted to remain pristine. Normally, when you added such a massive extension, the container could no longer change shape so easily. but Tom had used the finest dragon hide and dragon bone, giving it unmatched durability. The smallest it could shrink to was its original card case size, making it very convenient to carry. Tom entered the suitcase with Usagi in his arms. Inside, 3 unicorns were lazily basking in the sunlight channeled from the outside world. But the moment they noticed the men and the dragon approaching, they panicked, jumping to their feet and staring in fear at the tiny dragon in Tom's arms. Even after Tom introduced her and, right before their eyes, kneaded Usagi into a fluffy little ball, their fear didn't lessen much. Some instincts couldn't be reasoned away. Dragons and snakes do not dwell together, and a divine beast's aura was something even unicorns could not bear. Baby or not, the pressure Usagi exuded was real. In the world of Pokemon, legendary creatures' territories rarely had any other Pokemon living within them. Tom had originally planned to have the unicorns act as nannies for Usagi, but that clearly wasn't going to work. Besides, the little one was extremely clingy, leaving her alone here was impossible. She flat out refused to be apart from him. Right now, Rayquaza was still small enough to fit comfortably in his arms, but later. He remembered that a fully grown Rayquaza could reach at least 10 meters in length, a giant among Pokemon. Forget it. Tom sighed. She was still a baby, not even a day old. Clinginess was normal. She'd grow out of it eventually. Don't scare your sisters and aunties, Tom said, rubbing Usagi's small head. Then he approached the unicorns to feed them their daily ration of Patronus essence. Usagi watched with interest and imitated them, nibbling a little herself. The sudden arrival of another mouth to feed made the unicorns quietly speed up their eating. Unlike the unicorns, Usagi didn't seem to feel much from the meal. After 2 bites, she stopped. That made Tom realize he didn't actually know what Rayquaza ate. He quickly went to the small warehouse at the edge of the space, bringing out all sorts of herbs and pet food to let Usagi choose. She ignored the herbs entirely, tried a couple of bites of various pet foods, then looked up at him with a distinctly human-like expression of disdain. So Tom carried her into the warehouse itself, and immediately, Usagi's eyes lit up at the sight of dragon meat. All of it was frozen solid with a freezing charm. Tom took out a piece to thaw, and Usagi tore into it with gusto. When she finished 1 piece, she wanted more, eating 3 more in quick succession before finally curling up in satisfaction and falling asleep. Altogether, she had eaten well over 10 pounds. Tom honestly had no idea how such a small body could hold that much. With Usagi asleep, Tom finally had some peace. He entered his learning space, ready to test out the effects of the meditation room. When he arrived, Andrus was in the middle of explaining its benefits to Grindlevald, whose eyes gleamed as he listened. It's really that powerful? Grindlevald asked. Andrus nodded firmly. I used it just one night, and the improvement is beyond words. If I'd had this back in my day, perhaps I too could have become a legend. His expression was full of emotion. Who'd have thought, even after death, we'd have such an opportunity, a chance to keep getting stronger. Grindelwald's eye twitched. Mr. Andrus, please watch your wording. You're dead. I'm still alive. Oh, don't be so picky, Andrus said with a casual grin. You've been locked up for 50 years, what's the difference? Grindlevald. He had a distinct feeling that Andrus would one day annoy him to death. If it weren't for the fact that Andrus's strength matched his own, there's no way a mouth like that could have lived to old age. Still, a heat burned in Grindelwald's chest. A chance to grow stronger. Even after being imprisoned in a tower for half a century, his love for magic had never dimmed. If there was a way to advance further, he would never let it pass. Gentlemen. Tom approached them. I understand your excitement, but don't forget the main task. While I'm away, you're free to use the meditation room, but only after the flight spell research is complete. Then you can think about your personal gains. Don't worry, Tom. Grindelwald's voice was steady. Andrus and I already have an idea. In a few days, we should be able to stabilize it as a fully functional spell. That's excellent news, Tom said with a satisfied nod. He didn't know how long it had taken Voldemort to develop his flight magic, but from the moment Tom had assigned the task until now, only 2.5 months had passed. And truly, 2.5 was proving to be a magic number. Tom stepped into the meditation room, instantly entering a transcendent state of mind. He began tackling the difficult questions and unresolved puzzles he had accumulated, cross-referencing them with the insights Andrus and Grindelwald had given him. 20 minutes later, the transcendent state ended, leaving him feeling greatly enriched. He stayed another hour before leaving the learning space. By then, it was already 10 in the morning. Seth was still in the backyard practicing martial arts. Tom left the orphanage and flicked his wand twice over himself. His appearance shifted rapidly, transforming into Michael. He had now mastered Grindelwald's signature human transfiguration technique, and the original Michael had, naturally, lost any reason to remain alive. With transfiguration and Confundus charms, Tom could pass any identity check in the Muggle world without breaking a sweat. Chapter 128, A Date with Hermione. Disguised as Michael, Tom arrived at the investment company. The investment manager greeted him warmly. The £40,000 Tom had put in right after Christmas, leveraged, of course, had now grown into a capital base of £600,000. A small portion of that came from profits in the US stock market, but the bulk was earned in the currency exchange market. Ever since that one particular day, the Russian ruble had been in freefall, collapsing to a truly miserable level. Still, opportunities like that would only come once in a while. After customizing a new investment plan, Tom discreetly used magic to plant a mental suggestion in the investment manager's mind, ensuring he wouldn't pull any shady tricks or deviate from the agreed-upon strategy. With that settled, Tom left the company holding a £200,000 check. If the wizarding world were ever fully exposed, and wizards and muggles engaged in an all-out war to the death, the winner would be hard to predict. But in cases like this, where someone like Tom used small magical tricks to quietly line his own pockets, the muggle side really had no effective way of countering it. With that £200,000 in hand, Tom decided it was time to buy himself a house. Right now, London property prices were actually quite low. In an ordinary neighborhood, £200,000 could get you a rather nice detached home, or even a terraced house in a prime location. In wealthy districts like Westminster, Chelsea, or Richmond, that amount would easily cover a down payment for an average home. 2 or 3 decades from now, those prices would multiply 6 or 7-fold. Tom's plan was to use the money as a down payment for a place in the city center, set up a home for himself first. With his investment company account showing healthy cash flow, securing a loan would be no trouble at all. However, it was already too late in the day to start house hunting. He had a lunch date with Hermione at noon, followed by a visit to Mr. Granger's clinic. At 11:15, Tom arrived at their meeting spot, the bookshop right next to the leaky cauldron. Hermione was already there, browsing intently through a slim volume titled The Great British Cookbook. Today she wore a pink short-sleeved top, jeans, and trainers, topped with a round-brimmed straw hat. If no one told you otherwise, you'd never guess that this bright, pretty young woman was actually a witch. Tom stepped up behind her and called softly. She turned, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "Tom, I thought you'd arrive exactly on the dot." He teased, "When someone's offering me a free meal, of course I'll show up early." Hermione gave a little umph and lifted her smooth chin. "In the wizarding world I might be dirt poor, but in our society, I can afford to treat you to lunch hundreds of times over." Ah yes, the terrifying reality of being an only child to a pair of dentists. Tom immediately clutched her fair, slender thigh in mock supplication. "Rich lady, me hungry, feed me." 10 minutes later, he was staring at the giant golden M in front of him with a look of pure betrayal, then slowly turned to Hermione. "This fancy meal you mentioned is McDonald's." Her cheeks flushed, not from the heat, but from embarrassment. I couldn't find any special restaurants. Steak, ribs, we eat those all the time at school. But hamburgers? Hogwarts doesn't have hamburgers." Tom facepalmed. No wonder she'd been reading such a bizarre book when he arrived, she'd been looking for ideas. Still, she wasn't wrong. Hogwarts really didn't serve burgers, but weren't chips already the most hated food on the young witches and wizards list? After thinking it over, Tom took her soft hand. "Want to try something really new? Come with me, but you're still paying." When it came to freeloading, he took the job seriously. Hermione, of course, didn't refuse. Glancing down at their linked hands, she felt her heartbeat quicken. In a dreamy daze, she let Tom lead her to a traditional tea room tucked away down a quiet London street. Tom used to come here often for afternoon tea, but after starting at Hogwarts, he hadn't had the time. The moment he remembered it, he felt a wave of nostalgia. London, after all, had no shortage of old-fashioned tea rooms, many of them family-run for generations. Any place that could survive here had to be the real deal. Once inside, they headed upstairs. A server in crisp uniform came by, and Tom began ordering with the ease of someone who knew the menu by heart. Hermione blinked at the list. "You sound as though you've been here 100 times. "Something like that," he admitted with a smirk. Soon their tiered trays arrived. At first, Hermione looked wary of the tiny sandwiches and scones, but after Tom half-coaxed, half-strong-armed her into trying them, she was hooked. Annoyed at how much clotted cream stuck to her fingers, she abandoned any pretense of delicacy and dug in wholeheartedly. She ended up ordering 2 more scones with jam, plus a full plate of Battenberg cake. Even on the way to the clinic, she was still savoring the flavors of the tea. Hogwarts really ought to improve its menu. The quality's fine, but it's the same dishes all year round, no matter how good they are, you get sick of them. Tom wholeheartedly agreed, even urging her to write to Dumbledore about it. He promised to sign his name alongside hers. "Welcome, Tom." Mr. Granger's clinic was housed in a 3-story villa just 1 street away from their home. He greeted them warmly at the door and led them inside. Hermione, familiar with the place, went off to fetch some water. Mr. Granger took Tom into the observation room. That was when Tom presented the gift he'd brought for their first meeting. "What kind of animal tooth is this?" Mr. Granger exclaimed in astonishment. It was a tooth longer than Tom's arm and twice as thick, razor-sharp at the end. "It's a dragon's tooth, Uncle. I hope you like it." "A dragon's tooth? Like it? I love it." Mr. Granger stroked the massive fong, utterly entranced. When Hermione came over, she found her father cradling the enormous tooth like a treasured relic, looking ridiculously happy. "You're sure giving this to my dad won't cause any problems?" Hermione asked in a whisper, worried about the Ministry of Magic's restrictions. Chapter 129, A New Home in Chelsea. "This doesn't count as a magical artifact, just a material," Tom said, neatly shifting the definition. The wordplay eased Hermione's mind a little. After fiddling with the dragon fong for a bit, Mr. Granger solemnly placed it in the most prominent spot in his display cabinet. Then, as if it were some sacred ritual, he went to wash his hands again before beginning Tom's dental checkup. Tom, who wasn't fond of sweets, had a perfectly healthy set of teeth. Mr. Granger even took the opportunity to give Hermione a small lecture, which gave Tom the rare experience of what it felt like to be the kid from someone else's family in such situations. The young witch's lips jutted high in a pout. The thing she disliked most about herself was her large front teeth. But Tom didn't see the problem. In his eyes, they were no flaw, rather, paired with her youthful, delicate features, they were endearing. Besides, she could always get them fixed when she was older. Just as Mr. Granger was carefully focused on Tom's examination, Usagi woke up and wriggled out from Tom's trouser pocket. "Rawr!" The sudden, sharp cry startled Mr. Granger, and Tom, too. Worse, the dental tool was still in Tom's mouth. If Mr. Granger's grip had slipped, wouldn't that have been an accidental deep throat? Fortunately, Mr. Granger was a seasoned professional, holding the tool steady as a rock. He steadied himself, gently removed the instrument from Tom's mouth, and then glanced toward Tom's trousers. Usagi poked out her tiny head, tilting it left and right with lively curiosity. Hermione's attention was instantly hooked. "Where did this little one come from? Is she your pet? How come I've never seen her before?" Tom sat up, took the paper cup from the side, rinsed his mouth, and spat before answering. "This little one's called Usagi. Last night in the park, I came across an egg, and the moment I picked it up, it hatched right in my hands." The time, place, and process were all true, except for one tiny, unimportant detail he skipped. Usagi crawled completely out of Tom's pocket. She looked vaguely serpentine, but with horns and small hands, an odd and rather striking combination. Hermione racked her brain but could not match her to any magical creature she knew. Mr. Granger also leaned closer for a better look, but suddenly Usagi's eyes snapped wide, and an invisible pressure radiated outward. The sheer force of it made both of them instinctively stumble back several steps, hearts pounding. "Don't be fooled by her size, she's got quite the temper," Tom said with a smile, scooping Usagi into his arms and signaling for her to calm down. He then turned to Hermione. "Don't bother guessing. Usagi's species is called Rayquaza, a magical creature no one has discovered yet." "And how do you know that?" Hermione asked, suspicion in her eyes. Tom replied with perfect confidence, "We have a special telepathic bond. Usagi told me herself." "That's amazing." Hermione's interest in Usagi only deepened. Mr. Granger reminded them, "You can continue your chat later. The checkup isn't finished yet." Tom obediently lay back down. Since Hermione carried Tom's scent, Usagi didn't reject her presence. In fact, she nimbly flew onto Hermione's shoulder to watch her master be prodded and inspected. If not for Tom's mental instruction telling her not to cause trouble, Usagi would have already started a dragon dance, ready to give Mr. Granger a real scare. An hour later, Tom was finally freed. Mr. Granger prescribed him a few specialized toothpaste formulas. Supplies in hand, Hermione promptly pulled him along to her house. That evening, after dinner with the Granger family, Tom planned to head home, only for Hermione to flatly refuse to let him leave. She even took him to a guest room she'd deliberately prepared, all the furnishings brand new and unused. Her little scheme was laid bare. Just as Daphne wanted to bring Tom to stay with her, Hermione clearly had the same thought, only her method was to act first and explain later. Hermione rarely acted spoiled, unlike Daphne who did it almost daily. Precisely because it was rare, Tom found it much harder to resist. After all, it made no real difference where he stayed. The Grangers already knew about magic, and living here would be more convenient in some ways. So, he agreed. And so Tom began temporarily living at the Granger home. Mornings were spent doing homework with Hermione, afternoons in his study space's meditation room, and evenings for leisure, sometimes trips to Diagon Alley, sometimes strolling through Muggle shopping districts. When Daphne learned that Tom was living with Hermione, she was so furious she stormed from the Greengrass estate straight to Diagon Alley to have it out with Hermione. Shameless. Snatching him first. Daphne then began pestering Tom relentlessly, hoping he'd come over sooner. But at that time, Tom was busy house hunting, thanks to a trustworthy estate agent Mr. Granger had introduced. When Hermione found out Tom was planning to buy a house, she strongly recommended he get one nearby. Tom agreed the area was ideal. Hermione's home was in Chelsea, a portside district not far from King's Cross Station. The surroundings were quiet, and the neighbors were mostly upper-middle-class professionals and small business owners. No risk of vagrants or troublemakers here. After all, the police's top priority was always protecting these tax-paying lords. Tom eventually set his sights on a detached villa just a kilometre from Hermione's house, priced at £1.5 million. With only £200,000 on hand, he didn't even have enough for a down payment. There was no choice, he used the Philosopher's Stone to transmute a few gold bars. On his third day at Hermione's, a letter from Dumbledore arrived, Nicholas Flamel's reply. It included detailed instructions for brewing the elixir of life, the gold transmutation process, and an invitation to meet in Paris in August to discuss the Greengrass family curse. According to Flamel's letter, the remaining energy in the stone could produce either 20 years' worth of elixir or 1 metric ton of pure gold. Tom used 1/10 of that power to create 100 kilograms of gold. Adding his £200,000, he paid off the villa in full. Only then did Hermione realize that the most precious treasure Dumbledore had spoken of was the Philosopher's Stone itself. Though the house was bought, renovations and furniture replacements would take time. He wouldn't be moving in this summer. On the last day of June, Tom was packing in his room when an owl delivered a letter from Newt. "I'll be back in New York after July 10th. You're welcome anytime, Mr. Riddle. Yours sincerely, Newt Scamander." July 10th, huh? Tom calculated silently. He'd spend half a month at Daphne's, then head to New York, and afterward to Paris. At that moment, a request for mental contact came through from Grindlevald. Tom's expression shifted as he entered the study space. Inside, Andrus and Grindelwald greeted him with uncontained excitement. "Tom, we've succeeded in the research on the flying charm you wanted." Chapter 130, 2 types of flight charms. Success. Tom's eyes lit up in an instant. Just moments ago, he'd been fretting over whether he should call in a favor from Newt to find a Thunderbird and complete the trial. His hesitation came from the fact that he still hadn't figured out a working flight charm. And now, just when he was nodding off, someone had brought him the perfect pillow. Wasting no time, Tom urged the two to give him a demonstration right away. Andrus and Grindelwald exchanged a knowing glance, then broke into smiles. Actually, Andrus explained to a rather confused Tom, "We've developed 2 different flight charms. Grindelwald and I excel at different things, so the spells we came up with have entirely different styles. It's just a coincidence we finished them almost at the same time." Grindelwald gave a small nod. "A very curious coincidence. But I think you could combine both. Your magic has qualities from both Andrus and me, and even greater potential." "I'll see for myself first," Tom said, taking a few steps back to give them space. "All right, I'll go first," Grindelwald offered. He flicked his wand, and behind him appeared a pair of black, feathered wings, not physical wings, but ones entirely formed from pure magical energy. Every single feather shimmered faintly, glinting with a dark, raven-like luster. The wings didn't flap. Instead, the feathers subtly shifted in angle, and Grindelwald rose smoothly into the air. His voice drifted down from above. "The incantation for this spell is Pluma Tegman, or you could call it Raven's Feather. Don't you think it's perfect for Ravenclaw?" Tom's face darkened. "Old Gellert, I'm a Slytherin. Don't you think making me learn a Ravenclaw-themed spell is a bit much?" Hovering in midair, Grindelwald just shrugged. Glancing at his own wings, he replied, "Can't help it, I just thought the name fit perfectly." Tom grudgingly nodded. If it had been nighttime, Grindelwald, suspended in the air with those gleaming black wings, would indeed look just like a giant raven. "My spell," Grindelwald continued, "is essentially controlling air currents through magical power. Every feather influences the flow of air, allowing for flight. The feathers also carry a degree of defensive magic. They can serve as a shield when needed." To demonstrate, he folded the wings in front of him like a barrier. His flight speed dropped sharply. The reduced surface meant less air control. "What's the top speed?" Tom asked. Grindelwald shook his head and descended. "It's just been developed. You can't expect perfection. Later, by compressing air currents with magic, you can trigger bursts. Speed will definitely increase." Tom nodded. It was brilliant, using magic to manipulate physical forces. Science and sorcery, perfectly entwined. He then turned to Andrus. Andrus grinned. A layer of white light shimmered over his body, and then he shot into the air. "My magic isn't as precise as Grindelwald's," Andrus admitted. That's just the difference between our eras. So my method is simpler, and a lot more brutal. If the world uses gravity to bind humans to the ground, then fight gravity. Fight the world itself. Andrew's presence exploded like a storm. In the small space, he zipped around twice at astonishing speed. Tom estimated at least 100 kilometers per hour. After the show, Andrus gave his explanation. You use overwhelming magic to nullify every force acting on you. How you fly, how fast you fly, it all depends on how much magic you have, and how much you can push out at once. Very Andrus. Power is everything. If you're not strong enough, it's because you don't have enough magic, enough passion, or enough willpower. The solution. Add more, always more. Grindlevald's spell emphasized refined control over magic, something Tom, with his evolved soul, could achieve. Andrus' method relied on raw magical might, another area where Tom had solid foundations, his magical talent already surpassing Andrus, though his total reserves couldn't yet match him. No wonder Grindlevald had suggested combining the two into a new, superior flight charm. But a road must be walked step by step. Both spells were still in their early stages and could be improved. First, learn to fly. Then, think about flying faster. Let's start with Andrus' method, Tom decided, moving immediately into action. They entered the meditation room. Even though the room could only boost one person's learning at a time, nothing stopped Andrus from standing by to teach. An hour later, Tom left the learning space. It was his last day staying at Hermione's house, and he couldn't spend all his time studying. They had planned to visit the aquarium and then have morning tea together one last time. Hermione didn't want Tom to leave, but she knew if she kept him any longer, Daphne would storm over. And with Tom heading to America on the 15th, their time had been fairly divided, it was only fair. The next morning, Tom said goodbye to Hermione and left the Grangers' home. He had two options for getting to the Greengrass estate, the night bus, or operating bit by bit until he found the place. As for the Fleur network, not everyone's home was as freely accessible as the Weasleys' burrow. Imagine if anyone could just say your address and step right into your living room through the fireplace, that would be a security nightmare. So Tom chose a third option. He would fly there. Last night, he had studied both Grindelwald's and Andrus' flight charms for hours, plus 2 rounds in his extraordinary learning mode, he had mastered them both. This was the perfect chance to practice. First, he cast a disillusionment charm on himself. Then, he soared into the air, using Andrus' spell to test his maximum distance and speed. At first, flying through the city was tricky, there were too many skyscrapers, forcing constant adjustments. Several times, he nearly crashed into a high rise. But soon his sense of distance sharpened, and his movements became fluid. Once outside the city, Tom poured on the power. His speed kept climbing, passing every car on the highway below. If it had been night, and he hadn't been invisible, people would have seen a streak of white light blazing across the sky, a human shooting star. His current speed definitely exceeded 200 kilometers per hour, though still short of 300. As for magical consumption, impossible to measure. Because before he felt even the slightest fatigue, he had already reached his destination. The Greengrass Manor sat beside a lake, protected not only by muggle-repelling charms but also ancient wards against wizards. These spells worked much like the Fidelius charm, only if the resident sincerely told you the address, or wrote it down, could you see the place. Snape had said that even Voldemort himself had needed an invitation to get in. That was how strong it was. Standing at the manor's wrought iron gates, Tom rang the bell. He didn't have to wait long before someone came to greet him. Chapter 131, The Well-Behaved Astoria. 2 snow-white stallions came galloping in, pulling a splendid carriage behind them. Daphne leaned out of the carriage window, her small hand waving excitedly toward them. It was Tom's first time truly understanding what it meant for someone's family to be rich enough to keep horses, 2 of them, no less. As soon as the carriage came to a halt, the girl couldn't wait a second longer. She hopped down, bounding over and throwing herself into Tom's arms, taking in a deep breath. "Tom, you finally came." The boy smiled, patting her head. "Didn't we just see each other a few days ago? Why do you make it sound like it's been forever?" Daphne wrinkled her little nose in a playful, adorable way. "Because I missed you so much." A direct confession like that was impossible to guard against. Seeing the upturned face, the bright eyes brimming with anticipation, Tom looked away a little too quickly, though his voice softened more than ever. "All right. I missed you too." Instantly, Daphne's smile lit up brighter than sunlight. Only then did Mrs. Greengrass stepped down from the carriage, leading a silver-haired girl by the hand. Mrs. Greengrass wore a smile that was equal parts helpless and amused, well, perhaps also tinged with the kind of anti-grin that all but begged these 2 to get married on the spot. The silver-haired girl, however, stared at Daphne wide-eyed, as if seeing her anew. Oh! Daphne, who had been happily lost in her reunion, finally noticed her mother and sister. She quickly slipped from Tom's embrace, ran over to the silver-haired girl, grabbed her hand, and introduced her to Tom. "This is my absolutely adorable little sister, Astoria Greengrass. She's been wanting to meet you for ages, asks me every single day when you'll be coming." The sort of sisterly secrets usually kept between girls were blurted out with zero hesitation, making two bright blushes bloom across Astoria's pale cheeks. "Sister. I only wanted to thank Mr. Riddle." "Be clear about what you mean." After the hurried clarification, Astoria quickly dipped into a small curtsy toward Tom. "Mr. Riddle, thank you for the potion you sent. I'm feeling much better now." "You can just call me Tom," he reminded her. "Your mother and Daphne do, so no need to be formal." "All right. Tom." Astoria nodded obediently. Tom studied her. He'd heard Daphne brag countless times about how beautiful her sister was, claiming that no one in the entire school could compare. Now he finally saw for himself. And while Daphne was certainly a shameless little sister connoisseur, she wasn't wrong. In terms of looks, Tom thought Daphne was the most beautiful girl at school. Hermione might come close, but Daphne carried a certain refined elegance Hermione lacked. Astoria's features, however, were even more delicate and balanced than Daphne's. If we were judging purely by facial beauty, perhaps only Fleur Delacour and her sister Gabrielle could be considered on par. But the Vela sisters' beauty was aggressive, radiant, almost to the point of attack, while Astoria, because of her frail health and the curse on her body, exuded a softness instead. She was the perfect, well-behaved daughter many people imagined in their dreams. After 2 or 3 seconds under Tom's gaze, the girl shyly lowered her head. Fortunately for her, Tom's attention shifted. Daphne was already squabbling with Usagi. The girl and the little dragon had never quite gotten along since their first meeting. Daphne liked to cling to Tom's arm, which often meant brushing against the pocket where Usagi slept. The tiny dragon was prone to morning crankiness. Still, because Daphne carried Tom's scent even more strongly than Hermione did, Usagi never truly lashed out, just insisted on bickering with her for a while each time. In the short 2 weeks since Tom had last checked, Usagi had grown from a slippery eel-like hatchling to over half a meter in length. Tom had to enchant all his clothing pockets with extension charms to let the little dragon come and go freely. The trouble was, Usagi had become a picky eater. Dragon meat no longer excited him. His new request: meteorite-infused feed. Rayquaza, being a legendary creature that lived in the upper atmosphere, could absorb the energy of meteorites to strengthen itself, and even store it in a special organ to trigger a mega-evolution. Helpless, Tom had been making zero-galleon purchases, slipping into museums and research labs to borrow a number of meteorite samples. But Usagi's appetite was growing faster than Tom could keep up, and it's not as though he could fly into space for food. This was supposed to be a parent's job. Tom had somehow become the dragon mom. Ah. Usagi. That hair took me the whole morning to style. The crystalline tiara on Daphne's head had been yanked off, her perfect princess poof hair now in disarray. Usagi, meanwhile, darted happily back into Tom's pocket, poking his head out to stick his tongue at her in triumph. "That's what you get for squeezing me earlier." "All right, Daphne," Mrs. Greengrass called out helplessly. "Tom's finally here and you're blocking him at the door. Get on the carriage already." At her mother's word, Daphne instantly wilted and, with exaggerated obedience, led Tom up into the carriage. Chapter 132, The Heart-Struck King of the Century. The carriage looked small from the outside, but inside, a seamless extension charm had been applied, making it 50 or 60 square meters wide, complete with coffee table, sofa, and several oil paintings hanging on the walls. On the table were some small snacks, and the moment they boarded, Daphne began dividing desserts between her sister and Tom. Mrs. Greengrass smiled. "There's still plenty of time. Why don't I take you around the manor first, so you can get familiar with the place you'll be living from now on?" With that, the carriage set off at an unhurried pace. Her wording was interesting. She didn't say, "for the next few days," but "from now on." She truly had no choice. Her daughter's heart seemed to be entirely wrapped around Tom. Don't say that 11 or 12-year-olds don't understand love, who hasn't been through that age before. At the rate things were developing, with the way Tom spoiled Daphne, there was little chance of any surprises. So the Greengrass Manor would, in the future, be, not half his home, but simply his home. Tom leaned against the carriage window, taking in the scenery outside. His first impression was huge. There was a lake, and in front of it a vast lawn, a castle, and in addition to the main castle, 2 watchtowers. Even the 2 mountains behind the main castle were within the estate's bounds. There were also farmlands and orchards. As the carriage passed by, a house elf was controlling more than a dozen watering cans to irrigate fruit trees. The elf itself gave a deep bow toward the carriage, only straightening up after they had gone far. "This is Tap," Daphne explained. He's in charge of everything outside the castle, planting trees, tending flowers, buying ingredients, preparing the carriages. If you want to eat something or need to go somewhere, just tell him. At that moment, Astoria's soft, gentle voice chimed in. I'm pretty familiar with the house too. You can ask me as well, Tom. In that case, I'll choose Astoria, Tom shrugged. Looking at a house elf just puts me in a bad mood. The others laughed, not finding anything strange in his comment. A proper house elf was supposed to be so unobtrusive that people barely noticed their existence. At Hogwarts, many spent 7 years there without even realizing the school had house elves at all. However, certain jobs like orchard work had to be done in daylight, thus Tom had spotted this one. The carriage circled slowly around the lake. Warm wind flowed in through the windows, the water's surface glittering, with fish occasionally leaping out, tempting Tom to pick up a fishing rod. They soon arrived at the grounds behind the castle, where Mrs. Greengrass began introducing various facilities. Tom was puzzled. The place looked like a Muggle noble's estate, with an archery range, a fencing arena, and wooden practice dummies. Judging from the look of things, these had been in use for quite some time, spotlessly clean from the house elves' work, but without a single trace of actual wear. Mrs. Greengrass seemed to read his thoughts and explained with a smile. This castle was purchased from the Duke of Norfolk by our ancestors. At that time, Muggle and wizarding society were still closely linked, and even wizards often took part in noble pastimes. So we didn't remove these facilities. Tom finally understood. Half an hour later, the carriage pulled up in front of the main gates of the castle. They disembarked, pushing open the grand oak doors, and were greeted by a hall over 200 square meters in size. For a moment, Tom felt an odd illusion, like he had returned to Hogwarts. Though the Greengrass family's castle was only half the size of Hogwarts, once inside, the difference didn't feel so noticeable. This time Mrs. Greengrass didn't lead Tom on a tour. There were simply too many rooms to see in one day. Instead, she let her 2 daughters take him to the bedroom that had been prepared for him. Astoria was far quieter than Daphne, speaking little along the way. Tom took the opportunity to observe her closely, searching for signs of the blood curse. He even called on Andrus and Grindelwald for help, but none of them found anything. I've encountered blood-cursed beastmen before, but this family's curse is far worse, Grindelwald said with a frown as he looked at Astoria. This isn't just about life force being drained too quickly, it's damaged her magical potential as well. She'll never become an exceptional witch. Andrus was equally furious. He lived by honor and despised such cursed magic, especially those inherited through generations. Killing was quick, this kind of torment had lasted for centuries. He turned to Grindelwald. You're a rotten to the core Dark Lord. You know more about dark magic than I do you know who created this curse? Grindelwald, long used to Andrus's bluntness, didn't take offense. He thought for a moment before shaking his head. There are many origins for blood curses, some from East Asia, some from the southern continents. As for Britain, I can't recall any native wizards particularly skilled in curses. Completely useless, Tom muttered. That silenced them both. It did seem they were indeed useless, unable to even break a blood curse. Ouch. That one stung. We're here. Daphne pushed open a pair of doors, revealing a suite with bedroom, washroom, study, sitting room, and even a dining area, all furnished in ornate European classical style, clearly expensive. My room's to the left when you step outside, Astoria's is diagonally opposite. Para will come later to put a nameplate on your door so you won't get lost. Tom tapped her on the head. My memory isn't as bad as yours. Daphne stuck out her tongue playfully. Astoria, Tom suddenly said. The silver-haired girl looked over, puzzled. Can I examine your body? Tom asked. I want to check the state of the curse inside you. Astoria obediently stepped over, quiet as a doll. Daphne held her breath, afraid to disturb Tom's concentration. Tom gestured for Astoria to sit on the sofa. He rested his wand lightly on her shoulder. In Transfiguration, there was a specialized discipline called magical deconstruction, not using the eyes, but one's own magic to sense the essence of an object. This gave a truer understanding of its nature, and was an essential prerequisite for many advanced transfiguration spells. This was the method Tom used to analyze Astoria. His magic, guided by his will, flowed into the girl's body. Tom had deconstructed many creatures before, unicorns, owls, bison, and even humans. The human body was less complex than that of a unicorn, but far more complex than any non-magical creature, and the variations between individuals were also much greater. As his magic penetrated further, Tom raised his eyebrows. If other people's bodies, his own included, appeared to his magical senses like perfect spheres, with a complex internal structure like a maze, then Astoria's body was like a sphere with a piece carved out. The inside was directly exposed, and because it wasn't sealed, what was inside naturally leaked out. Tom suspected that this gap was the direct result of the blood curse. but the time was too short to tell whether the gap was being repaired, or if it was still growing. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, The Gratitude of the Greengrass Family. How is it? Daphne, the elder sister, was even more nervous than Astoria. I can only sense the presence of the blood curse, Tom admitted honestly. But as for how to lift it, I don't have the slightest clue. He chose to tell the truth. False hope was far crueler than a blunt reality. If he promised now and failed later, what then? Daphne's disappointment was plain to see, but surprisingly, it was Astoria who comforted her. It's all right, sister. I have Tom's potion now. Even if I can't be completely cured, my body is already much stronger than before. I can live a normal life. Tom looked at the silver-haired girl, thinking how rare such a mindset was. If it had been him suffering from a blood curse, even with his cheat, he doubted he could face it so calmly without clear hope in sight. Perhaps being tormented for over a decade had already made her see through life. But potions have resistance over time, Daphne said with a hint of grievance, hugging Tom's arm as if to defend herself. Tom, I'm not blaming you. I'm just worried for Astoria. I understand how you feel. Tom patted her head gently. That's why I brought a better solution this time. It still can't completely solve the problem, but at least it can guarantee there'll be no issues for the next 20 years. Half an hour later, in the banquet hall, the entire Greengrass family was wide-eyed, staring at the bright red stone on the table. Only Tom remained unbothered, enjoying the exquisite dishes that the family's house elf, Para, had prepared for him. This is the Philosopher's Stone. Madame Greengrass's voice trembled. So Dumbledore gave it to you after all, Daphne murmured. She hadn't heard this before. Tom had saved the revelation for now, intending to surprise her. It is the Philosopher's Stone, Tom explained, swallowing a mouthful of truffle-baked escargot. But it's not complete. Much of its energy has already been used up. At most, it can produce 18 years' worth of elixir of life. That's enough. More than enough. Madame Greengrass clutched the stone tightly, almost reverently. 18 extra years of life, added to the life-extending potions Tom had been brewing for Astoria, plus her natural life expectancy of over 20 more years, meant she could live to around 50 or 60. For a witch, that still wasn't long, but it was enough for her to experience the full arc of life from childhood to old age. And those added years also meant more time to find a permanent solution. With that thought, Madame Greengrass could no longer contain herself. She rose solemnly and gave Tom a deep bow. Astoria quickly followed suit, and even Daphne joined in. Mr. Riddle, I don't even know how to thank you, Madame Greengrass said gravely. From this day forward, the Greengrass family is your most loyal friend. Whatever you need, if it is within my power, it will be done. In normal conversation, calling him Tom was fine, but in such a formal moment, she switched to his full name. Thank you, Mr. Riddle, Astoria added respectfully. Daphne, you can skip the formalities, Tom said quickly, catching the little witch's hand before she could bow, almost pulling her into his arms. Daphne's cheeks flushed pink, and she leaned over to plant a quick mwah on his cheek in thanks. From now on, we're family. One thank you is enough, Tom said warmly, accepting their gratitude this time so Madame Greengrass and Astoria would feel better. In that case, there is something I could use your help with, he continued without hesitation. After all, if they were now family, it would be a waste not to tap into the vast resources of the Greengrass household. Usagi has become terribly picky. Aside from meteorites, he refuses to eat anything else. Could you help me gather some? Of course, Madame Greengrass replied without missing a beat. There are some meteorites in White Castle storage, you can take those first. Tomorrow, I'll speak with some friends and quickly acquire another batch. In the wizarding world, meteorites could be used as alchemical components or potion ingredients, with far more applications than in the Muggle world. Madame Greengrass then presented the gift she had prepared for him. I heard you'll be going to America soon. This is a registered international portkey, completely legal. However, you'll need to make a stop in Canada for transit. Here's the Ministry of Transportation's approval. Once you arrive, they'll give you the next portkey for your final destination. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, The Everlasting Secret. Portkeys were one of the most commonly used means of long-distance travel among wizards, capable of whisking a person instantly from one location to another fixed point. Although apparition was a far more convenient form of magical transportation, not all wizards could master it. Even for those who had, traveling great distances by apparition was often impossible. It was worth noting that portkeys were not a form of instantaneous teleportation, rather, they worked by propelling the object and anyone touching it at an astonishing speed, over 1,000 miles per hour, until they reached the destination. The Ministry of Magic placed strict controls on their use. Every portkey had to be officially registered before it was used, and even after use, it had to be returned for centralized disposal. International travel was the most tightly regulated of all, requiring at least 2 weeks' notice and the approval of both countries' ministries of magic. Originally, Tom had intended to take a Muggle airplane to America. After all, there was no way a minor like him would get ministry approval for an international portkey. But to his surprise, Mrs. Greengrass had already arranged everything for him. Thinking about it, it made perfect sense. As head of the Department of Magical Transportation, acquiring an international portkey was an ordeal for others, but for Mrs. Greengrass, it was as simple as writing the application herself and stamping her own approval. While you're at it, could you get me 2 portkeys from America to France? I'll be visiting Nicholas Flamel in August, Tom said, recalling his holiday plans. I'll contact them. Every time you register your arrival, they'll give you a return portkey. You can just go directly from Britain to France then. That's a great help, thank you. No need to thank me, Tom, Mrs. Greengrass said warmly, motioning for him to help himself to more dishes. After the luncheon, Daphne had planned to take her little sister to see the unicorns, but Mrs. Greengrass invited Tom to her study instead. The sisters had no choice but to go for their nap first, planning to visit the unicorns later in the afternoon. Tom followed her upstairs. The castle had many studies, an entire 3 floors on the east wing were devoted to a massive library, but the one Mrs. Greengrass led him to was on the 4th floor, in the private quarters of the owner's wing. They sat opposite each other at an enormous desk. With a small wave of her hand, tea appeared on the tabletop. Tom, how much do you know about Astoria's blood curse? Tom recounted everything he had learned from Grindlevald and Dumbledore. When she heard Dumbledore's name, Mrs. Greengrass's brow furrowed slightly, though her expression quickly returned to calm. From the sound of it, you've got a fairly complete picture, she said. It's a curse that devours life force, one that appears without fail in every generation. My sister, my aunt, all victims of it. Her beautiful face turned sorrowful. But what does knowing change? When I gave birth to Daphne, for the sake of the family's continuation, I had to have another child, and with my bloodline, one of them was bound to suffer. Tom, thanks to you, Astoria's been able to live more comfortably than I ever thought possible. My ancestors considered asking Nicholas Flamel for the Philosopher's Stone, she continued, but the great alchemist has never let a drop of elixir of life leave his possession. The fact you managed to get the stone, it astonishes me. Tom smiled and shook his head. It was pure timing, really. According to Dumbledore, Nicholas Flamel and his wife decided they'd lived long enough, so they lent the stone to Dumbledore as bait. I just happened to be there at the right moment to get it. That in itself is a kind of talent, Mrs. Greengrass said, thinking Tom far too modest, especially with that name of his. To snatch something from under Dumbledore's nose was no small feat. Her expression grew serious again. Tom, I intend to open all of House Greengrass's treasures and resources to you, to help you reach the pinnacle of magic as quickly as possible. In return, I have only one request, that if you ever have the means, you find a way to remove the blood curse completely. Tom shook his head. You don't need to make it a bargain. For Daphne's sake, I'd do everything I could anyway. She helped me a great deal when I first entered the wizarding world. If I wasn't willing to help, I wouldn't have brought out the Philosopher's Stone in the first place. Truth be told, what Tom really wanted was the method of creating the blood curse itself. Then, whenever someone crossed him, he could ensure their family line ended forever. To most purebloods, except perhaps a few madmen, nothing was more precious than the continuation of their lineage. He had asked Grindlevald before, but the old man's repertoire of blood curses was pitiful, little more than curiosities. It made sense, though. Wizards who could craft such vicious, insidious curses were usually among the most depraved of dark wizards, and such men were not in the habit of sharing their work. You value loyalty. So does House Greengrass, Mrs. Greengrass said with a small smile. That, more than anything, was why she had chosen to invest in Tom. Daphne's earlier gift of 1,500 galleons barely covered a month's maintenance of the castle, but Tom's return had already far exceeded that sum. Wizards were creatures of conviction. Their personalities rarely changed unless they suffered a great upheaval, and even then, such change often diminished their power. 3 years old and already the men you'll become, as the saying went. Following that philosophy, Mrs. Greengrass had avoided major mistakes for years. Even in times of decline, she had survived unscathed simply by not ending up on the losing side. At worst, she had to accept a smaller share of the spoils. Tom, you may think magic is ultimately about personal power, and that aside from stronger wizards, no one else can really help you. I may not be particularly powerful myself, she continued, but the strength of my family's legacy is still something I can lend to you. As she spoke, she walked to a wall of bookshelves. With a specific wand movement, she unlocked a hidden compartment and retrieved a thick stack of parchment. Returning to her seat, she smiled faintly at the boy before her. Do you know why House Greengrass has been able to thrive for centuries, sitting atop vast wealth without inviting envy or attack? Tom shook his head. Truth be told, he couldn't imagine why. Look at them now, a single middle-aged beauty and two young ones. They didn't even have enough members to muster a token fighting force. Yet they lived lavishly, without even trying to hide it. Why hadn't one of those deranged, dark arts-obsessed families swooped in to take advantage? This is our family's ultimate secret, she said. Though, to be fair, most of the old families know it too. Mrs. Greengrass slid the stack of parchment toward him. Take a look. Tom's eyes widened slightly when he saw what was written. A contract. The first parchment was clearly a contract, between House Greengrass and the Lestrange family. Its terms stated that, provided it didn't severely damage their own interests, Lestrange would unconditionally help House Greengrass in any one matter. Tom flipped to the second sheet. This one was with the Bose family, a pureblood family from France. He knew of them, the last French minister for magic had come from their ranks. Then came the names, Avery, Caro, Crouch, Borgin. Of the sacred 28 pureblood families, aside from Longbottom, Weasley, and Shacklebolt, all the remaining 25 were on the list, some with more than one contract. Tom sucked in a sharp breath and stared at Mrs. Greengrass in astonishment. Chapter 135, Voldemort and the Greengrasses. These contracts. The woman smiled with a touch of restraint. These contracts are all genuine, some were signed in recent years, others were obtained by my ancestors. The legacy of the Greengrass family is built upon contract magic. We like making friends, and we like making deals. Over the centuries, slowly but surely, everyone became our friend. What happens if someone breaks a contract? Tom asked. Half of their magic is permanently gone, and their lifespan is cut in half. Rest assured, the binding power is strong, very few witches or wizards would risk so much just to break an agreement. Besides, each contract is written in a way that doesn't overly harm the signee's own interests. Ah. Now Tom understood, completely. These weren't just contracts. This was the Greengrass family holding hundreds, if not thousands, of pureblood IOUs in their hands. Cross them, and they could simply toss out a few dozen, and witches and wizards from all over the world would show up to back them. Sure, there might be the occasional stubborn soul willing to shorten their life rather than honor the agreement, but in such overwhelming numbers, losing one or two made no difference. And through these contracts, the Greengrasses could effortlessly extend their influence into countless trades and industries. As long as they didn't touch the big pie directly, no one would want to offend them. Over time, they became a colossal presence spanning multiple fields, hoarding vast wealth. Tom's curiosity was piqued. Professor Snape once told me that Voldemort came to this castle, and afterward gave strict orders not to provoke the Greengrasses. What exactly happened there? The Dark Lord. Lady Greengrass's expression softened into memory. It was shortly after I graduated. My mother was still alive back then, it was she who persuaded him to leave. I remember she offered him 100,000 galleons, along with 10 contracts outside the British Isles, as a gesture of good faith. In truth, my mother supported the Dark Lord in her heart, he could bring greater benefits to purebloods. But our family creed is to never take a permanent side, to survive by our connections. So she could only go that far. At that time, the Dark Lord hadn't completely gone mad. He wanted to use the contracts we held to expand his influence overseas, so he treated us with a certain level of respect. But before he could conquer Britain, Harry Potter defeated him. Dramatic, isn't it? Tom could understand that stance. Slytherin purebloods were the ruling class, naturally, they didn't like Dumbledore's policies that hurt their interests. And Voldemort hadn't been insane from the start, it was only after the rebounding killing curse, and the creation of more and more Horcruxes, that he truly lost himself. Everything came down to allegiances. While Dumbledore lost Slytherin's support, the other three houses, being mostly half-bloods and Muggleborns, remained his power base, letting him keep a firm grip on the situation. The Griffin eyes you wanted last time, Lady Greengrass added softly, I secured those quickly by invoking one of the contracts. This time, I plan to use them to help you copy every pureblood family's private library in the country. There will be certain core books that are unobtainable, of course, but everything else should be no problem. I imagine that will be useful to you. Tom's eyes lit up. Useful? This wasn't just useful, this was a godsend. All the pureblood libraries combined might not outright surpass the restricted section at Hogwarts, but they could certainly match it on equal footing. Thank you so much, Aunt, Tom said, skipping any pretense of polite refusal. She smiled faintly. It's a win-win situation, and a small gesture of mine. But I hope you understand, the Greengrass family will never openly take a side. Even with you and Daphne, the help I can offer will always be indirect. I understand. This is already more than enough. And he meant it. These resources were things most witches and wizards could never hope to touch in their entire lives, what was there to complain about? As for ambition. He was a Slytherin, did they really need to ask if he had ambition? If he had the ability and the potential, why should he allow a bunch of mediocre fools to stand above him and give orders? Elevated status only mattered as long as others respected you. When Fudge turned on Dumbledore, the great wizard had ended up in hiding with the Order of the Phoenix for an entire year. No, Tom believed that with great power came the right to claim great authority. And in his eyes, that wasn't arrogance. It was simply the reward he was due. Chapter 136, Silver Strands. Once Tom had learned the inside story about the Greengrass family, he stopped being polite. He asked Madame Greengrass for more materials and resources. Doing alchemy experiments at school was a real hassle, since so many ingredients had to be ordered from Diagon Alley via all post. And since alchemy was far from popular in Britain, the alchemy shops in Diagon Alley were pitifully small, with their shelves often bare of key ingredients. In truth, alchemy here was more of a niche hobby for a few wealthy wizards, not because they wanted to craft powerful magical artifacts, but because they enjoyed flaunting the fact that they could. Once she received Tom's request, Madame Greengrass left the castle immediately to get to work. Tom, on the other hand, returned to his room for a nap. By the time he woke, the two sisters were already enjoying afternoon tea in the tea room. Tom, come here quickly, today we have smoked salmon with cream cheese. The salmon is really fresh. Daphne eagerly shared her favorite food, while Astoria quietly slid a plate of Earl Grey chocolate mousse toward him, clearly waiting for his reaction after a taste. Astoria, Tom doesn't like food that's too sweet. Oh, okay. The silver-haired girl quickly swapped the mousse for baked lobster. This is really delicious too. Tom took a bite and nodded. Both are great. Para's cooking just keeps getting better. Daphne now got along better with Hannah than with her own roommates. She and Hannah, along with Susan Bones, often made plans to meet after class for little food excursions. Daphne was fine, thanks to Tom's weekly training sessions. She kept her weight under control. Her cheeks were rounder now, her baby fat more noticeable, which on a 12-year-old only made her more adorable. Hannah and Bones weren't so lucky. Their clothes this holiday would need to be at least 2 sizes larger. After finishing tea, the 3 of them left the castle. Tom released the 3 unicorns. The open grounds around the castle were more than enough for them to gallop about. When the unicorns appeared, they nuzzled Tom affectionately before turning to Daphne and letting out 2 gentle whinnies. During the school term, Daphne had often accompanied Tom to the Forbidden Forest, so she'd become familiar to them. If you like them, get closer, Tom said with a smile when he saw Astoria standing rooted in place. Unicorns are very gentle toward girls like you. As long as you don't mean them harm, you can touch them without any danger. Encouraged by his words, Astoria mustered her courage and approached her sister. Sunlight caught her hair, but her silver locks remained dull and somewhat dry. The Greengrass line had always been blonde. Daphne's hair was brighter than gold itself. Tom suspected the silver hair was due to the blood curse. He wondered if, when the day came that she was cured, her hair would turn golden. But in his opinion, silver was better. Her target was obvious, the smallest unicorn, Milo. White unicorns were already beautiful, pure and flawless, but a tiny unicorn with chubby cheeks was an irresistible temptation for any girl. At first, Astoria was cautious, only watching her sister interact with the unicorn from the side. Suddenly, their eyes met. The little unicorn blinked, then trotted right up to her and rubbed its head against her waist, startling her into delight. Daphne crossed her arms and said in mock jealousy, "Oh, I see how it is. I fed you for 2 weeks before you decided to rub up to me, but the moment Astoria shows up, you're all over her. You really do judge by appearances. Big sister." Astoria's voice was shy and soft, but her hand had already found the unicorn's neck, stroking it as her eyes narrowed in bliss. Tom smiled, watching the sisters play with the 3 unicorns, his mood lifting along with theirs. If he ever retired in the future, he thought, he could build a castle somewhere nestled between mountains and water, and with his future wives, live out peaceful days. The air rang with the bright laughter of the girls. Usagi, curious at the noise, flew out to join in. After playing for a good while, Astoria's breathing grew heavy, and Tom waved the unicorns away to explore freely and get familiar with their new home. Usagi, meanwhile, slipped back into Tom's pocket. He'd need to find the little guy some food later. For safety's sake, Tom asked, "Are there any magical creatures in the 2 mountains behind us? The kind that could threaten unicorns?" Daphne shook her head decisively. "There are magical creatures, sure, but I don't know exactly what. Definitely no overly strong groups or high-danger species. Tap regularly collects materials and does inspections, and if he finds anything dangerous, he calls in the ministry to drive them out." Satisfied, Tom followed the sisters to the fortified outpost where the storerooms were kept. The entire basement of the outpost was storage, divided into separate rooms, a vault for galleons, a treasure vault for gemstones and precious metal artifacts, and storerooms for animal materials and plant materials. As for the meteorites Tom wanted, those were in the miscellaneous goods room. Once inside, Usagi immediately spotted his favorite thing, 3 crates of meteorites piled unobtrusively in a corner, weighing a few hundred pounds in total. The little creature picked up a chunk and began gnawing, while Tom stowed the rest away and moved on to examine the other stores, seeing what else might be useful. Stopping here and there, taking the occasional item, he spent the whole afternoon making his way through the storerooms. Out of curiosity, he peeked into the galleon vault. Yup, just as expected. Aside from mountains of gold, there was nothing else. In the days that followed, Tom spent his mornings training the flight charm. Through precise measurements, he'd found that with Andrus's flight charm, his maximum straight-line speed was 280 kilometers per hour. If he entered Transcendent State and tightened his control over his magic, he could push it to 350 kilometers per hour, still a way off from the Thunderbird's 500 kilometers per hour. Grindelwald's flight charm topped out at 200 kilometers per hour, but with air currents aiding agility, its turns and complex maneuvers outclassed Andrus's version by far. Of course, real speed wasn't in the curves, but then again, in the sky, who cared about turning? Now Tom was trying to merge the two spells, using magical repulsion against gravity as the main propulsion, then supplementing it with the airflow generated by conjured wings to boost force. The theory was sound, but merging a black magic spell with a white magic one was never easy. Each day, he entered Transcendent mode in the meditation room to test the new hybrid charm, then shared his insights with his 2 instructors, received feedback, and refined the spell, a cycle that sped up his progress. Afternoons were split between spending time with the Greengrass sisters and reading. Even the Greengrass family's private collection was astonishing, full of rare wizarding notes. Madame Greengrass's efforts paid off. She brought back copied collections from the Knots, the Rosiers, the Malfoys, and the Lestranges. Chapter 137, the proper use of the academic prodigy system. Lestrange. Tom raised an eyebrow. Aren't they all supposed to be rotting away in Azkaban? Lady Greengrass pointed toward the east. The French branch of the Lestranges. Their archives differ somewhat from the British lines, but anything prior to the split in the 18th century is identical. The difference only lies in the last 2 centuries. Tom nodded in understanding. Tom. A sudden, breathless call came from outside. Daphne came dashing into the library, clutching a stack of magazines, her cheeks flushed from the run. Tom, your paper's finally been published. Half the magazine is practically all about you. She was holding the July issue of Brewing Glory, yes, that phrase Severus Snape was so fond of repeating, the proud motto of the most extraordinary society of Podyoners, Brew Glory, Halt Death. Naturally, their monthly periodical bore the same name. Tom waved a hand, and a glass of cool water floated over to Daphne so she could catch her breath before he took the magazine from her. Since he'd written all of it himself, he didn't bother reading the content. What he wanted to see was the title they'd given him at the end. Perfect, full most extraordinary society of Podyoners member, not merely a probationary one. Becoming a member was notoriously difficult. To even be a probationary member, you had to brew a flawless batch of Felix Felicis under the supervision of a full member. Pass, and you'd be considered an initiate. But to gain full membership, with access to the association's internal resources, you had to face the dreaded Swiss headquarters trial, drink 7 different poisons within a set time limit, then brew the correct antidote to each, before the toxins killed you. Fail, and, well, hope your next life is better prepared. Tom, however, had skipped the whole ordeal. Awarded the Silver Cauldron Medal, and with Snape pulling strings before Tom left school, he'd been told the trial would be waived, though no official notice had arrived until now. Seeing it printed in the association's own journal finally set his mind at ease. The real advantage lay ahead. Full members could trade association points for potion recipes, rare ingredients, and exclusive brewing techniques. For Tom's current ambitions, this was invaluable. Ding! The system's crisp tone echoed in his mind. First academic paper published, reward, 1,000 points, 100 achievement points. Assessing paper's impact. Assessment complete, impact rating, moderate. Until a higher-rated paper in the same field is published, host will receive 100 points per month as a bonus. Tom was momentarily speechless. He'd only just realized the real way to exploit his academic prodigy system. What was the point of being a scholar if you weren't publishing papers and reshaping the world with your research? If not for his concern that Dumbledore might interfere with his House Cup bonus, he'd never have bothered with publication before. He'd simply been focused on honing himself. But it wasn't too late. The first year was for laying foundations. From here on, he could start pressing the advantage. Closing the magazine, Tom reached out to ruffle Daphne's hair. Daphne, you really are my lucky star. Hee hee. She didn't understand exactly why he said that, but the silly grin on her face suggested she was happy enough. Not long after, Astoria arrived as well, offering a more composed but equally sincere congratulations. The sisters' personalities couldn't be more different. Lady Greengrass smiled warmly. That's worth celebrating. The most extraordinary society of Poachers is filled with gray-haired veterans. It's rare for someone this young to join as a full member. Tonight, we feast. Tom's lips twitched. We've been feasting every night. But Daphne was already rattling off an ambitious list of dishes with sparkling enthusiasm. That evening, back in his bedroom, Tom began rearranging his schedule. He moved part of his morning flight charm practice to the evening, freeing time to study alchemy. Lady Greengrass had already gathered nearly all the materials he'd requested. If publishing a paper earned him points, then surely inventing entirely new magical products might do the same. One idea had been simmering for a while. The wizarding world's communication methods were painfully outdated. Aside from rare and expensive enchanted items like two-way mirrors, everyone still relied on all post, slow and archaic. If he could improve this system, perhaps he wouldn't have to wait an entire week for a letter to and from Fleur. As he was mulling over possibilities, his door eased open. "Tom, are you asleep?" Daphne's voice floated in, deliberately hushed, yet faint from across the sitting room. "Daphne." Tom called back in puzzlement. "What is it?" "Hee, nothing. I just can't sleep. I wanted to hear a story from you." When his answer came, she bounced into the room, cheerful and unself-conscious, completely unaware that just behind her, in the sitting room doorway, Astoria stood frozen, staring after her sister in stunned disbelief. Chapter 138, Sisters Together. In ancient times, in the distant east, there was a great land known as the Eastern Divine Continent. There, upon a place called the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit, one day, a certain stone suddenly had its magic erupt out of control and transformed into a monkey. This monkey was gifted with extraordinary talents and a remarkable aptitude for magic. But he lacked a wand. On the advice of the other monkeys, he journeyed to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace to ask the Fire Dragon King there for a powerful wand known as the Sea-Calming Needle. Half leaning in Tom's arms, Daphne listened intently, completely absorbed in the tale. But when Sun Wukong decided to seek out the great master Bodhi to learn magic, she could no longer fight off the pull of sleep and drifted off. Tom smiled helplessly, tucked a blanket over the little witch, and then fetched another one for himself. From experience, he knew that during naps Daphne could be quite the restless sleeper. Tom was fairly certain she'd steal the blanket before the night was through. Sure enough, when he woke the next morning, she had wrapped herself tightly like a dumpling. Not wanting to wake her, Tom tiptoed out of the room, only to bump into Astoria just as she was stepping out. "Good morning, Astoria." "Good morning, Tom." Tom noticed her expression was a little odd, and that she kept glancing toward his doorway. He tested the waters. "You saw Daphne go into my room." The silver-haired girl gave an awkward but still polite smile. Even if she didn't know the full, intricate details of human biology, a girl her age still understood enough about boys and girls. Tom hurried to explain, eager to clear his name. "Last night Daphne couldn't sleep and insisted I tell her a story. I didn't get far before she fell asleep." He added with another helpless smile, "Luckily the room had 2 blankets, otherwise I'd have frozen during the night." Astoria blinked, but then, remembering scenes of sleeping beside her sister in the past, she suddenly understood. A small giggle slipped out. "What story did you tell her? The Fountain of Fair Fortune? Or the 3 Brothers of Peveril?" "Neither. If you want to hear it, you can come tonight." Astoria's fair cheeks flushed crimson, and she mumbled, unable to get a word out. Having teased his future sister-in-law, Tom strolled out of the castle for his morning exercise in high spirits. This was something Andrus had strongly insisted upon. He firmly believed that wizards also needed strong bodies, since sometimes a well-placed punch was even more satisfying than a spell. What's more, now that Tom possessed the blood of a dragon, his physique had been vastly enhanced. It would be a shame not to put it to use. Tom had no reason to refuse. Good health was never a bad thing. By now, he'd gotten so used to his morning routine that skipping it made him feel strangely unsettled. After finishing his training, he had a simple breakfast and then buried himself in the library, searching for information on making two-way mirrors, hoping for some inspiration. He soon found what he was looking for in a book titled 18th Century Alchemy Selections. But after only a glance, his heart sank. By the time he finished reading the whole article, Tom could only shake his head. Completely useless. Two-way mirrors weren't all that complicated in theory, they relied on material stacking rather than sophisticated technique. When refining mirrors through magical means, there was a minuscule chance of producing 2 mirrors with matching magical resonance. Their size and shape, however, were entirely random. This explained why two-way mirrors were so expensive. There was simply no reliable way to produce them consistently. Tom found a few other alchemical items for long-distance communication, but after some consideration, he realized his current alchemy skills weren't enough. He was missing too many key components. So, he decided to start with something simpler. He projected all of his alchemy books into his study space, constructing a full library there, and then brought them into his meditation room to read, maximizing efficiency. As a prefect, his monthly salary was 100 credits, with additional pay for academic papers. This made him far more liberal with using his study space. Developing new means of earning credits sooner would bring in more stable income, forming a healthy cycle. Seeing Tom work so diligently, both Andrus and Grindelwald were pleased, yet also a little regretful. The more time Tom spent in the meditation room, the less time they could use it themselves. Especially Grindelwald. Andrus, after all, was dead, so further improvement meant little. Grindelwald, however, couldn't help plotting. If things kept going this way, Tom might one day surpass even himself at his peak, wielding the Elder Wand. If that day came, Grindelwald had to call Dumbledore over for a rematch. Not because of any lingering grand ambition, no, it was simply that Grindelwald could never quite let go of losing to Dumbledore. It wasn't until well past 10 that Daphne awoke from her deep slumber. After breakfast, she came to find Tom, but upon seeing that he was busy, she obediently left the library and went to see the unicorns instead. She might be clingy, but she wasn't inconsiderate. When Tom was resting, she could drag him off to play, but when he was focused on serious work, she knew better than to disturb him. Still, last night's story had been so interesting, it made her itch to hear the next part. Daphne decided she would go to Tom's room again tonight. Not only could she hear more of the story, but it was also so comfortable sleeping there. Only, tonight, she might be a little late. After a long day's work, Tom returned to his bedroom, just finishing his wash-up and waiting for Daphne to arrive. It wasn't long before the door opened. He was about to greet her when, in the dim moonlight, he saw the visitor clearly. Astoria. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Tom's newest invention. So it wasn't the elder sister who came, but the younger one. I came to listen to a story. Astoria's delicate toes curled together like little flower buds, and she kept blaming herself inwardly for arriving too early. If her sister had been here, it wouldn't have been a problem, but right now, with her sister absent, it was just her brother-in-law and herself alone in a room. Just as she was wondering whether she should find an excuse to slip away, the door swung open again. Tom. Daphne had barely called out his name before she spotted Astoria, and the shock made her let out a little scream. Had she gone into the wrong room? No. She had opened the correct door, not the one opposite. Am I coming at the wrong time? Daphne asked blankly. No, you're right on time, Tom said with a breath of relief. Astoria found out you came yesterday to hear a story, and she wanted to join in too. I was just waiting for you so we could start. Daphne's face flushed crimson. Yesterday she'd snuck over precisely so her younger sister wouldn't know, and yet here she was, caught red-handed. But since she'd been found out, there was no avoiding it now. She hopped onto the bed in a quick little run and waved at Astoria. Tom's stories are so interesting, come on, Astoria. Faced with her sister's invitation, Astoria's heart fluttered shyly, but she still obediently went over and lay down on the other side of the bed, perfectly sandwiching Daphne between her and Tom. Tom cleared his throat, repeating the earlier parts of the tale so Astoria could catch up. Before long, she was fully absorbed, and Tom moved on to the new chapter. After countless hardships, Sun Wukong finally found the great mage Bodhi, under whose tutelage were many disciples, each with the potential to become an auror. Yet Sun Wukong refused to learn this or that, frustrating the great mage so much that he rapped the monkey's head 3 times with his wand. In truth, this was a secret signal, and at 3 o'clock the next morning, Sun Wukong went to the back gate to find him. This monkey is really clever, Daphne couldn't help remarking. Astoria nodded her small head in agreement. And then? What spell did the monkey learn? Daphne urged Tom to continue. Tom took a sip of water before spinning his next fabrication. The great mage Bodhi led Sun Wukong to the Crescent Moon 3-star cave and asked. I have a stupefy spell here, 1 hit and the target falls unconscious, letting you do whatever you wish. Do you want to learn it? The monkey said, not if it won't grant immortality. No, I won't learn it. Then I have a disarming charm to snatch away anyone's weapon at will. Want to learn that? The monkey still said no. Well, the great mage grew irritable, I have here the killing curse, 1 strike, instant death. Do you want it? The monkey perked up immediately. That one. I'll learn that one. But I still insist on immortality. So the great mage waved his hand and prepared to teach him the method for creating the Philosopher's Stone as well. What kind of great mage is that? Daphne burst out angrily. That's just a dark wizard. Tom chuckled, noticing that Astoria had already drifted off to sleep. He lowered his voice, and soon even Daphne couldn't hold on any longer. Only then did he stop, close his eyes, and slip into his learning space to continue his studies. Over the next few nights, the 2 sisters came without fail to hear more stories, and each time, they refused to leave afterward, lingering in his bed until morning. Mrs. Greengrass had no idea that her precious little darlings now preferred the bed in Tom's room to their own. During the day, Tom threw himself entirely into alchemy and the flight charm. His flight work made steady progress, but alchemy soared ahead under the generous feeding of expensive materials. It truly was a gold-burning craft. In just a few short days, Tom had gone through nearly 3,000 galleons worth of supplies. What a beautiful bracelet, Daphne said the moment she saw the piece Tom had just completed. It could be called a bracelet or perhaps a bangle, about 3 centimeters wide. The bright silver band was covered in intricate, delicate patterns and inlaid with several vivid crystals, the kind of thing that demanded to be studied up close. The girl clung to his arm with a pitiful look. Tom, could you make me one too? You can swap the crystals for gemstones, that would be even prettier. I have some here. Tom smiled. This is just a prototype. I'll add more embellishments later, I promise it'll be even prettier. You came at the perfect time, actually. Want to help me test it? Curiosity sparkled in Daphne's eyes. Tom, what's it for? A wand retention bracelet. Tom slipped it onto her wrist. The material was adjustable, automatically tightening by 2.5 loops to fit her slender wrist perfectly. The more Daphne looked at it, the more she liked it. She shook her pale arm slightly. It's gorgeous. A beautiful person makes anything look good, Tom said, ruffling her hair. The compliment made Daphne beam with delight. So, what do I do for the test? Just hold your wand and stand still. When it's disarmed, focus on willing it back into your hand, the same mental focus you use when casting spells. Oh, I get it. Daphne instinctively reached for her wand, but today she was wearing a pretty little dress without a wand pocket, so she quickly called for a house elf to fetch it from her bedroom. Tom couldn't help but smile wryly. A wand was a wizard's second life, most kept it within arm's reach even in bed. But Daphne. She went out without hers entirely. Once the elf returned with her wand, Daphne stood ready. Tom stepped back several paces to match the standard starting distance for a formal duel. It wasn't that Tom feared being hurt, in fact, he would be the attacker here. Thanks to his iron body gift, even without magic power behind a spell, Daphne would probably be unable to knock his wand away. He also planned to control his strength so as not to hurt her. Expelliarmus. Tom spoke softly, suppressing the spell's force as much as possible. A surge of irresistible power struck Daphne's hand, forcing her to let go. The wand spun away, but she remembered his instructions. She focused, willing it to return. Within seconds, the wand, still spinning, was yanked back by an invisible force. Tom frowned slightly, he had felt his own wand being tugged at the same time. The pull had been faint, not enough to hinder him, but it meant the bracelet's magic was being spread too thin. If the disarming force were stronger, it could easily fail. He would have to add an authentication step, so it only worked for the wand it was bound to. That would also conveniently prevent resale on the second-hand market. After all, if everyone just bought used ones, who would buy his new stock? No, the durability needed work too. For friends and allies, he'd use the best materials and the most careful enchantments. For the open market, well, there would be a clear distinction. That, after all, was called product differentiation, keeping an edge in every price range. Chapter 140, Scrimgeour, all show, no substance. In just a short while, Tom had already worked out the directions for improvement. Not only did he think of ways to enhance it in the usual sense, he even came up with reverse optimizations. Come on, let's try it a few more times. Raising his wand again, Tom began testing for new weaknesses. Daphne found the whole process fun rather than tedious. The second time, she let the wand fly far away before summoning it back. The third time, she waited until it had completely fallen into Tom's hand before testing how much force it could withstand. It was fortunate Tom's strength, bolstered by his fire dragon bloodline and his almost unbreakable physique, far exceeded that of an ordinary adult wizard, otherwise, no normal wizard could have held on. The last test was for maximum summoning distance, 500 meters. Beyond that range, there was no reaction at all, and at exactly 500 meters, the wand's speed when returning would begin to slow noticeably. After jotting down a few more key points, Tom finally took the bracelet from Daphne's reluctant hands. Only after promising to make her a prettier, more perfect one did she smile again. Since there was still time, Tom began improving the bracelet. At 6 o'clock sharp, Mrs. Greengrass returned from the ministry. That was one of the perks of the wizarding world, the commute was so short it was practically negligible. The skilled could simply apparate, while the less adept could take the FLU network. Either way, it only took a moment to get home. After dinner, Tom brought the improved armguard to Mrs. Greengrass's study and demonstrated its functions and usage. Interesting idea, Mrs. Greengrass remarked as she examined the armguard. Perfect for aurors and hit wizards. 500 meters isn't short at all, it could handle any sudden incident, letting you retrieve your wand instantly. That makes it far more versatile. Aside from the disarming charm, many spells carried strong physical impact, which could easily knock a wand from a wizard's hand. Tom's invention was clever and practical. What's your plan exactly? And what about the cost to replicate it? If it's easy for someone to steal the idea, that'll be troublesome. We'd have to cover a lot of bases, possibly even push for legislative protection. It wasn't that she didn't understand alchemy, it was that she understood almost nothing of it, and couldn't gauge the bracelet's technical depth. If it was a high-barrier technique, hard to copy, she could promote it with ease. But if it wasn't, well, then the only defense would be legal pressure and political influence to intimidate would-be imitators. It was like port keys, making them wasn't particularly difficult. But because they could be used for smuggling and might hurt the ministry's interests, their use was banned outright. Tom thought for a moment. The difficulty is moderate. I'd say the number of people in all of Britain who could replicate it wouldn't exceed 5. That few. Then if anyone copies it, we'll know exactly who to go after, and we'll just knock on their door directly. Though Tom had never taken alchemy very seriously before, treating it like a hobby or leisure reading, these past few days were different. Thanks to his daily transcendent state training combined with the meditation room, and his inherently powerful soul, he could learn in one day what would take a mediocre wizard a year or two. At Hogwarts, alchemy wasn't taught until the 6th or 7th year, and even then, it was an optional subject with barely any students. Graduating didn't even mean you truly started learning it. Tom's estimate of 5 people likely included a few purebloods with family traditions in the craft. That's good, Mrs. Greengrass said in relief. It'll make things much easier for me. Tomorrow, I'll speak with Bones to help you secure an official ministry order. Bones, you mean the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement? Tom asked. Mrs. Greengrass nodded. Yes, she's Susan Bones' aunt. Tom frowned slightly. If we're dealing with the ministry, shouldn't we be talking to the Aura office? Their current head should be Scrimgeour, right? At that name, a flicker of disdain crossed Mrs. Greengrass's eyes. Yes, Scrimgeour is the head of the Aura office, but he's just a puffed-up fool. Aside from being outwardly tough and holding the right stance, he's utterly lacking in ability. He's got no friends in the ministry. If you go to him directly, he'll definitely find all kinds of excuses to push the price down, claiming it's to save ministry funds, when in reality it's just to make himself look good. Bones is technically his superior, so letting her make the call is perfectly within regulations. Tom didn't know much about the ministry's inner workings, just a few important names, but since his future mother-in-law had put it that way, he decided to strike Scrimgeour off the list of potential partners. In his previous life, when he'd read the original books, he'd had some respect for Scrimgeour, the hardliner who'd rather die than give up Harry's location. But it turned out he was just a flashy spearhead, sharp-looking but hollow inside. Having good character without ability was still a problem. Such people often ruin things with good intentions, and you couldn't even be angry at them without discouraging their followers and allies. Look at Dumbledore, how many times had Hagrid gotten him into trouble, only for him to quietly clean up the mess afterward? Selling directly to the ministry isn't a problem, but I'd still like to open a shop in Diagon Alley, selling to ordinary wizards too. Academic papers earned credits based on influence, and product sales, if they earned credits as well, would likely depend on market reputation and share. Mrs. Greengrass nodded. That's a small matter. But can you keep up with supply on your own? Tom grinned. There are only so many wizards in Britain. Of those, only a fraction both need this and can afford it. If I focus for a while, I'll be able to meet the demand. He handed her a parchment. These are the materials I'll need. You can stock up, it'll help drive the price down. After discussing his requirements for the shop, Tom left her study. The next day, he began preparing the elixir of life for Astoria. In alchemy, the ultimate principle was equivalent exchange. The Philosopher's Stone was essentially a massive reservoir of magic power, converting magic into life force, which came close to that principle. This was why so many said it was the pinnacle of alchemy. But it was only close, not perfect. First, the stone could only transform specific substances, silver into gold, stone into iron ore, it wasn't universally adaptable. Second, this wasn't true equivalent exchange. The elixir of life could extend life but not halt aging, because the life force it produced lacked vitality. Nicholas Flamel had to rely on his knowledge of potions, combining the elixir with rare herbs to slow aging, but even so, it couldn't sustain him for 600 years. Now, the Flamel couple was probably more fragile than a crisp potato chip. Astoria's condition was different, she just needed to prolong her life, so quality wasn't as critical, and a slightly inferior brew would be fine. Tom's first few attempts weren't great. According to Flamel's records, a normal elixir could last 3 months, his early batches would last only a month and a half to 2. Later ones were better, reaching the perfect 3-month duration. After making 10 doses, he stopped. There was no expiration date, and he could always brew more when needed. For now, it was just practice. The elixir of life was one of the most difficult potions to make, and the process had given Tom many insights into potion making. He even jotted down some fresh ideas for future research papers. He'd grown rather fond of publishing papers, just the steady 3,000 credits per month was enough motivation. And with daily transcendent state, his growth time could be shortened dramatically. That evening, Tom met a guest at Greengrass Manor for the first time. A stern-faced, impeccably dressed middle-aged witch arrived alongside Mrs. Greengrass. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, The Ministry's Order. Tom, let me introduce you, Mrs. Greengrass said with a warm smile. This is Madame Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She's here today specifically for your anti-wand-dropping bracelet. Nice to meet you, Madame Bones, Tom greeted politely. Bones wasn't unattractive, she too had a head of golden hair, but her face was stern, her expression composed and no nonsense. Looking at her gave Tom the faint feeling of meeting a younger Professor McGonagall. Still, despite her serious demeanor, she returned Tom's greeting with courtesy. Mr. Riddle, I've heard about you from Susan, Bones said. She told me you're the most outstanding student in your year. But from the looks of it now, I think she may have underestimated you. Well, she's not exactly wrong, is she? Tom replied lightly. Bones blinked at him in surprise, then nodded, the corners of her lips curling into a smile. It had been a long time since anyone had joked with her. Even at home, her younger relatives would treat her like mice spotting a cat, instantly on guard. All right, enough talk. Let's eat first, after dinner, you can discuss business, Mrs. Greengrass interjected, ushering everyone to the table. At the dining table, the two adults chatted about ministry affairs, while Tom enjoyed the dedicated attention of the two sisters. At first, only Daphne was feeding him. But soon Astoria began to feel guilty. After all, she had taken so many of Tom's potions and listened to his bedtime stories every night. Yet she hadn't done anything for him in return. After much thought, she concluded the only thing she could do was follow her sister's example and act as one of his keepers. Fortunately, Tom ate quickly and a lot, just enough to keep both sisters occupied. Bones, watching the scene unfold, was visibly taken aback. She shot Mrs. Greengrass a meaningful glance. The latter only gave a wry smile, shook her head, and murmured quietly, I don't interfere in children's affairs. Right now, Tom is Astoria's only hope. Bones was stunned. She glanced again at Tom, lounging there like some pampered lord. Back in her own Hogwarts days, Bones had known the previous generation of Greengrass sisters, she'd even been their senior and close friend. She was also well aware of the truth behind the blood curse. Naturally, she understood exactly what hope meant in this context. No wonder you're going to such lengths to help him, Bones murmured, nodding slightly. Then she leaned closer and promised in a low voice, as long as the product meets the requirements, I can guarantee the ministry will order a batch. You're too kind, Senior, Mrs. Greengrass replied warmly. The two elegant women exchanged a knowing smile. After dinner, Tom and Bones headed down to the basement, where there was an indoor training room for demonstrations. First, channel your magic into the bracelet through your wand to complete the binding, Tom instructed. Bones followed his instructions, finding the process effortless. Tom explained the usage in detail, it posed no difficulty for someone like her. After a few tries, she even challenged Tom to a live duel to test the bracelet's stability in real combat. It passed every test flawlessly, leaving her thoroughly satisfied. Mr. Riddle, the anti-wand dropping bracelet has no issues whatsoever, and it suits the needs of the enforcement teams perfectly. What's your production capacity, and how have you decided on pricing? Tom had already prepared his answer. The price per bracelet is 100 galleons. For the first batch, I can deliver 200 units before term starts. However, I should warn you, each bracelet's recall function will begin to wear out after 100 uses. The runes will degrade to the point of being nearly useless. Bones frowned slightly. 100 galleons wasn't expensive, but this thing was essentially a consumable, with only 100 uses. That worked out to about 1 galleon per use. Still, losing one's wand was always a critical moment in battle, each recall could mean saving an Auror's life. Compared to the enormous cost of training Aurors and hit wizards, the expense was negligible. Especially Aurors. In recent years, the quality of Hogwarts graduates had been steadily declining. There was already a shortage of competent recruits, and losing even one trained Auror was a painful blow to the ministry. Once she thought it through, Bones didn't haggle. She simply told him she would give him the ministry's decision in 3 days, and then she left Greengrass Manor. 3 days. That would be the 14th, just in time. Any later, and Tom would already be on his way to America. He reported the results of the meeting to Mrs. Greengrass, then returned to his bedroom. The two sisters were already lying obediently in bed, gazing at him expectantly. Tom sighed helplessly, quickly took a shower, and came back to continue their bedtime story. At this rate, he thought wryly, he might actually be able to publish a book. Perhaps he could call it 1001 Nights with the Greengrass Sisters. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, From Yorkshire to New York. Sun Wukong immobilized 7 young witches in the peach grove and fed them a love potion. But instead of taking responsibility, he turned into a complete scoundrel and ran back to Flower Fruit Mountain to see his lady monkey. The Jade Emperor flew into a rage and dispatched the greatest animagus in history, Erlangchen, to capture Sun Wukong. The two clashed in a spectacular shape-shifting battle in the wild, their transformations so fierce that the very Tao cracked apart. In the end, Sun Wukong was defeated. Still defiant after capture, Sun Wukong was handed over to the greatest potions master in history, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord, who tossed him into a cauldron, intending to brew him into a mighty elixir. And did he succeed? Well, to find out what happened next, tune in next time. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, Bones brought good news. The Ministry of Magic had agreed to purchase the anti-disarming bracelets at 100 galleons apiece. But Tom had to deliver 200 units before September. 100 wouldn't be enough for Aurors, hit wizards, and key ministry officials. Tom agreed without hesitation. By now, he had mastered the runic engraving for the bracelets, and with materials ready, he could craft 20 to 30 in an afternoon. If he carved out just a bit of extra time each day, he could meet the quota easily. Tonight was his last night at the Greengrass estate. Tomorrow, he would set off for New York. After hearing the bedtime story, neither of the sisters felt sleepy. Daphne clung to Tom's arm, her face full of reluctance, while Astoria looked equally downcast. Tom had no brilliant words of comfort, so he simply forced himself to fall asleep quickly, which left them no choice but to drift off as well. The next morning, he had hoped to slip away before they woke. But despite his careful, quiet steps, the two still stirred. And so he stayed for half the day. After lunch, the whole family escorted him out of the manor. The castle's protective enchantments meant they could only see him off this far. Through their tearful gazes, Tom hugged Daphne and ruffled Astoria's hair before activating the portkey. This time, Lady Greengrass had prepared a top hat as the portkey. Tom grasped the brim, and felt as though a hook had snagged his belly button and yanked him forward hard. Thankfully, his umbilical cord had been cut at birth, or it might have been dragged out entirely. He was suddenly soaring, racing like the wind, faster and faster. At first, his sharp eyesight could still make out the scenery whirling past, but soon the speed became so great that everything was swallowed in a blinding white light. The portkey clung to his hand, so he didn't need to keep a death grip on it. Magic shielded him from wind resistance and noise, so aside from the queasy sensation of high-speed travel, he could feel nothing else. He had no idea how long he'd been flying, long enough to even doze off mid-journey. Suddenly, weightlessness seized him, then his feet slammed into solid ground. Tom staggered but caught himself just in time. A voice spoke from nearby. 10:06 a.m., cross-country portkey from Yorkshire, England, let's see, number 9288. Wait, what? A minor wizard. The voice was thick with surprise. Tom looked around. He had landed atop a hill, surrounded by endless mountains. Beside him sat a small tent, from which emerged an enormously fat wizard who was staring at him in disbelief. No need to check further, no one got thrown off. I was the only one using this portkey. Here are my papers. Tom handed over the documents Lady Greengrass had given him. The wizard examined them carefully before finally nodding. As he returned them, he muttered, sending a kid abroad alone. British parents really are bold. Oh, they just trust my abilities, Tom replied lightly, not bothering to explain further. By the way, where am I? Quebec. Quebec, huh? Tom mentally calculated the portkey speed. Local time was 10:06 a.m. With the time difference, it was 3:06 p.m. back in England. He had departed a little after 1 p.m. The distance between the two was over 5,000 kilometers, meaning an average speed of more than 2,500 kilometers per hour, more than twice that of an airplane. The fat wizard finished his log and handed Tom his next portkey, a food tray like those from a convenience store. Off you go, kid. Your final stop is New York. Thanks. Tom accepted the tray and had the wizard activate it for him. Minors weren't allowed to cast spells outside school, after all. 15 minutes later, Tom appeared at the designated New York portkey arrival point, where staff escorted him to Makusa for immigration processing. It might have looked like a mere 15-minute detour, but in truth, the trip from Britain to the US could have been done in a single portkey. Still, as the country with the largest wizarding population, America had grown increasingly arrogant. Legal entry was only possible via portkeys they themselves made. Thus, Tom had been forced to make his transfer in Canada. Upon departure, the registration officer repeatedly warned him not to use magic. Ilvermorny students had to surrender their wands during the holidays, but they had no authority to confiscate a foreigner's. Leaving the Woolworth building, Tom hailed a taxi to the address Newt had given him. When he presented the invitation letter that had come with Newt's owl, a house that had been invisible moments earlier slid into view between two neat suburban villas. Tom rang the bell and waited. He didn't wait long. Within 2 minutes, a white-haired old man stood before him. Though he didn't look exactly like his film portrayal, Tom instantly knew this was Scamander. His face bore the same shy smile it had worn for decades, his demeanor calm and gentle, perhaps an odd word to use for a man, but one that suited Newt perfectly. The years had etched deep lines into his face, but he was still sprightly. In his eyes, anyone could see honesty and kindness, though when meeting Tom's gaze, they would shy away ever so slightly, his head turning aside. Whether in his obscure youth or his famed old age, Newt Scamander never looked people directly in the eye. Puffed. Tom couldn't help but laugh. Newt looked even more flustered, as if unsure what to do with the limbs that had accompanied him for 95 years. My apologies, Mr. Scamander. Realizing his rudeness, Tom quickly explained, it's just, when I saw your eyes, I couldn't help but think of the alchemy, so clear and sincere. At the mention of magical creatures, much of Newt's awkwardness melted away. An alchemy? Yes, their eyes are beautiful, but this is the first time anyone's compared mine to one. Mr. Riddle, thank you for the compliment. Please, just call me Tom, he replied with genuine courtesy. It's an honor to be invited to New York by you, Mr. Scamander. Newt's character was one Tom truly respected, perhaps the one person most worthy of that respect. Chapter 143, Grindlevald, Scamander, I hate you. Unless you were his enemy, you never had to worry about Newt Scamander doing anything to harm you. You could trust any promise he made without hesitation, a reputation not even Dumbledore had managed to earn. After all, Dumbledore was famously calculating, even with his own people. He might call you a friend, but you'd still be just another piece on his chessboard. All right, Tom, Newt said softly. And please, just call me Newt. It's my honor that you accepted my invitation. Come in, my boy. Tom nodded and stepped through the heavy iron gate. Guided by Newt, the two of them walked along the garden path. The moment they crossed the threshold, the air felt fresher. From outside, it had seemed that the front door of the villa was only a few steps beyond the gate, but once inside, it revealed a short yet meandering path, lined with lush flowers and greenery. From the blossoms came a faint fluttering of wings. A host of flower fairies were hard at work, each carrying tiny wooden buckets as they collected nectar from the blooms. Without the slightest hesitation, Tom reached out and snatched up one of the fairies' buckets. The small container, which had been heavy for the little creature, instantly transformed into a cup in his hand. He raised it to his lips and downed the sweet nectar in one gulp. The flower fairy glared at him in outrage. That nectar had taken her ages to gather. No need to thank me, I've merely lightened your load, Tom said, handing the bucket back to her. Nectar collected by flower fairies was naturally purified, perfectly clean and brimming with health benefits if consumed regularly. It wasn't hard to imagine that Newt's spryness at over 90 years old might have something to do with it. The old magi zoologist merely smiled, making no comment on Tom's behavior. Tom, in turn, felt no need to hide his true nature in front of Newt. The purer a person was, the more sensitive they tended to be. Newt could read intentions, good or ill, with uncanny clarity. You could call it the heart of a child. For Newt, the line between good and evil was never sharply drawn, unless, of course, you were a poacher, the sort of person he despised most. But dishonesty and insincerity, those would shut the door on his friendship instantly. As the fairy flew off in a huff, Newt watched her go and said quietly, "These flower fairies are a colony I rescued in Inner Raska. Muggles had overrun their home, turning it into an industrial site. I'd meant to find them a proper habitat, but they decided my garden suited them and settled in." He spoke with a hint of helplessness. "Maybe this is the best place for them," Tom said with a smile. Newt's love for magical creatures wasn't like Tom's. Tom tended to collect the ones he liked, giving them a comfortable home almost as if they were pets. Right now, inside Tom's enchanted card box were not just unicorns, but also puffskeins, auguries, alchemies, and bowtruckles, all creatures he adored. And his collection was only going to grow. Newt, however, focused on preserving the balance of magical ecosystems. He would nurse rescued creatures back to health, then release them into the wild where they belonged. Of course, that wasn't always possible. Some traumatized little creatures refused to return to the wild, preferring the comfort and safety of Newt's care. And Newt was never one to drive away those who had nowhere else to go. Ironically, the more he released, the more magical creatures seemed to end up in his care. As they walked on, a few mooncalves hopped shyly out from a grove of plane trees. They seemed eager to approach Newt, until they spotted the unfamiliar Tom. Then they shrank back, peeking out from under the trees, their enormous, bronze-bell eyes fixed warily on him. Mooncalves are a bit shy. "Don't take it personally," Newt said. "I know. There's a colony in the Forbidden Forest, apart from Hagrid and Professor Sprout, few can get close to them." They strolled along, pausing now and then, until Newt's sharp instincts picked up something strange. It wasn't odd for timid creatures to avoid Tom. But when even the bold, friendly types, like tree frogs, krups, and nifflers, were keeping their distance, that was unusual. Newt sniffed the air delicately, his expression shifting to surprise. Dragon scent. This time it was Tom's turn to be startled. You can tell that just from a sniff. Newt, are you sure you're not actually some kind of magical creature yourself? His draconic aura was well hidden, only animals with especially keen instincts could detect it. Humans shouldn't have been able to sense a thing. And yet Newt had not only noticed it, but identified it, by smell. Of course I'm not a magical creature, Newt said quickly. I'm just more sensitive to animal sense than most. But even if you've been around dragons before, why would you still smell like one now? Well, that's actually related to why I came to see you. Tom didn't hide the fact that he needed help. I'll explain the details in a bit. No problem. I'll do whatever I can to help, Newt said at once. He didn't even ask what the request might be. The thought that Tom could be planning something dark or dangerous didn't even cross his mind. Newt wasn't the kind to see shadows where none existed. Oh, right. Tom slapped his forehead. He'd been forgetting something, and it had just now clicked. 6 credits, deducted. Study space, open. Inside, Grindlevald was currently using the meditation room. Without hesitation, Tom used his authority to forcibly pull him out. Grindlevald, still lost in thought, was utterly baffled when the meditation room vanished from around him, replaced by the outside world. And then he saw the old man standing before Tom, smiling shyly. Even after decades apart, Grindlevald recognized him instantly. Scamander, I hate you, he roared.